Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you can join us. And we got some Texans football. We got some sound from D'Amico yesterday that we will get to. We have got a lot of stuff of Texans football to talk about. You know, one of the things last year, they were 7-3 last year in one-score games. The Texans were.
Yeah.
And
difference.
The thought in the offseason as well. And, you never know if that's going to last. You know what they are this year in one-score games?
4-0.
4-0.
Yeah.
4-0 in one-score games. Now,
some of them have been late. The Colts were a late score to make it a one-score game.
Yeah, but it's still.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was still a one-score game.
Right.
And you know what? Maybe there's something to that. Maybe that you're just a good team in crunch time. And we've seen CJ in the final 2 minutes of a game not be scared, go down the field, score, and this team take care of business when they have to. And maybe there's something to that. Maybe there's something to clutch. Maybe there's something to the ability to do that. Some teams that have no ability to do that.
I think that's true. I also think the Colts and Bears both had late scores that made it a non-cover, number one. But number two, there were two-score games that they, that turned into one-score games.
Right.
Late in that game.
Right.
With scores. But your point is still accurate. I mean, your point is still an accurate point that they don't. It used to be they would choke those games off, and now they don't so far. I mean,
that's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal to be choking off games that are tight that you don't.
Well, it's the difference between winning 6 games and
I
winning
think it
10
starts with the quarterback position.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, and you know what, they've done that, and that is, it was held against them this offseason. Like you know what, I'm not sure about the Texans. They won a lot of one-score games. They were 7-3 in one-score games. You never know if that's going to continue. Well, maybe it is going to continue because you got a guy that at the helm that ain't scared of one-score games, that ain't scared of a big situation. A lot of quarterbacks are. A lot of quarterbacks can't handle the tough situation, the 2-minute drill, trying to go down the field, the pressure of going down and winning a game. And we've seen Kirk Cousins do it the last couple of weeks, and do it in grand style. Actually, I was listening to the show before. They were talking about who had a better weekend, who had a better game, Kirk Cousins or Lamar Jackson. Cousins threw for over 500, had no running game, and won the game at the end. He did throw the pick. But he also, did you see Mooney drop that ball that he was wide open?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see the end of the game?
I was on the road to
Tuscaloosa. At the end of the game, Mooney is wide open. He drops a third down pass, and it would have given him a first down. That must be the only drop
of the whole week, because Mooney kicked the living crap out of me in fantasy football.
Yeah.
So it must have been his only drop.
Yes.
Like, how's Darnell Mooney putting 31 points on me?
Darnell Mooney was he had a great game, but he dropped a wide open right in his chest. Then they kicked the field goal, and it's blocked. And so that, and it was like, well, I knew Cousins was going to get blamed for it, and then he ended up scoring and winning the game, but because he had thrown an interception before that. But he came. You got to have that gene.
Yeah.
The Patrick Mahomes. Looked like Mahomes was back to being Mahomes last night.
Man, they look good.
Yeah, they did.
I tell you what, it's those two. So you mentioned Lamar. Lamar and Josh Allen have been two who are, tremendous quarterbacks, but they've had their issues in the fourth quarter. Lamar's famously his offense has just gone in a tank with fourth quarter leads and lost games. Josh Allen last year was bad in the fourth quarter of games in the red zone when they looked like surefire points where he would turn the ball over in the red zone. And so you can be a great quarterback and not play as well at crunch time. I mean, Lamar played that game would have been known for Lamar dropping that fumble, dropping that snap, and Cincinnati winning that game.
Yeah.
Had there not been a missed field goal, a bad job of handling the snap and I thought Lamar had a great game. I mean, if you watch the game, Lamar had to come back from deficits of 10 multiple times. because the defense couldn't stop anybody. And you had to score to stay in the game, because Joe Burrow was going down and scoring every single time. And Lamar was able to do it. But it's just like Bagwell and Biggio in the playoffs. It's just like right now what Aaron Judge goes through in the playoffs. It's like it's like what happens when you deal with somebody who's clutch in the playoffs. When you come through in the clutch, there's something special. People will always remember that. Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls. He's nowhere near a Hall of Fame player if you take all things into consideration. But he's won 2 Super Bowls, and he did it against really good teams. C.J. Stroud has come from behind victories as a rookie, and right now in one-score games, when you look at it statistically, it's really good. Now, not Lamar, but D'Amico Ryans did talk about, he addressed the fact that, should you have run the ball there? Why did you pass it with 44 seconds to go? And I don't know if Dell's got all that cut up, but we'll have that for you.
Yep.
Because he was asked all the questions that I pretty much wanted to hear about. So I think there will be some good sound from D'Amico Ryans that will not clarify necessarily, but will expand on some of the things that we talked about yesterday and we'll talk about today.
Yep. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. You mentioned Aaron Rodgers, the highest strikeout percentage in postseason history. He strikes out 34% of the time.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge strikes out 34% of the time. He's back, and he had an infield single. He's got 1 hit in the series. He is just a mess in the postseason.
It's the strangest. I mean, we're talking about the most dominant regular season player over the last 10 years, and he slashes just over 700, I think something like 720 with his OPS in the postseason. His standard OPS in the regular seasons have been over 1,000, just over 1,000. He's 300 points lower. His batting average is under 200. It's low 300 on base percentage, which is still pretty low for a guy who walks a lot. It's the craziest thing. Some guys, but that's what Yankee fans, no matter how great, he can have 50 home runs a year.
Oh, no. Yeah.
But if the Yankees get eliminated in the playoffs and never get to a World Series, because we remember it with Bagwell and Biggio.
Yep.
He didn't get, and he's got way more games than they do under his belt in the postseason. Yankee fans won't forget. Now, they'll love him. He's beloved. But at the same time, there's no getting around that, man. How you perform in a clutch is everything for your legacy.
They ain't retiring that. And he's a guy that you retire his jersey. A New York Yankee that gags as badly as he does in the postseason. Mm-hmm. He ain't gonna be revered like that. It's Donnie Baseball didn't get there. His teams just didn't get there, and he was beloved there. But he ain't one of the all-time great Yankees, even though he was a long-time and great player for all those years. But Don Mattingly ain't one of those, because Don Mattingly didn't do anything in the postseason. And Aaron Judge ain't doing nothing in the postseason. He's hitting 143 right now. He's got an infield single in these 2 games, and they're tied at 1 game apiece. If Kansas City beat, and how about Detroit yesterday?
Yeah.
Scooble, shutout. They go to the 9th inning. Carpenter hits a 3-run homer, and we got a tie series. I mean, talk about, you're a one-trick pony. Scooble is unbelievable.
When Scooble is on their mound, when it's Scooble, the other team is in trouble.
You're damn right.
That's what
the other team's in trouble.
The other team is in trouble.
There is some trouble when Scooble.
Not Scooble's got trouble.
Yeah, well,
when it's Scooble, you're in trouble.
I might have misspoken on that one about Scooble being in trouble. Yeah. He wasn't in trouble. He gives trouble.
Tarek Scooble.
Can you win?
No walks, 8 strikeouts, 3 hits.
He's just unbelievable. Can you win it all with 1 pitcher? I mean, everybody else has had at least 2.
2. The famous is Arizona with Randy and Kurt.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, but. No, you got to have.
No, the famous is Spawn and Sane and Pray for Rain.
Yeah, that was they made a whole a whole limerick about it.
That was the 1950s.
Yeah, it was a little further back, and then you did have Kevin Brown.
You did have Kevin Brown.
Just Kevin Brown.
It's all you. Well, he was really juiced up. He was. I never seen anybody juiced up like he was.
I'm going to Google Kevin Brown steroids. Why? It's not even auto-filling. Brown, according to an investigation conducted by former Senator George Mitchell into baseball steroid problems, purchased steroids and human growth hormone for several years from former Mets clubhouse employee Kurt Radomski. Isn't that the one with the same with Roger?
Yeah,
might have
been.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Just making sure that he was absolutely on steroids.
Yeah, but Roger didn't do it. Roger got he got vitamin B shots. So that's what Roger did. I'm telling you, I know that his doctor said Roger never asked me for that. He wanted vitamin B shots, and he told him, they don't do anything for you, Rog. He's like, yeah, I still want them. Okay, all right. So I mean,
if that's what
keep Roger's name out of your mouth about that. Okay.
I just said Radomski, but you jumped into full defense mode. We were talking about Kevin Brown, but he was. I mean, allegedly he was a juice head.
How
I
are
just know
Judge's,
he could pitch every 3 days.
Ooh, we got to look this up. Judge's postseason numbers versus Tucker. Tucker's going to be better.
Okay, if you say so.
Hey, Tucker's going to be better. We're going to go to Baseball Reference. You go look up Tucker. I got Aaron Judge.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, Tucker is going to stand.
One of the things that we do that other shows don't do.
On the air, we look stuff up.
Yeah, and what makes us Hall of Famers is that we will, on the fly, look things up on the internet.
Right.
Where other shows are like, well, let's just do it during the
Judge
break.
is way better.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's not. Wait a minute. Whoa. Hold on, my friends. I think this is going to be a tight race. This is going to be a tight race. Aaron Judge in the postseason, 7 years, 13 series, 208, 311 on base, 449 slugging, 760 OPS. Mm-hmm. I'm going to tell you what, this is going to be real tight.
Okay.
He's got 70 strikeouts.
Because Kyle's got 6 years. How many total games? Kyle's got 64.
13 series. Games.
Kyle's got 15 series. He's got 64.
He's got 46 games.
64 games for Kyle. Go ahead.
46.
Start naming your stats.
46.
How many home runs?
Judge has 13 home runs.
Okay. And 46 games. My guy's got 64 games.
64 games?
Mm-hmm.
And how many homers?
What's your 8?
8. Okay.
8 to 13. What's your RBI count?
25 in 46 games.
Kyle Tucker's got 28. Less per game.
Less per game. Yep. Less per game.
Less per game. Do you have any stolen bases? Kyle's got 7.
Stolen bases 3.
Yeah, we're 7-0. Kyle Tucker's over here like Tarek Skubal in the beginning
3-1.
7-0.
Walks 27.
26.
Okay.
Big deal anyway. Now let's do strikeouts.
70.
53.
70.
Yeah. So I thought my OPS 685 for Kyle Tucker.
685.
Lifetime 15 series. 685.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Judge is 760. He's crushing him.
Yeah.
And we're talking about Judge, how he can't perform in the postseason, and Kyle Tucker is terrible. He's terrible.
Say that, man.
Man, isn't that something? And especially after the September that he came off of, he was raking. He feeling good. He had all that rest this season. Missed 80 games, and here he comes. And wow, it's going to be a great postseason. And scene. And no hits.
Win probability added minus 1.08.
Win probability.
He hurt you by like a full win.
Yeah, I don't have that win probability.
It is. It's all the way in the right-hand corner.
Win 0.3.
Yeah.
And CWPA is 1.3.
That is championship win probability added.
Oh,
mine's not minus 29.3.
Wow.
Percent.
Well, but Judge had plenty of years in the
given
postseason.
Average teams, this is the change in probability displayed in percentage points. So in other words, he gives you a 29.3% less chance of winning a championship.
Well, when you strike out as often.
But we can't trade Kyle Tucker.
I'll bet
there's no trading of a Kyle Tucker because we got to run it back. Run it back.
No, I think Kyle Tucker will be. I think after yet another postseason. He's not getting traded. I don't know if he'll get traded, but he won't get re-signed.
No, he won't get re-signed. They'll get a third-round pick for him or whatever in a compensatory. I'd hate to get prospects for him, like good prospects that you could multiple prospects you could develop into the next set of players.
That is awful.
Yeah.
That is so un-Astros like.
It's actually worse than I expected.
Yeah. I mean, that is
15 years, I thought, okay, well, the last couple of years have been bad. I mean,
46 playoff games? Man. 64. Well, he got 60. How many playoff games does he play?
He's played in 64
games.
That's a big sample size.
That's a huge sample size.
He's been really bad, and he's been okay in the World Series. I mean, 239, but 780 OPS is okay. His 5 ALCS appearances, 26 games. He's got a 625 OPS, and he hits with 3 home runs, 10 RBIs. But, 12 walks, 22 strikeouts.
Bad. That's it. All right, 713-780-3776. Just getting it started here on ESPN 97.
You know, we discovered Kyle Tucker's not going to postseason. We just discovered that.
We knew that, but I didn't know he was as bad as I thought. Judge was one of the. That's not, I mean, Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker's worse than Aaron Judge.
Wow, and he's going to get He's going to get $300 million.
He's not from Jim Crane.
Not from Jim Crane, but somebody.
Nor do I want him to.
No.
I want prospects. Trade Kyle Tucker if you know what's good for you.
He's the Kershaw of. If
you guys would have let me run this team, I would have had y'all 3.
He's the Kershaw of hitting.
I would have given y'all 3 new prospects for him.
Yeah.
And we got to a playoffs without Kyle Tucker anyway.
Yeah, we did. Time to talk about Dream Rate. Talk about in the postseason. Talk about clutch. My guy Kent Jones is clutch. Love Kent Jones. Love what he does. Over 30 years in the business. You know what? That experience counts. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to get you and save you money because this is what he does. He saves people money every single day. Every day he is out there just busting his ass for you. I'm telling you, he's going to find that right loan for you, the one that is going to be able to take stuff. Are you a veteran? Were you in the Army? Are you a first-time home buyer? Are you age? Whatever it is, he is going to find a way to get you the right loan for the house that you're buying. Don't know if you can afford it? You know what? All you have to do is call Kent. He'll give you a scenario quote and shop your loan. Do not just go in there like I did and just sign the papers and, oh, here's this and here's this. You're just making other people rich is all you're doing. You can save thousands. Put that money back in your pocket with Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com. People are doing it wrong. They're not using brokers. Brokers are better. He's got over 1,400 career closings. The dude knows what to do. 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here. D'Amico Ryans met the media yesterday. Nico Collins. Now, I think we're all under the assumption that he's going to be going to be okay and he's going to come back right away or something, right?
Well, he said it was a short.
Yeah.
He said shorter term injury, which I know yesterday I said he wasn't. I mean, you don't have a hamstring injury and just come right back from it.
Yeah.
It's short. It's soft tissue. It can linger. There was no way he wasn't going to miss this game. And it sounds like it's at least this game.
Yeah. Here's D'Amico talking about Nico and missing him for any amount of time.
Missing Nico would be very difficult. Like, Nico has been the best receiver in the NFL this year. So do you replace him? No. Everybody just steps up, and whatever role you're asked to do, you just step up and play your role the proper way. Nobody has to go out and be Nico, right? There's one Nico. He's done a great job of that. Now whoever is next, when your number is called, make the plays that you're supposed to make.
So this is the perfect opportunity for them to unleash Tank again, right? I mean, where is that post that he's doing, and CJ does a little, and all of a sudden he finds Tank and
the squabble,
the
dance they do,
Where is that?
That's CJ's dance.
Where is that though?
Well, how many touchdowns does Tank have this year?
He doesn't have any touchdowns.
Ta-da!
No, I know, but he
Magic trick.
He had touchdowns last year. Why doesn't he have touchdowns this year?
Because you have Nico and Stephon Diggs.
Well, now you don't have Nico, so let's get Tank.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
Tank has to become a factor. And I think you will see that now. I think you'll see, although Tank's going to stay out now more than ever, Tank's got to be an outside receiver. So I don't know. I mean, it was always bothering me that he was going to have to play outside. He's a small guy. When you're further away from the football and you're a smaller target, quarterback's eyes are just not going to go to you as much. And now you throw in all the zone that's being played, and it's tighter window throws now and anticipatory throws for CJ. That's not going to be his favorite throw. I mean, he's more of a three catch guy right now. And the reality is Tank needs to be a 5 catch player per game. That's what he needs to be, with some games where he gets 7 and a touchdown or 2. So you're right. This needs to, offenses look for, when you start getting in a habit of, when you start talking about an offense needs to find this guy and this, that's dangerous, because you want your quarterback to find the open man and make defenses pay based on who's open. You want him to stay within the confines and not turn into like Deshaun always looking for DeAndre Hopkins, where to the detriment of the team, where tight ends didn't even exist, despite the fact that they were wide open for Deshaun. CJ's good about getting the ball where it's supposed to go. With that said, though, I do think you need to get Tank going. I think every once in a while you got to say, man, we got to get this guy unleashed. He's too important for us. And now with Nico, you can make an argument that you don't do that. You're winning. Nico's the best receiver in football. You just keep doing what you're doing. But right now with Nico out, I would argue that, yeah, find a way. And maybe it's not even finding a way. Maybe it's nothing that Bobby Slowick has to scheme. Maybe it's just the fact that he's going to step up in the priority list of CJ when he goes through his reads. I think it may be that simple.
I really do think that CJ, he plays favorites. He played
not like Deshaun with DeAndre Hopkins.
Well, with Nico,
I used to get like 150.
With Nico,
targets.
You don't think he does?
I think Nico's open. I think Nico's that good.
Well, I think that CJ's looking to him too.
Would you like to throw to 200?
Diggs had 0 targets before Nico went down. 0. And then all of a sudden Nico goes down. He's got 6 targets.
Would you? Well, he was wide open on a deep ball. Nico was. Yeah. But also, it's just that gets to the point I was talking about with Tank Dell.
Well, I'm going to look for him because he's going to be open.
He's going to be open, but he's also 220 pounds, and he catches contested catches. When you throw it to a big target, it just feels better. You're throwing to a wider catch radius. You're throwing to a bigger body. Like Tank could be injured at any time by just the turf. Just falling down, he could get hurt. So we need the Nico Collins.
That is not true. Stop saying that about Tank. Oh my God. He doesn't just fall down and get hurt.
He's
although
now
he did
missed
one time.
10. He got a concussion falling down. He's got 10 He's got 10 games he's missed and 12 games he's played. So we want those numbers. Those are kind of, I mean, they're not McCullers numbers or anything
They're tight.
like that.
They're tight. Yeah.
It's Will Fuller numbers.
It's getting close. No. Will Fuller played less than that.
You think so?
Yeah, Will Fuller played less than that. Yeah, absolutely.
Eventually.
I
hope you're right, because Will Fuller was more dominant than Tank. Will Fuller and Deshaun together were absolutely outstanding. Will Fuller, game started 13. Are you sure, John? You sure about this? In his first 2 years, Will Fuller played 23 games total.
After that, what about after that?
7. Yeah, that's when he tore up his knee the next year. And the year after that, 11.
That's tankish. I guess it's I hate that. I hate that he's cleaving close because Will
Fuller will have played more games than Tank does.
Will Fuller was the king of the getting the bag,
and his was a hamstring. His was soft tissue injuries.
Oh,
well, he had the one where he got
like
hit.
Nico now? Is that what
he
you're
had
saying?
the one where he got hit? Well, that's why I'm saying you don't take any chances.
No, you can't.
But Nico didn't have any history in college. Actually, Will Fuller didn't have a history in college. Will Fuller only played 6 years in the NFL. 6 years in the NFL, but man, he had 24 touchdowns in 55 games. Like, that guy was dangerous. We gotta get Tank going, man. We gotta get Tank. His name is Tank.
I know.
That's the best nickname for 160-pound players. Tank. What are you gonna like? We gotta get.
He
Tank
got that
going.
as a baby too.
I know. We gotta get Tank going.
The Texans
send the runner, Bobby. Send the runner.
Where do you think the Texans defense ranks right now in the NFL?
In what category? Total yards or
in total defense?
Let's see.
Yeah, total. Yeah, it's yards. Yards
they
per game.
give up some big plays, but they don't. I would say probably like top 12,
top 4. They're 4th in the league.
They
give up. They're allowing 274.2 yards per game.
Well,
they're
that's pretty
17th in run defense, but they're number 3 in pass defense.
Now you went against
154 yards a game.
You went against Richardson, Caleb, both basically 2 rookies. Richardson, Caleb. You've gone against Trevor Lawrence
and Josh Allen,
and Sam Darnold.
Yep.
I mean, on paper, not that impressive.
No, and this week it's going to be even better.
And Sam kind of came back to
New England. And the talk is that there's a possibility they start Drake May this week. His first start against the Texans.
Yeah,
awesome.
I think they are going to start him.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. But then you got Jordan Love right after that, so we'll see. But and the Packers are playing pretty well. Packers are playing some good football. What do you mean?
Well, actually, they got ruined by Minnesota. It's almost to the point where I don't count it. If you look
to
bad,
the Rams and destroyed them.
Yeah, the Rams stink.
Yeah, the Rams
are super injured. It's almost to the point where you don't even like if you lose to Minnesota, you say that's who can beat them. Who can beat Brian Flores? What quarterback's going to look? Brian Flores.
Well, how good did he look in the second half?
Brian Flores ruined Jordan Love. Who?
The Packers came back in the second half and were great.
Yeah, they. Well, I don't think Jordan Love had the big game though.
I think
he was really terrible in the first half.
Oh yeah, no, he threw the crap. Crafthead was that's a guy I got to pick up. Don't even try to pick him up in our league.
I think I'm gonna pick him up this week.
I know you probably are. 713-780-3776.
What did he end up with? Because he was really Jordan. Yeah, you're right. Jordan Love ended up with 4 touchdowns there.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw it 54 times. But yeah, and 3 interceptions.
Yeah, that was mostly all in the first half.
Let's see. Well, they still count. That's how you got into a big deficit.
Yeah, but
you couldn't win. Aaron Rodgers had 3 interceptions. Jordan Love had 3 interceptions. That's 6 interceptions against those 2 guys. And then CJ Stroud, how many did CJ have in that game? I'll just look at it real quick. CJ Stroud, I know he had 1. No, 2. Oh my God. CJ Stroud had 2 interceptions, Aaron Rodgers 3, Jordan Love 3 against Brian Flores defenses. 8 interceptions between Love, Stroud, and Rodgers.
Wow.
That guy he just messes people up.
He's doing pretty damn good.
8 interceptions against Rodgers, Love, and Stroud, all in wins for Minnesota. Man, that defense over there is
Yeah.
feisty.
Well, maybe if they'd have kept him in Miami, that Miami would be a good football team right now. Okay, as opposed to the crap they are.
Yeah, that's that
maybe
seems,
if they weren't
that
racist
seems
down
normal.
there.
That seems
In
normal.
South Florida.
He would have already replaced Tua with Skylar
Deshaun
Thompson.
Watson.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, because that would have worked out at quarterback.
They wanted Tom Brady, didn't they?
And he wanted
Deshaun.
He wanted Deshaun Watson
badly.
Yeah.
Like he was mad when they stopped going after Deshaun Watson. They made an executive decision.
They
not
lost
to
a
go after
draft pick
Deshaun.
going after Tom Brady.
He still wanted Deshaun Watson. So let's be clear: as great as he's been this year, shutting down quarterbacks doesn't mean he knows how to evaluate his own.
No. All right, let's break.
By the way, opponents they've got 11 interceptions in 5 games. The Minnesota Vikings have 11 interceptions against the quarterbacks that they faced.
How many do the Texans have, though?
Texans have a few,
Do
not
they?
the same amount.
Do they? They got a couple. Yeah, they got a couple.
Yeah.
They got one off Caleb.
No, I think they've got like 4, something like that, right?
Do they?
Don't they? Well, let's see. The Texans interceptions. This is one of the games we like to play called "Look It Up on the Air."
Yeah,
They've got 3.
3. Yeah.
Yeah, they've given 3 and they've taken 3. I know Kamari Laster has one. I think Stingley has one.
Stingley has one.
And then
Caleb Bullock has one. Kalen Bullock.
Yeah, I think he's got one too.
Kalen Bullock,
I think that's who it is.
Does John Daspit have any interceptions?
John doesn't have any interceptions, but he has some sacks against other.
I mix up Caleb Bullock and Kalen Bullock and Caleb Ferguson.
I could see that.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Left-handed pitcher who somehow made the playoff roster. Yeah. By the way, it wasn't even enough time for us to talk about Ferguson on the playoff roster. It was just 2 games and you were done. Like, well, I'm glad that nothing came up about that. No, John Daspit's had some sacks against opposing lawyers for insurance companies. If you go to court against John Daspit as a personal injury lawyer, you will lose. And that's why so few insurance companies go to court against John Daspit, because look, they're trying to squeeze, and John Daspit squeezes back. If you're injured, he wants to make sure that everything you have coming to you lands in your bank account. That includes every potential dollar for your medical bills that you spend, and he's going to make sure you get to a CAT scan and MRI and X-ray, all the things that you need to find out. Like if you're in a bad wreck or you're injured offshore somewhere, you need to find out exactly what's going on so it can get corrected and fixed. Physical therapy afterwards, whatever the case may be. Your pain and suffering is worth something to John Daspit because it's worth something to you. You understand that you're having to live with that. And the insurance company, frankly, they're just looking out for the bottom line, so they're going to try to squeeze you. John, as I mentioned, squeezes back. 713, call now. He's the biggest and best in the city of Houston, and he is, I think, the best in the entire state of Texas with 12 offices across our great state. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right. Time for me to talk right now about Chastang Ford. I love talking about Chastang Ford. It's one of my favorite subjects. I just looked in my truck. I have on my Chastang hat there. I got to wear that today. You know what? Chastang Ford is where you're going to get your Bronco on. They got unbelievable deals right now on the Broncos. They got $12,000 off on the F-150s as well. I do like talking about and telling you because, okay, go look at other places. Are they giving you $5,000 off on this Bronco, $10,000 off on that Bronco? Are they doing it? I don't know. I do know that Chastang is going to get you every rebate they possibly can. They want you to get into that car or truck at the best price that you can possibly get into it. That's what they do. They just want that for you. I love them. I've talked about this. I've bought 4 vehicles from Chastang Ford, and I will continue to buy from Chastang Ford because I know that I'm getting the best deal that they can possibly give me every single time. I just love dealing with people like that. I love dealing with the Chastangs. There's a lot of my clients, all my clients, I really like dealing with because they're going to give you that square. It starts at the top. It starts at the top with the ownership, and the ownership sets the tone. Either we're going to gouge everybody for all the dollars that we can possibly get out there, sell, add on, markup, let's go, make money, or you're going to do it the Chastang way, where you're just going to get them in the vehicle at the best price that they can, make sure that the customer has a great experience, and that customer will come back. There's different points of view, but that's the one with Chastang Ford, and that's the way I love. That's why I go back there. That's why I continue to go back there, and I will continue to go back there. Get in on the fun at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Robert wants to get in on the show, talk about the wide receivers. Anybody else wants in? Someone 3780. Oh, what did you learn this weekend coming up next, right?
Yeah.
That's next because we missed it yesterday. We were out at Wildcat Golf Club. We didn't want to put all that on young Austin. So what did you learn this weekend? One sentence is coming up in about 6 or 7 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Robert, what's going on?
Guys, we're saying Tank this, Tank that, Tank needs to do this, Tank needs to do that. You know, Hutchinson had a couple really solid catches Sunday, and I was, quite honestly, he was forgotten, and I didn't realize that. But quite honestly, why are they not stepping their game up? I mean, I thought John Minchie was supposed to stretch the field. I mean, we got these other guys out here. Why are we putting this all on Tank to step his game up? I kind of feel that Minchie and Hutchinson needs to be more of a part of this. And I think when we get Mixon back, I mean that's going to help. That's going to help some too. I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't think this is all on Tank now.
I don't think we're putting anything on Tank. I think we want the Texans to get the ball to Tank. I mean, because he is a better receiver than John Mechie. Frankly, John Mechie's not a field stretcher. He's not fast. So he's a guy who works underneath. I agree. Like Robert Woods had a catch. Robert Woods, Hutchinson. You've got other guys who can make catches as well. And CJ will send the ball to whoever is open when he wants to. But Tank Dell is a guy who is an explosive playmaker. The reason we're talking about Tank Dell is he's got something that John Mechie doesn't have. He's got something that Xavier Hutchinson doesn't have. That's the bottom line. Tank scored 7 touchdowns last year. Mechie hasn't played much NFL football at all. Can they step up? Yeah, but they're not even on the field that often. So it's been a 2-man. I mean, it's natural to say Tank. You want Tank to step up and start getting the catches and getting the targets. You know why? I mean, because your first 2 receiving options have been Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs. They're getting a ton of targets, relatively speaking. And Tank's been the third man, the third option. Well, now that one of them is gone, Tank slides up to the next level. That's a basic thing. I mean, no one's getting after your guy Tank. We're just saying we want to see the ball in an explosive playmaker's hands a little more often.
You know, we talked about this in the offseason. How are you going to get the ball to all of these guys? Somebody's going to suffer. We were talking, well, maybe you got 3 guys that are going to be 1,000 yards. No, you're not. You're not going to have 3 guys at 1,000 yards. You're just not. especially as dominant as Nico has been, if you're going to have the best wide receiver in the NFL, he's going to get the majority of the targets, and somebody else is going to suffer. And it was Tank that's suffering. It has been Tank that's suffering. Now with Nico down, maybe Tank is going to see, and he already did on Sunday. He had some more targets, and CJ found him a little bit. So maybe that is going to help him out this week. We haven't even touched on the Rockets at all. This is going to be a problem for the Rockets as well. There's not enough basketballs. For as good, as deep as they are, Tillman said in the initial press conference, he said, we might be the deepest team in the NBA. And there's he of course he's going to talk in superlatives about his own basketball team, but there's a chance that they are. There's guys that are sitting for the Rockets that can't get PT that would be playing on other teams and a lot of other teams.
It's crazy to say, but it's true.
How much is Reed Shepherd going to play? How much is Cam Whitmore going to play?
Reed Shepherd's going to play quite a bit.
Well, yeah.
Based on
yesterday. So whose minutes does he take?
Cam Whitmore.
Probably.
And then Cam will probably deal with it just fine. He'll probably have a good attitude. It's one of the reasons I was concerned about drafting another player instead of moving him, because you're loaded up. You don't have enough minutes for everybody. You can say, well, just Whitmore will play in it. But they really don't. They really don't. They're deep, and you're going to end up giving everyone 20 minutes. No, starters need to get into close to the 30-minute range.
And it's funny. I'm not comparing, but Jock Landale was actually good in the Olympics. Jock Landale is a guy that probably would see minutes for another team. And when he saw minutes after Şengün, we saw him play some good minutes. He's behind Steven Adams now. How does Jock? Why do you have a Jock Landale laying around? I mean, honestly, that's a luxury.
Laying around?
Well, he's just gonna be. He doesn't have to go. He doesn't have to show up. He just gotta lay around on the couch like I do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jock Landale is somebody that is going to is as a guy that has got now. He doesn't have much value. He's a backup center in the league, and that's what he's going to be. But there are a lot of teams that could use a Jock Landale as a backup, especially the way that he played after Alpy went down last year.
No. He's a serviceable big, I guess. If Steven Adams is going to be healthy all year long, if Şengün is going to be healthy all year long, frankly, he's somebody that you could move if you wanted to. They may have to look at moving one of the players on their bench just to make sure that we're not having any issues in the locker room. And remember, these are young guys who all have aspirations.
Yes.
When you have veteran players, you have guys who start to settle into their roles and they understand what their role is. Every one of these guys are they think that, they're gonna have this incredible career in the NBA. Cam Whitmore, I can't blame him. Amen Thompson needs his minutes. Cam Whitmore needs his minutes. Tari Eason, Jabari Smith, these guys need NBA minutes to keep getting better. So, Dylan Brooks is kind of in the way. If you really want to know the truth, I like what Dylan brings to the table, but he's kind of in the way. If Tari's healthy and Jabari is healthy, and you look at the players who you could have playing together, like Dylan Brooks has eaten up some minutes that I would love to see Tari play more. Now, you got to make sure Tari Eason's healthy.
Yeah, right.
This has to be a prove it year. So I don't know. I think you just keep rolling with what it looks like. You got a lot of options out there. And if there's one guy who's tough in the locker room, though, Steven Silas would have beaten his. They would have literally jumped Steven Silas and just beaten him, and he would have crying in the corner, beaten up by these young players. Udoka, you're not. I took a video. I was watching a game yesterday. Did you see Udoka? Amen Thompson's throwing an inbounds pass, and his shirt's a little bit untucked, and he reaches over and goes, "Hey, get your shirt." He's like, starts tucking his. We're in a preseason game, and Udoka is telling him like a high school coach telling him, "Hey, tuck your shirt in. Have some pride, okay?"
That's nice. I like that.
Yeah, he told him to tuck his shirt in.
I love that. We got a break because I'm telling you that you better pick up the phone right now for what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? You got one sentence to tell us. I mean, you learned a lot. All those college football upsets, all of the NFL games that you saw, your wife, you were with her all weekend. What did you learn from her? What did you learn from your kids? You learned something, all right? 713-780-3776. Let's go on the other side. Right now, I'm talking about Access Vascular Health. Access Vascular Health is where if you learn that you have a prostate issue, if you have to get up and go to the bathroom a bunch, all you need to do is see Doc Manavis over at Access Vascular Health. Are you up and down in the middle of the night? Are you going? You can't start, can't stop. Are you going to a game and you spend most of the time in the bathroom? What is the deal, people? You need to check it out. Now, if it's cancerous, then you go and you get you need to take a different route, right? But if there's no cancer involved, you just have an enlarged prostate, all you need is an IV. That's it. Other doctors are still performing surgeries on enlarged prostates, and that's malpractice. That's awful. That is just terrible. Do not get surgery if you have an enlarged prostate. Go see Doc Manavis. It's about 45 seconds, 45 minutes rather, 45 minutes, and you are going to walk out of there cured, and a lot of other issues cured as well. All you need to do, one place to go, 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, one of my favorite segments of the year, of the week. Every week we do this. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? We didn't do it yesterday. We were out at Wildcat Golf Club. Thanks, guys. Elmer and Tim. Of course, it's beautiful. Course was great. Tournament was great. CCA. But we need you now on Tuesday. I know it's a little odd. On Tuesday, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. And let's get it going. Did you got anything? Did you learn this weekend?
No, we don't have enough time. I want other people to get in.
Let's start it. Dr. Dre is first up. Dr. Dre, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, Double Ride. Yeah, I learned Dave Roberts prefers Vagisil when he's hanging out in the Dodgers dugout, and
Wow.
I'm out.
Cool.
Wow.
There it is.
You know, do you see the stink between Machado and Flaherty?
God, it's nasty.
And he throws a ball, and we'll hear from Dave.
Profar and the crowd, and it's nasty.
It's
in that
nasty.
series.
No, that is the best rivalry in baseball right now.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Padres Dodgers is real.
And the Padres are poking the bear, too.
And Dave Roberts, I was scared. The ball came in.
I was very concerned for my life.
713-780-3776. Ocho. ¿Qué pasó, Ocho? What you learned this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned just how frustrating it's going to be for me to watch Brian Thomas Jr. torch the Texans for years to come when he was available for them to draft at pick 23.
Except that they had already traded that pick.
Yeah.
Well before the draft.
Well, that's his point. They should have kept it. He's
They
called
should.
about this before.
I know, but you don't know if he's going to be there.
What did they trade that pick for?
Wasn't that part of the Stephon Diggs deal?
No, they traded down into the second round and then eventually traded for Stephon Diggs.
Oh, is that what it was?
What was they traded? Oh, they traded
They
back.
added an extra
They just
pick.
traded back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they added an extra second.
Brian
right?
Thomas Jr. is nice,
He's
but
pretty good.
we're not one of the poors. We're not one of the wide receiver poors.
I mean, having
Okay.
him around on a rookie deal for the next
Brian
4 or
Thomas is
5
nice
years.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll say that. Brian Thomas is nice. Tom is here. Is this the real Tom? Tom, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned when a woman leaves you to get back with her ex, give it about 3 months and she'll be coming around again.
Hey. Well, X for a reason, right?
Yeah.
I mean, those things usually don't work out.
Well, isn't Tom, by definition, one of her exes too?
Well, I think she meant maybe. I don't know. Maybe so. Yeah.
What do they call that? Bounce back or what is it?
Last night took it. Well,
boomerang?
they did call it a. No, they call it a
where you get off a relationship and
rebound.
A rebound. Tom's a rebound.
Or last night took
Tom
the L,
seems like
but
he's
tonight
like
Tom
Moses
bounced
Malone.
back. Yeah.
Okay.
Lot
He
of
wants to be
rebounds.
Moses Malone.
A lot of
on
rebounds.
the rebound deal.
Hey, phone call 713-780-3776.
Let's go.
Unless you didn't learn anything this weekend.
Let's go. Peter, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned that about 20-ish years ago, it must have been really popular to have the name Tank. So maybe that has to do with Old School, the movie.
The name
Tank, Frank the Tank. Frank the Tank. I don't think Tank Dell. What other tanks do we
There's
have?
a Tank Carradine.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a while back, Florida State.
Yeah.
And
I don't
then
know.
Tank Dell got the nickname because of how he like rolled over everything when he was little.
That was it? That's why he got it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know he said it his whole
But
life.
you remember Frank the Tank from Old School.
Oh, Old School, yeah. I mean, running naked in the street. Yeah. How can you? Old School was good, was tight. La raza, ¿qué pasó, mijo?
Hollywood Johnny, Lance El Schnitzel,
Wait.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Gentlemen, good morning. Well, this is about what I learned over this weekend. I learned that there are some scumbags on this earth that don't deserve to live. We will find you and we will handle you. Hey, help out Raheel. Hashtag help Raheel.
Yeah, Rahil's dad. We saw the video of Rahil's dad, who stores on Harwin, sells a lot of different stuff, perfumes and colognes and stuff. And they pulled up a truck and they hooked up. Literally, they hooked up. This was a whole plan to rip the entire security bars off.
Yeah,
and they went in and stole his stuff.
Let's
follow Rahil's account, retweet. Hopefully, they catch those scumbags.
I mean, boy, just put your ingenuity to work, and you can make money that way. as opposed to ripping people off. My goodness.
Mhm.
713-780-3776. Kevin from Kingwood, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I learned my boss's son is completely miserable person to deal with, being a UH grad and working on his PhD at Vanderbilt, and I'm out.
Oh, double win. The Vandy was really a rough one, probably.
He must be a
usually
a roll tider.
Yeah, but usually you're under. Yeah, but usually whatever your undergrad is your team. Typically, you don't usually take your post grad team.
Well,
but you will if you get a chance to talk.
No, yeah, you do. If you're post grad, you listen. He had a big weekend. Cougs go and slap TCU around, and then Vanderbilt beats Alabama. I'd be miserable to be around too if I was him. I'm usually miserable to be around anyway. But
yes,
right?
Yes.
I mean, even if I
take your
if I lose a close game, I'm still going to be miserable.
You would take your post your post grad team.
Oh,
I mean, if they won.
I got my daughter's teams. I got my son's teams.
Yeah.
I got all my teams. That's all.
You can't use
my
them all as weapons. You can't weaponize them all.
Joe, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Good morning, guys. I learned John was right playing Robert Trent Jones Trail in Alabama this past weekend. Car path only would have sucked.
Car path only blows. It's the scourge of man. Car path only is going to bring society down. Car path only.
I don't think it's really going to have a huge impact.
What are you talking about?
Category 6 hurricanes might.
If you ever had to walk from the car path to your ball and then back, what if the car path's all the way on the left, you hit the ball all the way on the right?
Oh. What do you think about me walking 3.6 miles at TC Jester yesterday playing disc golf? We don't have carts that we drive.
I'm sure you got poison ivy or you got
we walk it. We're out grinding.
Disease out there.
You guys are riding in your cars. You guys literally have a car that you're driving around like,
TC
I have
Jester.
to walk 10 feet. It's the scourge of the
earth.
earth.
Is the scourge.
We're walking literally the whole course.
Yeah, well, I'm sure in a lot of crabgrass and dirt.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
It's not easy.
Well, we don't have that at our golf courses, sir.
No, you're elite.
You have
the
not
nicest
elite.
stuff.
We take care of our stuff.
No, it's just basically you don't have any.
We take care of our stuff.
You don't want any adversity at all in your round. You want everything to
Perfect.
Do you have a tee person who puts your tee down for you?
No, I do put my own tee in. Thank you. Chris, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that once again the traveling teams travel pretty well to NRG Stadium. The Bills Mafia was in good representation.
Yeah.
I got a thought about that. Did you see Kansas City last night? There was not one gold, nothing black, nothing gold, all red. You know why? Because they don't sell their tickets. You know why? Because they go to the games and they support their team. You know why? Because they love their team. You know what? Stop selling your season tickets. All those tickets behind the opposing bench are season ticket holders, and it's full of the opposing team.
I don't have a quick assist here. Do I?
No, you better not. Okay. How to sell your tickets?
That's right.
All right, Carlos.
If you
finish
want
it up
to, I'll
strong,
help you.
Carlos. What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, guys. I'm sure someone's brought this up before, but I learned that Aaron Boone sounds like a mouse. Thank you very much.
Aaron Boone sounds like a mouse?
No one's brought that up before.
No. Do we have proof of this?
I mean, we could play a clip at some point.
Okay. Yep. Apparently, it's something that Carlos noticed about Aaron Boone that he had not noticed previously because he learned it this weekend.
I don't think he sounds like a mouse personally.
I don't like that mouse.
No, when he says we're savages in the box, I don't remember him sounding like
a mouse. Yeah,
we're savages in the box. I don't remember him sounding like that.
I don't either. Well,
before we wrap it up, what I have learned is that if you're a star defensive end from South Carolina, you cannot mimic emptying shells into your opponent without being penalized.
What? By the way, did you? Yeah. Oh my gosh, Twitter.
Yeah.
Black Twitter was not happy with him at all.
Dylan's.
By the way,
I learned.
What's his name?
I think isn't it Dylan Stewart.
I mean, literally, he got in the guy's face and acted like he was shooting him in the face.
To be fair,
with all these,
he had sacked him.
The gun
he's
stuff
allowed.
we got, and no, he's not allowed.
You're allowed
to shoot somebody in the face with an imaginary gun.
Not in the face. I think he
got right down in his face and unloaded all of his clip.
I think he unloaded into his chest. I don't think it was in his face.
It's an imaginary clip, but he still unloaded the clip.
Well, a penalty was called, I think, in the Minnesota UFC game for mimicking brandishing a weapon. So that's NCAA, or at least the refs have a focus on that now.
And here's the thing. I was watching one game where, you do the
first down point.
The first down pointing.
Josh
But
Gallant.
they said it was that he shot.
Josh
That was in the
Downs.
Texans game last week, not this week.
Downs got it over the week.
He got penalty?
Weekend. Yeah, he pointed. He did the finger guns first down, and they're like, he didn't pull the trigger, but he did like the gun motion, and then for first down, and they threw a flag on him.
Yeah, I think they said we're not going to do gun stuff in football. We can't talk about gun culture and then let y'all just do all this.
But it wasn't.
Let y'all unload in people's faces on the ground.
To be
with
fair,
imaginary
in his
guns.
chest, and he did sack him. You're allowed.
How do you know it was in his chest?
Because I could see the angle of the hypothetical gun. It
Hey,
wasn't in his face.
easy, Dexter. What are
I'm
you
just
talking
saying,
about?
it was in the chest.
Blood spatter accident.
It's
He
in
was
the-
shooting him in
he
his
didn't-
throat.
It made sense. There's a lot more surface area, so he shot him in the chest. It makes a lot more sense with the gun. So in the Minnesota USC game, a Minnesota DB, after breaking up a pass, lifted up his jersey, and you see his hip like where a gun would be, and the ref threw a flag. You're mimicking brandishing a weapon. That's a flag.
Who did that?
Wow.
A Minnesota DB in the USC game.
He lifted up.
He lifted up his shirt to see.
In the meantime,
I got
I'm
my
packing.
gun. Yeah, I'm packing. So they threw a flag.
In the
on him.
meantime,
Okay.
guys are putting slime out there, which is
well,
heavily blood oriented. But
either way,
anyway,
it's not a gun, so you
it's
don't.
not
get
a gun,
penalized.
but it's like a lot of them don't even realize, like, this is his neighborhood affiliation. Like they don't even recognize. I don't think officials even recognize what the
not a point
slime. Because you can always just say, no, it's just a rap thing from Atlanta.
It's not
no
a
big
point
deal.
of emphasis. The gun thing is.
No,
not,
gun
yeah.
thing absolutely is. All right, we got bottom of the hour. We're gonna have you got ship talk today. You got your ship talk ready? Good. So we got that at the bottom of the hour. Nice job, people. Always love. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Hogue Landscape Services. Oh, I love what they do too. When you go to the website and you see what they're doing, they have expertise. They go urban, suburban, doesn't matter. Okay. All about crafting outdoor spaces that reflect your unique style and needs. What are you looking for? Do you like the grass? Because you can get rid of the grass and put AstroTurf in there. I mean, you can put turf that's thicker, longer. You can put putting greens in. You can put basketball courts in. They can put pickleball courts, bocce ball courts. What is it that you're looking for? A fire pit, beautiful fire pit where everybody sits around and they'll design it so it's just perfect. Y'all can sit around the fire pit. Y'all can have your TVs and your grills and pizza ovens all set up in your outdoor kitchen. You can, the table, you need everything. You have just a small patio, because I've seen the small patio that they've done as well, and it just looks like it's just perfect. It doesn't have to be a huge job, but it's going to be done right. They are exterior decorators. It is incredible the work that they do. Go to the website, or when you see them, you'll see they'll bring you some pictures of all of the different work that they do. It is really, really incredible work. You want the best for your backyard. You want it to be something special. Hogue, Hogue, Landscape Services, HOGUELS.com, HOGUELS.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You guys got thoughts on anything that is going on? You're more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. Rockets went to Utah last night and won. How about that? Did you know that?
They lost.
They lost. That's right. No.
Yeah, they didn't win. They had a big lead, and they ended up getting whipped.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but that was cool when they almost won.
I thought it was 113-10. Oh, no. It was 120.
They kept on playing.
I thought it was 113-102.
No,
it was 122.
They kept the game going, and they lost.
Unfortunately, well, I didn't see any of it, but they lost 122 to 113. They've got 3 more games. Oklahoma City on Wednesday, and that is where our contestant is going, right? Or no, they're going to the New Orleans game. They're going to the New Orleans game on Tuesday, October 15th, I guess, right? That's the game that Justin had for our Beat the Warehouse Live guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so congratulations to them. They get Justin's front row tickets. That's nice. So you want to play Beat the Warehouse Live guy, so you can get tickets to a game and maybe a regular season game or whatever. It's still a nice night out, even at a preseason game. Yeah, I thought they won. I saw the score. I thought, all right, nice job.
They had a pretty comfortable lead, and it just fell apart in the second half.
However,
me and Mason really wanted to watch it. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. So we'll watch some of it because he's so into. By the way, if you run a college or NFL team and you want Mason, or NBA team, if you want Mason to work for you, he really would like to work for an NBA team. So if Rafael Stone is listening and you need somebody to work for you, Mason would just like a job.
Mason wants a job. That's nice of him.
He's decided he also is talking about how Alec doesn't make any money working all these hours at Alabama. He should be getting paid putting all these hours in. I'm like, Mason, I get that, but he's also learning. He's also learning an entire craft that he plans on utilizing as his career. Like, he's learning how to do all this stuff. He's gaining connections through, meeting these people. He is learning the process of recruiting. Like, this is basically, you should almost have to pay for something like that.
Mm-hmm.
What he's learning, he's learning an entire skill set. Young Allen is out there. Is Allen out there today? He's almost always out there. Allen is learning how to do sports talk by listening to us.
So he should pay us.
In a way, at least food.
Yeah.
Dell should pay us.
No, absolutely.
For all these years, Dell should have to pay at least a little bit.
Do we trust Dove Kleiman?
Is this you're going to say Stephon Diggs?
Yes.
And this started actually somewhere else. All these aggregators it actually started with somebody else had it, but yeah, he's an aggregator. Do we trust this story?
Yeah,
is what you're asking, because he didn't start this story. He just picked it up from somebody else. I mean, let me put it this way: you're about to tell the story. Before you tell the story, let me just say, I believe it. I don't have any reason not to believe it.
Does this have to do with one wide receiver and a superstar pop out?
Yes.
I will tell you that the athlete in question is what you would call an assassin when it comes to this type of thing.
Now, how do you know that?
Well known. He is well known because you just listen to the people who would know.
Then how come somebody hasn't unloaded a clip in him?
Well, I don't know.
Because that's the kind of thing that can get you.
I'm not.
You guys are talking and nobody knows what
I'm
you're talking.
telling you that Stephon Diggs is rumored to have had a encounter with Cardi B. Cardi B married to Offset
while she was 8 months pregnant.
I don't know the time
that's what this says.
So everybody says he was 8 months pregnant when it started.
Pregnant. I don't. Okay. But Cardi B known to have been cheated on by Offset several times, and that's public knowledge. So the thought is that she finally decided, I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to me. And the man she chose allegedly is Stephon Diggs. Now, Stephon Diggs in the game is known as someone, not necessarily that will be with a woman who is pregnant or married, but someone who has taken down high quality women. It is part of his allure. It's his thing. Beyond the all pro, beyond the number one wide receiver stuff, what he does off the field is legendary.
And the other thing is that he's doing this to 2 other rappers' girlfriends now.
Yes, he is. If the man is walking into the club, you're gonna have a tough day if your girl's in there too. That's the rumor.
Somebody's gonna get him. He better be careful.
Well, I don't. Well, he's 31 years old. He still does it. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who. It's not even about the woman being attached. It's just that Stephon Diggs in the club, your girl's going to notice, and you might have a tough day.
But it bothered me reading it, just thinking, I don't want my Texans in the news like this, because then it can turn into. I mean, Stephon Diggs is already a guy who has had issues. Like he'll bounce around. I don't think the Texans will re-sign him personally. I don't think they can afford it when you look at what it's going to cost you on your quarterback. But I don't know, something about it bothered me. Like I feel like that's something that could turn into a lot. That could turn into a little bit of a hassle.
Why?
Well,
I mean, there's a lot of people killed around the rap game.
Jealous
for a lot
jealous
less.
husband?
Yeah, you're the guy that takes down people's girlfriends and cucks the boyfriends.
No, that's not the reputation. The reputation is he is one of them who has been with women of a certain quality. That's who he dates.
Well, the new thing apparently is that
I don't know about
two other rappers' girlfriends.
That the word you're using, I'm not sure. That's not his reputation. It's just that Stephon Diggs, the women he's with, are women that a lot of people would like to be with. That's just what he is. That's what he does. It's well known, and apparently allegedly Cardi B chose him, and they chose each other, I guess.
That's a fun story. I think that's fun. I don't know. 8 months pregnant. That's the thing that got me. You know what? Cardi B and Stephon Diggs. That's fine. 8 months pregnant. That's birth inducing.
Let you know out there, men, if sometimes your girl will use situations to get back at you for how you treated her. And you know what Offset doesn't want out there? That after cheating on my wife now for years, she decided very publicly to go date Stephon Diggs, the multi-million-dollar star wide receiver. And
Nico's the star.
No, Stephon Diggs has
Stephon is just this guy who came from Buffalo.
Stop it, Lance. In the world, Stephon Diggs is well known. Nico Collins is not someone who's known yet. Maybe he'll get there, but everyone knows who Stephon Diggs in multiple ways, on the field and off. And apparently, Cardi B is just the latest.
Aren't we keeping the main thing?
What? The man can't have a personal life?
Well, it seems like he's got a lot of personal life.
Well,
if he's knocking out rappers' girlfriends,
how can she be
multiple rappers, according to right now?
How can she be taken if her husband has publicly cheated on her?
Were they still together?
I don't know.
In certain cultures, it's okay.
Well,
she should still stay. You know.
Well, in certain cultures,
I don't even know what that means.
You know what it means,
but I'm uncomfortable.
I
don't know. Actually,
you don't know what it means. You know what it means.
I think I'm guessing, but regardless, it sounded like something that was.
Hold on. In certain cultures, is the woman in question a multi-millionaire?
No.
So, in certain cultures, the woman has no options. In this culture, that woman has plenty of options, and she just proved it. Apparently.
But she used those options. 8 months pregnant is that's the one for me. I don't know. Just doesn't seem like it'll be that.
Watch it. Hey, kids, good luck at school today.
They're already at school.
Marty, I want you to do a good job at homeschool today.
Seems like it'd be crowded. That's all.
I
know that is a discomforting thought for men to know that could happen.
I mean,
but for some guys, apparently it doesn't bother them.
5 times.
I know that the thought of
it's not.
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
Yeah. Unless you're allegedly you're Stephon Diggs, and it didn't.
I mean, there's nothing wrong.
He's just out for the conquest.
Yeah, I mean, it's Cardi B.
Yeah, it's Cardi B.
Another check mark.
Yep. Bingo. Time for you, man. I hope it was probably hot in there. They could have used some air conditioning.
Well, you don't know where it happened, or if it did happen. Honestly,
don't you have an air conditioning in this place too? I don't want to get put in Cardi B's business with my AC company. I mean, just make the call. I don't know, 281-557-COOL. I know Vanderford Air is a family-owned company, and Robert Vanderford is the one who runs Vanderford Air right now, and he does a great job. They get out to the place within the same day, 24-hour service, and that's the main thing with air conditioning. When it goes out, it's like, oh, especially here in, we had a nice little cool front come through. Guess what? Your air conditioner is going to be on today again. It's hot. You're in the 90s in October. Now our summers go from late May all the way into late October. You got to have an air conditioner that works. You got to have one that's efficient. You got to have one that's the right size for your home. And if your air conditioner is not working properly right now, call them up. Let them come out there and see what's going on. It may be a simple fix that they just need to replace or repair. So it's usually replace a part and have you on your way. But maybe your certain rooms aren't getting cooled the way they should. They can cut an extra vent in there. They can go in and take a look at the line. There's all kinds of things they can do to make sure you're comfortable. If you're paying for an electric bill every single month, you want to make sure that you're getting the best out of your electric, your air conditioning system. And that's what Vanderford Air will do for you. And they can actually do so much more than that. Go to the website and look at their list of services. I think you'll be pretty blown away. It's vanderfordair.com. That's vanderfordair.com, 281-557-COOL.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
That Deshaun Watson trade right now is looking better and better and better. It is unbelievable how bad Deshaun is right now. He is the lowest rated QBR. He has the lowest rating QBR rating in the league. He is awful. How about what do you do? What if you do? Stefanski says it's still his decision. that he gets to make the call.
I would move on from Deshaun.
How can you do that when
How
you've
can
got
you keep because you're trying to win and not lose your job?
You can't. First of all, you can't bench a captain.
Yes, you can.
He's
win
got
with
the
him.
C on his jersey.
So what?
Captain.
You can't win with Deshaun Watson at quarterback.
You can't win with Deshaun Watson at quarterback.
Give yourself at least a chance to win. Stefanski's going to lose his job. So if you're going to lose your job, you want to go down swinging, or you want to just go quietly into that good night with a guy who just frankly is too shell-shocked in the pocket. He can't see down the field anymore. He's inaccurate. Deshaun Watson does not give you a very good chance to win games. You got to go. You can't just say, well, Deshaun is the captain. I guess I'll just take my firing and just go home. No, that's Stefanski's job. Bench that guy. If he can't play, bench him. This is your job on the line, Stefanski. If you don't think Deshaun Watson can help you play Jameis. If you don't think Jameis can help you win, then you're screwed anyway. You're dead man walking, which he probably is. But, the Deshaun Watson trade doomed the Cleveland Browns. For how long, we'll see. The Brownies have a long history of just bad luck. They've got bad luck, and this isn't bad luck. This is just a bad decision. But the Browns' history with the fumble and what are all the nicknames? You had Ernest Binders, the fumble, but they have another one too, don't they?
The drive.
The drive with John Elway,
Yeah,
right?
right.
You have the fumble and the drive. You have two things named after the Browns getting beat late. Then they came back from having their team stolen when Art Modell took off, and they were and they were bad for a long, long time. My dad coached on those teams for 4 years. They were bad. They got a big lead in Pittsburgh with Kelly Holcomb throwing for 400 yards in a snow game, and they somehow lost that one. And that was as close as they had come. And this has been like a jinx. They draft Johnny. They have 2 first-round picks, like 3 different times. They get Brandon Whedon, Johnny Manziel, what's his name, Gilbert out of Oklahoma State. Like, they're busting across the board. Bust draft picks. They can't draft. Then they decide to trade 3 first-round picks and give a guaranteed contract that was the biggest albatross in all of sports right now to Deshaun Watson, coming off of 24 accusatory and rising.
Well, they just said the last one's just been settled.
Yeah, he just settled the last ones. But so Deshaun Watson, like, the Browns did this to themselves. And even if it wasn't the GM, which I don't think it was a GM, it's the owner. It's a meddling owner decided late. Deshaun Watson was going to, he had already basically agreed in principle to go to Atlanta. I know this was talking to somebody to Deshaun. They were popping champagne, and it was Atlanta. Deshaun was going to Atlanta, and that was his home. That's where he's from, that area. And then Cleveland came in with this massive offer, guaranteed money. I wonder if Deshaun, if he looks back on it, I bet he would wishes he'd do it again. Because you realize once you get all that money, you realize it's all the same. I'm not going to be, I won't be able to spend this. I'd have more money that I could spend. He would have been happier. He'd have been happier in Atlanta. And certainly we know that it didn't work out. Now the same situation would have happened. He'd have been in Atlanta and he would have been suspended 11 games. But that move by the Cleveland Browns, how devastating is that going to be? No first-round picks for 3 years. They have Deshaun's contract, which eventually when they cut him, because they're eventually going to have to cut him. You can't trade him. No one's going to trade for him. Eventually when you cut him, you're going to have to eat a huge, huge chunk of salary. Like, man, this is the Browns ownership has just brought them this on themselves. Just horrific. I mean, you got to go with Jameis Winston. How can you can't score?
You got to eat that.
You're
for
so
how
bad.
many more years? How many more years are you going to have to eat that?
You can let it beat you once or twice. It's going to beat you every single year. You're going to let his play on the field beat you and the contract beat you? He's awful. I mean, he's truly terrible. And
I think you give him a little bit more time.
Okay, that's fine with me. I mean, it's your job, Stefanski. I don't care one way or another. I know how I would do it. I've seen enough. This dude has shown me enough over a year and a half where I'm about to get fired. I might as well see what the other guy will do. I might as well throw a Hail Mary with Jameis. At least Jameis will throw down the field. I mean, Deshaun is a disgraceful quarterback at this point.
Yep. 827 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That trade is looking better. I mean, this is one of the great trades in sports history.
Think about this.
It's replacing Herschel Walker.
Deshaun's history, like the story of Deshaun Watson from start to eventual finish, it's the things that FX movies are made of. the Aaron Hernandez movie, is that FX or is that Hulu?
Have you seen any of it, by the way?
It's
it is getting
universally clowned,
destroyed,
because you can't try to do the physical stuff with Aaron Hernandez. Like, you can't get an actor to run routes and all that stuff. It's gonna look so
not only
dumb.
the Belichick and the Kraft and the
I know.
Is
it the same thing that Doc Rivers? Where's the Doc Rivers and
yeah,
and was that FX or is that which one was that, Del? The
Apple
Sterling, the Donald Sterling
movie. You converge FX and Hulu because they're pretty much the same thing at this point. Clipped is what it's called. I think it's an FX show that gets streamed immediately on Hulu. Afterwards.
Yeah, and that's what Deshaun Watson's life is going to end up on. The Deshaun Watson story should be an FX story.
Well,
I mean, think about it. You got the kid from the church going kid with his girlfriend for years and all that stuff, and then he gets into the seedy world of the big city of Houston, and you got massage, you got the winning.
Oh,
you got
I think
the
this
knee
started
injury.
before this.
Think about that. How are you going to write the story?
He said in college he actually tweeted something about getting a great massage.
Yeah, no, I think he's always liked.
It started at
massages.
Clemson. Yeah,
I mean, if it's consensual, no problem.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Well, he had a script that he followed pretty meticulously. Just find anyone on Instagram and tell them to give you a massage.
Well, but I think that really started probably once he got to the pros and realized, "Ooh, I got a lot of access. I'm Deshaun Watson.
Right.
This is a big deal." But think about the story.
He was Deshaun Watson at Clemson too.
That was. I mean,
in that city, he was.
My guess is it wasn't like that's a small town. Everyone knows you. That's very dangerous.
That's okay.
And that none of that stuff ever
That's
got
even
out.
better.
Like
when everyone knows you and will do anything
not
for
when
you.
you're trying to get drafted.
Well, yeah, he didn't.
I mean, because I don't know any team that heard that stuff about him.
He was just worried about his tiny towel at that time, Lance.
See, I think a lot of this stuff started when he got to the pros.
No, I think it started at Clemson. He tweeted about it.
Well, saying you like a massage is not the same thing as saying you're doing this to people when they're trying to give you a massage.
Why do you think he liked that massage so much and tweeted about how much he liked it?
It's one tweet. I've seen the tweet too. I don't think Deshaun was the same in college as he is now. I think this Deshaun is a lot worse.
Yeah, no. This
Deshaun has more money. He has more access. He has more power. He has more influence, more reach.
No, but
way more Twitter followers.
No, listen,
Instagram followers.
When you're a serial killer, it starts when you're young, okay, and you do stuff when you're young. It's his
He's not
serial
a killer.
baby towel started at Clemson. Okay, that's where it started.
Have you ever had a baby towel? Probably so. You probably shouldn't talk about Deshaun.
I don't have a baby towel.
If you've ever put a baby towel on
I've never put a baby towel on myself.
But think about his movie. It would start somewhere in high school. Then you get the national champion. You'd have multiple knee injuries in college that he had to come back from. People forget that. Then you beat Alabama in a national championship game. Then you're drafted by the Texans. Then you got the hurricane paycheck thing. Then you tear your knee up again. Then you come back and you're having success. You go to the playoffs. Then you start sometime in the playoff stuff. You start getting massages. You start the massage gate stuff since it's a gate. So you have the story then. Maybe David Mulgeta character is going to definitely be in there.
Your story is unrealistic, and no one would buy it because you are starting this predilection for massages when he's like 19, 20, or 21 years old.
Well,
there have to be hints throughout the story where there's slight hints.
We're storyboarding it.
Yeah,
that's fine. I'm just looking at the major plot points that we have here's a Mulgeta character.
But
with
it can't
Brian
just
Burney
pop out of nowhere.
No, it started with, oh, hey, this is neat. Now all of a sudden, wow.
I still contend a lot of this comes from he's from the era where online porn is very accessible. He watched enough massage movies online, and it led him to this. I'm telling you.
You think his fetish? You think his search history has massage in it?
Or at least brazzers.
There was players. A player.
Brazzers.
You heard what I said.
What?
Yes.
So, listen, and the Instagram thing. That's this generation. I'm just gonna find girls on Instagram.
So you know what is true?
What's true is we're way late.
Way late. We got
way late for what?
We got a segment
Tell
to do.
We don't have real breaks
talk.
now. Let me ask you a question real quick though. Do you get? Is it true that the younger generation now, at least in the 20s, but maybe the 30s?
20s. Okay, go.
Well,
ahead.
I know, but is it true that you don't get phone numbers anymore? You just get Instagrams. That the communication now is through Instagram and not phone numbers?
I would say some guys ask for that, and then some women are more likely to do that initially because I don't know you.
That's
You can have my public social media account, but I'm not giving you my number
I think
initially.
I think that's why it's happening.
And then if I like you, I
Right.
would want you to ask for my number.
I gave
at some point
a guy on the street
your number.
the phone number. I'll tell you the story a little bit later. A little later, but yeah, we may be getting a call from Victor at some point. He wanted my phone number, and I just gave him the radio station number.
Okay.
I'll tell you that story at about 8:50 something.
All right, my book is what we got now, and you all should have that website, mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Promo code bet975 is kind of a big deal because it's how you get to double your deposit. If you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid, you're looking to bet anything, anytime, anywhere, mybookie.ag, promo code bet975. Love the site. You'll love the site. I really think it's the best site out there. You're looking for just fun. You're looking for a great way to make some money. You know the game. You know ball. You know ball. You want to bet ball. Right now is the best time. The start of the football season is when they double your deposit. This is the best time to sign up. So you're looking for a great way to get in on the baseball playoffs, on the NFL season, college football season, on the election, everything you can bet anytime, anywhere, mybookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code bet975 to double that deposit.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, Paul darkened it up today. Look at his hair. Paul Feinbaum.
Feinbaum?
Yeah, he got it. I mean, you can't be that obvious about it. You gotta slowly work that in. Slowly.
Ray, what's it called?
Yeah, I saw Mike Fratello on a plane on the way here.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. He's,
Hollywood Johnny with all the elites like Mike Fratello.
He was sitting in first class. I wasn't. Okay, I'm just a man of the people.
Man of the people, obviously. You mentioned Paul
Row
Feinbaum.
25. That's what I was in.
Sure.
I would have used miles and upgraded.
No.
Like bull cornering around with that.
No, that's for
the elites.
Row 25.
Yeah,
man, you're way back
elite.
there. You're a poor.
I'm one of the poorest. I'm telling you, I am.
If Justin was with you, I bet you'd be flying early.
Huh?
I bet you'd be a lot further up if Justin was with you.
Justin would be in first class, and I'd still be in row 25. That's how Justin rides.
Then he should be in Diamond Club, and you should be up in the upper deck.
Well, no, he don't invite me to his plane seat.
Well, they give you what's more expensive, a Diamond Club seat or a plane ticket?
Oh, Diamond Club.
Yeah.
No,
Why do you get
no,
that?
it's not. No, it's not.
Why don't you have your friends buy
That's
you
not
plane
true.
tickets?
No, actually, plane tickets are more expensive. First class plane ticket.
Hold on.
No, hold on.
First class plane ticket.
Hold on.
is
You
more
said
expensive.
something so egregious. You don't understand nothing. A man don't buy another man a plane ticket.
Well,
What are you talking
no.
about?
That's why I'm asking. If men buy each other jeans, men buy each other tickets
they don't buy each
tickets
other.
to game that
No,
cost that much.
that's
Why
different.
can't another man buy
It's
you?
different. You want to hang out with your buddy at the game. You ain't gonna fly your.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna buy your man a plane ticket.
No, I'm going to ask you. Let me finish this. Hear me out. Okay. # hear me out. Let me ask you this. How long does a baseball game usually take, John?
It's less than 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah.
But the whole process, you drive there and all that.
Right, all that. Yeah.
Okay. So it's about 3 hours, and you sit next to your friend?
Yeah, at the
In a
game.
Diamond Club. How
Uh-huh.
much does a Diamond Club seat cost?
It's I don't know,
Do you have any idea?
600 a game.
Is it 600 a
Yeah,
game?
something like that.
Okay. So, and then what about the drinks? Are they free?
No. Yeah, no.
I didn't think so.
No.
Food's free, though.
The food's free.
Food's free. Drinks aren't free.
No.
But the drinks are pretty inexpensive.
No. Are they now?
Are they marked up pretty good?
Well, and if I'm a guest, I buy all the drinks because I don't want him paying for the drinks. If he paid for the ticket, right?
Okay. So let me ask you this. What's wrong? First class or no first class, doesn't matter. If you're willing to spend 3 hours sitting next to another man and he's going to buy your ticket, he's going to buy why, Del, can a man not buy your ticket to an airline flight?
That's gross.
You don't
I'm asking
that.
you,
Let's just,
how's
can we,
the difference?
Can we do?
What's the difference?
Can we do
The
ship talk?
difference is it's like flying
You're
your man
sitting next
out.
to another man
You're
who
not-
bought your seat.
you're
Why
not-
are y'all so
You're
uncomfortable?
not buying
No,
a
you're
man
not
a plane
buying another
ticket.
man a
Cut
plane
it out.
ticket.
Just
Why?
like
Just
you're not.
3 hours so you
Just
can
like
sit
you're
together
not
and watch
giving-
a show
Pay for your own
together?
ticket.
No, stop it. Just like you're not giving a man money so he can throw money at a stripper. You're not giving your man money for that. If he doesn't have money, he doesn't get to throw. It's the same. You're not giving a guy money for a plane ticket.
Listen,
Stop
it's
it. There are
$1,046
certain
for you to
rules.
fly
The
first
money
class,
isn't
John.
the problem. There are certain rules, and you don't
No.
give your
Well,
we need to change-
listen. If you brought a boatload of singles and your buddies there, you should
No.
here's some
no,
some
you
singles.
don't. No,
Yeah,
you
you
don't,
can.
You don't
You-
give
that's
your, you don't
absolutely-
give your buddy money to
No, that's
throw some
different.
dollars.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
what do you
guess
mean?
so.
Wait,
No,
you
you
don't-
want your buddy to have fun
No,
too. That's
no.
no.
You're not
Yes.
giving your
You
buddy
don't
a
even
dance.
know.
Hell
What kind
no.
of
You
weirdo?
don't even know.
You don't even know.
You
Del.
don't give your buddy $300 to throw dollars at a stripper. No,
Not 300. Here's a handful.
What kind
Here's
of-
some singles.
Stop it.
What's the
51.
difference?
Stop
You don't
it.
think Pac-Man ever gave a friend like
Baloney,
a
all the time,
thousand?
Del.
Stop it.
You
No.
don't know.
No,
You don't even
don't
know.
know, Del.
I've never
just
been to a
listened-
strip
I
club.
never even-
I
well,
just
he
listened
lives
to a
in
whole
strip
conversation. You
club.
know what?
He
I
lives in
do know
Dickinson.
because I've been, and then I just listened to a whole
He lives
conversation
in
about it.
Heartbreakers,
And guys
basically.
don't. And the guy's like, no, you don't give your buddy money to throw
Oh,
dollars at a stripper.
that guy, that's garbage. If you're walking in, you get to give your buddy some money. That's not. There's no problem with that.
Especially if they're hangers
There's
on. Like
absolutely
if you're
no
Pac-Man,
hanging.
if
There's no
you're
problem.
if you're one of Pac-Man Jones's posse, you get money.
Well,
that's
those
a
are your
known
buddies.
thing.
I ain't doing it.
You get
Let's
money
move
at
on.
the strip club to throw. That's kind
Now
of the
you don't
thing.
buy your buddy a plane ticket.
Why?
Or give
I'm
him money
asking
to
you
throw
why
some
it's
dollars.
changed. Why can your buddy buy you a ticket to a game and you sit next to him in much smaller seats? I
Well,
might add.
listen, he didn't buy you the ticket to the game. He has season tickets, and his wife or his kid couldn't go. then you're a replacement. He's not buying you the ticket to the game. That's the difference. That's the difference.
Would you, if you could replace plane seats, which you can't, but if you can, would you be okay with sitting in Justin's first class seat? But you'd be fine with that then.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't happen.
He sat
That's
next to you.
happening. That's not
Would you be okay with it?
yes, absolutely. I get to upgrade. You leave your wife in
I got
coach.
upgraded. Sorry,
you got
loser.
upgraded.
Sorry.
Okay, you leave your wife there.
Yeah,
okay?
that was a smart move.
How
What
do
am
you-
I supposed to let her go? No.
How do you think that worked out for you in the long run?
Well,
Okay.
not great, but it's already, once you hit a certain level of, she's already just simmering with resentment.
Please,
Once you already
she
have
hasn't
that,
liked him for
what
10
difference
years.
does it make?
Doesn't matter. She
I might as
stopped
well have the
liking
good
him.
seat.
She stopped liking him 5 years ago. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter what he does.
So she stopped liking me when Alec
So
went
you
to,
just don't even have to
Yeah,
try
who
anymore.
cares?
There's
No,
nothing you can
when
do
Alec
now.
went to kindergarten and
They're-
I didn't let him be homeschooled, it was over for me then. That was years
That's
ago.
a long time ago.
Yeah.
She's Kevin Stefanski and the Browns.
I've heard about it for years.
She's Kevin Stefanski and the Browns. He's Deshaun. She got nothing. She can't do anything. Well, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. And it's the same vice versa. What are they going to do? They're locked in.
Yeah, we're locked in. We're
Yeah.
not going anywhere.
All right, we'll do ship talk on the other side.
I hope a
We
man
gotta-
buys you a plane ticket one time.
No man's buying me a plane ticket. I don't want a man to buy me a plane
Do you want to
ticket.
get flown out by Justin? You want Justin to fly you out?
That sounds so.
Yeah, that's why you don't have a guy buy you a ticket. That's why you don't have a guy buy you a ticket. Listen how that sounds. Justin flew John out this weekend.
It does. I know, but I'm trying to fight against. Why do we as men not let other men buy us plane tickets?
It's just that doesn't. that's
Can't
not-
you get comfortable with having a
it
man
doesn't-
buy?
no, it doesn't
Could
sit
you
right.
buy Sean Mapes a plane ticket somewhere?
No, I would never. He would never ask me to. It doesn't sit right with anyone. You know that.
Time to talk about your hair. Okay, would you buy another man hair? You know what?
That's even worse.
Well, here's the deal: is you buy your own hair.
Now, if the two men are
Okay.
together, it could be a present.
Buy your own. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
That could be a present.
Yeah,
that
sure.
could be that'd be a nice present. Hey, you ladies out there, buy your man a present of hair. Okay. Listen, that's a nice present if you get him that. Ladies out there, your man is starting to lose it. You got the widow's peak. Is that what it's called? And you got the receding hairline. You got the growing bald spot. You need Doc Linville. He needs Doc Linville. You need Doc Linville as well. You want him to look as good as you want him to feel as good as he possibly can. You tell him, and it might be what I need. Yes, you need to move that hair from the side to the top. That's what you need to do, or you can stimulate it with the PRP. But the neografting process is so sweet. It is awesome. Doc is one of the leaders in the industry. He is fantastic. You're looking for the best way to move that hair from the side to the top. 975hair.com. You'll love the process. You'll love, the anesthetic lasts 3 days, everything about it. 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com.
Really cool. You're not invited to this, but I am. Zadok Jewelers has got an exclusive celebration of Breitling's Chronomatic B0142 NFL Houston Texans edition watch that they're making. This is really, really cool. I'm taking a look at it right now. That's going to be coming up at a time and date that you'll never know about, but I can't wait to go to this and check it out for myself. They've got Breitling watches. For people who are really into watches, you know that Breitling is an amazing brand and maker, but they've got makers from around the world. And when you become educated on watches, you realize the history of watchmaking. You realize the importance of the people they have in the master craftsmen they have there to help fix timepieces. These are pieces that are passed down from generation to generation, and they can keep them running for you beautifully. They can make sure they look the way they're supposed to. They buy, sell, and trade watches the highest standards there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. And so if you are someone who really loves watches, or you just love shopping for watches so you can see what's out there, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard is always going to be the spot for you. It's Zadok Jewelers, over 40 years in the business with the very best jewelry available to you. And that includes high-end, high-caliber watches that are really lifestyle changers. It's Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, time to talk a little ship talk. A little late, but you got some good ship talk going this week, though?
Well, we'll let everyone else be the judge of that. We're going to start with Mike Elko. He had a couple things to say.
Ooh, he was angry.
This weekend, it's a combination of quotes. You'll hear him talk about people attacking his quarterback, Connor Wegman, for non-football stuff, and also a bit of a controversy that showed up on the broadcast where allegedly the corner for Texas A&M put a blanket in a Mizzou receiver's hotel room, and Mike Elko has some thoughts about that.
I'm going to say this because it needs to be said. You know, you can challenge Connor for how he plays, and you can be upset about Connor for how he throws a football. Some of the stuff that has been said about this kid and written about this kid, not by you guys have been great, is embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing, the stuff that gets out there on this kid. This kid's a winner. He's a competitor. He does everything that he needs to do for Texas A&M football. And there's a lot of people right now that need to stand up and recognize what they've said over the last 3 weeks and take some ownership in it. So from there, I'll open up to questions.
And have you gathered any intel on the blanket and the card for Weiss early? And how did you feel like he responded?
My suggestion would be you guys should go ask Eli where that came from, because I have a strong feeling that came from the other side and had nothing to do with Texas A&M, Will Lee, or anybody over here. So you should point that one on the other side.
So Will Lee is the corner in question. His nickname is a blanket for how he covers wide receivers. Eli is the head coach, Drinkwitz, of Missouri. So what Mike Elko is saying is that you, Eli Drinkwitz, put a towel with a taunt from my corner to motivate your own guy. My corner had nothing, and Texas A&M had nothing to do with.
He's saying he's an industry plant.
Yeah, had nothing to do with putting that towel and the message in Theo Weiss's
What are these
hotel room.
absolutely embarrassing rumors? No one has any of it. No one has.
What do you mean?
They need to take ownership of what they said. What exactly is he even talking about?
People are questioning his character. I don't know. Maybe it came from the code switching that he was doing that we saw.
Is that it?
I don't know. But apparently inside the program, they were
Tell
really.
people what code switching means.
It's when you switch the way you speak depending on who you're around.
Yeah.
And Connor Wegman has a tone when he's talking to the media, and he sounds a different way when he's talking with his teammates. So be it.
So people need to take ownership over it. Like,
I don't know if
I
that's
don't really know what he's even talking
but
about.
apparently inside the program, they have taken issue with how Connor Wegman's being talked about for non-football stuff.
Here, there's a lot of people right now that need to stand up and recognize what they've said over the last 3 weeks and take some effing ownership for it. What is he What have they said?
Well, I'm sure.
What is he talking about exactly?
Sure, they've heard whatever they've heard.
That Connor Wegman has not been a good quarterback, and Marcel Reed gave him a better chance.
I told you, it's not a football. According to them, it's not football related.
So what it? No, I know it's not a football issue. So then what is it?
Well, you would have to, I guess, be inside the program to know.
Well, I'll
we
just
don't
text
know.
Billy Lucci and find out.
About his toughness? Is it about his?
I have no idea. It's just what he said on a Saturday after a big win. All right, let's move on to one of John's favorite subjects, LeBron. But this is the Celtics broadcast throwing a stray shot at LeBron for his reputation when it comes to teammates.
But I'll tell you what, I am rooting for him to make like 9 threes against the Lakers because he got a lot of heat for that. That was a disastrous team, and he got all the heat for that whole thing. Right. So I'm kind of hoping that he can make a bunch of threes against that team.
You're telling me one of LeBron's teammates became a scapegoat out of nowhere? What?
Yeah. I know, it's crazy, right?
That's the Celtics broadcast during their preseason game against the Nuggets. The person in question was Russell Westbrook. And Russell Westbrook had a tough time in L.A., and they blamed him. And those are the Celtics.
Oh, Russell Westbrook
taking their shot at LeBron.
I mean, he wasn't great.
We'll move on to another SEC football game, and we have 2 clips from that. You mentioned Paul Feinbaum because of his hair. Well,
he just went like jet black.
All jet black. Well, we have a legendary caller to the show. Apparently, his nickname is Legend.
Yeah,
and he called in to the Feinbaum show after the Alabama loss to Vandy, and this is what he said.
Alabama don't lose to Vandy. We don't lose to Vandy. That is friggin' pathetic, Coach DeBoer. 40 years, dude. 40 years. Bill Curry didn't lose to Vandy. Mike DeBose didn't lose to Vandy. Mike Shula didn't lose to Vandy. 40 years. You've been here 4 weeks and you already lost to Vandy. Strike friggin' 1, dude. This is equivalent to coming home and finding your wife in bed with the neighbor. This is what this is equivalent to, Paul. And I'll say this for this. Me and K-Dub both agree. You could never trust her again. You might stay with her for the kid's sake, but you could never trust the woman again. And the same thing's true with Coach DeBoer. You can win a natty. We can't trust your ass now. You just proved that you can beat the best and lose to the worst in a 2-week friggin' period. You don't lose to Vanderbilt. That's the ugliest little sister on the block. You don't lose to Vanderbilt. You just don't friggin' do it, dude. And let me say this about Malachi Moore. I wish you'd have kicked it through.
Wow. Well, I mean, boy, it was an interesting. It is quite. He paints a very graphic profile of what it means to lose to Vanderbilt, and I kind of get it. Like when he said, "You may stick with her for the kid's sake, but you'll never trust her again." Like I kind of feel that in my heart. But then he said he wins a natty and he still can't trust him. That's not true.
That's not true.
He wins national championship. You're going to trust him.
Yeah, but you still got that in the back of your mind. Okay. You'll never forgive that. There's something about that Alabama fans will never forgive him.
It's a shame. That'll hang over them. We lost to Vandy, and you're the reason why.
Yeah.
He mentioned Malachi Moore at the end of the clip. Well, Damian Harris, the former Alabama running back, and recently retired now from the NFL after a short career. He has a podcast like a lot of people do, and he talked about Malachi Moore and what his teammates at Alabama would have done to Malachi Moore if he pulled what he pulled on the field with them.
Number 13, Malachi Moore. Now, brother, I don't know you, but I'm not trying to disrespect you. But what you did last night on that football field was complete and utter bullshit. You are a 2-time captain, somebody who has your hand and footprint at Denny Chimes. Well, how did you show up yesterday? The only thing I remember seeing from you is slamming the guy's head on the ground unnecessarily, punching yourself, throwing your mouthpiece, kicking a foot in front, like not even in a way of like, okay, nobody's looking. Like, I'm bigger than the game. I'm bigger than the team. I'm bigger than this moment. Hey, everybody look at me. Look at how pissed off I am. Look at what I got to say about it. Let me pick up a ridiculous 15-yard penalty for literally no apparent reason. And you call yourself a 2-time captain? I can tell y'all what would have happened in the days that I was there. We would have tried to rip the C off of his jersey. We would have lit him up. From every coach, every player, Reuben Foster, Minka Fitzpatrick, Deron Payne, Jalen Hurts, Jerry Jeudy. Everybody would have been on this dude's head. Like, what? Like, we don't do that.
He's right. He's right. I mean, kicking the football when the refs put it down, the
whole
refs
thing
are
was
standing
just-
right there. He's out of control.
He was just mad and out of control. Yeah, and then they said, "Oh, he was fine in the locker room." So he was
not on the field. He
embarrassing on the
wasn't.
field.
He was
Take that ass whooping
hurt
like
his
a man. You got whipped. Take it like a man.
Yep. Yeah, it's okay when you whip other people, and you know what? They're not going to throw fits like that. That's embarrassing.
Who was madder,
embarrassing?
Legend or Malachi Moore? At that moment, who do you think was madder? Because I guarantee you, Legend was saying some things.
Yeah, he was. I think they were both equally mad.
It was probably.
Was he throwing stuff and breaking stuff? Was Legend breaking stuff?
Might have been.
What else you got, Dale?
Well, this one you're going to have to decipher accents. This is something caught on a Ring camera. It's in England, so you're going to have the delightful British accents. These are two women discussing why one of them should shut their baby up while the other's trying to sleep.
Oh,
it's constant.
Oh, I got to start this over again. Apparently,
it's constant. He's not able to
Can you understand? It's newborn baby. I understand. Just shut them up when you want to, but not on and off. No, I understand that, but it's constant. It's constant from as soon as I get home all day. I'm trying my best to get the baby to sleep and to settle when I can. Listen, I completely get you. From one mum to another, I get it. My son is now 5. But honestly, he didn't cry like this. I'm trying my absolute best, and I don't need to worry about other people and whether they're getting sleep or not. When I'm worried, I know, but I just need some sleep. You must understand what it's like to be trying to get into. I do, but why now, baby? He surely should be in a routine by now. It's been going on so long. Just keep your windows closed. Get some. It's not the same, though, is it? It's not the same. I just need some sleep. I'm absolutely worn out. I've done 5 nights happening in a row, and I'm done now. I'm exhausted myself. I'm exhausted with this, trying my best. I don't need to worry about your sleep.
She's got a point. Shut the baby up, okay?
I knew John would fall in the other lady's considered a Karen, so you're a man Karen now.
No.
He's a Kevin.
If you can't, if the baby is keeping her up all night, she's got a point.
Shut the baby up.
Shut the baby up.
So they must live like in paper.
You know what my mom did? She gave us whiskey, and we went to sleep.
No, they're not. These are homes, so I'm not sure.
How's she keeping her up? Like
she's trying to go to bed. You can hear the baby.
Just get a.
Well, the houses are closer to each other there.
Well, just get a rain machine.
No. Well,
I want to sleep with that noise.
You think that'll drown out the baby? I don't know if that drowns out the baby.
See if you like this combination I have. This is heavy rain and car rain.
Now you want rain and rain.
I can't hear it. It's in my ear. No, the baby's behind the wall, too.
That's what you want to hear all night?
Yeah, I sleep to this.
Okay.
I have for
you do?
Ever. Yeah. Why would I sleep in total silence when anything could wake me up?
That's weird. Because so you can protect your family?
Protect my family.
Yeah.
If they're in already, they got to jump on me.
He's not athletic enough to do anything about it.
Yeah,
but you hear the door chime.
I was 1 under yesterday until I got to the 9th hole at TC Jester.
Oh, so you finished over par?
Yeah, I finished before.
So you
TC Jester, that beautiful golf course.
3.6 miles of beautiful.
How far
hiking.
over par did you finish?
4 over.
4
on 21
over.
holes though. But I missed 3 easy.
What are they called?
Putts.
What are they called? Putts?
Yeah, I mean they were easy little.
And you missed them?
Tosses.
Do you know that there was a weed hat on top of the hole 4? There was, and I'm like, guys, this is a little too on brand. You can't have a weed hat on this thing.
Yeah,
a hat with a, with
weed,
a marijuana, like a weed flower. Like, hey guys,
hole 4.
Do this? Yeah, it's not hole 4. TC Jester. Just giving you guys a heads up. It does. You are right though. TC Jester does need to be cut a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, they trimmed a lot of they pruned a lot of they cut a lot of trees down. They pruned a lot of stuff because of the derecho or the hurricane or whatever. Oh, by the way, are you seeing what's coming for Tampa?
Again?
Tampa's going to be annihilated.
Again?
Well, you're about to hear about Tampa for a long time because the Bucks are going to have to play somewhere else. Like, based on this storm surge.
The Bucks have already left for New Orleans.
Yeah, well, based on how far the storm surge can end up running up, this could be a major problem.
Yeah.
And people in Tampa already realize, like, man, we're screwed.
So
They're
Wendy
sitting there
was
waiting.
supposed to go to Orlando this week.
Oh, was she?
They canceled her flight Saturday night. She was supposed to leave Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
And she was going to be there for this.
What hits Thursday?
It,
Thursday at 1 a.m. is when it's supposed to
well,
land.
it was supposed to hit Wednesday.
It's going to be a lot worse.
Right.
It's going to be, well, it's slowing down now, picking up power. So it's slowed down some because it's Cat 5, I guess, and then it's going to hit it a Cat 3. But
after they just got hit.
But the surge is going to
Tampa
get them.
just got hit.
Because they're already saying, like, there's nothing we can do about, like, you're going to get a storm surge where 12 feet of water is going to run up on you.
Probably the Democrats doing this.
It's a Marjorie Taylor Greene. I found out that you can steer, like you can actually create. You can create hurricanes and then steer them where you want to go.
That's it.
She's on some stuff. The Jewish space lasers, the kind of having a video game controller where you move this hurricane. Can you hurry up and move this hurricane over somewhere? And like,
she's onto something.
Is it
yeah,
she's not on something.
Are the
She's
Democrats too smart or evil, or or in her case, Republicans not smart enough or too good to do it themselves? Like, so I'm trying to.
when are we gonna? Oh, I see what you're saying.
Republicans wouldn't do that.
So she is suggesting not that Democrats are so brilliant that they can control natural disasters. They're just so evil that they would and direct it at Republican strongholds.
Well, when are we going to get somebody?
Both sides can do it, but the Democrats are evil.
Okay, so the Republicans have access to it, but they won't send it to Dade County or anything.
They won't push.
No.
Wipe out California.
No, they can send it to California.
Or New York.
But they won't because they're good people.
Because they're good.
Okay.
You know what else is good? It's cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Coors Light. Doesn't matter what you're. Oh, I know this. We're playing golf today, and it's going to be Coors Light time. I know this. I can tell you this about today for me. It's going to be cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. I'm going to do my best to keep Texas chill, right? We got high temperatures, but I'm going to try to get that cold front coming in here. And you know how I'm going to do it? With my Blue Mountains, with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I love me some Coors Lights. I'm going to love me a lot of them today. We're going to have a big time playing golf today and enjoying just the Blue Mountains. It makes your day complete. You're looking for the best way to have a big day. For me, that's a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I'm climbing on. I'm doing my part. I'm trying to bring that cold weather in. I'm keeping Texas chill. Do your part. Keep Texas chill with Coors Light. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, what a great day today is. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Oh, Gilbert's here. Let's see what Gilbert.
Oh, my God.
What, do you owe him something? Do you owe him something?
I mean, I literally just got back in town.
Well, let's see. Hey, Lance. Hey, Gilbert, what's going on?
Let's just let him
Did
talk.
Lance come see you?
I was out of town, Gilbert.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Good.
How are you? Did you get your hat?
Let's just let him.
Thanks for the cap. I appreciate that anyway.
Yeah, that was poor Marine got that for you.
He got the hat.
Yeah, he got the hat.
Oh, nice.
In a loss.
Yeah, but
still
but you
0-2.
got your division.
What happened to everybody? Nobody come see me in the nursery home over the weekend. I'm lonely in here anyway.
You're lonely in there? Nobody came to see you?
Say what the nursery home is again.
Sharpview.
Sharpview, yeah. And it's
Sharpview nursery home, yeah.
West Park and Gessner, is it?
Yeah, way after the enchiladas, I was praying for that over the weekend.
You what?
The enchilada Nicole was making anyway.
Yeah, we were in Tuscaloosa.
Anyway.
Yeah, we were in Tuscaloosa seeing Nicole's not going to be able to make it. I've already broached the subject, and she said she's got to homeschool the daughter, so she's not going to be able to make it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't you hear? He said Nicole can't make it.
She homeschools my daughter, so she's not going to be able to make it.
So when you come see me here, John?
I'll come this week. Oh, I'm sorry. That was John, he said.
No, I just
Not
can't.
You, John, the other John. He went to give us some regular China Garden.
Yeah, the other John.
Come by yet? He just brought you China Garden egg rolls.
Yeah, the other John.
The other John.
You.
No, he wants the other John to come.
Well, he's already been there.
Yeah, he already came. What about Lance? Lance hasn't been there yet.
Oh, wow. Robert, sound like
No, you plan to come see me, Lance?
Yeah. I'll come see you this week.
When will that be anyway?
When will that be?
I mean,
when do you think that'll be, Lance?
I think it will be Thursday-ish.
Okay.
But don't hold me to it. I gotta, I think about Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
How's that sound?
What's that?
I said, how's that sound?
Sound what?
Okay.
I'm coming Thursday, maybe. How's that sound?
Yeah, that sounds okay anyway.
All right. There we go.
How about the Texans?
Hey.
How about the Texans?
4-1, Gilbert. What do you think?
They'll lose 3 in a row this year. The next 3 games.
Would you say they're going to win 3 in a row?
No, lose 3 in a row.
Oh my God!
What the?
Who didn't get his hat?
You got your hat.
You're saying they're going to lose 3?
No. A lot of injury people anyway.
A lot of injury people.
Wow.
Who?
Wow.
Who's injured for? Well, they have Nico, but
wow. Uh-oh! Breaking news.
So the Texans.
Wow. The Jets fired Robert Saleh. So the Jets fired Robert Saleh.
I remember thinking he'd be a really good head coach, mostly because he just looks scary.
Yeah, he looks like it.
He looks like a head coach, and it turns out he wasn't so good.
I don't know if I blame him nearly as much
hasn't
as
been great, but
quarterback situation. But
yeah,
he hired Nathaniel Hackett.
Well, and Aaron Rodgers can't seem to get along with them.
No.
Yeah, he hired Hackett. They probably
Aaron Rodgers hired Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah, they let Aaron Rodgers run the team. When James Harden ran the team, it wasn't good for the Rodgers.
Woody Johnson let Aaron Rodgers run the team. Robert Saleh ain't got no control.
Right.
As soon as they decided Aaron Rodgers was their guy, bring Alan Lazard in, bring Randall Cobb in, bring Nathaniel Hackett in. This is Aaron Rodgers' team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Robert Saleh
you let
takes
somebody
the hit.
Run a team, you're in trouble.
I don't know if he's a good coach or not, but this has been an Aaron Rodgers joint for 2 years, and it got short-circuited because of his injury last year. And we saw how the old man's stumbling out there on Sunday. And someone's got to take the hit. It ain't going to be Woody Johnson. He's the owner.
No.
So I guess Joe Douglas at some point will get fired after the year, but it's got to be Saleh.
What'd you think about that, Gilbert?
Okay, you later, gentlemen, okay?
He don't think about it at all.
We'll see you. Well, that's kind of like a repellent.
If you bring up another topic,
Yeah.
sports
If
topic.
you bring up another topic that he's not up on, he will. He craters.
You better get there this week.
Yeah, no. At least he didn't make an order.
Well, you know the order.
Enchiladas.
You're the one that did that.
I did that thinking he would say no. Here's the reason I did it. I thought he'd go, no, I don't want enchiladas. I thought he's just a, pizza, burger, egg roll guy. And then he goes, yeah, I want enchiladas. I said spinach enchiladas. I thought for sure he would just be like, no, I don't want that.
He ain't gonna like them when
and
you bring
said,
them.
He said, put cheese in it.
He ain't gonna like them when you bring them. I'm gonna tell you that.
You don't think so?
No, when you're gonna catch it too.
Hey, Gilbert, are you gonna be okay with me? I just see he's still up. Gilbert, are you going to be okay if I bring cheese enchiladas?
What's that? What's that?
I said, are you going to be okay if I bring cheese enchiladas?
Yeah.
No.
I was taking corn on the cob with salt and pepper at Chili.
I thought we had already. I thought you were okay with I thought enchiladas was the thing. I thought I had gotten an agreement on
corn on the cob with salt and pepper.
How
about
like John said,
Well, don't listen to what John says.
Yeah.
What about mushroom burger?
What?
What about hold on. What
I gotta go. Calling me, okay?
Okay, yeah,
I'll let you go. Want your mushroom burger?
They don't want no. He ain't about that.
Why are you trying to?
He wants a steak
offload
with
mushroom
fries.
burger on
And he wants corn on the cob with salt and pepper.
That was your thought, but he always wanted the steak and the corn on the cob.
Salt and pepper.
And then if I don't have garlic bread, I'm in trouble. Then if I don't have, what else is going to get me in trouble? Where's my Dr. Pepper?
You should have.
No. I had to go buy. I had to go get it.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, what happened to you? Why did you think you weren't going to be able? Why did you think you're going to get away with not bringing the Dr. Pepper?
I slipped my mind. Actually.
Yeah.
Wait. My bad.
Hold on.
So you had to leave on the way the facility?
No, on the way there.
No.
Did you remember, or did Gilbert tell you that? Did you get there and then you were reminded and had to go get it, or did you?
No, when I brought it, he was like, "Hey," I was like, "Oh crap, I forgot to drink." So
he said that
he's got a vending machine there, so I went and bought.
And he
it.
said, "Hey,
hey,
where's the Dr.
Where's
Pepper?
the Dr.
Yeah, how's he gonna wash it down? You just brought food. He's got to wash it down.
So yesterday I was on a walk around the neighborhood. It was about like 8:30, 9 o'clock, and I go out along Richmond and out towards Westheimer. And this guy, all of a sudden, there's a woman in a wheelchair, and her head's down, and looks kind of homeless. Has got some bags and stuff. And there's another guy standing by. I'm not really paying attention. And I'm walking, and the guy goes, "Hey, excuse me." And I take out my headphones. He goes, "Hey, how you doing? I noticed you were looking at that. There's somebody done this real cool little chalk art over there." I said, "I noticed you're looking at that, man. That's great. Hey, my name's Victor. What's your name?" I said, "I'm Lance. How you doing?" He goes, "Good, man. It's good to see you. Are you from here?" And I'm like, and I can already tell this is not something where I'm like, I'm fine talking to him. I said, "Yeah, I'm from." He goes, "Man, I'm from Houston too." I said, "Yeah." I said, "I grew up in Richmond, Rosenberg area, but I'm from, yeah." So he said, "Oh man, that's great." I said, "How you doing, man? I said, what how are you doing?" He goes, "I'm doing okay. We're trying to get something to eat. Could you help me out with a quesadilla?" And I said, because there's a little taco truck down there. I said, "I don't have money with me. I just walking." And then, so he kept talking. "What's your name again?" I said, "It's Lance." "Oh man, cool." And he's talking, being friendly. I'm being friendly to him, just making sure he's seen or whatever. And then I said, "What's my name?" He goes, "Frank?" I said, "No, Lance, remember?" So, and it's not like he's not high, but he's probably drunk. He's probably been drinking, because I asked him 3 different times and he couldn't remember Lance. Finally, he goes, "Man, it's been great talking to you. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me. Nice guy." He goes, "Let me get your number." And he takes his phone out, and I'm like, oh my God, I should have just given him my Insta. That's right. And I said, and this is what I said.
Let me get your number.
Okay. And then I try to distract him and talk. I take his phone, and I don't know. It's a phone I don't recognize. I don't even know how to put anything in. And I'm like, I think, let me talk to him a little longer, and he'll forget. He can't remember my name. I'm fine. And I give it back to him, and I start to walk away. He goes, "Hey, let me get your number so I can call, because I do landscaping and stuff like that, because that's what I want. I want Victor calling me on my phone whenever." And so I say, "Yeah, sure." I said 713-780-3776. So he calls it. And I'm like, "But I don't have my phone with me, so it's not gonna." And I think somebody answered here. I don't know, but he's just talking to me. He doesn't know, and I'm like, "Well, I got to get going, Victor." So I started leaving, and I realized, okay, I got my phone. I go to the taco truck. I get to. I'm like, you know what? Let me just do that. Because I said, I don't have Apple Pay, but they have Zelle, so I can Zelle this person the money. So I said, "Hey," I said, "Necesito dos." Quesadillas, pollo y al pastor. And she said, "Okay." I said, but I looked and they had Zelle, so I'm going to Zelle. I said, "¿Cuánto cuesta?" She goes, 10. I said, "Por
cada una?"
Yeah. She said, "Sí." I said, she goes, "Más grande." I said, "It better be grande for $10 taco truck case." And that's when I realized, and I've already kind of felt like, I think there's Weddle prices.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure, because my kids always complain about how expensive it is, the taco truck right down the street, because sometimes they'll go, and I'm like, "Man, what? How much? That burrito was like $9? What?
Dude.
You're getting killed, or $10, or..."
I don't know if you heard about inflation, but yeah.
This is 4 years ago.
Now,
this is 4 years ago.
All right.
And it's not big, by the way. It's a single tortilla, and it's not like loaded with rice and beans. You get lettuce, tomatoes, cheese, and meat in a single, and it's not. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure she saw me and went, "Oh, get the $10 quesadillas ready." No, siete. No. Por eso gringo es 10. Órale, güey.
We got a break. 713-780-37. So did you get him? Did you bring Victor his quesadilla?
No, I just let Victor know they're on the way. I say, "Es para mi amigo Victor." And I told Victor, "Hey," he goes, "Hey, thanks. I'll call you about the landscape." And I said, "Cool." So if you get a call from Victor
about landscaping, he wants to cut the grass here. Okay.
I'm just letting y'all know you may have a new caller to the show.
Well, and we may have a new employee here, and we got to call HR&P, get them all signed up. We got to get them all signed up with Yeah, Victor might work here. He does landscaping. I don't know if you heard. And HR&P is ready to sign them up. And you know what? And it's so simple. And oh, by the way, all of the processes for all of your benefits packages, your insurance, and everything else, it goes through HR&P and their website and doing it all. But they are not making money on that stuff. What they do is they provide the service for you and your company to get those benefits packages to your people. But they use that's not their business. Their business is payroll. Their business is taxes. Their business is HR. Okay, that's what they do. They take care of that stuff for you and your company. But the other admin companies, they're in the business of benefits packages, of insurance, of 401ks, and all of that. And they don't give you options. So when you look at the bottom line of how much you're paying for those other admin companies, you're like, wow, this is pretty expensive. Not so with HR&P. A better deal. It is the way to go. If you're looking for the best way to get payroll and HR to your company, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Anything that we haven't touched on yet? We talked a little baseball. Royals tie the series at 1 apiece. The Detroit behind Skubal tie that series at 1 apiece.
Basically just can't beat Skubal, although they didn't score a run.
All 3 series are at 1 apiece.
I mean, they had to get a late home run.
Yeah, 3-run homer in the 9th.
Yeah, Skubal didn't get the win.
No, but
he just had a 3-hitter with 8 strikeouts and no walks.
Right.
He had 3 base runners against him in 7 innings.
I just can't believe that if Detroit advances again with basically one pitcher. I mean, that same guy that they threw against the Astros, Tyler Holton, gave up a 4 spot in the first the other day. The Astros couldn't hit him though, which is not surprising. There's a lot of talk about, okay. Oh my God. I got it. Here's a headline for you. Houston Astros could be poised to sign former NL MVP in free agency. Guess who?
Who?
Paul Goldschmidt.
That would have been a cool story 2 years ago.
2 or 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, he's gone steadily down from in 2015 he had 1,000 OPS and he's down to 716.
I bet you can get him cheap.
No, I don't know.
On a 1-year
give
deal.
him a 3-year $60 million deal. That's what you did with Abreu. About the same thing. He's 37, about to turn 38. This is
Lytics is what you're telling me. Well,
I thought your head would explode when I said 37. He had a 716 OPS last year.
No, the run is over. We're now doing, once you get to the point where you patch up with old guys like Eddie Johnson with the Rockets, and then you had
Carlos Lee.
Carlos wasn't old, but you had Eddie Johnson with the Rockets. Then
Barkley, Pippen.
You brought in Barkley, Pippen. You start going old past their prime guys. You've reached the end, and it's getting scary if they go Goldschmidt. And granted, it may be a 1-year deal, so maybe you don't panic too much. But typically, these are the precursors for, when you start doing things like this instead of worrying about going young. I just don't think it's in. I think Jim Crane can't trade Kyle Tucker because he's just too afraid of the unknown, trading a quality player. But you have to give something to get something. And I just think right now, as it stands, he's a guy who doesn't play well in the postseason. John and I went through it. You couldn't believe it. It was the first or second segment. You thought Aaron Judge is notorious.
He's one of the worst. He's the highest strikeout percentage in postseason history. You know who's second?
Who?
Machete.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That guy's got rings, though. Kyle Tucker's got rings, too. So it masks the fact that Kyle Tucker's OPS is below 700 for his career. It masks the fact that he has only 8 home runs to the 13 by Aaron Judge. Like, Kyle Tucker's postseason has been bad.
You don't know Boyz II Men, End of the Road?
Oh, I didn't have my headphones on.
So the Astros are rumored to be interested in the man that was voted in the Athletic the year's least valuable player.
Yeah,
Paul Goldschmidt, the least least valuable
over
player.
Rizzo.
2 years ago, he played in 151 games, had 115 RBIs. This year, 154 games,
that's what I'm saying.
65 RBIs.
2 years ago, he was good.
50.
He's 37. He's hit the age because. Unfortunately, I think that this run for the Houston Astros
over
to the end of the road. But Jim Crane can't let go and trade Kyle Tucker and try to bolster this thing again. Just bring some young guys back. Out with Tucker and his contract. You're not going to sign him.
Are you going to
anyway.
be okay with DeCenzo or Whitcomb at third base this year?
May have to be.
Well, that's what I mean.
Here's what I would do: trade Tucker, sign Bregman. But it's easier saying, I'm not giving him. I mean, 5 is the most years he's getting, and If the market says more, then what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I'm not gonna do something stupid for Alex Bregman. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing something stupid. I want to be smart. But being smart is also moving some of these guys in advance and getting something. I can understand why when you're in the fast track to championships and you're the key, but you're not one of the top 5 teams anymore. So move on from Tucker, replenish, and give yourself a chance to, take maybe a small step back in preparation for another move forward. Especially next year, coming off all these arm injuries, there's no guarantee these guys are going to come back and be who they used to be.
Well, the Houston Astros on SI, here's the headline. Houston Astros have Alex Bregman replacement waiting in the wings of minor leagues.
Whitcomb.
DeCenzo or Whitcomb, they say.
Whitcomb's got good numbers.
He got good numbers, except
bad glove. At least that one game.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe we've come to the end of the road.
He opened eyes with a 35 home run, 102 RBI season in 2023, but he hit just 240, 301, 470 with a 30% strikeout rate.
In the pros?
He continued to show impressive power with 19 doubles at AAA, 25 homers. He also made 4 errors in one game in the big leagues. So there is that. So you know what? That backfired. Let's show him Whitcomb, and everybody's going to be excited. Let's get Whitcomb in there.
That passing of the torch moment did not go well. The butcher of Crawford Street.
The butcher. I thought that was Strami who got fired. By the way,
well, he did get fired.
Strami got fired.
Strami got fired. Yeah, I thought, but Strami was the butcher.
No, he's just the butcher.
He's just.
It doesn't matter where he
okay.
goes, but Whitcomb is the butcher to Crawford Street. Yeah.
All right, you know who's sweet, totally sweet, Billy Brown. He is. I'm telling you,
Billy Brown is a sweet boy.
He is a sweet.
Billy Brown is a sweet boy.
I love me some Billy Brown.
Yeah,
Billy Brown has saved my ass.
Would you buy him?
I wouldn't buy him a plane ticket. No.
Okay.
No. I wouldn't buy him. I'd throw. Hey, if we're walking into a strip club, I'd throw him some ones.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Well, that's understandable.
I mean, who's going to question our masculinity when we're walking into a strip club? All right, here, you need some singles here.
Right. So, like John was saying, if you have plumbing problems, Billy Brown is the answer for you.
Well, and Billy lives down there near Heartbreakers, doesn't he?
Everything's close to Heartbreakers. Dell lives by Heartbreakers, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Dell does. Everything down there is close.
Yeah. So
anyway.
you know where it is. And you know what? Billy's not going to look. If they have an issue with plumbing, he'll go in there and fix that.
Why not?
Absolutely.
Hey, strip clubs need the plumbing too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So strip clubs are
whether it's just your home or
they need them more than anybody. They got to have some toilets that work over there.
I don't know what that even means, but I do know this: no matter who you are, whether it's a business, commercial, or residential,
they need water running,
commercial, residential. Billy Brown has got you taken care of.
And he does. Billy Brown. 281-488-6238. You need a plumber? One place to go. 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Thanks for paying for that, Billy.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Five Star is going to be in studio with us this week. He's in town. He's going to be in town, and he's going to be in studio. Another 3-0 for Five Star.
Oh, yeah, he hit Packers, too.
Yeah.
Somebody was talking about Five Star. I don't listen to Five Star. Yeah, he had a bad year before last. Well, last year. Year before, he was great.
He's on
this
fire.
year, he's on fire again. He's like 12-3.
Yeah, on the show. Just
12-3 on the show.
Yeah, so then
two undefeated weeks.
And it ain't like, he said he had this many winners, this percentage.
No, he hasn't had a losing week with us yet.
No.
And he swept the board this week.
How about that? And he's another 3-0 week. That's 2 out of 4 or 3 out of 5, something like that. So he's been great. So he's going to be joining us in studio this week. So we got that going on. Del, anything that we've missed? Did we hit on it? We hit baseball. We hit Robert Saleh. We hit talked a little Rockets.
Well, there is a new proposal to save college football. It's a 70-team Super League, the proposal is hitting the news the same week that the SEC and Big Ten are meeting to discuss what they can do as the two power brokers. But it would consist of tiers, where depending on what tier you fall in, you would earn more money in tier 1, obviously, and earn less. Almost the conferences would remain, but you would only schedule games between Power 4 conferences. You would remove playing Group of 5 and FCS from the equation. It'll just be a 70-team league, and you can go up and down in tiers depending on results. If you go 2 straight years of 10-2 and you beat teams above you in the tiers, you move up and someone goes down. So you'd be relegated through tiers. You wouldn't be relegated out of the league like England and other leagues as far as soccer is concerned.
Actually, it is though.
Yeah, but you'd be relegated in tiers, but you would still be you wouldn't be in a lesser league per se.
So how do you do future schedules then?
That'd be something I have to figure out. But right now, it's backed by an investment, an investment firm is all involved and stuff like that.
Or a schedule release day. Can you imagine how big that would be in college football? A schedule release. You're right. You couldn't do schedules in advance, or maybe you have a certain amount of stacked automatic games, and then the rest of them. A schedule release day where you don't know the schedule, but that's not feasible though. It would never work because SEC fans, Big Ten, a lot of people who like to travel need to know in advance.
You would still keep your conference. The games in question would be the ones out of conference, where instead of Alabama playing, I don't know, the Chattanooga Mocs in a game, you play Rutgers instead because they're in the Big Ten.
Same thing.
Understood, but it's still a Big Ten opponent as opposed to an FCS one. So those games will fluctuate, but at least according to one model, you'd still have your conferences. You still play your conference games. You would just play out of conference games, and they would push for the bigger teams to play each other out of conference more. So those games have more importance, at least more interest.
Huh? That'd be cool. You talked about Ashton Genty yesterday. We talked a little bit about Heisman race and whatnot. Here is a stat. The last 3 Heisman winners, Derrick Henry, Mark Ingram, and Reggie Bush, through 5 games, Henry had 570 yards, Ingram had 487, Reggie Bush had 601. Ashton Genty has 1,031 yards. Mm-hmm. Henry had 9 rushing touchdowns. Ingram had 6. Bush had 6. He has 16.
Oh, it's unlike anything. That's why I mentioned.
And he has 1,031 rushing yards on 95 carries. Henry had 570 on 93 carries.
Yeah.
He's only got 2 more carries, and he's got 460 more yards.
Now,
he's playing a different.
There's a little better competition for Derrick Henry, but early in the year,
yeah,
you never know. But Ashton Genty's offensive line is not even going to make the honor roll. I don't think they're on the borderline for the Joe Moore Award honor roll. Like they're not even considered that great. That's why I mentioned he's the most explosive I've seen. 2 names came to mind. when I watched in college. LaDainian Tomlinson was like this at TCU. And I know Ricky Williams and Reggie Bush. That's
Barry
fine.
Sanders
But
was a different
Barry
kind of runner.
Sanders is the one to me. When I'm watching Genty, I'm like, Genty could get to 300 in a lot of games.
He doesn't have Barry Sanders wiggle. It's different.
His speed is different. Well, nobody has Barry Sanders.
Nobody.
Like Barry Sanders was the ultimate escapability. He's got good wiggle, but Barry could stop and reverse pivot and go backwards. And like Barry did things that were unlike anything we've seen. This kid has amazing long speed as well. He has 70-yard in his 5 games. He's got a touchdown run of over 70 in 3 different games and touchdown run over 60 in the other 2 games. So he's putting up long runs. Like he's really, really good. And he's about 210 pounds. He's got great contact balance, so it's hard to knock. He's built low to the ground. It's hard to knock him off balance. He can run away from you. He is going to be a major, major factor in the draft. He may go first round. And it's hard to get running backs in the first round, but I haven't studied him close enough yet. But, it kind of everything has to come together for a running back. You have to be able to play in all 3 downs. And so you have to play in all 3 downs to be a first rounder. And you need a team that is desperate for running back. That's either a good team that's desperate for running back or a team that has 2 first-round picks. Those are usually the formula for seeing a running back go in the first round. That Bijan Robinson going 7th, I think it was, to the Falcons. I mean, that's just not going to happen very often. That was a rare instance.
Plus, you got to look at the competition that he's playing too and say, does this translate? Are we sure that this translates to the NFL? He's unbelievable. He's unbelievable. Apparently, the Raiders want to trade Davante Adams within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
You got to get rid of it. You got to. I mean, what's the sense? He ain't gonna play for you again.
No, and you're not gonna you're a mess already. You need to go to O'Connell. You need to move to O'Connell and see what Aiden O'Connell has at quarterback. Minshew's a backup. He'll do eventually what he does, which this week you saw exactly what he's all about and who he's all about.
The Jets going to make a big splash, not only get rid of Robert Saleh, but bring in a Davante Adams. Certainly, I don't.
Now, you know what? I could see that. Because this may be Aaron Rodgers' last year of football.
Yeah.
But that's a desperation move. You're going to give up because where are you going to be once Aaron Rodgers leaves? You have no quarterback again. You're back to square one. What are you going to give up for? You're going to be a team with no quarterback and a good defense. And what are you giving up for Davante Adams? What about the Chiefs? Smith-Schuster's playing well all of a sudden.
There's a lot of quarterbacks in this draft, though, and you know what? Look at the Ravens when they picked Lamar. He was the best one in that draft. You never know which guy is going to make it, which guy is going to be the best.
What about the Lions?
Oh,
I mean, you got a chance to win. You got a real chance to win the NFC right now.
Well,
why not load up, right? Who's the good team in the NFC? You think the Eagles are very good?
No.
You think the Cowboys are?
Nope.
You think 49ers are?
Nope.
You think Seattle is?
Nope.
Falcons?
No, but they'll win that division.
Bucks?
Nope.
You think Green Bay's really good?
No, I think they're okay. They're good.
You're looking at basically Detroit and Minnesota right now.
Yeah.
There's never been a better
time.
Well,
does he have to go to a place that he wins? Is that he wins big?
Well, I think who's going to be looking for him?
Well,
I think the teams will be looking
Saints,
for him.
The Saints and the Jets.
Yeah, Saints, but yeah. But I mean, he'd make more sense going to a team that thinks they're have the possibility to win a title this year.
The Falcons pick him up? Holy crap.
Yeah, the Falcons, I mean, they're already loaded it. But Drake London doesn't really he doesn't really separate. Like he's not a true number one.
They finally realized that Kyle Pitts was on their team.
Yeah.
I mean,
and they have Bijan. I mean, to me, like I said, if I'm the Lions and I have a chance to bolster a good team, I'm already a good team. Defense isn't great, but I'm already a good team. He gives you a chance to compete against Kansas City.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Minnesota for that matter. How about giving Sam Darnold, Devontae, and Justin Jefferson?
All right.
Although I get the feeling one of those guys would be pissed because they're not getting the ball enough.
Finally, quickly, before we get to News of the Weird, your top 3 after 5 weeks MVP.
Top 3 in the NFL?
Yeah.
It's tough. I don't want to say Darnold. He just had a bad game.
Well,
I guess I'll make Darnold 3. Pat Mahomes had no touchdowns yesterday. He had no passing touchdowns. They're undefeated. He didn't have a passing touchdown. He threw for over 300 yards and didn't have a passing touchdown. Is there anyone on defense it could be? Is this the year
I think the number one?
Who is number 1?
Jaden Daniels. It's hard to argue
Why
it.
not?
It's hard to argue it. Jaden Daniels is number 1.
Jaden Daniels. I saw Joe Fortenbaugh doing something on this. He'd be the first rookie to win since. You got to go back almost 70 years. Jim Brown.
Jim Brown? I was going to say Gale Sayers.
Jim Brown in 1957.
Really?
Was the last rookie to win MVP. Although I think Dan Marino got close. His rookie year, I believe, because Dan Marino was a
probably.
baller.
All right, 948
He's
ESPN.
12-1 right now. Jaden Daniels is 12-1. And honestly, they look like a good team.
They look like a real
Honestly,
good team.
they look like a legitimate team.
No, they're really
I think
good.
Jaden Daniels is going to be better than CJ.
You need to talk about underdog and taking him.
Yeah, underdog. So not only do they have the profit boosters now, and they've got the streak now, they've got things like the vulture now protects your running back. I mean, there's so many things going on at Underdog Fantasy. I cannot believe it. Super clever, the different factors and features they have at Underdog Fantasy. You got to check them out for yourself. It's a great way to enjoy the games more and more and more. All they're doing is building their audience because it's so much fun being on Underdog Fantasy. It's quick. You get the quick payout. You're playing for real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. And making picks has never been easier. Just head over to Underdog's simple to use mobile app or underdogfantasy.com and sign up with promo code Lance. Underdog's going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick 'em. It's a free one. Like, it's a W. And they're also going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy promo code Lance to claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. This is good for college football, pro basketball, baseball, all these sports going on right now. And you can pick higher or lower on the stats for any of those sports and win up to 1,000 times your money. Are you kidding me? You must be 18 or older and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Consult your play, call 800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
So I keep saying this, but it's different. Game day, Men's Health. It's different. It's just different. They do it different. They get a free evaluation, okay, of your testosterone, which you find out in literally minutes because they have their own labs. I don't know of another testosterone place where they have their own labs, and it's because the process and the difficulty of it is so high. It's difficult, okay, because it's got to be a perfect lab. So here's the deal: is Game Day Men's Health is dedicated to making it as great an experience for you as you possibly can. You need testosterone, you help your testosterone health. Erectile dysfunction, they can help you there. Vitamin injections, they've got peptides that will boost. Okay, you want to be cut, do you want to be, do you want more mass, do you want to stimulate your HGH, whatever it is, they've got peptides that can help you. Listen, they're dedicated to making sure that you're the best you. Okay. There's all kinds of testosterone treatment places now. Game Day is just different. You don't even have to go. They'll send you the testosterone so you can self-inject. That is totally sweet. But here's the deal. Get there the first time and find out whether or not you need it. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right. Where's this one? Apparently there's a taxidermist that turns rats into sexy showgirls with nipple covers and fake eyelashes. Do you want a showgirl rat? Look at it. You see that? I mean, look at there.
Who is this person who's doing it?
Oh,
There's a market for this?
There's a market for rats that are showgirls.
Showgirl? I mean, it is good work.
Look at it. It is really good work.
The work is actually
fake
really
eyelashes.
Good. How do you think of that idea?
Well, we got all these rats laying around. Maybe we should make some money off them. Okay.
Have you ever seen them done as sexy showgirl? Me either. Okay. There's a market. Let's fill the void.
An Idaho state senator told a Native American candidate to go back where you came from in a forum.
No,
where should that?
So Wyoming?
That's not true.
Go back to
Wyoming, North Dakota. What is it?
From Idaho. I probably came from here.
That's what I'm saying. Did he mean west of Idaho, Wyoming, North Dakota? Well, I don't know what tribe this candidate's from, but probably not a great choice.
No, I don't know that's.
So do you think someone in that person's campaign just said offhand, oh, and this person is Indian, and he goes, oh,
I should
go back to India.
Native American.
Did they know? I know, but did someone say Indian, and he assumed that they meant India? Go back to where you.
Oh,
someone used the improper term, and he just assumed.
I think he knows the candidate well enough to know that
there's
not.
I don't know.
It's a different kind of Indian.
Know. Go back where you came from. I don't think he knows the candidate all that well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't tell you. I can't tell you that one. Scurvy's making a comeback.
Oh, good.
Apparently, Canadian doctors are warning to be on the lookout for scurvy right now. Do you feel like, hey, it's not, of all the different disease groups?
Timberland brought sexy back. Maybe we're bringing scurvy. Maybe Dell's bringing scurvy back.
I don't have scurvy.
I know, but you could have brought it back.
Have you been on a boat lately?
No, I have not. Do we get to vote on this comeback disease of the year for scurvy?
Scurvy.
Polio. Oh, supposedly, aren't there some polios? I think polio's making a comeback too because people have stopped getting
polio shots.
They stopped getting polio shots because they are worried the government's going to control them or whatever.
But can scurvy win the award if it's simply coming back from sucking? Like, how do we determine comeback disease of the year?
Here it is, right here. Here's an article. In the last 2 years, vaccine-derived polio has been spotted in the United States and Gaza. Now the original wild-type polio is spreading in Pakistan and Afghanistan. Politics are hampering efforts to control the outbreak. Polio is making a comeback. This is the battle between scurvy and polio is really incredible right now. I don't know who's going to make I don't know what the comeback disease of the year
I don't know. Be. We'll have to see at the end of the year. We'll have to vote. We'll have to vote on comeback disease of the year.
We're coming up on November. Like, it's coming up. We're going to have to
this
make a
year's
decision.
almost over.
Yeah.
24 is almost over, and you're heading towards 27 in a hurry.
I know I am.
I mean,
And it's still in the 90s.
Some would say careening.
in a free fall.
And I've got to hurry up and go get steak and corn
2027.
on the cob.
I like Mapes headband today. Totally sweet. Very well done. Graves could be reused under proposals to tackle lack of space for the dead. Do you want to share a grave with someone?
I wouldn't care.
I'm dead. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't want someone in there mucking up your grave?
Well,
you want some
what
space,
kind of
some
hygiene
elbow
did they
room?
have?
You want to be able to
I'm
spread in your
assuming
grave?
I mean, do they have strong bones?
Well, wait a minute. I'm not just some rando.
Well, what do you mean?
I don't want to just share a grave with a random person.
But yeah, no, you have to. Yeah, they're being reused. They're opening up these graves, and people are going to be.
Aren't you going to throw me in a Zerline grave?
Well, I don't know. You want to go with Meemaw?
Yeah, I would rather be. I thought that's what we were doing. I didn't think they're going to throw me in some random person's grave.
Oh, look, there's a spot right here. Lance. Get in there.
Cremate me. I don't care.
You know what's the
Just
diff?
burn me up.
Well, you're going to get burned up?
Burn me up and throw me on. I must decide where I want to be thrown.
Where do you? I want to be. I don't
Somebody ingested ashes yesterday.
Yeah,
that?
right. She ingested her ex-husband's ashes.
I don't know where I want to get thrown.
Remember, he didn't want to be with. Oh, never mind. And
Yeah,
he
you
ended
did
up for
this
the rest of his
yesterday.
life
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be inside her anymore, I believe is what you said.
Oh, man.
And now he's inside her for the rest of his life.
Well, I contend that at some point she's going to excrete, poop, all that stuff's going to come out. He's not going to be inside her forever. What a terrible,
a little bit.
What a terrible punishment.
A little bit will be. A little bit will be. All right, we are done. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will be back again tomorrow. Opie and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody. I'm talking about Gulf Coast Windows first, though. Before you go, listen up. Jim Fiume has a great plan for you and your windows. Is there noise outside? Can you hear the noise through your windows? You're like, man, that's pretty noisy out there. Do you want privacy? Do you want beauty? Do you want security? Do you want all of those things? You've got it. Do you want to add value to your home? If you're building a home, make sure, because the builder is going to use a cheap window. Do you want to spend the next 15, 20 years raising your kids without the security, without the privacy of Gulf Coast Windows? I think not. They've got every window available, including hurricane windows, but you're going to get the premier quality and you're going to get the premier installation. Jim Fiume is a guy who that quality is top. It's premier for him. He's not selling some flimsy fly-by-night window that that he won't stand behind. He's going to stand behind every single window that he sells. So you're looking for the best way to get that window. 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
you could say it was a relatively light news day as far as the local teams were concerned. D'Amico Ryan spoke. We'll have some sound from him from his Monday presser. Some updates on Nico Collins and Joe Mixon. He also talked about Christian Harris. Still no real timetable for his return, despite his ability to start the 21-day process where he can start the practice and then they can determine whether he is good to go as far as getting back out on the field after coming off IR. So that hasn't begun because he is clearly not close. But the NFL provides. Robert Saleh has been fired by the New York Jets. That broke maybe an hour or so ago. And this has to be the most predictable firing since Aaron Rodgers became a Jet. This was only going to go one way. The Jets were throwing a Hail Mary. They found an active quarterback who was willing to come play there, who had some pelts on the wall. And they thought to themselves, hey, we got a chance to be relevant again. And they were up until he ran out there with the American flag for Monday Night Football last year and then tore his his Achilles. And since that point, it's always been a countdown to Robert Saleh getting fired. And honestly, I'll go back to my original thing. This was going to happen as soon as Aaron Rodgers took over, because I won't say the man was washed in his final game with the Packers, but he was declining as a player. They had a chance to make the playoffs in his final game. Well, it wouldn't have been if they would have won the division, but he had a game at home to beat the Lions before the Lions became the Lions. Proto-Lions, as I call them, under Dan Campbell. And he couldn't beat the Lions at home. And that was his final loser to the Detroit Lions. And the Jets were like, you know what? We're all in on a guy who couldn't beat the Lions in the winner take all. And it's been leading to this, from taking time out from mini camps and training camps to go do the I'm going to find myself thing, which is kind of weird for a 40-something-year-old to say. But that's Aaron Rodgers' bag. He likes to find himself. And this was always going to be the result. Joe Douglas is probably next. But when you turn your franchise over to an old, diminishing player, what do you think was going to happen? At least with Daryl Morey, he got James Harden on the come up. James Harden, before he became a star, people criticize LeBron for what he does to the organization, what the wake he leaves after he leaves. But at least he's at the top of his game, and you're always competitive. The Jets are 2-3. You watch Aaron Rodgers play on early Sunday morning. So early, I thought it was Saturday, early Sunday morning in London. And he looked like a guy who was a below average quarterback. He threw 3 picks. Now, part of that is what Brian Flores is doing. Brian Flores does that to a lot of quarterbacks, particularly this season, ruining the lives of quarterbacks. But that didn't look like a guy who could elevate a franchise. I think kind of watch should be in play for Aaron Rodgers. He's not completely washed, but he's getting there, and Robert Saleh pays the price. So there it is. The first head coach firing of the year belongs to the Jets. They get rid of Robert Saleh. He's 2-3. I don't know if Robert Saleh is a good coach, but when your quarterbacks are Zach Wilson, and then all the quarterbacks they tried when Zach Wilson was hurt or just bad, and then Aaron Rodgers, who got hurt in game 1, he had no chance. And you can't fire Woody Johnson, the owner. Joe Douglas had to make a move, and Aaron Rodgers certainly wasn't going anywhere. So Robert Saleh is the guy. Think about that team. Nathaniel Hackett is the OC. Alan Lazard is his number 2 wide receiver because he wanted him there. Aaron Rodgers did. And Randall Cobb he brought on last year. And then you got Garrett Wilson, who thought he hit the jackpot because he no longer had to catch passes from the likes of Tim Boyle or Zach Wilson. And then he's got Aaron Rodgers throwing. Let's just say Aaron Rodgers is a guy who's still throwing passes like he's in Green Bay. He just isn't physically capable of doing what he used to do. So they're a little inaccurate. They're stopping guys' feet. He's throwing over guys' heads. He's floating balls. He's throwing way inside when he has Mike Williams on the outside for a back shoulder fade. And he's still running the offense like he's still capable of being the guy he was in 2014, 15, 16, and 17, and so on. You're not that guy, pal, as that one famous internet gentleman said. You're not that guy anymore, Aaron Rodgers. And Robert Saleh has to pay for it. So I think it's predictable. Doesn't mean I didn't think it was going to happen through 5 weeks. But I guess the Jets are like, hey, the London game was enough. Why? You know what? They should have fired him Sunday and said, hey, you want to stay here? You want to explore the old world?
Yeah.
You want to you want to go to France? What else do you want to do? Because you don't have to come back with us if you don't want to. I mean, we got a seat for you on the plane, but if you just want to stay, you can and just explore some of what the old world has to offer.
You already got your passport on you.
Yeah. Just fly the wife out if she didn't make the trip and just enjoy the sights.
I do think there is something psychological about losing the London game that gets coaches fired. Yeah, where it's just like the owner. Maybe it's just the owner has more time to think about it. He has an extra
flight back.
Few hours to be like, you know what, get this guy out of my face.
But why do it? Honestly, I get why you do it, but the Bills aren't exactly world beaters. In fact, you get to play them on Monday night. If you beat the Bills on Monday night, you now lead the division. I understand the macro of why you're doing it because this isn't going to work out. I mean, there are multiple reasons why. But in the middle of a year where maybe the division can be had, and you can go out there and say, we're at least as good as the Bills by beating them on Monday night, you decide to fire them now?
Is it as simple as Aaron Rodgers on the 7.5-hour flight
had enough of Salah and said, okay, he's got to go?
Him right there, Baldy. Get him out of here.
I would want to say that it's not as simple as that, but considering how much they've given him as far as control, I can't say that what you're saying is impossible. That Aaron Rodgers, after being pretty much embarrassed in the solo game, everyone who cared about the NFL and got up was watching that game, and they saw him be terrible and lose a very winnable game because Sam Darnold was doing that thing that Sam Darnold does for the most part of his career, and he couldn't get it done. He was worse than Sam Darnold. That might have been the breaking point for Aaron Rodgers. In a game where Sam Darnold's on the other side, I'm clearly the worst quarterback.
Yeah.
Someone's got to go, and it can't be me, so it has to be this guy.
You know what? Change the narrative. Distract.
Yeah. Stop.
Obfuscate.
Yeah. Something like that. Stop looking at me.
Smoke bomb.
How bad I was. The bald guy's the problem.
Yeah.
Robert Saleh's the problem. He's got to go.
Let's give New York radio something to talk about.
Yeah.
That isn't me throwing interceptions.
Well, that isn't me on a drive where we could have won the game and me throwing an awful pick. Let's talk about something else. So there it is. The big news of the day, particularly in the NFL. Robert Saleh's gone, and he must have felt that something was hanging over his head. Like he was maybe not a dead man walking, but he was walking on hot coals for the rest of the season after that game. It's an embarrassing way to lose. Look, particularly when it's very winnable. The Vikings are a good football team, but you have a game that you can win, and that's now 2 in a row. You've lost to the Broncos in embarrassing fashion because your offense couldn't get anything done, and then the next week your offense lets your defense down one more time. So he had to go, and that's how it is. I just think about it. You can win this division. That it must be so bad in that building because
that's what it has to be.
Because NFL teams, when they sense any chance, they will hold on like grim death. They will hold on. They don't want to go. They keep fighting. We know all the cliches. Keep fighting. We're never out of it. And at least for Robert Saleh, the Jets said, no, you're out of it. You got to go. So he's done. I don't know if they've announced who the interim might be. I don't think it'll be Nathaniel Hackett. It might be Jeff Ulbrich. I think that's their defensive coordinator. They might revert to him as the interim. Has a team ever been one game out of the division lead and fired their head coach? I'm sure it's happened this early in the year. Well, obviously it's happened late in the year. That's how the NFL works. But this early in the year, 5 weeks in, and you decide to dump your head coach when you are in the division race. I can't remember the last time this happened.
And they still have both games against the leader.
Yeah. In fact, have they played a division game yet?
Did they play?
They haven't played the Dolphins. Have they played the Patriots yet?
Yes, on Thursday night, a couple weeks ago.
Okay, that's their one division game. So they have 5 more to go.
Yeah,
and they're clearly in the race and decided, nah, Not with you.
Not with him.
We're going to run
No.
this race with someone else. You're done. You are out. So there is the news. And Julian, who is a San Francisco fan, is familiar with Robert Saleh from his time in the Bay. So we'll talk to Julian when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. As I said, we'll get to D'Amico Ryan's sound. He is in no way worried about being fired. He leads his division 4-1, but there is some uncertainty regarding some of his offensive stars, and he talked about that yesterday. We'll get to it. John Gruden, for whatever reason, is on TikTok, and he's breaking down football in a very weird way. We'll play some sound from Gruden. If you haven't seen the visual, it's like he's in a dark room, and it's almost like the only light on his face is the light from a projector. No. Were they called projectors?
Overhead projector.
Overhead projectors. Yeah, that's what it looks like. And I don't know why he's lit himself this way, but he's done it.
Oh, he's lit.
So we'll play some sound from John Gruden talking about CJ Stroud, and the back half of the clip may be something we play going forward, because there's a sound bite he uses that might fit on this show going forward. So we'll get to that. Julian, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. But first, Sean, you're going to talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, I do. I want to talk about Prize Picks. You know what helped me out last night? Prize Picks and their injury insurance on players. It's the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy. So if one of your players gets hurt, you don't lose your lineup because of that. So I had an entry with Derek Carr in it. Derek Carr obviously left the game early. What Prize Picks does is they just make that null, they make that void, and so the lineup lives on. So because I was right about Xavier Worthy having more than 10 fantasy points, and because I was right about the combined yardage in the field goals in that game, it doesn't matter that Derek Carr got hurt for me. It matters for him still, but it doesn't matter for me. I still win my money. That's right. Prize Picks, best way to do that, especially with that injury guarantee as we get later in the season. Guys are getting more beat up. You're going to want that injury insurance policy. So download Prize Picks app today and use code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code MAPES to Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive that money. It is guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The Rockets started their preseason yesterday. I didn't get my eyes on that game, but it begs the question, when do we start watching Rockets basketball? Because they played Utah, not that the opponent matters in the preseason.
Rivalry game.
Yeah, I know.
The late 90s.
The whole city was lit up for the Jazz Rockets rivalry renewed in Salt Lake yesterday or last night. But we did this with the Astros as far as how many games were we going to watch. The Rockets are supposed to be a good team this year, certainly intriguing. So this show will discuss over-under on games we'll watch, when we'll start watching. Will we hold off until the start of the regular season? Do they have to play a home game in the preseason before we start to care? How much of Vanessa Richardson are we going to pay attention to in the preseason because she's going to be covering Rockets basketball? Or do we hold off on that until game one of the regular season? But Julian, who I said we would get to, wants to talk about Robert Saleh. What's up, Julian?
Hi, Frank, this is Victor. Frank, I want to do your lawn. Hey, look, so Robert Saleh being fired is so crazy. Aaron Rodgers has been thoroughly outplayed in every game except one. But he has this way of manipulating the media. And I don't know what it is or why they let it happen, but as soon as he talks, they just all turn into idiots. And this goes back to even in Green Bay. He always wants to be the smartest guy in the room, but to me, he just comes off the biggest douchebag in the world. Now, Robert Saleh, come on down, brother. You can be a consultant for us. Thornstein, I just don't have that much faith in him. And as far as the Niners are concerned, we're going to have to rip off like a 5-game winning streak. Yes, that includes beating the sorry Cowgirls, and that includes beating Patrick Mahomes, who, and let's face it, he don't look the same. I don't care what nobody says. Yes, I understand the weapons aren't there as they have been in the past years. But what do they say about Purdy? Well, let's see what he does without the Avengers. Well, what's Mahomes looking like without everybody? Have a good one.
The current defensive coordinator for the 49ers is Nick Sorensen in his first year. They had D'Amico obviously 2 years ago. Now they went from Steve Wilkes, who they weren't thrilled with, to Nick Sorensen. And, Nick Sorensen's defense gave a big lead against the Rams, and they couldn't hold down the Cardinals enough. I mean, they didn't give up a lot of points, but the Cardinals had opportunities, and they moved the ball pretty well in Santa Clara against the 49ers. So Robert Saleh, I don't know if he wants to jump back in the game quickly. I don't know how the contracts work, where if you become a consultant, it doesn't really count. So you still get your money, whatever the offset language might be after getting fired. But it wouldn't surprise me that if he's on a staff after like 4 or 5 weeks, once he works out the intricacies of his deal with the Jets and he winds up someplace helping someone out, particularly a playoff team or a team who thinks they can make the playoffs. So he's out. And yes, the Aaron Rodgers thing, he hasn't played good football this year, but he's one of those guys you can't get rid of. What are you going to do? Who's the Jets backup quarterback? Tyrod Taylor? You want to play Tyrod Taylor for the rest of the year? Is that what the Jets are going to sell their fans? Tyrod Taylor's going to answer it. Those same fans watch Tyrod Taylor play for the Giants. He was in the city either last year or relatively recently, and it didn't work out because it's Tyrod Taylor. He's fine as a backup, but there's no hope of winning and of winning anything of any consequence when he's your quarterback. So it'll be Aaron Rodgers until the wheels fall off. Now, looks like an axle's broken because they had to fire Saleh, and Aaron Rodgers will tell everybody through his intermediaries he had nothing to do with it. I can't wait for that. I can't wait for Aaron Rodgers yelling at some reporter about anyone suggesting he had anything to do with it. You know that's coming. When's his availability? Tomorrow? Today's an off day, right?
Yeah, probably tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Is he on McAfee?
That's usually today, right? On a Tuesday? I don't know. I don't watch McAfee, but
I watch it on mute, and so I just look up, and I'm like, there's
Aaron
Bill Belichick.
Or there's Aaron Rodgers up there. Look at that. It might be today. It's his off day, so yeah, he can be there long form with McAfee. McAfee's just rubbing his hands together. Perfect. But he'll shoot Aaron Rodgers some bail. Probably won't even make it very difficult on him. But we all know he's going to get out ahead of it. Maybe yell at Diana Rossini or something and blame whatever reporter he needs to for why he's not at fault for this. And maybe you didn't go to the owner or the GM and go, Robert Saleh's got to go. But you did it enough by your play. If you had outplayed Bo Nix at home, you'd be 3-2, tied for the division lead, and maybe Robert Saleh wouldn't have gotten fired. If you outplayed a Sam Darnold who was off his game, you could be 4-1 if you had played up to the level people think you're capable of. I think we're squarely in watch with Aaron Rodgers. That offense is not a good one, and he's part of the reason. So there's that. We move away from that story. I'm sure it's still developing as it only broke a couple hours ago. So we'll see, or maybe an hour and a half ago. So we'll see what comes out of that. But here in town, and we'll save the Rockets question for the next segment because they played in Utah, and we got to figure out how we're going to approach this Rockets season. That's supposed to be exciting, but is Sean Mapes going to be locked in on Space City Home Network every other night and sometimes back to back? Sean, will it be difficult for you like a player? This is 3 games of 4 nights. How many games can I watch? Can I watch 3 games of 4 nights? Do you get a dress day?
Every once in a while, yeah.
You want to be someone who gets managed?
I'm not Kawhi Leonard. I put years in this game,
But
some nights I'm Jimmy Butler, where I'm out there, but you can tell I'm not giving my all.
Yes. So
it's the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, three out of 3 games of 4 nights, I think it's going to be a little difficult on you.
One of them is going to be a Hornets game that I can kind of like half watch. You know?
Sean Mapes can't watch the game tonight. He's out for reasons. What reasons? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what favorite show you're watching during the week, but whatever it might be, he's out because he wants to watch something on FX.
Yeah, he has to catch up on the Aaron Hernandez show.
Yeah, he's still a couple episodes back on Monsters, the Menendez story, whatever it's called. He's got to watch that, so he can't watch Rockets versus Hornets on November 5th. So we'll get into that. But D'Amico Ryan spoke yesterday, excuse me. And I guess the biggest thing beyond the questions about clock management and the intentional grounding that led to the Bills giving it right back to the Texans and obviously Kaimi Fairbairn making the kick were the injuries. Then Christian Harris was brought up, Nico Collins was brought up, and so was Joe Mixon. So we'll get to those when we come back, at least a couple of them, because I would say all of them are very uncertain. There's really no timetable. We went from day to day to week with Nico Collins, which we talked about yesterday on the show. It didn't make sense for a hamstring to be day to day. It felt like something where they would find out week to week. So I would say probably don't expect Nico Collins to play against the Patriots the way D'Amico framed it. And of course, he talked about, you'll hear the sound. I won't undercut the sound there. And Joe Mixon's still a guy they're not sure about. So some uncertainty with a couple of big contributors for that Texans offense. So we'll get to that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Prize Picks. You heard Julian talk about Patrick Mahomes not looking right. Well, looked right enough to cover. And you could have taken advantage of the Saints they didn't get blown out, but they got beat by enough because great teams cover, good teams simply win. So the Chiefs 5-0, and they are a great team last night because they covered. You can take advantage of that at MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag and check out the website. Pretty simple. And they will match on that first deposit. 100% match up to $1,000. I don't ever really mention this, and you get $10 worth of casino chips if you want to take advantage of the casino, particularly the live casino that they provide. So you had the NFL last night. You can bet on that. I'm sure they'll have next coach to be fired up odds as well. If you missed out on the Robert Saleh firing, maybe you know who's next. You can take advantage and check it out on MyBookie. From the NFL to college football to the NBA with preseason action ready to go. You can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Just go to mybookie.ag and remember that promo code is bet975. Make your money go further with that. mybookie.ag.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So from the previous show, there was a tweet regarding Nico Collins and him being in the MVP conversation. I think while that's all well and good, and we can pretend like that's going to someone that's not a quarterback, if you want to get into should he win Offensive Player of the Year, that's the more viable, likely option. The MVP is the one with all the acclaim, and it's the one everyone talks about. But if we're talking about an award that Nico Collins actually can win, Offensive Player of the Year is the one we should be talking about. Usually goes to the best non-quarterback. And right now, I don't know if there's any player that isn't a quarterback that's been better than Nico Collins on the offensive side of the ball. We know he leads the league in receiving. Is there a back that could challenge him for that? Don't think so. Maybe Saquon. Maybe Saquon would be the challenger as far as a running back. But Nico clearly out ahead when it comes to wide receiver.
Yeah, I think Jefferson, Collins, Barkley, probably the top three.
Probably at this point, and since Nico leads the wide receiver category, and Jefferson can have a big 3 weeks and change that quickly.
Nico Collins is going to miss at least one game.
Yes,
so.
It feels like we don't know if that's going to play out that way, but it feels like Nico Collins is going to miss some time. He was dealing with a hamstring before the game and aggravated it, or as the NFL likes to say, re-aggravated it. He re-aggravated it in the game after scoring his long touchdown, and now will likely miss some time. And of course, that was a question and a topic of conversation yesterday in the DeMeco Ryans press conference, and he answered it. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the availability, or maybe the lack thereof, of Nico Collins going forward.
Missing Nico would be very difficult. Like, Nico has been the best receiver in the NFL this year. So do you replace him? No. Everybody just steps up, and whatever role you're asked to do, just step up and play your role the proper way. Nobody has to go out and be Nico, right? There's one Nico. He's done a great job of that. Now whoever is next, when your number is called, make the plays that you're supposed to make.
Nico Collins on the year, 32 catches, 567 yards, and 3 touchdowns, averaging nearly 18 yards a catch. He ain't the slant merchant that Michael Thomas is. Big wide receiver who can get down the field, or was. Michael Thomas doesn't do much anymore. But Nico Collins, a big wide receiver, can get down the field, beat guys deep, a big play threat at all times, and a great connection with his quarterback. So Tank Dell gets elevated out of necessity. Stephon Diggs probably becomes the number one target. I wonder how that'll play out, because in the middle of the game, you have your game plan, and Tank Dell's not a like-for-like replacement for Nico Collins. But will the next time we see the Texans, will the game plan be centered around Tank? Will they do what they said they were going to do in the offseason? And the discussion was all about, well, who's ever open? And then it turned into, well, Nico's the number one. And yes, he's generally open all the time, but also he's CJ's favorite target. CJ's going to feed him the ball. Will it become more of a distribution of targets with him likely gone? At least we're assuming he's gone for a week. Or will someone become the number one again? Because that's what makes CJ feel good. Everyone has a number one. You imagine if the Vikings are like, nah, whoever's open. Who's there? If Addison is open, or we'll throw it to him. No. If you have a clear number one, the number one gets the bulk of the targets. You can't find that anywhere. Where do we go? Maybe San Francisco. Maybe that's the one spot, because Deebo is paid like one. And then, of course, Brandon, you've got his money. And when Christian McCaffrey's healthy and George Kittle, that might be the one place where you're like, there's not a clear number one.
Actually, whoever's open. Well, there's other places without a clear number
you're right.
one.
You're right. There are places who don't have a number one. But when you have players,
they aren't good.
The players of that talent level, like in San Francisco, where you could probably say Ayuk someplace else could be a number one. I don't know if Deebo could. I'm not sure his route tree is one where he could be, but he's paid like a weapon. Let's say he's paid like just an all-around weapon. But they have so many guys. The offense, I know, very similar to the Texans in some regards, is an offense that asks and really thrives on the quarterback distributing.
and having those guys make plays. But here, where you have a big time wide receiver, maybe and maybe you say you have 3 of them, there is a 1, and then there's a 2, and then there's a 3. There has been a clear line of succession, and now that Nico's out, I guess Tank rises to 2 because Stephon Diggs is now the number 1. Unless we revert back to last year where CJ loved him some Tank early in the year before he got hurt. I don't know how they'll game plan. I just know how they game plan when Nico's on the field.
And it's throw a 60-yard touchdown to him.
Well, I don't know if that's how the game plan, but yes. If he happens to be open, if he happens to be open behind the safety and he's beat the corner, throw it to Nico and he'll go make the play.
He can pull a hamstring at the 15-yard line and still score a touchdown.
And walk casually stroll into the end zone. He's beaten the Bills secondary so bad. So that'll be a missing component, it feels like, in New England. That's a New England team who's in flux too, it feels like. Gerard Mayo doesn't seem like he's going to get fired, but he does feel like he's going to make a coaching change.
A mutiny.
Yes, a mutiny.
Like it's a ship.
Did the Patriots think they're going to be good this year? What are they
mutinizing?
Is that a word?
I don't know.
Why do they have mutineers? why are people? You traded Matthew Judon because he was upset, I guess, with Gerard Mayo or whatever. Maybe just he wanted more money and they weren't going to give it to him. So I understand that it's a new coach, but it's not like the Patriots have been good for the last couple of years. They understand being bad at football. What are you so upset about? Did you guys think Jacoby Brissett coming in was going to elevate you guys? We all knew what this was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Another year where you stink, and maybe you give Drake May a red shirt because you don't want to put him behind that offensive line. I don't get why there's a mutiny on that ship.
I just love the term mutiny.
I do too.
Because it's only used for pirates
and sports where your team is
falling
apart. Yeah.
There's no other. I don't know. I guess we could technically have a mutiny.
Could there be a mutiny here?
Yeah, I guess.
Are there enough of us to be so radicalized that there be a mutiny? And who are we going against? Who's a person that we're all bonding together to go against? Is it Joe?
I guess.
Even then, whatever. Yeah, we can't have a mutiny here. First, there's not enough camaraderie to get everyone together to side against someone.
Too. They break us up.
You think that's why they do it? We're never in the same room at the same. There's not enough of us to even have the meeting.
When's the last time you've seen Jeremy Branham?
The last time I saw Jeremy,
not at the listener party.
Oh, I didn't even see him there. No one did. The last time I saw him was at the Jeremy Pena event at Taquerias Orangas. Okay. He was there.
Yeah. But yeah, they keep us separated.
That's the plan all along.
Ape strong together. That's what I've always said.
I'm not going to say ape strong, although I do love Caesar. I'm just not doing it. That's just a thing. I'm not going to do it. Don't call yourself a monkey. You guys get it, right?
Yes.
I don't have to explain it.
Now I'm uncomfortable.
I know. That's why. If I'm uncomfortable in my head, I just want to make other people uncomfortable too. But it's a great series. The last one, it's fine. There's no Caesar in it, so it can't be as good as the other ones. And unfortunately, it's not like they can go, "Hey, this is like a DLC where this is Caesar in an off thing that we didn't tell you about."
Oh, the HBO Max
series,
Caesar, the Lost Years.
Yeah, or in between certain points in the movies where we get like a Caesar series. Andy Serkis is like, "Hey, how big is the check?
Yeah,
I'll come back.
They're be paying me like it's a movie."
Yeah, exactly. So we are not strong together. We just don't have the energy to fight. So the radio people here did a good job. They hired people who aren't very motivated to protest for change. Nice. I still don't know if that's a word. But the Patriots are suffering from one apparently, and that might lead to Drake May starting. You know what's great for a team who needs anything to feel positive about themselves going forward? Starting the rookie quarterback who showed in preseason that he wasn't ready and had to be trained how to take snaps. Is that a good idea? We'll find out maybe with the Texans.
The mutineers want it.
I think mutineers is a word. Mutinize is not one. We figured that out. Sorry, I'm getting texts from social team right now, and I'm being distracted. All right, let's go to break here, and
that's who we have a mutiny against. So
yeah, every time there's a text about, "Hey, what happened on the show?" I was like, I don't know.
Mutiny.
Enough. That's what I protest
I'll
against.
say I.
That's what I protest against, being asked to give you a segment to put up on YouTube. I don't want to do that. And apparently it didn't even record. So the segment I did ask, the segment that I did push apparently can't even be grabbed. It's great stuff. That's just behind the scenes logistics of what we do. They put us under pressure all the time.
I'm sharpening my curved Buccaneer sword.
Well, it's going to be difficult for you to do that without the leg. With one leg mates is what we call you around here. That's what. Well, you're the one wearing a bandana.
Yeah.
So you
already in the
long hair, bandana, one leg, sharpening a sword. If we do have a pirate, it is Sean Mapes.
I do. By the way, for the listeners out there, I do have a bandana. I do have long hair. I do not have one leg. I have one leg, and then I have another leg. I have two legs.
I mean, there's a lot of talk for someone, and a lot.
I have to. No, you lumped in a whole bunch of things I actually have, and then also said I only have one leg.
Which one of these things is not like spot the lie? The
Two truths and a lie.
Spot the lie. The lie is the lie is he doesn't have a sword.
That too.
The truth, yeah. The truth is, it's not a wooden leg though. I will
We've
give you
upgraded.
That. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't know.
Pirates in the in this century don't have wooden legs, do they? They don't even have swords. They have like assault rifles.
Yeah.
At this point, and speedboats. Okay, I'll try to figure out how to get the John and Lance clip that everyone's waiting for on ESPN Houston YouTube here in a little bit. We'll come back with more of maybe not that, but we'll hear more from D'Amico Ryans. We got some Mike Elko sound to get to. He was not happy with how people talked about his quarterback, and he accused Eli Drinkwitz of some subterfuge when it came to motivating one of his players. So we'll get to some sound there, and we'll also hear from John Gruden. He has a TikTok account. Why? I don't know, but he did talk about the quarterback in the city, CJ Stroud. So we'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So the future coach of the Florida Gators, John Gruden, has a TikTok account. I don't know if he will be, but those rumors started right after Billy Napier lost to Texas A&M. Gruden to Florida started. But right now, he's putting out content, and he's breaking down football. Why he's lit in a certain way. You can't see this on, obviously you can't see it because you're listening, but if you go to John Gruden's TikTok, you can see how he's lit. It's just weird. I don't know why they chose that, but he's talking very excitedly about the quarterback here, CJ Stroud, breaking down a play, and I think there is a particular sounder that he, or at least phrase that he said that we're probably going to use on this show at some point. Here's John Gruden breaking down Stroud on TikTok.
CJ Stroud, 345 yards, brings the Texans back, wins it at the buzzer. Shred up, Stroud.
Does he have a producer tag? Like, is there some producer who's doing that who dropped his tag in there for the drop? Is that what that is? Can we play that again? Like, it's not Young Metro Don't Trust You, but there's someone.
CJ Stroud, 345 yards, brings the Texans back, wins it at the buzzer. Shred up, Stroud.
Now I got questions beyond the barking. I got questions. Is that drop, that producer tag, something he uses in all his clips, or was that specific to Stroud?
Buzzer. Shred up, Stroud.
Got me feeling. Is that what? I think that's what I'm hearing.
I think so, and I think that's what he uses in all.
Okay.
Because there is a longer version of this video.
So he's got someone who decided to have a producer tag.
I guess.
I guess.
Or it might just be like just someone saying "got me feeling."
Yeah, maybe it's that because.
And then he. Oh, by the way, when the music plays, John Gruden bugs out his eyes, rocks back and forth, and like shows his teeth.
Yeah, he's in a dark room, and
I feel like that's a key part of this.
Yeah, you have to watch this. You have
absolutely insane. He doesn't blink during this entire thing.
It is insane. You can find it. Just find Gruden TikTok. Just type it in.
Yeah, or go to Twitter, type in Shred 'em Shroud.
Yeah, you can find it in multiple ways, but this is John Gruden, and he's in a dark room, and it looks like he's lit only by his laptop light, or maybe there's a ring light I don't see on screen. It's just a very weird setup, and of course, everyone wants the vertical, wants everything to be in that kind of vertical filming look, framing. So it's just Gruden's head for the most part, and maybe the corner of a laptop as he's talking about Stroud. At least with the clip, I'm sure there's maybe a different version in a different medium, but I don't know. But if you want to watch John Gruden in his, I guess in entirety break down Stroud, you can find that someplace other than here. But Shred 'em Shroud, I think we're going to keep.
Buzzer. Shred up, Stroud.
I want to keep the whole thing. I want to keep the who.
Yeah, the bark's not bad, or that who is not bad, or whatever that is. It's not bad. You probably have the right idea with that. You know, when sometimes when you try to change with the times, there's some missteps. And while it's great for this show, I'm not sure this is exactly what John Gruden was looking for as he takes his next step, trying to stay relevant.
I don't know. I think it's better than what he used to do.
What, be a coach?
Well, no. Well, kind of. Outside the one year with all Tony Dungy's players.
It's very true. Very true. I mean, those Raiders teams he had were pretty good until the cheating Patriots took a potential title away from him in that snow game.
But it's better than,
better
Spider
than
2Y Banana on Monday Night Football.
And it's better than his second iteration with the Raiders.
Yeah. It's better than those emails.
Well, how many emails did you see? I saw some that were pretty good.
Oh, whoa!
Not good as far as.
Care to explain, or?
I mean, the emails. I'm simply saying were entertaining.
Oh,
are they more entertaining than this? It's debatable. But now we have something new, thanks to John Gruden.
Yeah, he was going through like all the best quarterbacks, and he would just keep he would give the passing line, and then he would play that drop, rock back and forth. And you know what? I'm just gonna.
That's what we did mention. He's rocking back and forth in the clip. You got to see this thing. I can't explain any of it. From the lighting to the framing to the bug eyes to John Gruden rocking back and forth at the end of it. All of it is perfect for video. Unfortunately, at least in this instance, we're doing radio for the most part. Although you'll get to see the John and Lance clip a little bit later. We figured that out. So if you were jonesing for John and Lance on YouTube, you'll have that a little bit later in the day.
Just switch between John and Lance and John Gruden. Here's him. Here's John Gruden talking about Jared Goff on Monday Night Football, going. I think it's 18 for 18.
When I was calling plays, I just loved it when our quarterback shredded the defense. I mean, just ripped them. That's what has me feeling really nicey. Like watching Jared Goff go 18 for 18, 292 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Got me feeling nicey.
I couldn't do that pregame warm-up.
He's trying to give the impression that he's on drugs, right?
I think so, because
he wants people to think he's on drugs.
He also rocked back and forth on this one and made he's making deranged faces.
So
in all these.
We know shred is part of it, no matter what quarterback he's talking about.
Also, I think it's got me feeling nicey.
Yeah, because he dropped nicey at some point.
Yeah,
like in a non sequitur kind of nicey. So yeah, that's part of it too. Got me feeling nicey. I don't know who his producer is, but congratulations, everybody who's involved in the John Gruden TikToks.
I wonder what he's paying his producer.
Did he get settlement money from anyone after getting fired?
Maybe from the Browns. He got or not the Browns, the Raiders. He got part of his buyout.
Possibly. I mean, I'm not worried about John Gruden's money. He was on Monday Night Football too.
Yeah, he was a coach for 15 years.
I think he's fine. Whatever he's paying his producer, I'm sure the producer's underpaid because he's got to deal with Gruden. He's got to make whatever Gruden's doing coherent enough and clip it up in forms that people will be able to digest. So
I mean,
whoever
this is very easy to digest, I will say.
Yes, in 15-second clips.
Got me feeling nice.
But the guy who has to put it all together, hey John, I need you to rock a little bit more. Whoever's directing it,
bigger eyes,
bug eyes. What we're looking for. Whoever's doing any of that to direct John Gruden into this individual, tremendous job. We'll come back with more coaches, less deranged than John Gruden, unfortunately. Mike Elko will kind of start off our college football talk for the day. We'll play some sound from him. He was not thrilled with Eli Drinkwitz or the media for talking down on his quarterback, Connor Wegman, who was back and starred in the Aggies' upset. Well, they were favored, right? They were favored. But as far as the rankings were concerned, I guess you could call it an upset. They dismantled Missouri at home, and the Aggies. The talk has begun. Could they be a one-loss team facing the Texas Longhorns for a shot at a playoff berth? And the ticket prices for that game are already up, and they're very steep. We're talking $2,000 in spots, getting to $3,000 for a game that's months away. The Aggies have an easy schedule the rest of the way, comparatively speaking. The Longhorns certainly don't have it as easy, but there's a real shot at this point where that game could decide who's playing in the SEC title game. Or, it could be one of those things where they play the final week of the season, then they play the next week. If things work out, who knows? It could be the first of 2 matchups between the Longhorns and the Aggies.
3 on the
CFP. In the CFP too. Hey, I know we're looking way far ahead, but let's dream, everybody.
No, we're not looking that far.
They haven't played once since 2011, right? Let's play 3 times in 2024 to make up for it all. Let's get that done.
You're gonna be sick of this game.
Yeah, you guys thought you loved it and you wanted it back. We're gonna give it to you 3 times within a month.
You're smoking the whole pack, Junior.
Yeah, I remember a time where the Aggies and Longhorns never played. Now it's 3 times over the course of a month. So we'll see if that occurs. But we'll first hear from Mike Elko and his thoughts on everybody talking bad about his quarterback and Eli Drinkwitz, who did something forget about what he did before the game. What he did during the game, some cowardice. And we'll talk about that too when we come back in hour 2. Welcome to hour 2. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We'll get to the Mike Elko thing shortly, but Sean was vigorously working through the break to find his best things from John Gruden on TikTok, breaking down quarterbacks. And at least from the Stroud clip, I think he loves it all.
I really do.
He loves
really
it all.
do.
So he was cutting up parts of that clip. I'm going to ask something blind because I don't know. Just play your favorite thing. Don't warn me. Just play your favorite thing from the entire clip. You do. I was calling it a bark. You do love the 300 Spartans. Who? You do love that. That's your favorite part.
I mean, I love the whole thing. I love the whole thing. But yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I guess what I love most is the music. Just the music as a whole, but especially the punctuation of who.
I love him dropping nicey in a different clip. I don't think that was the Stroud clip. It might have been the golf clip.
The golf clip where he got me feeling nicey.
Yeah,
I can't even do that in pregame warm-ups.
Yeah, I do love nicey. I do love him saying a word he has never used before, specifically for content. Nicey. I do love that. But the who and the shred 'em Stroud, particularly because, we're going to talk about Stroud a lot on this show. That's fun. Thank you to John Gruden.
Wins it at the buzzer. Shred 'em, Stroud.
That's right. And the way CJ's been playing, we're going to be able to use that quite a bit.
He's got me feeling nicey.
As long as Bobby Sloak doesn't get in the way, we'll be able to play that all the time.
I wonder, does he have one for bad quarterback play? Like when he talks about Deshaun Watson, what does he play? I might have to watch this.
You have to figure out if a quarterback plays poorly, does it get sad? Does the music get sad? Is he less excited or mad? Is he furious about it? Got me feeling what? Dicey? What is he gonna say?
This is just the Costco guy's boom or doom.
Yeah. What's he gonna say?
Nicer and dice.
What's he going to use to demonstrate how mad he feels about poor quarterback play? I guess we'll find out. Or maybe he just never makes those clips.
Yeah.
It's all positive.
He's a positive
all of a sudden,
guy.
John Gruden's all positive all the time now.
He's a positive guy.
John, I saw those emails. You can't fool me.
I'm positive that Roger Goodell is words I can't say on the radio.
That's right. So we'll hear more from John Gruden. I can guarantee it. That's just how this show's going to operate going forward. But let's talk about a coach who's still employed as far as being a football coach. That's Mike Elko. Mike Elko had a big one over the weekend. His A&M team beat the crap out of Missouri. I'm sure in the locker room there's a lot of that. Missouri, if they weren't already on fraud watch, then their surprise confirmed fraud. You probably should already had them after they now give Vanderbilt credit because they obviously were better than we thought, but Vanderbilt took them to the wire, and that started the questions about Missouri. And then they just cemented the fact that they're not as good as their ranking suggested after they got blown out by A&M. Connor Wegman played and played well. I thought Marcel Reed would start because of what he had done, but Connor Wegman brought a different component. They were able to pass the ball more efficiently. I don't know if we're going to always see that from Connor Wegman. That's kind of been the problem with him when he is healthy. He is not the guy consistently that we saw on Saturday. It's part of the reason they lost to Notre Dame. Now Notre Dame's a better defensive team than Missouri, and he was happy to take advantage of Missouri. So some of the lead up to the game was a very weird social media thing where a A&M quarterback has a nickname. He's called the Blanket. Will Lee is his name. He's a corner for A&M, and he got that nickname because he's a good cover corner. He locks guys down, and that's the nickname he was given. And somehow, some way, a blanket wound up in the room. A&M blanket wound up in the room of Theo Weiss, who is a Mizzou wide receiver. We talked about this yesterday. Of course, it blew up on social media. Theo Weiss wore the blanket to walk through as a Missouri team was walking through Kyle Field just to get a feel for it. And if you're Mike Elko, you don't believe that came from your side. you believe it came from the Missouri side, and he named the coach that he thinks had something to do with it. But first, we're going to hear from him getting after people criticizing Connor Wegman, and then we'll hear. I think the clips are combined. We'll hear from him discussing the social media towel in question.
And the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to say this because it needs to be said, you know, you can challenge Connor for how he plays, and you can be upset about Connor for how he throws a football. Some of the stuff that has been said about this kid and written about this kid, not by you guys have been great, is embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing, the stuff that gets out there on this kid. This kid's a winner. He's a competitor. He does everything that he needs to do for Texas A&M football. And there's a lot of people right now that need to stand up and recognize what they've said over the last 3 weeks and take some ownership in it. So from there, I'll open up to questions.
And have you gathered any intel on the blanket and the card for Weiss early? And how did you feel like he responded?
My suggestion would be you guys should go ask Eli where that came from, because I have a strong feeling that came from the other side and had nothing to do with Texas A&M, Will Lee, or anybody over here. So you should point that one on the other side.
Yeah, I finished up my lead-in by saying towel. It was a blanket, hence the nickname Blanket. Will Lee, the cornerback. Connor Wegman played well. He was a winner in high school. I don't know if I'm going to give him the winner tag in college. He's been injured, unfortunately, and that has kind of short-circuited his career last year and this year, and he was back and he played well in his game against Missouri. Now, to Eli Drinkwitz, that's the Eli in question, the head coach of Missouri. I don't believe A&M put a blanket in Theo Weiss's room. That came from the head coach or someone who thought that Theo Weiss needed some motivation. Maybe the wide receiver coach did it. I don't know. Maybe Eli Drinkwitz didn't even stamp that and go, hey, go do that because Theo Weiss needs the proper motivation. My veteran captain needs to be motivated by a blanket. It could be. Coaches sometimes, even assistants sometimes go rogue, and he thought his guy needed it. It didn't help. Theo Weiss did not have a great game. No one in Missouri did. Brady Cook. That's a quarterback that people thought a lot of coming into the year. It has not played out in a way that he would like and that Missouri program would like. They have been teetering on one of these, and they had to go on the road, and they caught one. A&M was ready. I believe the Aggies had the week off. No, they played Arkansas the week before. But their quarterback was healthy, and they were ready to go. So credit to A&M for getting that win, and they are number 15 in the latest rankings. We know they don't matter that much, but what it means is if they keep winning, whenever those polls come out, the CFP comes out, that's going to be a team likely firmly in the top 10 if they keep winning games. And the schedule has really only LSU and Texas on it that you would say outright A&M could lose that game. Their games, because it's college football, where they could go on the road and lose, like they go to South Carolina. And maybe if they're so fearful of a South Carolina player mimicking shooting them with a shotgun that they don't play well, because that happened over the weekend, maybe that affects their play. But other than that, they should go in there and win. But who knows? It's SEC football on the road.
I mean, it didn't really affect
No.
Ole Miss.
Credit to Jackson Dart.
The guy who got shot in the face.
Gunshot victim. I still think it was in the chest, more surface area.
Okay.
But Jackson Dart, he didn't mimic it. Dylan Stewart is his name.
Yeah.
Dylan Stewart, the all-world or all-freshman defensive end for
South
Carolina, mimicked unleashing.
When they're down like 27.
Yeah, he got a sack, and he was, I finally got you on the ground. I'm going to pretend like I'm going to unload on you. Bop, bop, bop. And it was louder than that. It was more like a shotgun. And he got flagged appropriately. So
I don't know. Let him play.
I made those jokes this morning.
They really have cracked down on the gun stuff.
Yeah, I think because it's getting out of control. Gun control in the SEC. Who would have thought?
I mean, because it's just like who was it? It was the wide receiver for LSU, Kyron Lacey. Lacey got called for one when he
put a fake, obviously a hypothetical shotgun to the guy's head and pulled the trigger to the corner's head after he scored a touchdown.
I don't like it.
So how far do you think they should go? How far should they be allowed to go?
Really, I mean, as long as it's just finger, like
Yeah,
Okay, I guess what I'm asking is, where's the line from finger guns to shotgun in the chest.
I don't think they want anything. I think
so. They don't want finger gun.
No, if you do the finger gun first down thing, I think they'll get you too.
So they don't want Texas Tech.
We know they do that.
What about Texas Tech?
Well, you have to do that on the sideline as a non-participant in the game.
I don't know.
Those are the rules. Guns up, I think you can only do that on the sideline.
Okay.
Because
I don't like this. This how it starts.
And it's not just this. What starts censorship?
This is how it starts.
The no fun league with college football.
They're taking away our guns.
Then they're doing it in SEC country of all places.
Yes, they're taking. First, they came for our air guns, our mimic guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next, they'll come from the real thing. I'm not a 5-star. I can't protect myself.
You think it's a slippery slope?
I do think it's slippery.
Well, it's not just happening in SEC country. In the USC Minnesota game, now this guy didn't actually mimic shooting anyone.
Exactly.
He lifted up his jersey to mimic him saying, "Oh, I'm packing, I'm strapped," and that was enough to get a flag. The referee, I saw
I know
you.
What that is.
I know what that is. You can't fool me.
I've seen action movies.
Yeah, you are showing. It's like when two badasses show up, they're face to face, and one guy goes.
I've seen Bad Boys 2. I know what that is.
All you do is pull up your shirt and show, hey, this could go one of two ways. Which way do you want it to go? You see the strap? All right, you don't want it to go that way. And that's what he did after.
But again?
How far, Sean? There are some things that can't be done on a football field. What do you want?
And going like this
and
is...
You're brandishing a weapon. That's what the flag was.
It's ridiculous.
For mimicking brandishing a weapon, you get a 15-yard penalty for it. I do think it's funny that
it's not. He didn't really brandish anything.
He showed that he had one on him. He did do that.
Okay.
He did show that he had one on him.
Maybe he just want to show off the abs.
Well, then don't lift it in that fashion.
Who was it that said it was a t-shirt can? Oh, Drake London and Raheem Morris. Remember that on Monday Night Football?
Yeah, he got caught with that too.
It's ridiculous.
But we knew that it wasn't a t-shirt cannon.
Do we?
You did at the time, but this bit you're doing makes you pretend like you didn't say what you said. You're like, that's not a t-shirt cannon. Cut it out, Drake London. That's what you said back then. Now it's
I thought I was the one that gave Raheem Morris the idea that it was a t-shirt cannon.
You did just say that, but you knew that it wasn't a t-shirt cannon that he was doing. Yes, you did give him the opportunity to use your excuse, although you knew, and he did, and it didn't go over. No one believed it. I do think it's funny that while they're trying to remove mimicking guns on the field, that hey, you can dance and use any, simulate any type of action you want while you're dancing. We'll allow that.
That's natural.
Like dudes are like practicing their stroke on the field. And these guys are like, nope, no weapons though. No weapons though.
Exactly.
Hey,
where are we as a society?
Well, we switched. We switched. Remember, gun violence on TV was okay. Sex wasn't okay. Now in college football, it's different. You want to mimic a sex act on the field? Cool. But gun violence? No, we're not having it. Yeah, college football changing the narrative on what is and isn't allowed. I would say, guys, I don't mind the finger pointing for first down. That doesn't bother me. I do think it's a little out of bounds to mimic shooting your opponent after you sacked them or scored a touchdown on them. Don't hold a hypothetical gun to his head and pull the trigger. Maybe don't do that.
Okay. Chest?
Anywhere on the body.
Really? So like below the leg? So it's not with intent to kill?
Your gun, your fake gun, your air gun, I guess we're going to call it, though that's actually a real thing. But but air guitar, air gun, I'm using it in that way, should not be pointed at a player or a fan or a coach. If you want to...
Can you Yosemite Sam it?
I was going to say that. If you want to pew, 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 pew up in the air, I don't mind it.
But that's what Drake London got called for.
It's true. I didn't mind that. I just thought it's funny that they flagged him because I had not seen it before, and now we know it's a point of emphasis on the NFL.
It's a t-shirt gun.
It's a point of emphasis in the NFL and in college football. I'm trying to figure out what other things could get you flagged, like as far as mimicking a gun. Like
bow and arrows are good.
What if I pull it out of my? What if I have a sock holster?
Oh, like an ankle?
an ankle holster. What if I have one of those and I pull the gun out of there, like from movies from the 80s and 90s when you have your spare gun in your ankle holster?
What if it's like a musket and then you pop and then you have to go and then you reach down, clean it out. Well,
and you mimic.
No,
pouring more gunpowder.
Because it looks like something.
Can you mimic pouring gunpowder in the gun? and then firing. What can and can't you do?
The New England Patriots have the guys that shoot the guns
That's
on the
true.
field.
That's true, but they're off the field. They're not players. It's not for the players anymore.
I don't like this.
Well,
I don't like this.
Well, don't worry. As long as it doesn't happen at Texas, I think you'll be fine. I think you'll
Texas has a cannon. How long before they take that?
Once again, it's not done by a player. What if a player ran over and say, "Hey guys, since I can't do anything on the field with guns, can I do the celebration after a touchdown?"
Yeah, can I walk over and fire it?
Yeah,
They probably let them.
Yeah, is that excessive celebration? You're using a prop.
I mean, you're using a gun or a weapon. You're brandishing a weapon.
What if can I be a ninja with a sword? What's
Antonio Smith says yes, you can.
Well, that was years ago. Now we'll see what the NFL would say if he tried to do it today.
Yeah,
Okay,
sword. Yeah, swords. Can you do swords?
can you throw ninja stars? They probably wouldn't know what they were.
Yeah.
What you're doing. They probably
have
wouldn't
to
get
explain it.
Yeah. No, don't do it. Then they'll flag you for it. Oh, don't worry about
Well,
it.
that's what Antonio Smith did. He was the ninja assassin.
I remember.
And so that's what we knew. If you didn't know he was the ninja assassin, you just saw him do that. You'd be like, is he a pirate or something? What
Maybe
is
he
doing?
loves Zorro. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So that happened in college football over the weekend. We'll get into our misery index next. I would say guess that Mizzou is going to be involved because that loss was embarrassing. And we'll get into what happened in that game very late that should have the entire fan base embarrassed. Eli Drinkwitz, what are we doing? Cowardly, I would say, at the end of that game. So we'll get into that before we wrap it up. We'll also get into how are we going to attack the Rockets? When do we start caring about Rockets basketball? Is it at the beginning of the year? Do we start watching preseason games when we can? How is Sean going to approach load management when it comes to watching Rockets basketball? I don't feel like he's going to do a lot of back-to-backs. I think if there's a big game between the Rockets and a glamour team, he'll watch that one. But if they face the Nets on the next night, take that night off. I think that's his approach. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get to that in a little bit here. A couple more segments to go. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
CJ Stroud is currently on the Pat McAfee show, so we know he shows up on Tuesday in the building because there's a Texans branded screen behind him. So I assume he's in the facility. It's a day off for the players, but generally not for the quarterback. The quarterback's going to go in, and other guys are going for treatment. But I'm sure he's just getting ready for the Patriots and sitting down for an interview with Pat McAfee.
Wins it at the buzzer. Shred up, Stroud.
You're watching it right now, right? I stepped on. That's on me. You think those glasses are functional or for fashion?
Come on.
If you're out and about, obviously you can't see it, but I'm sure Pat McAfee will have clips up later of CJ Stroud on his show. You'll see the glasses.
Has anyone ever worn clear frame glasses
as a functional thing?
As like prescription?
Because they need them?
I feel like clear frame glasses is the giveaway that this is not functional. Maybe they're blue light glasses.
Possibly.
Just, because he's watching a lot of
he's
film.
He's staring at his iPad. Yeah.
A lot of screen time.
And now the screen just froze. So there that is. The Texans taking a hit. Or maybe he was done. I'm not sure. But the screen froze.
I'm watching
you're ahead of
random jabronis asking him a question.
Okay, so maybe the screen froze. We'll see if CJ's back on there. So,
oh my God, this guy with the mullet just won't shut up.
You're just waiting.
He's asking like a 90-second long question.
It happens sometimes.
Moving his hands a lot as he's asking.
Yeah, he's setting it up. He's really setting it up because I'm looking at it right now and he's not done yet. Okay, we'll see if CJ's back or maybe there's an issue with the Wi-Fi in the Texas facility. But let's get to the misery index in college football. We've talked a lot about Mizzou and A&M. That was a big game, the only game that featured ranked teams. And A&M took over early, ran the ball down Mizzou's throat. Big win for them, big win for that program in Mike Elko's first year. They've had two ranked teams come to town with drastically different results. They lost to A&M early. That was in week 1. And then they whooped up on Missouri. The thing I want to take from that would make Missouri fans more miserable than they would regularly be after getting demolished by 31 points is the fact that it wound up at 31 points as far as a difference. 41-10 the final. It was 41-7 until late in that game where Eli Drinkwitz, the Missouri head coach, you're doing a thing. We're trying to tack on a touchdown for some positivity. You're going to keep trying. And normally, if it gets the 4th down, you will go again. And if you don't get it, you're like, oh, well, that's the way the game ends. So after getting a 1st and goal at the A&M 1, they threw a pass for a loss of 5 yards. So now it's 2nd goal from the 6. 2 straight completions makes it 4th and goal. Now, Sean, what would any self-respecting coach do in that situation? You're down 41-7. You're trying to punch in a touchdown. What would a self-respecting coach do?
You take your quarterback who people were hyping up before the season and you have him throw it to one of the receivers that are going to get drafted.
Yeah, Mookie Cooper, Theo Weiss, Luther Burden. You try on 4th and goal to score a touchdown. That's not what Eli Drinkwitz did. He ran out his kicker for a chip shot 23-yard field goal. And he made it to make it 41-10. It did hit the over, but all that did was hype up the A&M crowd. Mike Elko at the end of the game was looking to the crowd and go, yeah, let's get up. Ho. That's what he was doing. Get up because that was a coward's way to go out. Exactly. It was cowardly for Missouri, cowardly for Eli Drinkwitz. What reason are you kicking a field goal other than maybe you had the over? If you had the over, I understand. Normally when you do something like that, it's because your boosters may have had the over and you're helping them out by getting it over 48.5. But for you to do it, nah. So that throws Mizzou probably at the top of my misery index until I saw what happened in Nashville.
Yeah.
Until I saw what happened in Nashville.
This is going to be maybe misery index of the year.
Yes.
Like if we go back in the end of the year, week by week, and who was number one in the misery index, this might be number one of all time.
And it's illustrated by some sound I played on the morning show. In fact, Sean, it's in my Ship Talk folder. I think it's labeled Alabama something. Alabama loses their game to Vanderbilt in a game where Vanderbilt dominated. As far as it being Vanderbilt versus Alabama, yeah, it was a close game, but Vanderbilt got whatever they wanted. Alabama had no answers for them, but offense. Diego Pavia, the transfer quarterback from New Mexico State, had a big game. And the outright embarrassment for Bama is why they are number one on the index. From Malachi Moore having an ultimate crash out. Malachi Moore, the safety from Alabama. If you don't know his name, you may have seen his number on clips. Number 13 was losing his mind out there. He, and rightfully so, was upset by his performance. Well, maybe more overall the team's performance and the defensive performance specifically. They couldn't stop Diego Pavia on a 4-minute drive to close out the game. They kept giving up first. They gave up 2 first downs in the game. Vanderbilt took a 40-28 lead, and Alabama came back and scored a touchdown to make it 40-35. And of course, normally you think, okay, Alabama's going to get a stop. This is going to come down to a final drive. We'll see what Jalen Milroe has. And we didn't get to see a Jalen Milroe final drive because Alabama couldn't get stops. And it ended with a Diego Pavia run to get a first down. You had Malachi Moore grabbing his face mask and grinding his helmet into grabbing Pavia's face mask on the ground and kind of twisting it back and forth while Pavia was on the ground. It didn't get called. So Malachi Moore was like, you're not going to throw a flag for that? I bet you'll throw a flag for this. Because when the official spotted the ball, he walked over and kicked it, and that was just part of his crash out. He threw his mouthpiece. He's yelling at his own teammates. And when the Alabama staff notices he's losing his mind, they tell him, "Hey, there are clips of it from fans on the Alabama side. No, actually the Vanderbilt side. You can see them filming him, and you see coaches telling, "Come on, come out." And he was like, "I'm not coming out. I'm not leaving. I'm not effing leaving. I'm going to stay out here." So when people are like, how come they just didn't pull him out? Nick Saban would have pulled him out. Well, I guess maybe Nick Saban would have been able to grab Malachi Moore, but the coaches tried. He just didn't want to. So he was miserable. Alabama fans were miserable. And here's just an illustration or an example of how miserable they were.
Alabama don't lose to Vandy. We don't lose to Vandy. That is friggin' pathetic, Coach DeBoer. 40 years, dude. 40 years. Bill Curry didn't lose to Vandy. Mike DeBose didn't lose to Vandy. Mike Shula didn't lose to Vandy. 40 years. You've been here 4 weeks and you already lost to Vandy. Strike friggin' one, dude. This is equivalent to coming home and finding your wife in bed with the neighbor. This is what this is equivalent to, Paul. And I'll say this for this. Me and K-Dub both agree. You could never trust her again. You might stay with her for the kid's sake, but you could never trust the woman again. And the same thing's true with Coach DeBoer. You can win a natty. We can't trust your ass now. You just proved that you can beat the best and lose to the worst in a 2-week friggin' period. You don't lose to Vanderbilt. That's the ugliest little sister on the block. You don't lose to Vanderbilt. You just don't friggin' do it, dude. And let me say this about Malachi Moore. I wish
I cut him off at that point, but he was going to get into Malachi Moore too. Damian Harris, I played some sound earlier in the day. We don't have to get to that one, but Damian Harris ripped Malachi Moore, the former Alabama running back, got into the Alabama player there. So you lose to Vanderbilt after beating Georgia, and he's right about one thing. People think that's nuts to say we can never trust you. That's how those guys operate. That's how boosters will operate. That's how fans will operate. No matter what Kalen DeBoer does. If he goes on to win a championship, whenever that happens, they will remember the day he brought shame on the program by losing to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, like there's still, this is just what happens at places like this, where if he would have won in Washington, who have been legend forever. People always love them. 100% approval rating. At Alabama, now that he's lost to Vanderbilt, even if he wins the national championship, it will not be 100% approval rating.
No.
There's still going to be people being like, all right, guy lost to Vanderbilt. Cool.
There's someone.
Can't wait to fire him.
There will be someone in Mobile who will remember the day they had to deal with the ribbing, the slander they were getting from all the fan bases because Alabama lost to Vanderbilt. It won't ever go. It'll be a stain, no matter what happens. It sounds unreasonable. I'm not even disagreeing, but that's just the way it is.
That's where
I'm talking about if you win. Let's say he goes on to win like 3 titles in 5 years.
I was gonna say I honestly,
I'm not saying right now.
I listened to that and I was like, I 100% understand what that guy's saying.
I'm not saying right now is unreasonable. I'm saying no matter what happens, you can think it's unreasonable. He could go on a crazy run, but there will be people who will remember the day, early October in 2024, where they had to sit through Diego Pavia celebrating because he put up 33. They did have a pick six, 40 points overall for Vanderbilt against that Alabama team. It's just the way it is. And that's what you sign up for when you go take that job. Beat Georgia, lose to Vanderbilt. It's almost like a wash.
Yeah.
At this point.
Number 1 on the misery index.
Clearly. Mizzou right up there too, mostly because of their coach's cowardice. Other teams that could make it, TCU. I put them there because you got your doors blown off by SMU. You got a team coming to town who never scores points in the Big 12, at least this season. They scored the first touchdown in the game and beat you soundly. That was Houston. The Cougs, we know they struggled. Cincinnati and Iowa State held them scoreless. And then they go into TCU and put up a 30 spot. I got to put TCU fans on because there's no way they thought that was happening. They thought they would bounce back, feel pretty good, win a game in the Big 12.
And just in general, where they find themselves, almost 18 months after playing in a national championship.
They're back to being
a little bit more than that.
They're back to being an also-ran.
Yeah, they're back to like scrapping for bowls. That's a tough place to be.
Yeah, they lose to SMU and then they beat Kansas. Kansas, who isn't good. Speaking of misery, the Kansas surprisingly terrible this year.
Shout out to Kansas though for getting their program to a place where you can say surprisingly terrible.
Yeah,
that's actually a credit.
Lance Leopold, they had acquired enough talent where we were thinking Kansas maybe could make a run at the Big 12 if Jalen Daniels stays healthy, their quarterback. Instead, they have 1 win, and they lost their most recent game to Arizona State. But TCU, they get beat by the Cougs, and the Cougs were up 24-6 at the half. So TCU was really never in this game. The Cougs controlled it. Chris is probably the guy who's going to get the bulk of the snaps going forward. Donovan Smith was not the answer for the Cougs, and they made a quarterback switch, and it worked out for him. He was very efficient, 15 of 18, 141 yards, and also ran for 97 yards, 211 carries. So for right now, the Cougs have their new quarterback. I say for right now because it's college football. To just suspect or expect a young quarterback to keep that job over the course of the season means you haven't been paying attention to the sport. I'm sure Donovan Smith will get snaps in a crucial situation going forward because that's just how the game works. It happens. Jerry, I see you want to get into some college football stuff. Sean, you have anyone that should be added to the list? I have Tennessee on it for losing to Arkansas, but I didn't want to be so SEC-centric.
Yeah, no, Tennessee should definitely be on there, probably on the medal stand. I'd say probably 3rd on the list, just because you'd think this is going to be a really special year, and not only the fact that you do lose this game, but you lose it
in that fashion,
in the way you do. Doesn't help that Nico runs out of bounds with time expiring and doesn't throw in the end zone to give yourself a shot. It's just
a rough way.
It's like an extra oh man, we really do have a freshman. We're dealing with the freshman growing pains of a quarterback this year. Maybe Michigan is another one. I don't even know how miserable.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I was thinking about that, but they kind of know they're always going to be in a situation where that could pop up because of their quarterback play.
Yeah, it's just I
would rather go USC because there's no chance that those those people who root for them thought they were losing to Minnesota. They don't.
Yeah.
Know, they didn't know. They probably don't know a lot about Minnesota football because why would they? Being a Pac-12 school or in some cases Pac-10 school for all of their lives, and now they have to go to Minnesota. We're not sure. We know they're not good. Are they going to drag us down into the muck and play their game? Yes. In fact, they
will.
did. And you got caught in regular Big Ten football. USC. Normally, when you get into those games where you lose it to a team you're not supposed to lose to, it's generally like 45-42 because your defense wasn't getting stops. I don't think they expected the way their defense has played this year to be held down by Minnesota, and they were. So I would probably elevate them over Michigan, but you could probably pick Michigan's probably just miserable because even now we're deep into the year, you still don't have an answer at quarterback, and now Jack Tuttle might be your best.
You're like nowhere
answer.
close to an
Yeah.
answer at quarterback.
You have your season is lost because you have 3 guys at quarterback who can't play at this level right now, and your defense may not be as good as it was last year, the years previous, but it's good enough. Maybe you don't beat Texas, but probably should be a 1-loss team and have a real shot to compete for the Big Ten. But I don't see how they do that with that quarterback play. Jerry, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. College football, surprisingly enough, made us way late for a break. We'll take Jerry's call. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. But first, I want to talk about my bookie. You can't bet on misery at my bookie, but maybe you can, if your team stinks, take the other side because that's the way you make money. My bookie is a place that's going to help you do that. Just go to mybookie.ag, use that promo code BET975, and match your deposit up to $1,000. Does that sound good? I think it does. They're giving you double what you put in. That's a good deal. So use that promo code, sign up, and then take advantage, whether it be the NFL, college football, the playoffs in baseball still going on. Certainly, we've got preseason basketball tonight. You can take a look at as well. There's so many things to look at, and it doesn't stop with sports betting. If you just want to stick with the casino and you like playing cards, they have a live casino there. They have a dealer that will deal your cards out. They don't just pop up on your screen. You have a dealer, and that helps the immersion, at least I think. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with my bookie. And that means anything. Soccer, PGA, tennis, all there for you at mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Jerry here. He wants to talk some college football. What's up, Jerry?
Hey guys, Dale, I heard you in the morning shows comment about college football going into this different levels of tiers. You know, when it comes to the big schools, it sounds like what they're trying to do with soccer with the Champions League and how they have different level of tiers. I don't like it personally, but if we want to put the idea of soccer into college football, I'm tired of just seeing big schools like UCLA, and I get UCLA is a basketball school, but UCLA should have no reason to be in the Big Ten. Obviously, money. But let's say that when it comes to the Big Ten, the worst, 2 to 4 schools should get relegated to the lower conferences. You know, the MAC, the Sun Belt. For example, UCLA is in last place. They should go to the Pac-12, and then whoever's the worst team in the Pac-12, they should go, and they should bring back the WAC and just move on like that. Auburn, they're the worst in the SEC. They should go to the Sun Belt and just stuff like that. Because obviously you got all these schools just jumping from conference to conference. They don't care. So why should we care if their feelings are hurt if that student athlete that one season is in the SEC and the next season they're in the Sun Belt? And I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate it, Jerry. Yeah, I mentioned it on the show. What he's talking about is something called Project Rudy. And it would be tiers, 3 tiers, and they would be determined by how you do on the field. And certainly it wouldn't just be a 1-year thing. It would be past success. And the tiers would, for the most part, beyond being based on success, the important part of being in those tiers would be money. Like in the proposal, tier 1 would have the top 16 schools in the 70 program league. And in year 4, the top 16 would make $130 million per team. And escalating the 250 in year 12. Tier 2 would be the next 22 schools. And then tier 3 would be the last 32 schools. So while you can't be relegated out of the league, like you can't pull someone who previously wasn't in the league into it and then you fall out, you could go up and down the tiers depending on how well you did. And 16 is a tight number, because I think if you ask, and it wouldn't be realistic, I think, but you ask teams around the country, they would say, I think more than 16 would say they have a chance to win a national title. And it's very, very rare that's actually a likelihood. But if you ask, you just start polling, I think you would get to more than 16. So if you're giving the top 16 $130 million, you are creating a giant gap between who can compete and who can't. Now, what you do with those resources are one thing, but if I'm making 130 in year 4 and eventually 250 per year in year 12, how does that make me best equipped to win when compared to someone who's making between 60 and 110 over the course of 12 years? We think the gap is big now. I think the gap will get bigger. Because if you think about it, let's say, is Ole Miss right now coming into the year, and right now still, they believe they had a chance to win the SEC and win a national title. Ole Miss in that top 16, is Ole Miss that much different from, let's say, I'm trying to think of a team. Is Ole Miss that much different from Utah? Like Utah's in the top 12, but they don't spend the type of money that Ole Miss does for their program. Like if we went through a 4-year cycle where Utah was a little down and Ole Miss continued to make the money that they make, they already make more than Utah now, being the SEC compared to the Big 12 and formerly the Pac-12. But if the money was let's say 70 more in year 4 than Utah, how does Utah stand a chance to compete with the team you could say if they got on the field at the same time right now and Cam Rising was playing, Utah would have every shot to beat Ole Miss. So I think the money could create even a wider gap. But I think the top 70 wouldn't care because there's so much movement, particularly for the bottom 35 or so. You're never quite sure where your money's coming from or if you're getting it.
Yeah, and even like that top tier, it's like Ole Miss is in it this year before the season started, and they're still in that range. But like, I don't know, they haven't won a conference since segregation. Like they actually have not won a conference since the SEC integrated the league. So should they be at the big boys table just because right now with Lane Kiffin preseason hype?
Well, that's why the tiers would be based on over the course of time winning. They're not just going to give it to you because over the last 2 years you've been a program.
And you'd have a lot of teams like Missouri, like just take Missouri this week as an easy example of when that game kicked off. They're number 9 in the country. Now they're in the 20s.
They did not look like it.
It's just that the bottom half of the group is just so topsy turvy that's like coming into a season. Yeah, you could be in the top of the league. I mean, Michigan. You could be Michigan, where Michigan would be in whatever the top class of the college football is last year. This year, and then they would still be in it this year because they won the national championship. And they probably wouldn't win a game against the top 12 teams in the country.
We've seen them against, I guess, the top 3 team in the country. If we're just going to give Texas that top 3 because we're not sure if they're 1, 2, or 3, but they're in that category. We saw what happened there, and Michigan would benefit from being in that top 16 because of the past years. I don't mind us stop pretending like this is not all about football. It's just interesting how they would determine who can be where and how long it would take to elevate from one to the other.
And one thing, and we'll see this a little bit with these conferences, with like how the SEC and the Big Ten are made up now, especially the SEC though, where it's like some of these fan bases have to get used to like going 6-6.
Yeah,
because
you don't get to play in this model. You wouldn't play any FCS programs.
Yeah.
You wouldn't play anyone outside of the 70.
In like a down-ish year and you have a hard schedule, like you're just gonna get smoked. Like, and then imagine that while you're in the top 16 and we just have a down year, or our coach left, or we had last year's Washington team and we had 13 pros that all left, and oh my god, now we're gonna go 0-10 because we don't have anyone.
Now, the numbers as far as money are hypothetical, and they're based on more games of interest to TV because you're not having Tennessee play Chattanooga. Even if Tennessee thinks they have a weaker opponent, instead of Chattanooga, they're playing someone like Virginia Tech, and it may not be the wow factor, but the ratings will be better because at least it's a name people care about and have heard of. It's a proposal, and it's at the same time that the Big Ten and the SEC are meeting to maybe discuss making like a 36-team Super League, as they are currently the 2 conferences out front in terms of making money. So maybe you have 2 competing things going on at the same time. We are done for the day. I do want people to know that if you had any thoughts about Robert Saleh eventually joining the Texans this year, he's going to take some time off because he wants to be in the pool, at least for DC's next year. So maybe he doesn't become a consultant, and that's good. Maybe he needs to recuperate after being escorted out of his own building. that story is out there. Security walked him out of the building. He didn't even get to talk to his players on the way out. I'm done. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. So if this show is done, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
And what would John Gruden say if we'd done something well?
Shred up, Stroud!
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Third down and 22. There's a tight end, Kelsey. Got a long way to go, and he pitches to Pirine. And out of bounds near a first down.
So when the Chiefs are doing cool stuff like that, it is definitely hard to envision the Houston Texans ever beating them. Man, how do they make themselves look so cool despite having a bunch of guys who were on the team, I think like 3 years ago, being major contributors? Juju Smith-Schuster's back. Kareem Hunt's back. Travis Kelce's throwing laterals across the field again. The defense is completely stifling Derek Carr. Clint Kubiak, it was fun while it lasted. It's over. 26-13, the Chiefs, the only undefeated team in the AFC, and still feeling clear leg up on the rest of the NFL, Joe George.
Yeah, fun game last night. I do love Travis Kelce, though. I guess when you're just that good, just like the rules don't apply to you. Like to him and Patrick Mahomes, they can do whatever they want and it works. It's insane that they plan that out every single week.
I want to see more of it. I think it's cool how we're seeing more and more laterals randomly, sometimes even pre-designed in games. Getting a little rugby in our football.
Yeah.
Figured you'd appreciate that.
I did appreciate that. I need some from what's the best one? Maybe a little Tank to Cam Akers, or I guess Schultz the Tank. Schultz the Tank next week. Let's do that.
I feel like I trust Stephon Diggs doing that. I don't know that I trust anybody else.
Okay. You want Diggs throwing it or catching it?
I also don't trust Bobby Sloak to draw it up.
No, that's
to be perfectly honest.
That's the real problem. It's not the players, it's the OC.
But I don't want to sound negative. And I do get a sense of meh still across the city after the Texans 4-1 start. It is hard to envision the Texans beating the Chiefs. It's hard to envision any team in the league beating the Chiefs. But I just want people to at least acknowledge this is a year where it is possible, even with the Chiefs looking like they did last night. Patrick Mahomes has his worst career numbers this year.
And we thought last year was going to be the outlier when they were his worst ever last season. And now they're worse this year. You never know what's going to happen. It definitely feels like they're going to acquire a wide receiver at some point. So like maybe that changes it. But then again, you see like what last night, it's the magic of Kansas City. Is you mentioned Juju Smith-Schuster. He was irrelevant for the
Mr.
last
TikTok.
Yeah. I mean, he's been a nobody in the NFL for the last 2-3 years since he went to New England. And then now he's back in Kansas City. He's dropping 7 catches last night. It does feel, it's a good thing and a bad thing, right? It's not necessarily the Texans' fault, but it does feel like we're just back into what the Rockets just went through a little bit with the Warriors, where you just have this team that is so good. It's just challenging to envision a scenario in which you beat them.
I'm not even going that far, though. We haven't seen them play them. But I look at what they did to the Saints last night, where finally they had a dominant win for the first time all year. And I know that's what people are looking for. And it's funny. I mean, had they won by multiple scores against the Bills on Sunday, I think a lot more people would be feeling it. But put a tweet out last night, and I got a lot of crazy responses. This tweet essentially said, hey, there's a chance they're tied with the Chiefs at the end of tonight. What's up with the collective meh? They just beat the Bills, who had won 9 of 11 going into that game. Shout out. Sean McDermott was probably pretty proud about that. What do you I mean, what do you want? What more do you want?
I don't know. I don't know what else they want, Paul, because they should be
I'm not telling you to be
thrilled.
excited. I'm not telling you to have a battle red pants tent, and be walking around needing to tuck it in your waistband. I'm not asking for that. I'm not. I don't need you to bend the knee or anything like that. But everyone being mad, I don't get it. This is different than 2012 because you had Matt Schaub under center. This is different than 2018 because Bill O'Brien, all-time bad vibes guy. Same thing with the 2 wins in 2019. So I know I'm talking a lot about what I discussed yesterday with you, Joe. I just feel it's strange that people are like,
No, the more I've thought about it, because it's just been interesting to think about it and see the reaction. And I saw your tweet, and I'm kind of going through it again to see the replies. And it's not just like our station listener thing. You see a lot of the expectations are not being met to what the fans had. I think really what happened is that the fans all got a little far ahead of ourselves in the offseason with hype for this team. And then now the fans are having a hard time reconciling with what was in their brain versus what they see on the field. And what they see on the field should be a 4-1 football team. What they really see, it seems like, is an offense that's struggling at times, that's not having success in the second half. And they're focusing on all the negative aspects instead of the positive things that are on the Texans, because there are still so many positive things that are happening with this teams. It just starts with the 4-1 record. But I think it's just the hype versus what they're seeing. And like they're having a hard time, maybe it is grieving a little bit with the hype, but they're just having a hard time figuring it out.
It's crazy though. What were they supposed to do? Go 10-0 in 5 fucking weeks? What were they supposed to do? Sorry for cussing, but I needed to make that point. What are they supposed to do?
I know.
They've won 4 or 5. They got smoked by the Vikings, but what are they supposed to do to live up to the hype? They're 4-1. There's only 4 teams in the NFL at the top. It's the Chiefs and Vikings who are 5-0. It's you and the Commanders. That's it. Every other team in the league has at least 2 losses. Every other team. And again, I'm not asking for you to bend the knee or say they're the best team ever. I'm not. I just don't get how everyone's so indifferent, how everyone's so meh. CJ Stroud's clearly one of the best quarterbacks in the game. If you can't see it, you're effing blind. I do not for the life of me get it. And it is riling me up. It's just, what? It's not good enough for you? This city has never seen good NFL football. Ever. Not once. Not once. Oh, Bulba, 1979, 1980. I wasn't alive. Doesn't count. You have never seen good football. What are you asking for? God. It's crazy.
It's also something where you look around the league and there's not like there's teams that are absolutely like demolishing teams every time they get on the field with them. Like the Chiefs, the team that played last night. This was the first good game that they played all season.
It's a 2-touchdown win over Derek Carr.
It's the first game that you're not like, wow, Chiefs really got out of that one. That was a tight one. It's like the Texans don't seem that far off. It's just I think it's just the NFL this year is that no team looks good. Team.
I mean, the best team on offense this year is the Cincinnati Bengals, and they have 1 win.
Yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens look like they're a really good football team, except their defense is ass.
Yeah, they
like
except that they're like 1 play away from losing that game to the Bengals.
Yeah. The NFL is like it just seems like this year is really starting to kind of come to the middle a little bit. We're like everyone's kind of in the same, like you have the Panthers at the bottom and a couple other teams, but everyone else is kind of in the same gray area. And for the regular season, it's going to play out that way. We're not going to see a team probably win 13, 14 games this year. I don't even believe in the Vikings are going to do that still. They're 5-0.
You guys have seen The Dark Knight Rises, right?
Of course.
Is there anybody in the NFL that would be able to give a better answer than this guy gives to Bane?
You stay here. I'm in charge.
Do you feel in charge?
Think about it. What NFL team can say they feel in charge? The Chiefs can't after last night, but for the first time all year, they can really say that. And to what you guys were saying, there's a lot of teams that have problems. Sure, the Texans have a lot that they need to clean up. They have been very sloppy. And I'm sorry to be Mr. Bobo, Battle Red Pants Tent, Deep Steel Blue Balls, whatever the hell you want. I'm sorry to be this guy, shaking the pom-poms today. But things are wide open, and they are 4-1. And there's a lot of season left for them to clean these things up. I am just annoyed that this sports town does this so often with the Texans. 9-game winning streak in 2018. Beat the Chiefs and Patriots in 2019. They beat the defending Super Bowl champions. They beat the eventual Super Bowl champions. And obviously the playoff loss to the Chiefs sucked. I get that. But like nothing's good enough for you. Well, because people are ridiculous.
What I don't really understand, I think what I guess I don't understand is the lack of anger at times too. Like it is like there's like an apathetic feel where it's like it's the same old Texans. And it's just, I don't know.
But it's not. They're
But it's
winning
not.
these
I know
games.
it's not. No, I know it's not. Like, and you have CJ Stroud as your quarterback. You can't be the same old Texans when CJ Stroud is your quarterback. Same old Texans applies to Matt Schaub and Ryan Fitzpatrick and TJ Yates and all these other quarterbacks that have run through this franchise. Deshaun Watson, like this, it's different. Look what CJ Stroud's doing right now. Every time the Texans have a negative first and second down, it feels like he's saving the day because he's a superstar.
It's 3rd and 14, and you think to yourself,
Yeah. I mean, they live in 3rd and 7.
Someone tweeted at me, this is like Gary Kubiak. They used to run draws in 3rd and 14. Now they convert them regularly. It's kind of crazy. I mean, they set themselves up in these horrible situations, and Stroud is still able to bail them out. And sure, he had a couple of ugly mistakes at the end of Sunday's game, but I'm not asking you to get the parade float ready to plan the whole thing out. I'm just saying, isn't this fun? I'm asking a question. Is this fun? Is it fun to be 4-1? Is it fun? State that has known so much football success. I'll even bring it to college football. Who's the best college football program in the last 10 years? TCU? Come on.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, it's not good enough for us. Like, get out of here. Get out of here.
It is fun because it should be fun. And it is.
It is fun.
It's fun. They're playing
football.
Fun.
Is fun.
Football, fun.
Who would have thought?
That's because Texas.
They're only scoring 26 points a game.
it's but there's enough people doing that, and I want to shake them and yell at them.
I think people would be more excited if all the games went exactly the same way. You just add 20 points to both teams' final score.
I 100% agree with that.
If you just,
it could be 10 points.
If you just, instead of what was like the Bears game? It was
19 to 13.
19 to 13.
If they went 29 to 23, I think we feel so much different. Now, to be fair, if you're gonna do this, that means you lost 44 to 14 to the Vikings.
I will even add that
we're
in.
added 10 points on each side.
Yeah, I'll even add that in. But yeah, I think so much of it is like the Ravens. You feel good about the Ravens because they've since they went 0-2, they've won 3 straight. Even the 3 that they won, it's just like, whoa, they're really scraping by against the Cowboys. They almost blew a giant lead. They did blow a giant lead against the Raiders. They almost don't blow a lead, but they are in an absolute Big 12 gunfight in overtime with the Cincinnati Bengals. And that is the team that you're like, is probably playing the best in the AFC, if it's not the Texans.
And by the way, you're about to play the Patriots, who suck. And on top of that, the Jets, who just fired the coach today, and they didn't even tell him. They just escorted him out. He didn't even get to talk to the players. 2 sinking ships the next 2 weeks. There's a very good chance you will, at the very least, be 5-2 because they haven't covered the spread.
At worst,
you're winning at least one of these next 2.
You'll split them at worst.
But I'm letting these people get me down with the vibes thing. Someone texted in, you keep acting like every fan out there is like that. I'm not. No, there's a few, and these people, I want to slap them. And then you can slap me back, so it won't be assault. I'm just saying, mutual combat slap.
Mutual combat.
Okay? I know it's legal here. I'll ask you. Can I slap you?
May I slap you, sir?
Can I slap you like you're Johnny Fontaine in The Godfather? You guys are like, what's the matter with you? Anyway, I'm riled up. The Chiefs are definitely the best team in the NFL. Let's talk about Robert Saleh getting canned next. Stick around. He's Joe. I'm Paul Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So the New York Jets fired Robert Saleh today. Got the push notification on ESPN. Finally, an app push notification that merited an app push notification on that app. It didn't have anything to do with the WNBA or trying to get me to watch baseball playoffs.
It's so funny. This is where I'm at with push notifications.
It wasn't Pat McAfee.
I saw the push
slapping
notification.
someone's ass.
And instead of being like, wow, that's interesting, I was like, oh, Paul's not going to hate that one.
Nope.
And that was like my first thought.
But you know I'm right.
When I saw, no, you're right, because now it's like changed my whole thought process on push notifications.
The only push notification worse than ESPN's push notification system, if you don't check the default settings and change them, is the state of Texas Department of Safety's blue alert that they, again, woke everybody up. What was it, Friday?
Yeah, that was Friday morning.
At 4:50 a.m. to talk about a guy who may or may not have been shot at in effing Lubbock. But hey, Robert Saleh canned by the New York Jets. And this one is noteworthy because he did not see it coming. And I'll be honest, even with these losers, even with this franchise, I didn't expect this. I didn't think they would do this. I mean, they're 2-3. Per Jay Glazer, just talked to Robert Saleh, who was blindsided by Woody Johnson walking to his office and letting him go. Oh, the guy with the worst of all the 3 vaccines is the one who's effing things up. What a surprise. Certainly disappointed he wasn't going to be given the opportunity to get things going with what he said is a very good roster. More on the firing of Robert Saleh. This from Pro Football Talk. Jets coach Robert Saleh was escorted out of the building by the team's director of security. His predecessor, Adam Gase, was not.
Maybe they look at Robert Saleh like he's yoked. He's going to cause us problems.
He is yoked.
I mean, like we don't want to have a throwdown here.
Is they guilty of profiling because Robert Saleh's Lebanese and there's some stuff going down? I don't know.
Maybe they just don't want him in front of Aaron Rodgers since Aaron Rodgers got him fired.
I will give the Jets credit for this. At the very least, Nathaniel Hackett is not going to be the interim head coach because I thought that for sure was going to happen, that Aaron Rodgers was going to get his best buddy, Nathaniel Hackett, to be the head coach. And I bet that's why this happened. Woody Johnson had a conversation with Aaron Rodgers, and Rodgers may have suggested it, but he probably did it in a passive-aggressive way that gives him a little bit of plausible deniability afterwards, you know?
Well, yeah, but
it's just 2 grown men having conversations.
I just don't quite get this firing. I mean, I know what we saw 2 weeks ago now when Aaron Rodgers threw his first touchdown of the season, whenever it was, and Robert Saleh, went up to him and tried to give him a hug, and Rodgers pushed him away, and that was super awkward. I know they're 2-3, but they're only a game out of the division, and the defense isn't the problem. So I guess you literally just fired this guy because he didn't get along with your quarterback, which good luck to you. Because Aaron Rodgers just loves all of his coaches, right? Because remember, like all the times he wanted to get Matt LaFleur fired, and the Packers just said no, which was the right decision. Now, this was the right decision, probably. The problem with it is it should have been done in the offseason.
I agree that entirely. I mean, Saleh inspired very little confidence as a head coach. Maybe the next time around he'll be good. Maybe as a defensive coordinator, that's his that's the top he'll ever go and actually be good at the gig. Whatever the case, the Jets are the first team to fire a coach, and they're 2-3. Someone texted in the Jets fire people like 6'10". Well, I feel like 6'10 is more competently run than the New York Jets. That's not saying much, but the New York Jets doing this over and over and over again. I'm surprised that the Jets have fans still, and that Jake Asman has the amount of drug-addicted Jets fans who are addicted to a bad drug. We're not even talking about something good here. We are talking about oregano that's being passed to you like it's weed. The Jets fans love this. They love this misery. They love to be beaten around. like a hammer, like with a bag of hammers by this organization, and they stay with it. They're surprisingly loyal to all of it. And what I'm really struck by is how quick everyone was to blame Robert Saleh for all of this when Aaron Rodgers is a part of this. Aaron Rodgers, how many Super Bowls has he won again? Oh, one?
Mm-hmm.
How many times have the Packers with Aaron Rodgers as quarterback gotten dusted with a high seed first game of the playoffs? Oh, a significant amount of times. This guy gets brought up as one of the best in the game all the time, and he's got more MVPs than Tom Brady to show. That is something that I write down often. But this is a guy who also doesn't show up for the offseason. Do you think that maybe the cadences wouldn't have been as much of an issue if, I don't know, he's spending the whole offseason with the Jets instead of going to effing Egypt?
Mm-hmm.
Or if instead of going on his ayahuasca retreats or whatever, maybe if he spends a little bit of extra time here, this operation is a smoother one to open up the year, especially considering, he was there for 4 plays last year and then just left the building essentially.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Paul, think about this. Robert Saleh won 14 games the last 2 years in 2022 and 2023. He went 7-10 both years with Zach Wilson as his quarterback.
That's pretty good.
And whoever else got benched, when they benched Zach Wilson, whoever would come in, Tim Boyle or whatever it was. I mean, this is a coach that, like, probably in the next 2 years, if not just next season, when we're talking about whoever hires Ben Johnson, who then hires Robert Saleh as DC, we'll be looking at them like the Minnesota Vikings with Brian Flores as a team with one of the best defenses in the NFL. And you'll be saying a coach that didn't get a fair shake because he got a job with a trash organization. I mean, 14 games in 2 years with Zach Wilson as your quarterback, and you get fired at 2 and 3 because you criticize your quarterback who doesn't show up to camp, like you said. He doesn't practice. He doesn't participate. He's throwing tantrums all the time because Garrett Wilson's not on the exact same page as him when he's just not there to ever get on the same page as his guys. It's always everyone else's fault but Aaron Rodgers.
100%.
Always. Aaron never takes responsibility for anything that happens. It's always someone else's fault, which is so funny. And it's so ironic, too, because the one Super Bowl he has, there was over 20 guys on injured reserve that season. I mean, it was a decimated Packers team, and they won a Super Bowl.
He wanted out from a situation where the Packers over 2 years, if you include the playoffs, went 28-8. Not good enough for him. Sounds like Texans fans.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Is Aaron Rodgers secretly a Texans fan where nothing is actually good enough for him?
Oh, I'm just glad that never happened. I'd be miserable talking about this guy every day.
So they're playing the Bills, who the Texans just beat, in Monday Night Football with a game that could decide the AFC East. They're still in the running. I mean, no one's running away with the AFC East.
No.
The Bills the last 2 weeks have looked so human. The Patriots are awful. The Dolphins are slightly better, but awful. And you fire your head coach before a long week against a Bills team. It just makes very little sense. And the Jets cite expectations. So Jeff Ulbrich, whoever the hell that is going to be the interim coach. Robert Saleh's time with the Jets over after going just 20-36, but not that bad considering the quarterback that he was stuck with for the majority of that stretch. He had how many games with Aaron Rodgers under center? And he went 3-3. By the way, they won one of the games where Aaron Rodgers played, but it was only for 4 plays.
And now he's coming off an Achilles injury. Like, this is probably the right move to fire Robert Saleh because of whatever's going on in the locker room. It clearly seems to be dysfunctional. I just don't know if it's going to magically fix itself. I'll probably bet on the Jets to win Monday night because there's always like the new coach energy that always seems to happen with the team that, coming off of firing, and they have so much talent. Like, there's still so much talent on the Jets football team. It's just where I'm curious where this goes, because either this is going to blow up in their face.
Oh, it will. It always does. They're just losers. This is what happens when you're stuck with a dumbass owner. And for all the people complaining about Cal McNair, Cal, to his credit, has gotten out of the way. He has learned. How has Woody Johnson never learned? How have the Jets never learned? I mean, this has been going on since probably the Big Tuna era, when Bill Parcells wanted to turn things over to Bill Belichick, and Belichick was like, eh. And Parcells left the Jets to go to the Cowboys. I mean, they have always been like this as long as I can remember. And it's a shame because they have had some good moments. They have. But generally, they just get in their own way. And after a certain point, it is ownership. If you live in New York, I get that you might have some, ties growing up being a Jets fan or something like that. You have an option. And amazingly, the New York Giants, with Daniel Jones under center, coming off of the win that they had against the Seahawks on Sunday, are right now, once again, the better option in New York. It's funny. The Jets always steal the doom and gloom back from the Giants, who had it, I thought, by a lap. And here we are again.
I mean, because even like the 2 AFC championship runs the Jets went on, that's right in the middle of the Super Bowls for the Giants, isn't it? It's like it's all happening like relatively at the same time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look, we got a lot of New York football Sunday and Monday night. Bengals Giants and Sunday Night Football. Bills Jets on Monday night.
God, we have Bengals Giants.
Love it.
Can't flex that out yet. No.
Yeah, can we start flexing earlier in the season?
I think they should. He's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, our college football six-pack. The best things over the weekend in college football, including an all-time upset by Vanderbilt over Alabama. Stick around. Well, I guess we're I cannot believe that Vanderbilt beat Alabama. I don't think I'll ever believe that Vanderbilt beat Alabama.
Unbelievable.
But they did. 40-34, the final score. After the game, Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia caught up with ESPN's sideline reporter.
To the chaos, Alyssa.
Diego, you just beat the #1 team in the country. What's going through your mind right now?
It's literally all God's timing, literally from the jump. God gave me a vision when I was a little kid, and he don't let that, and he promises it's God's time. Like, I'm super thankful for guys like Eli Sowers. Man, that kid's incredible. The rest of our team, look at this. Daddy, we're apart.
Diego, what were you saying to your team to finish this game?
Games like this change your life, you know what I mean?
He is going off straight adrenaline there. I mean, what?
That's great.
What a rush of, I want to thank God, the Lord. I had a vision. Let's get after turn.
Well, because he's not used to doing interviews like this, Paul. He's not used to.
He was speaking in tongues. He was White Ray Lewis right there.
That was what a wild game. I mean, Alabama's defense is trash.
Yes, despite the best efforts of Alabama player Malachi Moore. Did you see him losing his mind at the end of that game?
I thought there was a chance he might not be on the team, like, today.
I thought so too. He did send a long apology out, but for those who don't know, he was having a temper tantrum on the field doing cheap shots for a good 3 to 4 minutes. He kicked the ball when the referee spotted it.
That was the crazy one, Paul. I mean, it'd be one thing to kick the ball, but to walk up as it's on the line of scrimmage and the refs are all standing right there just to kick it away. Like,
Vanderbilt should raise a banner for this. They really should. It's the smart school in the SEC, and I will give them a lot of credit. After the game was over, the video board at Vanderbilt's stadium just kept playing this on loop.
Get in. But the only place you play in the SEC that's not hard to play is Vanderbilt. Because when you play at Vanderbilt, you have more fans there than they have. And that's no disrespect to them. It's just the truth.
Hey,
when we played in Nashville, we had more fans, Alabama fans, than what they had Vanderbilt fans.
Yeah, Nashville's a great city to go visit, too. You know, it's like the Vegas in the Midwest. So if there's an away game, it's certainly a good place to kind of go take a weekend trip to. We'll go watch Alabama do their thing to a football team. We'll get great seats because there's going to be a lot available. And then we'll do Nashville, too. What a win. I didn't even think about that. Vandy's working against a couple different things there.
So
Pat
McAfee is going in great detail about the Nashville, where he'll probably be shown at some point visibly intoxicated. But they kept on playing those Nick Saban comments over and over and over again. He said those things not that long ago. We're talking 2 weeks ago or so, September 20th. A-plus job. A-plus job by Vanderbilt.
The thing is, Nick Saban kind of forgot that he's not the coach at Alabama anymore, so those rules don't apply.
Yeah, I saw a stat where in the first quarter against Alabama, Vanderbilt scored 13 points. On Saturday. In Nick Saban's 4 games against Vanderbilt, Vanderbilt scored 13 points.
I will say, though, with this game, I know some people in college football are annoyed about Ryan Williams and the fact that they have to keep saying that he's 17.
He's getting a little bit of the Juan Soto treatment.
He deserves it. Okay? This kid is incredible. They ran a reverse basically on the 2-yard line. The catch he had on the sideline where he went up and kept his body in control and caught it again and ran down the field. This kid is electric.
Yeah, he's insane. He does stuff that's like, it looks like a video game glitch.
Yes.
It's like the way he can control his body is crazy. You just don't have to mention he's 17 every time you bring him up.
No, I think they do. I like that he's getting the Juan Soto treatment.
And
this guy's a minor.
Wait till next year. He's 18. It's not going to stop.
Oh, and then when he gets drafted, he's going to be 20. Like,
It's
which is absurd.
It's less impactful when he's not a minor anymore, though. Him doing this at age 17,
yeah, because
he
should be in high school. Yeah,
I can't wait till election week. He can't even vote.
That's true.
When does he turn 18? Can we...
By the way, shout out to Vanderbilt fans, smart people that they are. They marched the goalposts down Broadway in downtown Nashville, and they also dumped them in a river. I don't know how they were able to move it all the way from Vanderbilt Stadium to the river, but that takes some impressive engineering.
It's like miles.
That's a while.
I think they went like 3 miles.
That's got to be heavy.
Well, the best part is, did you see the photo of the cops having to take it out?
Of course they had that. I also don't know, because the first I remember is Tennessee, 2022, when they beat Alabama. They tore down their goalposts and threw it in the river, and that one, like, the river is just like right by the stadium, so I understand how they can do that. I don't understand why this is the new thing, though, is to take the goalpost and throw them in a river. Like,
because it's hilarious. You're just drunk. Just throw it in the river.
It's just so funny. It seems like it's a case of, we want to carry these out. We don't really know where to carry them, and eventually we're going to want to put it down.
And then eventually it's like, wait, where do we put this?
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
it's better than in the middle of the street.
It's true.
Yeah.
I wonder what, like, all like the bachelorette parties in Nashville were thinking. I guess people are walking down the
I know.
street.
That must have been they were like, what the hell is
Like, what is happening right
Someone's
now?
wearing a Vanderbilt shirt. Oh, take me home, Daddy. Texas A&M smoked Missouri 41-10, and Connor Wigman looked awesome. Texas A&M even talked trash before the game. An A&M player sent Mizzou a blanket before the game, and they backed it up. This is something that would always backfire spectacularly in an Aggie's face, but that was an awesome moment that they were able to back that up.
Well, Mike Elko after the game said you had to ask Eli Drinkwitz how that happened. So he's basically saying that the Mizzou coach put it in the Mizzou players. He said it was a false flag.
Oh,
a false flag.
It was a motivational technique by the Mizzou coach.
I think I like this more now.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah, it was.
It's a good strategy. Didn't work.
Yeah,
It was a good strategy.
Eli Drinkwitz, the Mizzou coach this week, has cemented himself, in my mind at least, as the Wile E. Coyote of college football, because he really tried to play all the mental games, have all the mental traps, and then they go out and lose 41-10.
Oh, God. By the way, there was a really funny police report coming out of College Station. The police report on our internet's getting screwy all of a sudden, but essentially they announced that they had arrested an Aggie fan. He has been released to his sober wife. That's a rough person to get set loose to.
Just text your Aggie friends. Make sure. I texted mine. Make sure it wasn't them. Like, hey, man, you okay?
You good?
Were you at the game?
A final question about this, and I asked my Aggie friend who I think knows ball the most. Is this more about the Aggies figuring out finally how to use Connor Wigman with Colin Klein running the offense, or is this about Missouri being frauds? And he said Missouri. And I know he was so upset to tell me that.
Although their overtime win against Vanderbilt looks a lot better.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah, no, I mean, I think there's some that you can take for A&M from this, but
we'll A&M, like, they have a direct and very clear path.
Yeah,
to the college football playoff. Their schedule, they play Mississippi State, LSU, South Carolina, New Mexico State, Auburn, and then they play Texas at home. Yeah. Which tickets are going for like $4 a pop right now.
And if you lose to Texas, if they're undefeated still, does that still get in?
Yeah. No, as long as they don't lose to LSU, South Carolina. Like, you can lose 2 of LSU, South Carolina, Texas, and probably still make it in.
Yeah. Interesting.
Like, I think A&M's going to be in the college football playoff this year.
Well, write that down, Joe. You're on the bandwagon. So
I think the Irish will be right there with it.
You buying tickets to the Texas game?
I think they'll both be there. Am I buying tickets?
No, he's buying
I'm
half.
a brokey.
Aggie Joe.
He's buying a half Notre Dame, half Aggie jersey.
I'll wear it to the college football playoff game.
Just get a couple of T-shirts and do it.
Who has a better chance of making the playoff, Texas A&M or Notre Dame?
I think they both make it.
Okay.
Like to go on the record.
Both we'll see.
That wasn't my question. I said better chance.
Notre Dame.
Okay.
There it comes out. Not a real Aggie, huh?
Until they lose to Stanford this week.
Number 1, Texas didn't play, but Quinn Ewers is expected to return Saturday against Oklahoma for the Red River Shootout. Vibes, Sean, where you at on a Tuesday before the big game?
Feel good, but it's the Red River shootout.
Anything goes.
Yeah. So it's, I don't know, probably going to be a close game.
Can't wait.
Or at the very least, the first half is like 9 different insane things are going to happen.
I don't think I'm going to be invited to watch the game with my Texas friends. This is one of those ones where they're going to watch it by themselves.
Yeah.
And I'll be kind of sad because I'll be watching it alone by my cat while I'm eating my blackberry, blueberry, raspberry pancakes.
Sean and B-Mac are going to be forced to watch the game with me. Because we're going to be at La Berge on Saturday.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Well, we can talk about this.
No, we're getting there. We're watching that game inside the sports book.
Okay.
We have to be there.
I really don't like that.
We have to be there.
I don't like this game at all.
We have to be there for that.
This game would be so much more fun if I did not care about Texas.
Yeah, I can't wait. That's why I can't wait.
More as we go through our college football 6-pack. I got in an argument with one of my friends about the college football regular season, how much it matters these days. Because my argument is, hey, this really does make it easy for the blue blood programs to sustain a loss or two and get back in, making these games that they lose not matter all that much. And this person was making the argument, well, hey, more teams have a chance to make the college football playoff. I'm a little bit skeptical about that. I hope I end up being wrong, but there were some more upsets this week. First off, Arkansas upset number 4 Tennessee 19-14. Did you see the Tennessee player shoving an Arkansas fan after he stormed the field? I did. Oh, you hate to see Tennessee lose. Ooh.
I mean, that play from Nico Iamavia, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not throw the ball, dude?
It's funny because former Tennessee quarterback Joe Milton did almost like the exact same thing when they lost to Ole Miss a couple years ago, where he just like just didn't throw it, ran out of bounds.
The clock said 0 and you're running out of bounds. Like, what are you doing?
So funny.
We also had a national title rematch. University of Washington, they beat number 10 Michigan 27-17. And a Michigan fan who said on Twitter that he would eat dog poop if Michigan lost to Washington is, as expected, refusing to eat the dog poop.
They're probably the only team in the top 25, Michigan, that's not 4-2 that I would say is they would need a miracle to make the college football playoff.
Yes. Because, I mean, they
no one believes in them.
They can't beat a good team with their quarterback situation.
But, I mean, they have Oregon and Ohio State, so that's why they need a miracle.
Yeah,
but
they're just not going to. If they won this game, maybe. Nope, they're
going to lose to Illinois this weekend.
And speaking of the Big Ten, the Big Ten really giving USC a rude awakening. Minnesota upset number 11 USC 24-17, but there's some controversy about the end of the game where I don't know that Minnesota scored a touchdown. It led to this very awkward moment after the game where reporters asked a USC player with Lincoln Riley right next to him whether or not Minnesota had scored a touchdown.
Jamil, did you feel like that last touchdown they got in for Minnesota?
No, don't ask me that. Don't ask me. Next question. On the third and fourth. Who cares what he's saying? By what, player's opinion? Let's ask a more professional question.
So that's Lincoln Riley stepping in for Jamil Muhammad. This is going to be back in Soft Boys tomorrow. What, he can't answer a question about a call that everyone thought was suspect? Who cares about a player's opinion? Every player, I would imagine, has a take on that. And I don't know what the hell happened, but the replay that I saw did not seem like that was a touchdown. It was a very poor angle. They should have had the camera on the goal line. I don't know why it was angled off to the side the way that it was. If you haven't seen the replay of the touchdown that Minnesota scored against USC.
I mean, there's no fining system yet in college football, right? Now that they can start paying these guys, they can't fine them for saying bad things about the refs.
I guess.
Does Lincoln Riley get fined by default if a player says something bad about a ref?
I don't know.
Can they take NIL money?
Lincoln Riley just always has a dump in his pants every time he talks to the media. Like, it just he had one a couple weeks ago where they asked him about a star recruit transferred in last year, was pretty good for them last year, and now just isn't playing. And he said, well, it's hard to play defensive line at USC. Like, we have a lot of good players. Like the kid we got from North Dakota is better than him. And then like 2 days later, no, maybe even like a day later, that guy was in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, why are you just lying? Like, I just don't understand. It's not just lying and protecting your players. It's like so antagonistic about it, where it's like, dude, you do not have the pelts on the wall to do this.
Yeah. I mean, would Pete Carroll have done this? No.
Like Nick
Carroll
Saban
gonna be the
would
next
have
head coach at USC.
I'd hire him right now. But I'm biased. I love Pete.
He just worked for the university again. So.
Okay.
Oh yeah, doesn't he like teach a class?
Yeah, he does. Class there. He's an employee. That.
So he has a key card. That's good.
Lincoln Riley's got to feel like he's stepping on his turf. He is on campus.
He's
right
there. He's got to feel like he's on the hot seat, right?
I would think so. Let's wrap up the college football six-pack. Interesting scores across Texas. First off, shout out to the Cougs. Beat TCU 30-19 on Friday night.
Score some touchdowns. That's nice to see.
Their first 30 points in conference play.
Hey, listen, I think Willie Fritz is going to do well at UH.
I did too. It's funny to go in conference play 0-0 30. That's just a funny way to do it.
Improve as the season goes along, man. SMU 5-1. They beat ranked Louisville. Shout out to a team that everyone was pretty high on going into the year. Possible ACC champion, SMU.
Yeah, not crazy.
I honestly, I would put my money on that right now. I don't know what the odds are. Texas Tech is 5-1.
Okay.
They beat Arizona 28-22. Sam Houston State is 5-1. They beat UTEP 41-21, and Baylor, free fall. Dave Aranda going to be the next football coach fired? Is he going to get fired right after Robert Saleh did today?
Next bald coach fired, yes.
The next bald coach fired, huh?
It's got to be close.
Yeah, Dayball's safe now. Ryan Dayball's safe.
Yeah.
They've won a couple of games somehow.
Yeah, well, wait until D'Amico loses a couple games. Then Texans fans are going to want him out.
Yeah.
Steven Nelson will be tweeting all the milk dud he can.
Milk dud. Let's just continue with this segment. That is our college football six-pack. We do that every single Tuesday at 12:30, recapping everything that went down in the world of college football. Does anyone have baseball FOMO? Every single series in the playoffs is currently tied. Last night, the Royals beat the Yankees, and the Tigers beat the Guardians. I am tempted to watch Royals-Yankees now. I am tempted. I do like playoff baseball. I will admit, I'm not a big fan of baseball in the regular season, especially after new Yankee third baseman Jazz Chisholm did something that should make him lose a pinstripe or two. He said this after the loss of the Royals. It still feels the same that we're going to win the series. I don't feel like anybody else feels any different. We're going to go out there and do our thing still. We still don't feel like any team is better than us. We had a lot of missed opportunities tonight, so they just got lucky.
That's not going to come back to bite them in the ass.
They do this all the time. It's crazy.
Say that?
Remember when they were doing this against the Astros in the 2022 playoffs, where they were talking about the roof being open and making all sorts of excuses and talking about the exit velocity on Alex Bregman's home run? It's so funny. This team, more than anyone, does it. And now he's new, so at least he wasn't here for any of this stuff. But I am tempted to watch Royals-Yankees entirely, to hate watch the Yankees, because that's one of the few things that still gives me a little bit life. Watching sports is hate watching some teams, wanting them to lose.
I don't honestly. I thought I would have some FOMO here, and miss watching the Astros and man, I can't do it right now. I'm so just all I can think about is football. So I might flip it on. Maybe I think once we get to ALCS, I'll feel differently.
ALCS?
Like the ALCS and the NLCS, I'll feel differently.
Okay.
But right now, I'm not super wanting to. For me though, it's the one that intrigues me the most. It's Dodgers Padres.
Dodgers Padres is amazing.
That's the one that I'm more likely to flip on.
So in case you guys missed this over the weekend, and we'll go back into this when we do in case you missed it too. So in Dodgers Padres game 2, Jurickson Profar robbed the Mookie Betts home run. And he had some fun with Dodger fans pretending like he hadn't caught it before pulling it out at the last second. It was fun. I think the Dodgers fans who were there in that moment also thought it was fun. I thought it was just good old-fashioned
slow played it. It was just such a great rivalry move.
But then things got heated in the 6th inning. And this series, I mean, between the two fans, because San Diego has underrated psychotic nut job, will beat you up in the parking lot kind of fans. Manny Machado accused Jack Flaherty of hitting San Diego's Fernando Tatis on purpose to open the 6th inning. Flaherty denied it. 2 batters later, Flaherty struck out Machado. Afterwards, he yelled in his direction, telling him to sit the F down. Machado didn't seem bothered, chalking it up to competition, but they continued exchanging words. And at some point, Machado threw a ball towards the Dodgers dugout. And Dave Roberts was acting like it was a horrible, egregious, heinous thing afterwards. It was not very hard thrown. It was thrown into the dirt and it rolled to the dugout. There was no danger of hitting anybody. So after that moment, then you have Dodgers fans going Dodgers fan mode, and they started throwing trash on the field and things at balls at Jerkson Profar and Machado, among other players. So Dodgers fans just resorted to being the savages that they are. I give Philadelphia fans a lot of crap, but Philadelphia fans would never do this. They never would.
Yeah,
These are barbaric, non-human people.
And then they're all fighting each other on the way out as they're leaving early.
That's the best part is the fight videos for this series.
Because at
I
least
hope
like
it goes
the
5
Cowboys
just for
fans like fight the other fan base. Dodgers fans just seem to fight each other.
They just fight everybody.
But they were fighting Padres fans. There's some Padres fans there. I can't believe this. There's a Daily Mail article, and it shows blood on the seats at Dodger Stadium, saying that there were at least 5 or 6 fights in the stadium, and then on top of that, fights in the parking lot. The Los Angeles Police Department, nope, they didn't see nothing. The LAPD said there were no reports of any arrests and no radio calls for police at the stadium on Saturday or Sunday. LAPD officer Drake Madison said that any videos that showed people being escorted out of the stadium would have likely been addressed by stadium security. Several videos circulated on X showing Dodgers fans exchanging punches in the concourse. Maybe it was Dodger fan crime in the stands and in the parking lot. And again, there was blood on the seats. And credit to Padres fans. They are building an online wall to stop Dodgers fans from buying tickets. If you live in Los Angeles County, you cannot buy a ticket to Dodgers Padres, which is crazy because that's what, an hour and a half north of San Diego?
I like it in this moment.
Why are Padres fans building the wall that we need to build?
I mean, maybe Texans fans. Maybe the Texans should do this.
Maybe Texas should do this.
Too many Bills fans, too many Bears fans.
But at least those people aren't assaulting anybody. I would want to keep the deplorables,
Keep them out of there.
Was Donald Trump always just talking about Dodgers fans the whole time? Was that what it was all about? The most barbaric people in all of sports?
He's not talking about Angels fans, so.
No, those are cake eaters. It's a bunch of moms on their way to Pilates.
Or most of them are, they're pretending they're Dodgers fans right now.
Oh, boy. I shout out to the Padres doing this. I like this.
I like it too.
Yeah, normally this move happens when it's a team that it doesn't want to get embarrassed, really. It's like Brewers doing it when the Cubs come to town. It's like that kind of thing. Where this feels like, no, I actually believe that this is just a public safety issue. That's
truly is.
It's like this actually reminds me of whenever we come across like a Brazilian soccer story or Italian soccer story where they have to play in front of an empty stadium or something. Like that's what this reminds me of.
Could be next. But I have a little bit of FOMO to watch fights in Padres Dodgers and to watch the Yankees eat their words in the other series, but still not enough to get me to watch. Maybe for the final outs of the Yankees potentially getting eliminated, I'll watch that. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. Guess what? They're going to double your deposit right away. And you get to play with that money. You can bet on a little poker, blackjack with live dealers, but you know what you want this time of year. You want to bet on all the live sports, whether it was Monday Night Football last night. Sorry, that was dumb. That was dumb. I told you to pick the Saints. I don't know what I was thinking. It's the Chiefs. Never pick against the Chiefs. Never pick the Saints. Never bet on Derek Carr. Just a lot of dumb, as I would call myself, smooth brain moves by your boy last night. But at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, there's so many things to bet on. Remember, on Thursday, Free Boost Thursdays, if you bet and you win, you win. If you bet and you lose, MyBookie's going to give you your money back. There's Super Survivor and Squares challenges as well. And on top of that, with their new loyalty program, MyBookie Plus, the more you play, the more you win, with tiers of loyalty rewards. MyBookie Plus is the lock of the century. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, from playoff baseball to the presidential election, only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. The Texans are 4-1. There's only one other 4-1 team in the NFL. There's only two undefeated teams in the NFL. It's the Chiefs and Commanders and the Minnesota Vikings. Chiefs and Commanders. Why am I getting dyslexic here? Jeez. Chiefs are undefeated. Vikings are undefeated. Texans are 4-1. Commanders are 4-1. There, got it. And I do get a collective sense of meh, Joe, about the Texans locally, but that is not how people are feeling about this team nationally. And perhaps that is why we are here with as many people seemingly indifferent about the Texans with where they stand right now as they are. The hype is not being lived up to because they're not winning with style points. They're not doing college football powerhouse things. But I'm just going to list all of the rankings for the Houston Texans in power rankings that I saw today. ESPN has them at 3. Pro Football Talk has them at 4. CBS has them at 3. Fox has them at 4. NFL.com has them at 4. Sports Illustrated has them at 5. And the Sporting News has them at 3. I'm sure there are others, but most people, given that they are 4-1, one of 4 teams with 1 loss or less, they are being put towards the top of the league. And yet a lot of people here are like, it's the Texans.
I mean, and which I don't get it. But they definitely are a top 5 team in the NFL right now. The way their defense is playing, the way that CJ Stroud has played in big moments and most games, the high points of the offense, like how good it's looked. And yeah, they're 4-1. Like they absolutely should be in this category. I think what's interesting is the most interesting team to have this discussion around the Texans with is the team that you kind of hold yourself to a standard against right now, which I would say is Baltimore, a team that beat you twice last year, that you're going to play on Christmas this year. And while they're 3-2, they do look like they're still one of the top 2 teams in the AFC right now, I would say. I still think the Texans are very clearly that 3rd team in the AFC.
Behind Baltimore
and Kansas City.
Until you beat Baltimore, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And until you play Kansas City, we have no really way to measure them. But Kansas City last night finally got an impressive win in a year where Patrick Mahomes is off to his worst statistical start. They got players who played here a couple of years ago. Juju Smith-Schuster, Kareem Hunt coming back in and putting together statistically impressive performances. This is really the Patriots all over again. The Patriots used to do this stuff too. How many times did LeGarrette Blount play for the Patriots?
Yeah.
I mean, they bring back the receivers that were there in and out.
Just because like they fail elsewhere.
Exactly.
And then they succeed as soon as they get back.
Some defensive players too. I don't know what it was, but the Chiefs are doing the exact same thing right now. And it's hard to imagine the Texans beating them. But I'm just surprised that people are so upset about a 4-1 start. Maybe upset is a strong word to say, but they would have had to go 10-0 in the first 5 weeks to live up to the expectations that some have. And by the way, that's not mathematically possible.
Yeah, I do think it's what Sean said earlier. Like, and maybe this is what, I know this frustrates you a little bit. It's the fantasy football culture a little bit of what the NFL has become, where like they want more offense.
But the stats have been impressive for Stroud.
I know they are, but the
last 2 weeks at least.
It's just the amount of field goals you're kicking that is definitely part of this. Because upset, you're probably right, might not be the best word. So it's like a severe annoyance of just like the lack of big plays and big point totals that you wanted to see. You wanted the Texans to look like the team you play with in Madden. You want to be running up the score on people and beating Buffalo 40-10.
That's true, but the NFL isn't rookie mode.
I know, but people want it to be in rookie mode because they think the Texans are playing on rookie mode.
There were stretches on Sunday where it was really easy for the Texans. And I think it does have a lot of people wondering what this team will be with out wide receiver Nico Collins. Now, I don't know how many people saw the press conference that D'Amico Ryans had yesterday, but when D'Amico was asked about Nico Collins, and Sean, sorry to throw this last second at you, he gave an answer that made it seem like he's going to be out for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Nico, he's He's in good spirits. Of course, with the hamstring, it takes a couple weeks for a hamstring, so we'll evaluate that, on a week-to-week basis to see when we can get him back.
A couple of weeks without him, and it's a shame because when he had that touchdown where he ran by everybody, which is where he suffered the hamstring injury, they looked like they were going to run away with that game.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit before we see Nico Collins back with the Texans, which is really a bummer, and it raises a lot of questions about who this offense is.
Mm-hmm.
I know there's just a lot of trolls in there in the Twitch these days, but one of the arguments that I've seen, one of the narratives try to be pushed, is that now it's Nico that's created CJ Stroud. It's not CJ Stroud that's created Nico in the offense. It makes me giggle too. But to this point, we saw last year the Texans offense take a major step back when Tank Dell got hurt. We've seen this, offense, take major steps back in the second half of most of these games. And we saw this last week without Nico, what it looks like. But this is why you do go get Stephon Diggs, because it's almost, for me, inexcusable for the offense to take a major step back. You have Stephon Diggs. You have Tank Dell. You have Dalton Schultz. You still have great weapons.
You don't have a running game. And maybe you have less of an ability to stretch the field than you do with Collins, because if he runs straight down the field and CJ has time, I don't know what you do. And I know Buffalo is missing both of their safeties, so that play was a little bit easier. But I really don't know what you do against Nico. Here's more from DeMeco Ryans at yesterday's press conference talking about the impact of no Nico Collins.
Missing Nico it'd be very difficult. Nico's been the best receiver in the NFL this year. So do you replace him? No. Everybody just steps up, and whatever role you're asked to do, you just step up and play your role the proper way. Nobody has to go out and be Nico, right? There's one Nico. He's done a great job of that. Now whoever is next, when your number is called, make the plays that you're supposed to make.
You had a question, Joe, about the Texans in a no Nico Collins world.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, what does it look like? Does the offense, can it survive without Nico Collins?
If it's a fill in the blank kind of answer, the Texans offense is blank without Nico Collins. I'll say adequate. It does mean the defense is going to have to step up, and you do have the fortune the next couple of weeks of playing a Patriots team, which it looks really bad there. As someone who grew up rooting for the team.
Yeah, next week's I think next week is what's expectation wise. I don't think next week's going to paint the real picture of what, if this is a week's injury, of what will the Texans offense be without Nico. I don't think there's going to be much to gain from a viewing point of what it is without Nico, because the Patriots are not good. You have Christian Gonzalez, who's like one of the best young corners in the NFL.
They have a really good defense with Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to be able to get like a real grasp of what the next week versus Green Bay is going to look like when you play Indianapolis again, and then you get to Halloween with the Jets, because that kind of feels like the trajectory that we're on is that when they say weeks, I mean, I don't think you're going to see him play October 27th versus Indianapolis and then 4 days later play on Thursday Night Football against the Jets. It might be that gap where you don't play from the 31st to the 10th, and you got 10 days. You might be talking about a week 10 Sunday Night Football return for Nico Collins and this team. It's a lot to ask. Maybe the earliest is that Halloween game versus the Jets on the 31st. Their schedule's not brutal. I mean, there's some good teams. Green Bay is good. Indianapolis is okay. But they can survive, and adequate is fair. But what DeMeco said is what's most important, is you don't need someone to beat Nico. You have enough talent on this roster, and you have a quarterback that should be able to survive without him.
He should be able to raise the level of play around him. Robert Woods has been good in the past. I imagine you're going to see more Robert Woods in the next couple of games. We'll see if Xavier Hutchinson's earned some more playing time on the field. Hutchinson had a couple of nice plays. John Mechie does seem to be the guy that's last in the power rankings of Texans wide receivers.
Yeah, he's like a blocker at this point when he comes on the field.
Yeah, and I mean, even Xavier Hutchinson's a better blocker than him too, so he doesn't even have that really going for him. But I think that they are adequate without Nico Collins. I think that against the Patriots, they shouldn't need that much. So I think the Patriots will muck that game up. We'll see if Drake May is actually anything special. There is a part of me that hopes that he is, but I doubt he's going to be special in week one, especially with how the Texans defense looked against Josh Allen and with how it looked against Caleb Williams. But you can answer that question. The Texans offense is blank without Nico Collins. And what do you feel wrong about with the Texans to this point of the year? It's Gallant and George. He's Joe on Paul. Stay put.
Want to talk to you guys about O Athletic, oathletic.com. O Athletic on Instagram is where you can see them as well. And 767 North Shepherd in the Heights. About 15 minutes here from the station, the Galleria area. They offer over 100 classes per week that you can take, whether it's, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or boxing class, from weight training to agility training, pretty much anything you want to try out, you can at O Athletic. You can sign up for a personal trainer. They will work with you to fit it around your schedule. So when you want to go to the gym, it's always up to you. You don't have to work to exactly what they want to do. You just have to find a way to make it work in your schedule, and they will make it work for you. Don't wait till 2025 to start trying to lose weight or hit your goals and start your goals for that year. Start right now. Check them out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, and O Athletic on Instagram.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Joe and his injury, we'll still evaluate that week to week. We don't know as of right now. I can't give you that answer, but we'll see how Joe improves over the week. He's definitely been improving week to week. He's been improving. He's doing a great job attacking his rehab. So we'll see where he is as the week goes on.
You heard Texans head coach D'Amico Ryans in the last segment say that it might be a couple of weeks before Nico Collins is back after suffering that hamstring injury while scoring a long touchdown against the Bills on Sunday. There he was, Ryans, talking about Joe Mixon's status. Joe Mixon has been out since week 2 against the the Chicago Bears, where he suffered an injury in that game, an ankle injury. And there have been moments where it looked like he might be back on the field, but he's been out and Dameon Pierce has been out. So, Joe, if I'm saying that I'm maybe not wrong about anything, but most disappointed in with the Texans to this point, it's that the running offense is not different than last year and that Joe Mixon has not been out there and you gave him that contract.
Yeah, and the Mixon one's really strange because just think back to that game. He came back in. He got hurt, and then he came back into the game,
Right.
and now he's been out for weeks. And then he's been questionable and practicing, but it doesn't seem like he's getting really any closer.
Exactly.
It's really a strange injury because, like, see, like, Cody Stutes and DJ and all these guys, like, oh, Joe Mixon's at practice. That was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
He was back on a Friday, and I was like, oh, maybe Joe Mixon's going to play this Sunday. And then he doesn't play. And, like, so it's very strange. If Nico is going to be out for weeks, they really need Joe Mixon back. Like you need to have him there, and you now have a guy who I think you should feel confident in with Dario Gumbawale as a third down back for blocking and receiving. So you don't have to put all the pressure on Mixon, but it just will make life so much easier. I'm with you. I thought the run game would look a little bit better, and I guess we have to still give him the benefit of the doubt a little bit because what we saw week 1 and early on in week 2, and then both guys got hurt.
More comments. We were asking, what are you most disappointed in? And Joe's got another question we'll get to in a second. But Captain Fish 317 says, got to be concerned about the secondary. Deep shot seems to always be there. It was there last year, and the moves that they made this offseason did not make me feel like those were going to completely go away. Maybe they will by the end of the year, but you had another big play allowed by Kamari Lassiter missing a tackle on Sunday. I guess the thing you could say there is, hey, at least no plays actually came to fruition when a Texans defender got beat deep, but there were 2 plays. There was one early on where I don't know who was supposed to cover the Bills wide receiver that Josh Allen overthrew when they were going right to left. But my God, that thing was an easy touchdown. There was no one within 10 yards of that guy. And the near interception that Azeez Al-Shaair had, the tight end, Dalton Kincaid, had about 3 steps on him or so, and Allen just underthrew it. The shot plays are almost happening. Luckily, the Texans have been dealing with inaccurate quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't, for me, like fall into the disappointment category. It's just that's the expected category because it's what we talked about all offseason. But they didn't address it. Like I like Petrie in his new position, but you have Jimmy Ward, who is either slow or hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You have Eric Murray, who's okay, but you really don't have. You have Bullock, who he's young, so like he's gonna make mistakes. He's eventually gonna be hopefully what he was at USC more of, which is just like a guy who can force turnovers, but you haven't really seen that yet. So none of this is like really a surprise. And Lassiter we thought was going to be pretty slow, and he looks pretty slow at times when he's out there.
That missed tackle was bad.
Yeah, Keon Coleman, he's a big guy, but like you can't in that situation. It wasn't a 4th down, right?
Yes, it was.
So like that's what was the most egregious part of it was you have a 4th down, you have a stop within your grasp, and it turns into a 49-yard touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Or like that's inexcusable.
Lassiter does fly to the ball, and he did have a really nice hit at one point in this game. I forget when. More questions about, hey, what are you most disappointed in with the Texans to this point? Because there's a lot of disappointment out there for a team that's 4-1. One of 4 teams with a record of 4-1 or better. Chiefs, Vikings, Commanders, you.
Tank Dell for me. I guess I just thought, even though there's all this talent in the wide receiver room, I expected more from Tank Dell.
This is why I told everybody the fantasy football stuff. It's so dumb. Like the way that they were going to get all these guys 100-yard games over and over again. I just didn't see that happening.
Yeah, but I don't even feel like it's that.
You'd have to have essentially like 3 guys that were getting 100 yards receiving a game. That just doesn't happen.
I really just don't feel like he's even, really super involved in the offense. I mean, I thought that some of the stuff we're seeing with Diggs, that play we talked about yesterday where, CJ breaks away from the sack and he finds Stephon Diggs on the right side of the field with like 4 defenders around him. That was kind of the Tank Dell play last year. But Tank only had 4 targets in this game. They're clearly worried about getting him the ball because they're running a reverse every single week. And this week it was a disaster. I thought the connection with CJ was going to elevate him into what Diggs has been this year. I guess I just had it flipped.
Okay.
So I just thought we were going to see more from Tank Dell this season. Not that he's been bad or anything like that. We haven't seen him beat. Now this is his opportunity without Nico. Like what can Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell be without him? Because we haven't really seen Tank be involved in the deep stuff, which we saw last year. So I just am a little surprised that just the lack of explosive plays from Tank Dell. Doesn't need to have 100 yards every week, but more than 40 would be nice.
I'm with you in that. We haven't seen really one Yeah, there was a play down the middle of the field. I forget which game it was where it went right through his hands.
Yep, week 1, right?
Might have been week 1, might have been week 2.
Oh, no, it was week 2. You're right.
I
Week 2.
forget.
Yeah.
I forget. There was another play where it was nearly intercepted in week 1 against the Colts, where Dell was downfield and he was open, but CJ underthrew it. I know Daniil Hunter. For some, I would raise my hand up, Joe, but that's another one where you're not seeing the impact that you thought you would. 16.5 sacks last year.
Yeah, combo that with Will Anderson. Just not getting a lot out of those guys.
Anderson won the game for you Sunday, so
yeah, he's not having the splashy numbers. I would say it feels like a lot like last year.
Numbers, guys, man.
Where last year I was annoyed by all the fake stats that people were coming up with that are kind of starting to come up again. The distance from quarterback when the ball is thrown. All that stuff that people started to push last year when he wasn't getting actual sacks.
But I mean, Allen was 9 of 30.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying like it's. I thought they were gonna be, and you know, maybe it's viewing it from a pessimistic view, because what we are seeing on the defensive line is we're seeing a different guy every week, whether it's Khalil Davis this last week or Foley Fatukasi or Mario Edwards. Like we are seeing Tim Settle the week before, where they're getting to the quarterback, and probably that is a lot of the attention that's going to Anderson and Hunter. But Hunter is really not seeing the. I don't feel like we're feeling the impact that we're seeing from Will Anderson.
I agree with you there.
I just wanted to see the next step for Will Anderson, and I don't think we've seen that just yet.
3 or 5 weeks you've given the quarterbacks hell. And I'm just going to say this to a lot of people, and I think this is part of the group that is a little about the Texans. If you're looking for stats, you've come to the wrong place. The NFL is not about stats. I know a lot of you people play fantasy football, or you want to look at the box score and say, like, yeah, I got a guy who's leading the league in numbers. They do not matter. They do not matter at all. Stop focusing on them. Stop. The pressure is happening. 3 of 5 games, you've had quarterbacks running for their life. 3. I mean, Sam Darnold was running for his life in that game. You just couldn't do anything on offense because you kept on shooting yourselves in the foot against the Minnesota Vikings. You sacked him 4 times. What did you have? 7 sacks of Caleb Williams?
Yep.
And Josh Allen, I thought that was a great performance by the Texans defensive line against Josh Allen. The scramble damage was minimized, and it was all because they were just letting him pin their ears back and go after him. But I will agree that I have not noticed Daniil Hunter much.
Yeah,
I would like to notice him a little more. The stats I don't need. I just would like to see some more havoc created by him. And it does feel like of any of the guys up at the front, it's been the defensive tackles, and it's been Will Anderson too.
Junior Bronco on the Twitch says Toto. He's been pleased with.
Toto's been great. Toto's sticking folks.
Yeah, I think one of the most surprising things about this season still is just I don't feel like they missed Christian Harris, and I just can't wait for him to get back.
Right, and we don't even know when he's going to come back. But based off of what D'Amico Ryan said, it's not going to be Sunday against the Patriots.
It feels like this would be a all-time bad calf injury. It seems like.
I mean, it's probably an Achilles of some sort of issue that's bordering on Achilles.
They're just calling it a calf.
Yeah. I mean, you saw it with Kevin Durant 5 years ago when he was on the Warriors. It was a calf injury, and he comes back and he plays in the finals and then tears his ACL or his Achilles.
Right.
Same thing with Christian McCaffrey, where all offseason it was a calf injury, and then now it's both Achilles have tendonitis. I don't know if it's going to be that bad, but chances are it's more of a Achilles.
It almost just, at this point, it's like if you hear calf injury, you go, oh,
it's like forearm tightness. It's like forearm tightness with
Tommy John.
Yeah, with Tommy John, where it's like that's kind of the report that comes out a couple weeks before Tommy John comes out.
And I'd rather you take your time, Christian Harris.
Yeah,
no need
rush
for a torn Achilles.
I have a confession. Now, I won't laugh if it happens to this specific player, like a lot of people will. But much like I said last year, that I laughed very hard knowing what Jets fans were going through when Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles. If Rodgers, who's been dealing with a calf injury for, it seems like the entire year, if after they fire their head coach on Monday Night Football, Aaron Rodgers injures his Achilles again, I will laugh at Jets fans. I will laugh at Jake Asman. I will laugh very, very hard, too. I will laugh so hard. I'll say some quick T's and P's to Aaron Rodgers. I will.
I mean, nothing personal.
He's fine.
But I will laugh so hard at the idea of of Jake Asman in his little Jets hat, and his little Jets t-shirt, and his little Jets jersey, and his little Jets jacket.
Do
I'll
you
laugh.
think there's a chance that he carries the giant American flag on Monday Night Football? Because next Monday is Columbus Day / International People's Day or Indigenous Peoples
What a
Day.
day for Aaron Rodgers.
So,
think he requested that
do you
one?
think do you think that's a day where he comes out with the giant American flag?
Oh no, he's gonna come out with a flag of whatever native tribe is the one that's supplying him with the ayahuasca. Yeah, that's what he's gonna come out with. The Blackfeet of South America or something. I don't know.
Wherever he's at.
Yeah.
I think he's there right now.
On his day off. Just
Yeah.
Quick
Oh,
quick
yeah,
trip
it is
to
their day
Peru.
off. They fired him. I guess they had to wait because they were coming back from London.
They fired him on his day off.
At least they didn't leave him in London.
Oh, they escorted him out of the building on his day
That's
off.
true. At least they didn't leave him in
Like
London.
that, we've seen like college coaches get fired on the tarmac. Imagine just being like, "Hey, dude, we're all going back to New York.
We're good.
You can go back to New York too, but you can't come with us."
You got your passport, right? All right, cool. Later.
Up next, we got the 10-minute drill. By the way, Jets head coach Robert Saleh canned. Let's discuss that and the Devontae Adams situation. Has he been traded yet? No, but he's tweeting Edgar Allan Poe pictures out. I don't know what the hell that means. Gallant George, stay put. The New York Jets fired head coach Robert Saleh today. Texans will play the New York Jets Thursday Night Football on Halloween. What's interesting about this firing is it happened on a Tuesday, which is generally the scheduled day off in the NFL. And I would imagine perhaps a little bit more of a day off since the Jets are not playing until Monday against the Buffalo Bills. Saleh was escorted from the premises, unlike his predecessor, or one of his predecessors. Adam Gase, when he was fired by the New York Jets, was not escorted off of the out of the Jets facility. So Saleh didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to the players or address them as he got let go.
Well, maybe they didn't want to say goodbye.
There's a fair
Maybe they
chance.
said, hey, get him out of here.
There's a fair chance that happened.
Apparently, Woody Johnson's going to do a conference call here with the media.
Oh,
in
I
a
can't
little bit.
wait.
So
That will be fun.
I'm very curious to. I also just saw something from one of the aggregators, so there's always a little bit of a chance it's not perfectly translated. But apparently, there was a major confrontation on Sunday after the press conference between Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh, in which Aaron Rodgers and Saleh were yelling at each other.
Oh, wow.
But Rodgers wouldn't even look him in the eye, which is just.
Rodgers said, I believe, on Monday that they're friends. Rodgers is such a mean girl.
They ain't friends.
Nah. I really wonder who is friends with Aaron Rodgers. He's very aloof.
Alan Lazard.
I don't even know if there's
Randall
guys
Cobb.
that have played with him in a million spots.
Jordy Nelson.
I don't even know if they're his friends.
Pat McAfee.
David Bakhtiari.
Yeah, Bakhtiari.
Yeah,
probably.
Bakhtiari makes sense. Yeah, I don't know, but
I feel like he's friends with Miles Teller. I think that's his only friend, the actor, Miles Teller.
Yeah, and even
Top
like
Gun Maverick.
Miles Teller.
Yeah, randomly. Yeah, he's going on vacations with Miles Teller.
All right.
that would seem like a good time.
Joe Rogan. Do you think that they're friends? I don't know about that.
No, I feel like they just text each other conspiracy theories. Like I feel like sometimes our group chats, like we're just sending each other tweets.
Mhm.
I think that's what they just do. They just send each other tweets of conspiracy theories about the election and all over stuff around the world, and they just giggle at it.
See this hurricane? Crazy.
See this plane that's flying through the hurricane that's controlling its path? Yeah.
I saw some people with the government's making the storm head this way because Florida's been so just not COVID compliant. I've seen all sorts of takes. All I know is I'm bummed out. For those who know, I went to high school in St. Pete, Florida. From what I understand, that all of my family, including my dad and others, have evacuated, but it's been really difficult to evacuate. And I don't really know what else to say. I'm pretty sad about what's going to happen to Tampa Bay. Anyway, Robert Saleh, he is gone. Who is the new Jets interim coach? Jeff Ulbrich.
Sounds right.
Sure.
I wish it was
I know
Nathaniel
that
Hackett.
what you said is right. I'm not sure if you pronounced it correctly, but for now, I'm gonna say it's correct.
I wish it was Nathaniel Hackett so bad.
I was actually surprised when I got the second push notification and it didn't say Nathaniel Hackett. I was like,
it can't be Nathaniel Hackett.
I mean, it shouldn't
It
be.
should be, and it would be so great. It would be so Jets.
I mean, I was saying during one of the breaks because they're talking about it on Sports Center, and they had Jeff Saturday talking about it, and I just was reminded of the time Jeff Saturday was the interim coach of the Indianapolis Colts.
Hire someone fun, just a rando Jet.
That's what they should have done. They should have just gotten, I don't know,
Fireman Ed.
yeah, Alan Faneca.
What if they just named Aaron Rodgers head coach? Like, coach yourself.
Yeah.
The Chiefs beat the Saints 26-13 last night. They're 5-0. Do we need to talk much about the game? I mean, effing Juju Smith-Schuster is good again. Kareem Hunt's good again. Travis Kelce's good again. And the Chiefs are undefeated. Kevin Harlan's the best. How about that? Kevin Harlan is the best broadcaster, I think, in sports, whether it's calling basketball for TNT. They better move him to one of the major networks for NBA season. Here he is calling an interception by a defensive lineman off of Patrick Mahomes.
Here we go, second down and goal. Mahomes in the gun, the two in New Orleans. P. Ryan in motion. There's a shotgun snap. The fake handoff. The quick throw at the goal line is deflected, and it's intercepted on the play by Saunders. He runs the big man, the 10, near sideline 20, on the near sideline 30. Got a blocking from behind. The former Chief is taken down. The Saints big man got it on the ricochet at the goal line on a pass intended for Smith-Schuster. That was a thick pick. That was a thick pick.
It was a thick pick. It bounced off of Schuster's hand, and Saunders one-handed it with the left hand, and the former running back looked good getting the ball all the way out near midfield. Of all of the plays that could have happened,
we were just talking about him. His brother dances. He runs. They are a talented family. 36-yard return. Timeout take it. Taylor Swift is here. 1:43 to go in the third. Chiefs lead 16-7. The Saints dodge a bullet. You're listening to Monday Night Football on Westwood One.
Harlan's the best. Harlan is the absolute best.
Yeah, he just turns such like little moments into fun things. And obviously the best is when there's a fan on the field.
Drunk fans on the field.
Yes.
Cats on the field.
Yep.
Squirrels on the field. He can turn anything into magic. And by the way, he worked on Sunday too. Did you hear this call that he had on Sunday?
No.
Ravens Bengals. Another stupendous call. This guy's the GOAT.
Justice Hill is the back. Likely in motion. He bobbles it. Scoops it in. Vacuums it home. Here comes Hubbard. Oh, he threw him away like a rag doll. And he throws in the end zone. Caught for a touchdown. Caught for a touchdown by Likely. Absolutely amazing. How in the world did he keep it together and then find the open receiver?
He's the best.
That play was wild for Lamar.
It was a wild play.
It was a great call. He's almost like, because he does so much, it's kind of a little bit like Gus Johnson too. Like if you know Gus Johnson or Kevin Harlan are on the call, it kind of feels like at some point something chaotic is going to unfold. Just feels like it's like attracted to them whenever they're doing anything.
Mm-hmm. He's so damn good. And with apologies to our beloved Coug, Jim Nantz, who is a wonderful guy, I think Harlan's the best. I think Harlan should be the number one at CBS. This is nothing against Jim Nantz. I think Harlan is the best play-by-play broadcaster there is. And I apologize for taking us down a 10-minute broadcaster tangent. I apologize. Just like Kevin Harlan. Thick pick. Incredible. Davante Adams has not been traded by the Las Vegas Raiders yet. I imagine that will happen any minute now.
Mm-hmm. He was supposed to be on, I guess he has a weekly podcast with
Kay
Adams.
Canceled.
And she tweeted out that it was happening. And then like 2 hours later, she put out some eye emojis, said it wasn't happening. Some stuff's going down.
Did you see the interview he had done last week where Kay looked so sad for him?
Yeah.
People were memeing Kay looking sad for Davante Adams. We're talking some of the incels of Twitter saying, I wish that someone would look at me like this.
I mean,
I also wish that somebody would look like me like this, though. So shout out to those people.
Also same.
Pour one out. Oh, you got a wife.
I know, but there's a good look there.
I'm Joe. I have a wife.
Where do you think he gets traded to?
It's a great question. I don't know. I mean,
because I would have said the Jets, but now I kind of feel like after you fire Saleh, I don't know if you also then fall
no,
the Davante Adams.
It does make sense. You go all in. I mean, you just fired the head coach in the middle of the week. Give the team a shot in the arm, and that would give the team a shot in the arm, though. It is a clown car in East Rutherford. Davante Adams just posted a picture of Edgar Allan Poe, by the way, to his story.
It's going to be a Baltimore Raven.
That could be it.
This is where I feel like America needs to know more than one Edgar Allan Poe poem. Did he write poems? Did he write stories?
He is a poet and a short story writer.
Okay.
From the 1800s from Baltimore.
Really nailed it.
The Baltimore Ravens are named after him. And also, by the way, more Davante Adams, Edgar Allan Poe, quoting him instead of rap lyrics, believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. Edgar Allan Poe also posted that on his story.
So he's either going to be a Baltimore Raven or he's the most interesting wide receiver now in the NFL.
Or he's not going to get traded at all. He never requested a trade because I shouldn't believe what I hear.
What did he? What? Because he didn't request a trade. He would prefer a trade.
He'd prefer to be
He'd prefer a trade, and he hasn't played or practiced since it became public that he would prefer a trade.
Yeah.
Again, I think just everyone in America just goes Edgar Allan Poe, and then they just spit out
Quoth the Raven.
The Raven.
Quoth the Raven nevermore.
I remember 7th grade or whenever you have to read that, and it's like no one knows anything else about this guy.
The Raven is an effed up poem, but you want to really read some effed up stuff by Edgar Allan Poe, who was emo before emo existed, goth before goth existed. You have to read The Cask of Amontillado. All-time petty. It is just all-time petty. TL didn't read. It's about a guy who gets someone he doesn't like drunk and interviews him while building a cement wall in front of him and putting him basically in his own tomb, alive, while drinking Amontillado.
Edgar Allan Poe also has one called a collection of the Black Cat.
Nice.
So
and
Devontae Adams to the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, Panthers.
Could be that.
I mean,
Does
Andy
like
Dalton, Devontae Adams.
Does he have one about Texans? Was Texas a thing when he was kicking?
Probably not officially
It was
part of the
probably
United
Mexico.
States yet. Yeah,
No.
it was. I mean, we're
It
talking
definitely
1840s,
existed.
so Texas probably had its independence, right? 1836, but I don't know if it was a state at that moment in time.
If Nico Collins is out for more than 6 weeks, should the Houston Texans trade for Devontae Adams?
Well, a bunch of them.
Paul, what do you think?
Paul, thoughts?
They have some extra
You know
draft
what?
capital.
If it makes Texans fans actually excited, sure, I'll take it.
I mean, what's
Then
going
you'll
to
be
happen when they're all healthy?
Then you'll be disappointed when not all of them are getting 100 yards receiving in a game. Well, I get the Texans make it work for my fantasy football team. Shut up. I hate everybody. Speaking of hating everybody, so does George Pickens. You thought Devontae Adams is a crazy wide receiver. George Pickens has just lapped everybody with the diva wide receiver nonsense. So he pulled a Cowboys player down by his face mask after the Steelers had officially lost. He was doing all sorts of crazy stuff out there. And imagine you're George Pickens and you just had a temper tantrum on the field, and then Russell Wilson's trying to calm you down too. That would make me more angry.
I think that's why like what are you supposed to do with this guy?
I don't know.
They should have traded him instead of DeAndre Johnson. But you're just kind of stuck with
talented
him
though
at this point. But like, also, I would be mad too.
Antonio Brown was easier to control than George Pickens. That's just a fact
for sure. Because at least he just like when he got really upset, he just like stripped his clothes off and left.
Also, at least Antonio Brown was awesome.
Antonio Brown's a Hall of Famer.
Antonio Brown was one of the best receivers, if not the best receiver in the league for like 5 straight years. That makes it easier to deal with all this than George Pickens, who's pretty good, I guess. Like that's where I'd put him at. It's like
what a description.
All right, he's good, I guess.
That is the 10-minute drill. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I know a lot of people are concerned about Nico Collins' injury, but maybe we should be concerned about potential injury to another Houston Texan. And I'm not talking about Joe Mixon here. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Nico Collins is likely out for a few weeks per D'Amico Ryans yesterday. They're also going to be without Joe Mixon on offense for, I would imagine, another week. I don't feel great about his ability to return from that ankle injury on Sunday. Should he need to return on Sunday against a team as bad as the Patriots? Probably not. Not going to lie, though. Never thought a Twitter video with a little rant by a rapper, Joe, would ever make me nervous about potential injury for another Houston Texan. And yet, here we are as Sean, I'll admit it, I'm not hip with the streets.
Yes.
But DJ Academics, not spelled like traditional academics.
Spelled with more K's than C's.
What's his deal?
He's a podcaster.
He's a podcaster, but he's not a musician.
I'm sure he does like DJ sets and stuff, but I don't think you can go to Spotify and listen to some music.
Oh, so it's stolen DJ Valor. It's like stealing Dr. Valor.
Maybe his first name is DJ.
Okay. That could be it. We'll
DJ Bienemy.
We'll ask DJ Bienemy when he gets in the next
Definitely
hour.
not. His first name is Livingston.
Wow.
Okay. His first name is Livingston?
Yeah.
What's his last name?
Alan.
Oh.
Livingston screams.
That you
I
could
have a
flip
butler.
those names and I would believe Alan Livingston is more of a name than Livingston Allen.
Anyway, per DJ Academics, Stephon Diggs has been very, very busy of late.
Shout out to Stephon Diggs, man. Oh, yeah. By the way, there's two more rappers he y'all bitches now, too. I'll tell y'all, but y'all got to DM me. I got all the information for y'all, all right? Stephon Diggs is two other active rappers, bitches. Like, y'all be claiming them, hugging them on the gram, kissing them, talking about Woman Crush Wednesday, all that bullshit. He's long. I don't know if he got long. He is piping them hoes out. I don't know how he's all y'all rappers, bitches. Yo, and the last thing I'm going to say to Stephon Diggs, you're my fantasy team, bro. I want you to keep doing good. Bruh, make this the last girl you try to the next time, like, you starting to inch into the territory, some of these will shoot you. All that ACL you got going on, they'll shoot you. So stop playing around, okay? You too many bitches, and there's a lot of girls at the Texans games. You can leave the rappers, girls alone. You catching bullets, but you can't catch them bullets, all right? Just telling you.
So this is where I'm not sure what to do. It seems Stephon Diggs gets around. I don't judge. Yes. I do not judge. We have known this for a while, whether it was the story about him having two women in separate hotel rooms at a hotel in 2022 on Valentine's Day, or it's the Vikings locker room asked about whether or not they would let Stephon Diggs date their sister. In case you missed it.
Davin, what guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
What the hell? Diggs.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Oh, Stephon Diggs.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Least like to date my sister, Diggs. 100%.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister? And I might add, you're starting to be the runaway favorite for this.
But nobody want me to date this sister. I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
There's actually seems to be a few guys that don't think that.
Feel differently about me?
Yeah.
They just don't know me well enough. That's what it is. It's the all right, who don't I want to date my sister? Weatherly.
Why Weatherly?
Because he's ugly. I knew that was coming. That was the problem.
So that was Stephon Diggs with the Minnesota Vikings. I just wanted to set all this up before asking you guys if I can share this report that DJ Academics has about Stephon Diggs, who he recently supposedly has been hanging out with, he said in quotation marks, because we are ESPN Houston, right? And I don't know if we can prove this for sure. It does seem like speculation, but allegedly he may or may not have had a intimate relationship with one of the most famous female rappers that there is while she is pregnant. Late pregnant. So
8 months pregnant.
do we entertain this story? Do we report it as fact based off of what DJ Academic says? Because I don't even want to put it out what this very famous rapper's name is.
I don't know. We won't put it as fact.
No, I think we can say that this is a rumor that is getting pushed.
Allegedly.
No, it's definitely getting pushed by one of the bigger podcasters that covers rap music. So this is what DJ Academics is saying.
Yeah, you say as long as you preface it.
DJ Academics reports
That
XYZ.
Stephon Diggs is,
rumored, allegedly.
with, Cardi B.
Yeah. That's a big name.
I just have a lot of questions now.
This is Red Bottoms.
I know, Sean, you were not here yesterday, and we might have been talking about this off the air. So one of my questions now that I have about Stephon Diggs is that, there's the song Truth Hurts by Lizzo. And in that song, she says she's got a new man on the Minnesota Vikings.
No.
That song was released in 2017.
No.
So I wonder if that new man on the Minnesota Vikings was Stephon Diggs.
Stephon,
who was on the Vikings in 2017.
Stephon, I think it is disgusting that Joe suggested this.
I have questions.
He would, Stephon, listen, do what you got to do, but I am insulted for Stephon Diggs.
It's a question.
Cardi B was 8 months pregnant, or is 8 months pregnant,
and still Lizzo is bigger. So
no, I'm just saying that.
But you never know.
Diggs is,
no, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Listen, I'm a big Stephon Diggs guy now.
I am also.
I don't think he would do that.
This made me like Stephon Diggs more.
I do hope that the Texans realize that they maybe need to step up the security just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
this is definitely one of those things where a rapper, I could see him getting a little bit mad to the point of, I don't know, what they're now investigating Diddy for doing to Tupac. Allegedly.
Yeah. I mean, you want to tread carefully around some of these guys.
For sure.
Some of them, too.
So, I don't know what is or what isn't. All I know is that is a popular rumor. From DJ Academics. And we are just sharing what we get on those mean internet streets, okay?
Yep.
So there you go.
Can we ask DJ about this?
Yeah, that's
it's around the building.
He is Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. We got Sean Mapes behind the glasses. Gallant and George, stay put. There are only 4 teams in the NFL with 1 loss or less. The Commanders are 4-1. The Chiefs are 5-0. The Vikings are 5-0. And your Houston Texans are 4-1. With us now in studio to talk about them from ESPN, it's DJ Bien Ame. DJ, they took down the Buffalo Bills 23-20 with a walk-off Kaimi Fairbairn field goal. What did you make of the victory?
What I made of the victory was good win. But I didn't really, they can't keep playing this way. I think that they're not that much better than they were last year. Cause they're winning games very much the same way, right? Defense get a stop at the end. CJ save us, and I don't think that's sustainable long term to win when it matters. Cause right, it's not about like getting into the playoffs anymore. It's more about winning in the playoffs, being able to get past the divisional round. That's why you made all these acquisitions. You bring in Stephon Diggs, Joe Mixon, Daniil Hunter, Aziz, Danico, right? You bring these guys in to try to get past the divisional round. The way they're playing right now, I don't think it's good enough to get past the divisional round. It's still early, so they can get better as the season progresses. But right now, they're not that much of a different team than they were last year.
What's happening in the second half with the offense? Why it's struggling so much?
I would say teams have figured out, Bobby slow. Sometimes Bobby gets a little too cute. Like there's a few drives where instead of just doing what was working, right, he tries to get some, creative bag. Like I think there's one drive where like they try to run like a screen, and I'm having to throw it. Then CJ and them having to throw it to Cam Akers. And one thing we try to run a tight end screen to Cade on your inside your own 15, and then Kenyon Green sprinting down the field. So you had illegal man downfield. And then again, like I would say that. So I would say again, like there's another time where he tried to run like a fake screen. I think the play where the fumble happened was like a fake screen, and it's like you have your screen game only worked once with Nico. Nico had to break the tackle. The Bills have shown throughout the entire day your screen game isn't going to work. Even that one play where I think we're trying, I think Cam Akers ended up getting the ball. Well, see it through at Cam Akers' feet. I think they tried to run a screen on that play, and that did not work. The whole game had been shown that what you're trying to do, those screen games isn't working, and Bobby was still trying to do that. And again, like that specific screenplay that he called, it wasn't even like guys were even biting on anything throughout the game to even give you an indication that, if we call this, it'll work. And again, like fake screens, I think that's poppycock. Like if you're gonna be a real offense, don't be trying to like you rely on deception. Like I don't really.
It's led to a lot of illegal men downfield, it seems like, too.
Right.
And to go a little bit further, focusing on Bobby Slowick, this team can't run the ball at all. And I know that there are moments where Cam Akers has been able to make something happen out of nothing, but this is something that we saw last year, too, to talk about, DJ, how this team has not improved that much this year in certain ways. The running game has been just about the same as last year, and I get it. Joe Mixon's been hurt. Still, they do it so much, you wonder why.
Because, if you just drop back and pass all day, like, it doesn't matter how good CJ is, like, it's going to be even easier to defend this offense. So I want to see what it looks like when Joe Mixon gets back. But until then, like, it's going to be, the offense is still going to be clunky. And, with Nico being out, I think that's going to, I don't think he's going to play this week. I think that's unlikely, mainly because hamstrings. He was fine post game, but hamstrings, that's not a 1 week injury. It's usually like at the minimum 2 weeks.
D'Amico made it sound after the game like it would be a couple of weeks before an answer a little bit later, where he made it a little bit more murky.
Yeah. So again, like no Nico, you lose that. You still got Diggs and you still got Tank, but I still envision the offense still struggling, especially in second halves, because teams adjust to what they're doing, and that's one of the bigger issues is once they adjust, they don't counter the adjustments because they can't run the ball, right? Because one way to counter some of the, because I know a lot of people, when we talked about them having Nico, Steph, Tank, they're like, oh well, if you take away Diggs and blah, 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 blah. Now you got to worry about Tank and Nico. If we were to take away Tank, you got to worry about Diggs. But that's not like how teams call offenses. It's a progression. You start with one guy and you work to 1 to 2 to 3. So if one If they start taking away one and you try to work the two, and pressure starts to get to you, then you talking about you're not gonna be able to get through. You're gonna have to check it down. So teams have done a good job of being able to take away one. It's gonna be easy. It should be even easier now for teams to be able to take away because Nico was harder to take away because Nico's just that good. But schematically, if you can find a way to take away Diggs and try to limit Tank, it's gonna be on Bobby to find ways how to counter what teams will try to do to him.
Yeah, it's interesting because it feels like we've been talking about this for 2 years now that they can't counter. They struggle on first and second down, where CJ Stroud's having to make just spectacular plays from 3rd and 7 and longer, pretty much the entire game. I mean, is this something that, from your point, they can't counter? They don't know how to counter because it just seems so obvious that there's some kind of problem, but they don't seem to ever address it any week. That they can't figure out what's going on at halftime when the other team, pivots.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question. Like, why can't? Because it's just the same thing every week. You know what I mean? Like week 2, same thing. I mean, the only week where they had a good second half was the Colts game, right? And it looks like the Colts are just a bad team, right? That's the only team that they was able to have a good, counter. Every other team that they've played, when they made their adjustments, they just have not been able to counter. I think a lot of it starts with the fact that they can't run the football because the book's out, right? Right? Because if you run cover 2 on them, you take away, you flood the middle of the field. Yeah, CJ can make a bunch of throws outside the numbers, but it just feels like what's his face? Bobby doesn't call enough calls to attack outside the numbers consistently, or at least if teams are going to be in cover 2 or something of that nature. Put the counter on the boundary, put him in conflict, right? Make him have to choose whether he's going to take something deep away, or he's just going to sink, whatever, or at least I just figure out a way to attack, the cover 2 outside. I mean, it's a little bit tougher though. I will say it is a little bit tougher, but it just doesn't feel like they have many counters into how to. Because again, teams try to flood the middle, and kind of go from there, and that's just not. They just haven't been able to figure it out.
DJ Bieneme, ESPN Houston Texans beat reporter with us in studio. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. So you are parroting, it seems, the vibe that we are getting from a lot of Texans fans, and that they're 4-1, but still a lot of things left to be improved. Some people are almost collectively meh about this start, but just to shift away from the offense, because I think we all share a lot of questions about Bobby Slowick and what they can do, especially with now Nico Collins out for a little bit of time. The defense, at least on paper, seems like they had a very good day on Sunday. Josh Allen held to 9 of 30 passing. This is, I guess, the lowest completion percentage of a quarterback who's thrown more than 28 passes this millennium. So there's that. But was it more about Josh Allen missing throws, or more about the Texans and the defense that they threw at him?
I would say Josh was playing very much off script, and against this defense, they love when quarterbacks play off script because that's when they can be at their best. Also, he was missing his best receiver, even though their receiving core isn't that good. So he was missing Diggs, that's for sure. Josh needed Diggs on a day like that. Yeah, so I'll say a combination of both. I do think that there is still some issues with the defense that once they face a team that isn't shooting themselves in the foot, they'll be able to exploit it. Because again, last week, they held Josh to 20 points or whatever, and he had a terrible day. But there's still open guys, right? Like if Josh wasn't, antsy in the pocket and things of that nature, he could have had a day, but he was all over the place in that aspect. And to their credit, they made him kind of get all over the place. But again, that game shouldn't have been close. The defense let them back in along with the offense. The Jags game shouldn't have been close, but again, the defense did save them at some points, but the offense also didn't do their things to the best of their ability. And again, the Bears game, that should have been a blowout, wasn't a blowout. And then you had to rely too much on the defense, but overall, I think the defense, it's in a good spot, but there are for sure legitimate concerns. Their safeties just can't cover. Eric Murray, Jimmy, Bullock, they can't cover. They teams pick on them. The reason why teams beyond the fact that Stingley and Kamara are really, really good, why throw at them when I can just put my best receiver in the slot. I know that you're not going to match Stingley or Kamari. I could put him in the slot and then have my slot receiver, my best player in the slot, attack your safeties. And I know he's going to get open consistently. Because Josh missed a touchdown early in the game to Matt Collins. And that was something that, what's his face? Trevor Lawrence missed the previous week to Christian Kirk. So it's not like coverage is just so tight across the board. It's like, nah, like, there are opportunities and they're kind of playing with fire. That's why when you rewatch the film, yes, they're 4-1, and if you're a Texans fan, you'd rather be 4-1 with these issues than 1-4. You know what I'm saying? But there's still a lot of, Stefan would say, meat on the bone. They have a lot of things they got to clean up. Because they don't clean it up, I could see a scenario where with the next few games that they have coming up, if they don't clean it up, I could see a scenario where I know they have it's Boston, Packers, Colts, Jets. They don't clean it up. I could see a scenario where they're like, I don't want to, sound like a Nancy Pants.
Do it. Just do it.
5-4. 5-4.
Oh, see, here it is.
6-3.
Here it is. DJ
6-3.
DJ is enabling all these. Oh well, they should be better.
They should though. They should though, because again, like the standard is make a deep. They spent the 5th most amount of money in the entire NFL in the offseason. You didn't spend that money to be the same team as you were last year.
I'm with you, but they're 4-1.
Yeah, but again, like they still have a negative point differential. Every game that they've won has been at the buzzer, right? You made a field goal to win that game. The week before, like you had to drive down and score with like 30 seconds left or something like that. Against the Bears, the Bears had the ball last with a chance to win the game. If it wasn't, Caleb's just a rookie, it is what it is. And then week 1, right, you had to convert 2 first downs to win that game when that game should have been close against Anthony Richardson, who can't hit the side of a barn standing in the hay. So again, like, yes, they are 4-1, and it's good that they're 4-1, and they should Texas fans should be happy that they're 4-1 with a lot to clean up. But if they don't clean it up, again, like in the next 4 games, it could be a scenario where they're like, you look up and like, dang, they should have a much better record than what they really have, and they started 4-1.
So we saw this offseason, like you said, they added all these guys on offense, defense, but we all talked about this before the season started. Paul and I talked about it a ton. Like the safeties were a problem. You just mentioned they're a problem.
Yeah.
Do you think that with where they're at in the season and then their growth as a team, do you envision a scenario where Nick Caserio gets aggressive in the next couple weeks and looks at the deadline and says we can make a move to improve this roster now? Or do you think that this is something where they try to coach up their problems and their old slow players like Jimmy Ward?
They just extended Jimmy, and obviously Cade is rookie, so he has a lot of upside and things of that nature. So I don't envision anything in the secondary. Maybe try to get some depth on the O-line. Maybe try to add some pieces on the D-line. Because their depth is pretty thin at the D-line spot, especially at the D-tackle spot. But we'll see what it looks like when the Nico Autry gets back. So right now I would say no. One could have just extended Jimmy. The Nico is coming back. Christian Harris will be back. So there's some reinforcements on the way. But yeah, no, I would possibly look if I was Nick Caserio, I would try to add to the safety room. Because like they play so much, match coverage and so much cover 4 and so much cover 1 that like your safeties have to cover, and they're just. And the thing is, like, there's no scenario where they can get better at it, right? Like Jimmy's old.
Bullock can, but Jimmy can't.
How much better can a rookie safety when he was at USC, he was just a center fielder. Yeah. Now he's being asked to like legitimately cover. You know what I'm saying? How much better can he get to where it's not a liability?
Is there a point to where you address? Would you consider moving Petrie back and fixing
and put who in a nickel?
Acquire a nickel, like whether it's
Desmond King.
Desmond King. Like he was fine last year. Like, is that a solution? Because it's the problem for the Texans.
Putting Jimmy, not Jimmy. Maybe you could flip Jimmy and Jalen, but that doesn't. Jalen's playing well in the nickel.
Yeah.
So I don't, you want to upset the apple cart. And again, like, hey, he's better when he's close to the box. So I don't know if you put him deep that enhances the defense, enhances their coverage. I don't. you know, that's why they get paid to figure that out, and I get paid to talk about it. Because I mean, again, like, there's no point of even throwing that Stingley and Kamara when you could just consistently go at their safeties. You could just consistently go at them over and over and over and over again and have success through the air. And it's only a matter of time till they face a team like the Vikings were able to take advantage of it when they face a team that could just exploit it all game long.
DJ Bieneme with us in studio, ESPN Houston Texans beat reporter. So I'm not going to ask you about Stephon Diggs off the field. Though there have been some funny stories.
There have been some funny stories.
But I do need to know why a question wasn't asked last week.
Which question?
I felt like everyone was playing Stephon Diggs with kid gloves in the local media. I felt like, and given that after Monday Night Football, Josh Allen said, it's a fun and wonderful thing when you get a bunch of guys that don't care about the stats. They don't care about the touchdowns. I'm surprised no one asked him about that last week.
He fought because Josh followed up and gave context the next day because he felt like people were trying to take it out of context. So he gave context about it the next day.
I heard the context. I didn't believe Josh Allen for a second, and especially after hearing a bunch of Bills reporters talking after the game, because they're very loudly talking about how Josh Allen says he's not on social media, but apparently he is very much on social media. Mm-hmm. I do not believe that for a second.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, I think that's fair in that aspect. People probably could have asked that one more question.
I wanted to get it in on Sunday, and that guy, the second to last question who was asked of Stephon Diggs, one of the worst questions I've ever heard.
What was it?
It was so long-winded. I don't even know what it was, and I don't even think Stephon knew what it was. I'll send it to you later. Okay. But for what it's worth, Diggs 82 yards receiving, his old receiver group 76 yards receiving.
Yeah, I mean, they could use him. They could absolutely use him right now, and but I also think like, kudos to the Texans for bringing in the extra receiver because I think we got to call a spade a spade. Nico and Tank, if they're your top two guys, right, you got to have a legitimate third guy because, they have shown throughout their career that they're going to miss some time eventually. Mm-hmm. It's, fair or not, but they will miss some time. So kudos to them for having a guy on deck ready to go, having another legitimate guy. Because now with Nico out, you still have Tank and you still have Diggs. Could you imagine if they didn't have Diggs and it was just Tank? Man, they would, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to take, it wouldn't be hard to take him completely out of the game. It wouldn't be hard at all. Especially against the Patriots, who like Christian Gonzalez is like legit, like he's like a legitimate number one wide cornerback.
Only good player on the team.
He is the only good player on the team, unfortunately. But
it's really bad.
It's okay, Paul.
No, it's not.
You say y'all got
the worst
6.
It's ever been.
You say y'all got 6 Super Bowl rings. So.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah,
but I got 5 more years to brag about that.
But you don't have any of the rings, so it doesn't matter.
I mean,
loser.
That hurt my feelings.
You wanna? Are you open? You think Diggs is a long-term option yet already? Like, do you think there's a contract in play for Stephon Diggs, or do you think he's? Because I wouldn't say like he's not
what he wants though.
He's not like a 30 million. He's not putting up those stats.
It depends what he wants though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah. It depends what he wants.
Because he's saying the right things about how much he likes it here, and they named him a captain. Like, you hear Stephon Diggs talk after the game, even just the post-game speech that they put out there. It sounds like a guy that is enjoying his time in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would. I mean, a lot of people, if you're rich, young, and famous, would enjoy their time.
I mean, he's still figuring out the highways. I think, like the last time we saw him tweet.
Yeah, for sure. But if you was, if we were all young, rich, famous, living in Houston,
I listen.
A lot of rappers in Houston. Billy says that every game.
You're right. Listen.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs is having a great time, and shout out to him. I'm just saying, be safe out there. And I'm not even talking about the the traditional thing that parents will tell kids to be safe about. I'm just telling them to be safe. Okay, that's it. That's all.
Yeah, man. I mean, but it depends because the receiver market has been pushed forward, right? So, he's probably gonna want like 25 million per. You know what I'm saying? That's probably where his starting number is going to be. And it's like, can the Texans afford that? Probably not. They're going to have to back up the Brinks truck and give the key to the city to CJ. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, because again, like they actually have a lot of big contracts coming up because you got Stingley. I mean, listen, they trying to break the bank over there. You're going to have to. I know if Jalen continues to play well, his representation is going to want an extension. I'm trying to think. I mean, I know in 2026, like Laramie's contract, he's gonna want to redo it, and he don't play for anything but top of the market. So I think it's just things you gotta like start to pay
plan ahead. You don't want to be
plan
the
ahead.
you don't want to be the
Yeah,
Dallas Cowboys
right,
who all of a sudden
you
have to
don't.
pay Micah Parsons, Dak
Right.
Prescott, and CeeDee Lamb top of the market. all at once.
Exactly, and you're gonna have guys that you're gonna have at least two guys that are gonna want close to top of the market eventually. I mean, actually three, right? CJ, Sting, and Laramie. They're all gonna want top of the market once it's their turn. So
And Will.
yeah, and I mean, I mean, we'll see because top of the market though. We're gonna have to get like what 15-ish sacks to be able to command top of the market. But if he gets that, now you gotta worry about that too.
Yeah.
So like if Stephon probably wants more than Nico, I don't see a scenario where the Texans can objectively give him that. Like it just doesn't make any sense.
Last question. Texans are 7-point favorites against the Patriots on Sunday. Is this the first game that the Texans cover the spread, DJ Bieneme?
No.
You think it'll be a close one at the end?
Absolutely.
You think that they're not going to win by more than 7 against Drake May?
Or Jacoby Brissett?
Well, if it's Drake May, then there might be an upset.
Oh,
I ain't say will, but I told you about I told you about the rule.
You did.
When the backup quarterback gets in, unless you're like dreadful like the Dolphins,
well, they're at the backup's backup. Now.
Yeah, but that first start they tend to cover. The only reason why the Dolphins didn't cover the game against the Titans is because Levis got hurt, so their backup got in and it canceled it out. Yeah, I'm so serious about this. Like, but Andy Dalton,
I'm not disagreeing.
Andy Dalton, his first start against the Raiders after the Raiders beat the Ravens, they went and they beat the you know what out of them.
To be fair, the Texans did cover this weekend.
They did. Oh, you right.
They barely did though.
The
spread was like 1.
So
They had to. Imagine if they did that. Oh boy, he is DJ Bieneme. You can catch his work for ESPN.com covering the Houston Texans. They need to get better. We'll see if that happens on Sunday. DJ, always a pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, I still think they'll win.
I'm not saying you don't,
but cover.
But you're bringing more of that negative air in here. You are being the negative Nancy. You said you don't want to be.
I'm just saying when they're at
4-1, they're 4-1.
When the Patriots are at home, they play hard.
Do they?
They beat the
Bengals. They're about to quit on the coach.
They
beat
the
5
Bengals.
games.
They
went
to OT with the
Bengals are
Seahawks.
1-4.
They took the Dolphins to the wire.
With who? Skylar White from Breaking Bad. For God's sakes! All right, he's DJ. It's Gallant George. Stay put. Everything you missed over the weekend in sports. We talked about it in our college football six-pack in the first hour of the show. Vanderbilt beat Alabama 40-34. You heard all the Vanderbilt celebrations, whether it was the quarterback losing his mind and having a White Ray Lewis moment on national TV, speaking in tongues, or it was Vanderbilt Stadium playing Nick Saban's comments talking about how this is essentially a layup home game for Alabama every single year on loop as Alabama fans exited. Now we have legend, a caller of the Paul Feinbaum show, noted Alabama fan, ranting about the Crimson Tide not rolling on Saturday.
Alabama don't lose to Vandy. We don't lose to Vandy. That is friggin' pathetic, Coach DeBoer. 40 years, dude. 40 years. Bill Curry didn't lose to Vandy. Mike DeBose didn't lose to Vandy. Mike Shula didn't lose to Vandy. 40 years. You've been here 4 weeks and you already lost to Vandy. Strike friggin' one, dude. This is equivalent to coming home and finding your wife in bed with the neighbor. This is what this is equivalent to, Paul. And I'll say this for this. Me and K-Dub both agree. You could never trust her again. You might stay with her for the kid's sake, but you could never trust the woman again. And the same thing's true with Coach DeBoer. You can win a natty. We can't trust your ass now. You just proved that you can beat the best and lose to the worst in a 2-week friggin' period. You don't lose to Vanderbilt. That's the ugliest little sister on the block. You don't lose to Vanderbilt. You just don't friggin' do it, dude.
Dude. Wraps it up with that.
I mean, you don't lose the Vandy.
He's Alabama, Larry, and Stafford.
Yeah, except, at least he has something to actually be proud of.
Damn boys in Tuscaloosa.
I was gonna say this guy's 100% right about everything.
Yeah,
he is right.
He's not there. You didn't say or a single wrong thing.
This is how I felt about Marcus Freeman with Notre Dame. As soon as he lost to Marshall, you never trust him again. And look what's happened. He then lost to Stanford, and this year lost to NIU for Notre Dame. It is, but this is also just reality, right? This is college football. This is what it's supposed to be like.
They smoked Georgia the weekend before. The Florida Gators won a national title after losing to Ole Miss. It's not the end of the world. Especially with the college football playoff expanding. I truly believe Alabama's going to be fine. They're going to be in the college football playoff, and that this is going to be just a blip on the radar now that we have enabled the powerhouse programs of college football to have one in their back pocket when they lose a game like this, a once in 40-year kind of loss. And I think that's kind of BS. This should knock Alabama out. It should, but it won't. They're going to be fine, and everyone's going to forget about this.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll forget about this. Alabama fans will not forget about it.
Yeah, this one is a little bit different.
This is like when Kalen DeBoer gets fired. This is what people are going to bring up. When he said he can win a national championship and we still wouldn't trust him, he's 100% right. That is how Alabama operates. That the confetti could fall on them this year, and Alabama fans will still be like, this guy lost to Vanderbilt. Get this guy out of here.
The arguments now for the 12-team playoff is going to be which loss is worse of the 7 or 8 seed or 9 seed or 10 seed. It's going to be Vanderbilt beating Alabama, NIU beating Notre Dame. That's the argument we'll be having in a month and a half here. I honestly, one of the things I'm most excited about, I can't wait for the first college football, the TV show though, when they do the power rankings. When they announce the
you mean the college football playoff rankings?
Yeah, when they do the
reveal
rankings,
show.
But you know what they're going to do? They're going to do something that gets everyone mad and everyone in a tizzy, and ultimately it's going to be so different than the final results. They do this every single year. The first rankings will be ridiculous.
I mean, it seems a little more straightforward now.
It's also because the all we have is the AP poll that we're going off of for 8 weeks. And then it's just a different group of people are actually, this is what we think. And we go, what? How is this possible? It's just different people think different things.
Because I struggle with Alabama and Georgia in this one, because I get why the AP and the coaches poll have Georgia in front of Alabama. But Alabama just beat Georgia. So like I kind of like,
but it was close. Like
I know
they blew a 28-point lead to Georgia. They had to make a comeback against Georgia.
BCS was better. At least it was determined by a robot. Now it's determined by people
that are very biased.
It's one time I would actually be willing to turn it over to the robots is with this.
AI does
AI college football playoff committee. The knives are out for Deshaun Watson after another bad start. And also a viral moment that ended up getting a community notes because a lot of people thought that Deshaun Watson quit in the middle of a play. It led to a community notes saying, actually, there were 12 men on the field and he walked off. And Ian Rappaport boboed it. He did the agent's dirty work, cleaning up on aisle Deshaun Watson, making it seem as if it wasn't Watson's fault in that moment. And okay, it wasn't Watson's fault in that moment, but let's just run through all the fun things being said about Deshaun Watson. First off, all-timer by Stephen A. Smith, a suggestion on what should happen to Deshaun Watson with how much he's been struggling with the now 1-4 Cleveland Browns.
Deshaun Watson is awful. It's so awful that if somebody wanted to arrest him for being awful, I would accept it. It's that bad.
I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh either. It's funny, but it's wrong to laugh, so I apologize.
Same. It's not funny.
It's funny, but it's wrong to laugh.
It's okay to
what
laugh.
What are you talking
guys.
about? It's hilarious.
Like, it was a very funny thing to say. It's okay to laugh.
Oh, we can't make a joke about someone being put in jail. I mean, he should have been put in jail, probably, right?
I think that's what makes them uncomfortable is being like, yeah, he should be arrested for being a pervert, not for sucking at football.
Well, he settled his last lawsuit. It's like, he's fine.
This is why network news is failing, is because people are so uncomfortable just rolling with a moment that everyone would agree on. Oh, we're apologizing for laughing. Why are you apologizing for laughing? That was objectively hilarious. By the way, not the only thing being said about Deshaun Watson. Dan Orlovsky called the Deshaun Watson situation in Cleveland the worst situation in pro sports. Shannon Sharp called Deshaun Watson the Ben Simmons of the NFL. Terry Bradshaw asked if they put Deshaun Watson down. And with Terry Bradshaw, he didn't mean it like that, but that's how it came out of his mouth. Yeah. Mike Greenberg said it's the worst transaction in NFL history. And Jason Garrett even called for him to be benched. Jason Garrett showed emotion. Garrett bought $28,000.
Is it just the worst situation in pro sports with the Orlovsky one?
No, the A's trying to move to Las Vegas is the worst situation in pro sports.
Yeah, I think the White Sox, they lost 120 games.
And all the stories that came out after the fact.
Yeah. I mean, it's Deshaun's, it's definitely the next one.
Worst contract in NFL history? Yes, I will agree with Mike Greenberg there. But I do not think this is the worst situation in pro sports. It's the worst situation in the NFL. They should move on to Jameis. I don't understand what they're waiting for. And Kevin Stefanski is going down with the ship, I guess. But, I mean, he might get Robert Solid if he doesn't do something soon.
I think he's being told that he has to keep Deshaun in. It's the only, logical thing that, at least for me.
You're probably right.
Because, how else can you justify
I can't
keeping him as a starting quarterback besides being told by ownership that he's the guy?
Yeah, it's like, we can't cut him, and we're not going to pay him to be the backup. So just keep playing him.
With 26 sacks and 154 yards lost, Watson is on pace to break 2 NFL records. He's on pace to take 88 sacks in 17 games. Holy crap. Guess how many times David Carr was sacked in 2002?
72.
76. So we're talking 12 more sacks over one extra game. And on top of that, he's lost 154 yards on his sacks, which puts him on pace for the most yards lost sacks in a season. The record is 489 yards lost on sacks, set by Randall Cunningham in 1986. A lot of these sacks are on Deshaun Watson.
Oh, a lot of them are.
That was a issue with him, with the Texans, and people used to blame the offensive line all the time. Oh, that was a Watson problem.
And now he looks way less athletic even out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just the arm. He just doesn't look as fast.
No. He doesn't have that mobility anymore. That was a strength.
I kind of enjoy it.
I mean, I love watching it from afar. I agree. I don't want him arrested. I want him to stay out there.
I know. We got breaking news.
I think I know what you're about to say. Hit it.
The future is now in New England. That's what Ian Rappaport says. That the Patriots are planning to start Drake May against the Texans for his first start.
This is poor coaching.
I don't
by
think
Gerard Mayo.
I feel like they wanted to start Drake May in the preseason, and it was taken out of Gerard Mayo's hands.
Yeah, but start him next week versus Jacksonville.
No, you got to put him in now. At this point, it's a joke. They're going to lose the locker room if they continue to play Jacoby
Or should have played him
Brissett.
last week, I guess, versus the Dolphins.
They are a clown car right now, the Patriots. I am baffled by what I am seeing. I have been a very spoiled Patriots fan in my life. This is the worst year since the first year of the Bill Belichick era. I am stunned by what I'm seeing, hearing about as well. I think they got to put him in. And to what DJ was saying in the last segment, I do think it gives the Patriots a chance to cover.
It gives them a chance, but I don't know. We also watched Caleb Williams in his second start with a bad offensive line and better receivers.
Better him than Jacoby Brissett. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
At least Drake can run. That's really all
He can run for his life.
He can run for his life better than Caleb Williams can, though, because I think he can actually run for plus yardage. Caleb Williams can extend a play, avoid sacks, etc.
He's running to throw, which is interesting. Caleb Williams mainly runs to throw.
Yeah.
Drake May can at least run to get yards.
Yeah, run to save his life.
Also that.
By the way, while we stay on the Patriots, now 2 expatriates in broadcasting, you have Tom Brady, who is doing Romo-gasms in the broadcast. This is a supercut of Tom Brady making noises while cool things were happening in the game that he was calling Sunday, the dramatic Cardinals victory over the San Francisco 49ers.
And is Murray on the key to Zion. Kyler Murray! Turn on the afterburners. He's gone. And a nice catch it is by Ayuk. Good to see him sealing down. Brandon Ayuk. Purdy. Looking over the middle. High. Oh, what's the catch? Brandon Ayuk. Go get it. Murray. Oh, he's picked off. Bosa's got it. Nick Bosa makes a move. Pull down on him. Purdy, a lot of time. Murray tipped in the air. It's intercepted. Cardinals get a huge. Murray. Looking to slow one up. High. Oh! Comes down with it. He's got it for the touchdown. Oh.
That last one.
It's better than Romo because it's not as high pitched and annoying. It's better than Bagwell's grunts.
Yeah.
Of like the,
I forgot about Bagwell's
of like the
grunts.
noises and grunts power rankings. Brady won.
Well, yeah, because Brady's the greatest thing that's ever happened to the
I
world.
prefer Bagwell's grunts over Romo's pig squeals.
Do you think that this was like a note that he got from a Fox executive being like, hey, try, loosening up a little bit, have a little fun watching the game and make some noise as the play's happening? Do you think that was like a choice he made?
Sure.
Or he's just watching his childhood team out there? He's watching the San Francisco 49ers and he gets to be a fan now.
Could be that. It also could just be that he is God's gift to mankind and he is just sharing his excitement for football with all of us.
He's doing fine.
Yeah, he hasn't been that bad, but Bill Belichick is doing way better.
Oh, he's running laps around him.
Belichick on the Manning cast is all time. This is just Belichick taking a shot at Peyton Manning. Oh, man, this actually got me going.
With this crowd noise, Bill, how do you simulate the crowd noise when you're playing these guys?
Well, I'll tell you, Peyton, the crowd noise there at Arrowhead wasn't as bad as it was when you guys piped in music at the RCA Dome.
Okay.
And then when the music skipped, and then when the crowd noise skipped, then that's how we knew we were pumping it in.
Colts were 100% pumping in crowd noise during the entirety of their run in the RCA Dome. And Texans fans definitely know this because you heard it too.
Didn't they get punished for that?
If they did, it wasn't much. I think the Falcons got punished
the Falcons.
for it.
That's right.
The Falcons.
I'm thinking of the Falcons.
But I don't think the Colts did because Bill Polian on the competition committee always bitching and moaning about the rules. Oh, let's put the 5-yard contact back in. And then the next game that they played against the Patriots in the playoffs, their wide receivers, Hall of Famers, by the way, couldn't get off jams by guys named Gay and Earthwind Moreland.
I don't know that person.
Yep. And the Colts scored 3 points against that defense.
Jim Irsay did respond to this.
What did he say?
He said, reminder, piped in crowd noise, myth, 1000% fictional.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And the skip was TV broadcast.
No, it wasn't. Everyone heard it in the stadium. Do more drugs. Do more drugs, Jim. More Bill Belichick. This is Bill Belichick when he saw Taylor Swift on the camera.
Big first half for Kelsey. Too big. Too big.
Loved it.
He's
good. He's very good in this like curmudgeonly role, along with the two Mannings, the one he beat and the one that beat him.
I think I'll miss him next year.
I kind of want him to stay. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I think deep down he's enjoying it too. I think he likes to get to sit back and watch and talk about it and have all his opinions always be the best opinion on it because of what he did.
Yeah, like
it is the ultimate pelt on the wall. Like everyone's like, oh, he knows football better than anybody. I mean, who's going to argue against him?
And he doesn't have to be right. Like if he was still coaching.
Yeah,
like if you're still coaching, you then have to be right.
Exactly.
He doesn't even have to be right.
I wonder if there's like only certain jobs he would take. Like if it was like Dallas, certain quarterbacks he would coach.
I think he would potentially do the Cowboys. I think he would potentially do the Eagles.
What about Cincinnati?
No.
Joe Burrow?
No. They won't pay him enough. That has nothing to do with the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
That's one of those situations where Mike Brown won't pay him enough, and he would be annoyed by that.
Yeah.
It's a weird operation in Cincinnati.
No, it is.
They should hire him.
Yeah, because it's like you think Joe Burrow, like that's like if you want a Super Bowl, your best shot would be Joe Burrow. I really like. I still don't believe the Jacksonville thing. I think he'd rather do TV than be the head coach in Jacksonville.
Boat, bring his biddy down there.
Yeah, but he wants to win too. And you
can win there. You can win there. Bill can do anything. People hate on him.
You think he could fix Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, I think Bill gets way too much crap, and I'm biased, obviously.
Oh no, this isn't a Bill thing. This is a Trevor Lawrence conversation, Paul.
Did you see what Trevor Lawrence did on Sunday? I mean, Lawrence looked pretty good on Sunday.
Yeah.
Just saying, Lawrence can theoretically be fixed. I just don't think he's ever going to be the best quarterback of the game. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant and George. Garbage time next. Stay put. Well, the garbage-ass New England Patriots are going to start Drake May against the Texans on Sunday. I do think it gives the Patriots a better chance to win, but I imagine the line for Texans and Patriots, Texans by 7 for a road game. I imagine that line will balloon with a rookie quarterback under center.
Yeah, I saw it even it moved to 7 and it's at 7 now.
Still 7, okay.
Yeah, but opened at 7.5. I mean, they might agree with you, Paul, that like just being a different quarterback who's not a statue is like it just gives them a little bit. I can't imagine it was past 6, but good luck to Drake May. Like we saw what happened to Caleb Williams. Like the offensive line in New England is pretty terrible as well. They're literally benching their running back because he's got the fumbles. I mean, good defensive players here and there, but
I have 0 expectations, but I want it to be known that if Drake May looks good at all, I'm going to rub it so hard in Joe's face.
Why? Caleb Williams is awesome.
Sure he is.
He was awesome this last week. He's been good the last 2 weeks.
His passer rating goes up every week.
Yeah.
Caleb
Williams is good.
Started low.
He's been very
What's
good.
going on?
Sound like Danny Parkinson, Nick Wright right now. He's the prince who was promised.
I didn't say that.
I know you didn't. Again, I am just irrationally attacking anything because God, they suck. The Patriots suck. They're a joke right now. I'm just embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by them. Anyway, hey, so Drake May's under center on Sunday, and on top of that, here's the latest on Robert Saleh getting fired as Jets head coach. He was considering firing offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett today.
Oh, so word got out that Hackett was getting whacked, and then Rodgers said, no.
Uno reverse. You're getting whacked, sir.
Do you think Rodgers limped down the hallway with his injured calf?
Crawled like he was on the field.
He goes to Woody's office and said he found out about it to tell on him first.
I forgot. We didn't even talk about him crawling like he was like had
shot-
just got shot.
Shot on a battlefield.
That's last
Yeah.
weekend.
Forgot about that. So there you go. Also, I guess Robert Saleh was never calling the Jets plays. And I saw another tweet. Woody Johnson about Hassan Reddick doesn't understand why Hassan Reddick's not here and is begging him to return.
I forgot about the Hassan Reddick.
Totally did too.
Man, things are not going well for the New York Jets. I know it's going to be hard for everyone to understand that, but things are not going well for the Jets right now.
Okay, so apparently Robert Saleh, his Jets career started and ended the same way with a loss to Sam Darnold. His first game as the Jets head coach, the Jets lost to the Panthers and Sam Darnold. And then his last game, he lost to Sam Darnold and the Vikings. The irony of that is incredible.
Sam Darnold gets the Jets coach fired again.
Responsible for 2 of them now. Maybe more than that, honestly. It might be 3.
At least Gase.
And
now Saleh.
More garbage time. This is akin to Jets news because it's messy. Guess what? Another Georgia player got arrested. Georgia wide receiver Colby Young. This time not for speeding. This is for misdemeanor assault.
We got to start like trying to figure out if Kirby Smart's Georgia Bulldogs are going to start getting in Florida Gator territory here with arrests.
I don't know.
Be getting close.
I don't know. That's very hard to do because I think a third of Florida got arrested. I think some of these are just misdemeanors, not arrest worthy, but this one theoretically could have involved an arrest. I don't know. I think some of these guys have actually seen jail time though in Florida. That's what's tricky.
That's true.
Yeah.
And Aaron Hernandez. I mean, you need someone
that's like the
worse
Trump
than Aaron
card.
Hernandez.
That's always the Trump card is in this weird contest, Florida wins because they had a tight end murdering people.
Kirby Smart, though, more focused on Georgia fans being louder because they got a wine and cheese crowd for their team of Fast and Furious racers.
Not surprising that he's focused on that. Definitely not focused on what the guys are doing off the field.
It's focused on the fans. I love it. All right, on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George for our texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and tweeters. I am merely Paul Gallant. Big thanks to Sean Mapes. Big thanks to Joe George. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass. It is a Taco Tuesday, my mention of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So I'm doing my things Tuesday mornings, usually watching the film because I'm a football hardo. So I'm watching the film, evaluating what needs to change, what things that went well, what my naked eye didn't see originally. And I get the notification on my phone through Underdog Fantasy, nonetheless, that Robert Saleh has been fired. He's been fired. I could not believe it.
You ain't popping.
Yeah, if you don't have haters, you ain't popping. And apparently Woody Johnson's the chief hater among them. I can't believe this. I was in utter shock when I saw that Robert Saleh, after 5 weeks and a 2-3 record, it's not like they're 0-5. They're 2-3. I was shocked to see that Robert Saleh has been sacked as the football coach of the New York Jets.
Yeah, I was fairly stunned too when I saw the crawl on ESPN, and I'm not surprised because of the fact that I've kind of lived through a lot of this in the past. At a certain point, Aaron Rodgers just decided that he's not just going to be the quarterback of a franchise. He's going to run everything, and he needs to be in charge of everything. And when you saw the whole hug versus push versus, are they friends? Are they not friends stuff with Saleh just a few short weeks ago, it's like, oh boy, here we go. And just the
You
same
ain't got no
way
haters, you ain't popping.
Rodgers had to have his receivers and his buddies starting last year, and then he had to have his OC. And this was just another in the long line of things that Aaron Rodgers probably has more of a hand in it than he's ever going to want to admit. He's always going to say he didn't have anything to do with it, but he has something to do with just about everything when he's on a football team. And this is way too soon in the season to do something like this. I think it's frankly ridiculous, but it's not surprising.
So haters of Robert Saleh are Woody Johnson, the owner, and Aaron Rodgers, the quarterback. Now,
You ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Thank you, Robert Saleh. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. I don't like the firing. If I'm a New York Jet fan today, I don't like that Robert Saleh has been fired. 2-3, okay, kind of lackadaisical, lackluster through the first 5 games. The offense isn't doing much. The offense has been pretty poor. Aaron Rodgers has been a bottom third quarterback in the NFL. Garrett Wilson's had a tough time to get going, although he had a really good game overseas, double-digit catches, over 100 yards, but that was his first decent game this year. Breece Hall's been an afterthought, really. Like, he hasn't been very good. In a lot of ways, Braylon Allen, the rookie, has outplayed Breece Hall, and people were saying that Breece Hall was going to be as good as Christian McCaffrey this year. I guess he has been, but you get the point. People thought that Breece Hall was going to be a top 3 running back this season, and he might not be the top 1 running back in New York right now. So I look at that team as the offense as the issue. Whenever I look at the defensive side of the ball, and yes, I know that Robert Saleh is not calling plays, but he is kind of the mastermind. It is his philosophy. I'm sure he's sitting into the meetings. I'm sure he's watching film. I'm sure he's a big voice when you talk about the New York Jets defense. They're number 2 in the NFL in defense. They have the number 2 defense in the NFL, total yards per game, given up so far this year. And they fired the guy that's the mastermind of the defense. Some reports are coming out that Saleh wanted to fire Nathaniel Hackett, and then like 5 minutes later, he was the one that got fired. Connor Hughes, who covers the Jets at SNY in New York, covers the Jets and the Giants. He said that Hackett was never going to be fired, but that he was going to demote him. They were going to promote Todd Downing to call the plays, and then he made that decision on earlier today, because he was at the office today, and then a few minutes later, he was the one that got fired. Woody Johnson said that he did meet with Aaron Rodgers yesterday, but Rodgers played no part in the firing. My hunch is that this is an Aaron Rodgers thing. I don't know that for sure. I think we read the tea leaves. Woody Johnson saying that's not the case, but this is bizarre. Like, he's a defensive-minded head coach. The defense has been good. The offense has been poor. Here's an idea. Let's fire the defensive guy. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Not at all. And then when you kind of pile on to what you're saying about the offense, you got a 40-year-old quarterback throwing 50 times a game. You got 2 running backs that are fully capable running backs that you're not running the football with. You look really, really bad overseas. You got Eric Mangini, who used to work for that owner in that organization, saying that Woody Johnson has a whole lot of buddies over in the UK, and when if they played bad and lost in the UK, all hell was going to break loose. And he believed that because if Woody Johnson was embarrassed in front of his friends, that was going to play a part in it. You got Stephen A. Smith saying that Woody Johnson is Donald Sterling without the racism and the fact that he just does whatever the hell he wants. This is the wrong time to make this move. You're absolutely right about the defensive side of the football. And we talked about how talented the defense was. Aaron Rodgers is not playing well at all. And a lot of times why everybody bowed down to him in Green Bay was because as an offense, when Aaron Rodgers was at the helm calling whatever play he wanted, they had a lot of success. They moved the football. They did whatever they wanted to do for the most part. He's not doing that now. He's throwing 3 picks a game. He's a less than quarterback in this league. Yet because you committed everything that you could to him for this 2-year run, he continues to seem to be able to have whatever he wants. And Hackett is his boy. Let's make no doubt about that. And if you start coming at Hackett, you start coming at Aaron, then Aaron's going to put his foot down.
To be fair, he's had 1 3-interception game.
Yes, last week.
Yeah, but he's had 1. It's not like he's doing this week in, week out. In fact, it was his first multiple interception game he's had this year. And I'm not saying that Rodgers is playing well, but that was the first time he's done that this season. I will say, this is a bold move, and I saw some stat today that a coach has not been fired in the middle of the season, and the team has made the playoffs since like 1970. So this is a very ultra aggressive move. This is a very bold move. I like bold. I like a little bravado. I think this is stupid. I think this is bad timing. I will reserve judgment to be proven wrong, though. Like if the Jets figure this out, and then let's say they make the playoffs, 9, 10 wins, whatever it is, I think we look back at this day and go, okay, all right, it was a courageous decision. It was a decision that was not being well received around the sports world. But if they get into the postseason, I think you can circle this day on the calendar and say they got it right. I think that is the line of demarcation. Playoffs, good move. Fall short of the playoffs, bad move. That's how I'm going to grade this firing.
I absolutely love this move. Not because it makes any sense, but because the Texans have the Jets on their schedule. And as you mentioned, the defense under Robert Saleh has been great. We saw what they did to the Texans last year. C.J. Stroud couldn't do anything, partially because he might have been concussed from the game before, but and the weather was bad. But yeah, the Jets defense on the Texans schedule in just a few weeks on Halloween night, that Thursday night football game, end of the month was going to be a problem. The Jets defense on the road. Now, obviously the talent on that defense remains the same. It's still not going to be an easy road, but getting rid of that defensive mastermind calling or at least scheming up the plays, you would think would play at least a little bit in the Texans' favor.
From a Texans perspective, I think this is a win because not only do you play them, but I do think it eliminates a team from the AFC playoffs. I don't think the Jets will make the playoffs. Now, I could be wrong, obviously. I'm wrong all the time. I'm a moron on the microphone. I do think it eliminates the Jets from playoff contention. Yes, they're only 2-3. Yes, there's a lot of season to go. Yes, there's so many things that can happen. But I think it shows you that there's dysfunction in New York. It shows you why the Jets have been a lousy organization for years. You can't escape bad ownership. They have a good roster. They have a good roster. They have a Hall of Fame quarterback. Yes, he's on the over the hill, and he's on the back 9, not the front 9. But he's the best quarterback they've had there since what? Who's the best?
Flacco was terrible even when he was there.
Chad Pennington?
Fitzy?
Best quarterback since Pennington?
Maybe
since Fitzpatrick?
The Jets are a debacle of a football organization. And this was the fear with the Houston Texans a few years ago, was that you weren't going to be able to escape the buffoon known as Cal McNair. Cal McNair got saved by Hannah.
Never quit.
And how dare us to call that mentality a buffoon? There's the Mamba mentality.
Never quit.
And then there's that mentality. You tell me which one you rather have. But because Cal McNair never quit, despite everybody telling us, he needs to sell the organization, us calling him a buffoon, he never quit. And he turned the organization around. The Jets haven't made the playoffs since 2010. The Jets have been a losing organization for a very long time. Why? Because you can't escape poor ownership. And the Jets have poor ownership. They have dysfunction. This is a sign of that. So I think you can eliminate the Jets from playoff contention in the AFC. That's a positive for the Texans. And then, like Brian said, you play them in a few weeks. And the fact that Saleh's not there, I think, is another positive for the Houston Texans.
I think you're right. I think that, but at the same time, you also have to start looking at just not the organization as a whole, but included in that is the general manager that gave up a 3rd-round pick for a defensive end / linebacker that hasn't played it down for you, that doesn't plan on playing for you, with a pick that you probably could use at some point, especially when you're this bad, especially if you're trying to build for the future. They might as well go all in on Devontae Adams now, because Aaron's going to want him and because he's going to tell you that's part of the reason why he's, that the offense is sputtered and they're going to need more, but that's going to cost some draft capital yet again. You gave up draft capital in multiple years to get him, and you're all in, but you're playing like you're completely anything but that right now. So if this is what you're going to do, then you're probably going to have to do even more, and he's going to press you to do even more because he doesn't want to take the blame for an offense that has been horrible And it's going to be real. It's like the best place for it. I love it because it's a soap opera it's going to continue to be dramatic, and it's continue to show you what a car wreck it is. But you're right, they're not making the playoffs.
No, this is it is highly entertaining, and I do love to see a Jet fan be up in arms about this and try to defend this. Oh, it was a great idea to fire Saleh. The guy that should have fired was Nathaniel Hackett. Like, if you really wanted to win, and that's what Saleh reportedly was going to do, either fire him or demote him, according to which report you believe, they were going to strip play calling duties away from Nathaniel Hackett. No one thinks Nathaniel Hackett is worth the darn, with the exception of one guy. One guy thinks Nathaniel Hackett is worth the darn, and that's Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers, I think if you put 2 and 2 together and you read the tea leaves, it is pretty clear that Aaron Rodgers is the one orchestrating everything that's happening in New York right now.
Yeah, no question. And I think that the other thing, when you look at it, you talked about it a little bit. There's too much talent. They rebuilt the offensive line, which was their biggest weakness in the offseason. There's too much talent across the board on this team for the offense to be this bad when we knew the entire roster was a very talented group. Look, I thought that they were going to compete for the division. I thought they were going to be a playoff team. I thought they could be a sleeper in the AFC. And they have been a massive disappointment. They have been a massive fire that just continues to burn. And I think it's just going to blow up before it's all said and done. So it's going to be fun to watch, but it's been a complete bleep show.
Now, if they make the playoffs, great decision. What a courageous, bold,
all of what Joel
right
said,
decision.
They're one game out of behind the Bills.
They beat the Bills on they play them on Monday Night Football.
They play them this week.
They're tied for first.
Exactly.
They're tied for first.
So, I mean, despite all the circus and clown show we've talked about for the last 13 minutes, they're one game out, and they face the division leader on Monday.
Do we expect that the DC is going to come in and make that big of a difference from a coaching perspective? Look,
no.
I expect them to continue to run the defense, and they're going to be a good defense. They're talented enough to be a good defense. But this just shows you that offensively, Rodgers with a little bit of Hackett is going to do whatever the hell he wants, which means nothing's going to change offensively.
No, it's going to be fun to watch the Jets the rest of the year. 0002, Blanker said this long ago. He's a good quarterback, but a bad human. I think a bad human's a little bit too much.
Bad human. Off the field,
you could call him a diva and all of these things, but I would say Deshaun Watson's a bad human. I don't know if I would consider. I don't know Aaron Rodgers well enough to say he's a bad human. I don't know anything of Aaron Rodgers' personal life per se. I don't think that he has ever been convicted of a crime. He is estranged with his family, which is kind of weird. But I don't know him well enough to call him a bad human. I can't say that.
No, I just said, look, as long as lucky enough, he was in his heyday and had the most success when he was a Packer, that I loved him as the quarterback of the Packers. I can't stand all of the drama and all the things that I knew, that I heard, that I saw off the field, in the locker room, whenever he was doing whatever the hell he wanted to do, but you kind of tolerated it. We talk about like the Jordan rules and things that we do as teams when we have great players to try and appease them and make them happy. Everybody's always done that, but he's always lived up to his end of the bargain on the field. He's not doing that this year.
I would bring Saleh in, by the way. I would hire him if I'm D'Amico Ryans.
Thought about it.
They have a long history together. They worked on Saleh was on the staff whenever D'Amico was still here as a player. I'm pretty certain of that. And then they were on the same staff in San Francisco. D'Amico Ryans took over for Robert Saleh as the defensive coordinator in San Francisco. I would bring, if Saleh's up to it, if Saleh wants to work, if it were me, I'd be like, no, I'm good the rest of the year. I'm just going to hang out, chill out, and then kind of recover and regroup and then figure out where I want to go. But if Saleh's up for working, I would make that call if I'm D'Amico Ryans.
I think there's 2 teams that are going to be interested if he's interested in doing something the rest of the season. I think you hit on one in the Houston Texans. I think the other one's going to be Matt LaFleur and the Green Bay Packers. All 3 of those guys came up through the ranks with multiple teams hanging out together. They're all really great friends. And I think that LaFleur is not afraid of saying, no matter what the Packers defense has looked like this year, I need another voice in the room that knows defense. I think both of those teams are going to have wide open doors if Saleh wants to stay in the NFL this season.
I throw a third team in there, San Francisco. Yeah. I mean, the Niners are 2-3 right now. Yeah. I could see them welcoming him back to, where he was previously their defensive coordinator for sure.
Give me Saleh in Houston as a defensive analyst the rest of the year. And then if Matt Burke wants to go somewhere else to be a play caller, which is fair, I wouldn't hold that against Burke at all. And it would have to be Burke's choosing. I'm not running him off by any stretch of the imagination. If Burke wanted to stay here, then Burke's my DC. I'm not running Burke off for Robert Saleh, but I think Burke could leave this offseason so he can go somewhere to call plays, because that is that natural next progression, next step for defensive coordinator. And plus, he would give you intel on the Jets who you play in a few weeks. So bring in
That's a
Saleh.
Belichick type move too there. I'll throw one more in there as a sleeper, the Rams, because McVay, again, was with those guys all the way back to Washington, and McVay knows him too. And the Rams defense has been, but I think that they might be someone that'd be interested as well.
2010, who would you rather have on your team, Deshaun Watson or Aaron Rodgers?
In what year? This year?
Yeah. Why would it be any other?
Right
year?
now, yeah.
Right now,
right
I
this
take
minute.
Aaron Rodgers still because of he still has the ability to throw the football better than Deshaun Watson.
So is there any year where you would take Deshaun?
I've never been a massive.
Then why'd
Deshaun
you ask the
Watson
question?
When did I ask that
You
question?
said which year? There's never been a year where you would take Deshaun.
You're probably right.
So why did you ask which year?
Because because there was times when Deshaun could run the football and he was dynamic.
You just said you would never take Deshaun over Rodgers.
You're right. Then there you go. That I would never take Deshaun over Rodgers.
I would
feel better now?
No, I don't know why you asked the question. It wasn't pertinent information.
Because right now Rodgers isn't playing great. Is he slightly better than Deshaun? Sure. Deshaun's the worst quarterback. Yeah, Deshaun's the worst quarterback in the league.
Right. Again. So if I told you a year, every year I would say you would have said Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
I would take Rodgers over Deshaun. And to me, I wouldn't
Easily.
even think twice. I still think Rodgers has way more in the tank than whatever Deshaun has left. Plus, Deshaun's on the worst contract maybe ever in NFL history. But Rodgers is a coach killer. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Busy show on a Tuesday. Cash them or trash them. We'll talk a little bit about the Texans. Do we have to give Laramie Tunsil some flowers? Film don't lie. And that Monday Night Football game, I think the Chiefs are beatable. I really do. All right, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Coming up next, are you disappointed with what you've seen from Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter so far? Are they living up to expectations? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Big news out of New England. Texans play the Patriots coming up on Sunday. Drake May. It is Drake May time in New England. So
throwing him to the Wolves.
He's going to be the starting quarterback for the Patriots. I won't be the one that mentions that the Texans handed Bryce Young his first ever NFL win last year. I'm not going to bring that up. I'm not going to be that guy. I don't like this per se. I think that I'd rather face Jacoby Brissett. I'll be completely honest with you. I'd rather face Brissett than Drake May.
Why is that?
The unknown of Drake May. Like, yeah, you can go back and you can watch college film, and yes, he's not experienced, but Jacoby Brissett's not good. Like, who's the more talented of the two quarterbacks? I think it's very clearly Drake May. So I'd rather play the less talented guy that I have way more information about than the talented guy that does not have the experience.
Yeah, I can see that. Not having tape on him is one thing, but I think that from a New England perspective, I think this is a complete mistake simply because of the fact that their offense hasn't looked great. Their line hasn't looked great. And the fact is that the last thing you want to do is this guy that you're banking on for the long run, throw him out there against a defense that we just saw shut down Josh Allen. And whether they're getting sacks or not, they're getting pressures. They're putting a lot of pressure on a quarterback. He's going to see a whole bunch of stuff, and he's probably going to take a whole bunch of hits. And I actually don't mind it because I don't think that he's going to be ready for a primetime defense like this, but I totally understand what you're saying simply from the fact that defenses like to have tape on a new quarterback or a quarterback they're facing. They're not going to have anything.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think that the Texans lose against Drake May. I just think that they would win by more if they were facing Jacoby versus Drake. We'll see. I guess we won't ever really have the answer to that. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get into Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter. Are you disappointed with the pass rushing duo, dynamic duo that you thought you were going to see from them in just a moment? But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. A Coward B, who is a big inspiration in my life. He's caused me to reflect and change who I am as a person. Coward B, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Coward?
Oh, what's up, man? I was hearing you talk about Drake May being a better quarterback than Jacoby Brissett.
More talented.
There was a couple of weeks ago, the Jets played the Patriots, right? And at the end of that game, they threw in Drake May. And if you saw and seen how the O-line blocked for him and everything that factored in, rookie quarterback and everything, we're going to destroy him Sunday. I'm just saying.
Okay.
So I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate the call, Coward B. It was mop-up duty late in the game. First ever experience in the regular season. 4 for 8. He was sacked 2 times. Let's not act like Jacoby Brissett has been good, though. Jacoby Brissett has not been good this year. I will concede that you're picking between 2 wrong answers. Like, neither one, I think, is a top 30 quarterback currently in the NFL. If I had to pick one that has the best chance to be top 30 from this point going forward, obviously it's Drake May. Jacoby Brissett hasn't been a top 30 quarterback in the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that I thought what New England was doing was just getting Jacoby Brissett as a place setter all along so that Drake May could kind of learn what he doesn't know and settle in, kind of while Brissett takes some hits and they take their lumps, because I thought they were going to be the worst team in the NFL. They got to win early. They don't look like they're the worst team in the NFL, but they don't look great. And the fact is that I don't want a guy that I'm banking on to be my long-term starter at quarterback getting crushed. But I believe that if I'm D'Amico, I throw everything in and the kitchen sink at him, and I make this kid as uncomfortable as I can all game long, because I don't expect that he's going to make the reads and make the throws.
Yeah, I get the point of you don't want to get him hurt. At what point do you do it? Like, you try to cherry pick a matchup, cherry pick an opponent that's a little bit lesser than the Texans defense?
Yeah, I think that you look at, a team where he has a chance to have some success. I think you look at it where maybe, your team reestablishes the fact that you've had fumbling problems with running backs and stuff. But if you can reestablish some kind of a running game as well, so it takes some pressure off of him, then I'm all for at some point in the season starting to find out what you got.
Yeah.
But given enough time that he's not playing this defense and he can really understand kind of the speed of the game and what he hadn't experienced since he came out of college.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I just think that Drake May's a better quarterback. Now, if you needed to protect your future, I totally understand that.
I'm not worried at all about it. We saw what the Texans did to Caleb Williams in week 2. Included in that was I think they're either the highest or their second highest blitz percentage of the season. It was like 41% of their defensive plays they brought pressure on. I expect you to see that from Drake May. And against Drake May this week. And sure, maybe Drake May has more upside, more overall talent, but it doesn't change that their offensive line is bottom 5 in the league. It doesn't change that they have virtually no talent at wide receiver, or at least the talent they do have is very young, like Jalen Polk. Running back is mid. I just don't see that there be anything around him that would make me think that this is that Drake May would be capable of breaking out with what's around him, especially against a defensive mind like D'Amico, who's willing to blitz as much as he did against Caleb Williams.
They play Jacksonville overseas next week. So that would
be
on
the
paper,
week. Yeah.
But I wonder if they want to give him a game, and then it's like, okay, now let's not that you're not trying to win the game against the Texans, but I wonder if they want to give him a game, have the week of this is where you made mistakes, let's correct this, and then position yourself better against Jacksonville. And look, I don't think that the Texans are in trouble. I just think that Drake May will present a little bit more difficulty than a Jacoby Brissett would, because I think Jacoby Brissett's the 50th best quarterback in the world. Drake May might be worse than that right now, but he has top 30 potential. He has top 30 talent. I'm not worried that he's going to beat the Houston Texans.
And that's the biggest thing too, is it's going to provide an extra challenge for the guys on the defensive side of the coaching staff and the players themselves. Trying to dig up the tape, trying to figure out what you don't know about a kid, trying to really, dig down into where his talents lie, what he's been used to seeing, and then how to defend him accordingly. But I think Brian's right. I think, what they did to Caleb Williams, he's going to see, a lot of packages very similar, where they're just going to put a ton of pressure on him, make him make quick decisions, and see what a rookie quarterback can do against an above average defense.
Yeah. I think you're sleeping on Stevenson a little bit too, by the way.
I don't know. I've got him in fantasy.
He's 10th in the NFL in rushing yards.
Yeah,
his biggest problem has been the fumbles.
Yeah, and I think that's part of his benching, which was kind of
his first 4 games.
It was more of a the benching was okay. You're not going to be on the field for the first play of the game, but you're still our go-to bell cow running back.
It was a benching in name only.
Yeah,
he only missed the first series.
That was a technique for him to hopefully stop fumbling.
Ramondre was pretty good in the first 2 weeks. Not as great weeks 3 and 4. Then, like you said, he bounced back with a pretty good game last week. I just don't think he's a guy that, in fantasy, I'm not worried about playing him because he's going to get everything. But as far as a real life, what it would mean for the Texans, I view him as a top half starting running back, but not anyone I'm worried about.
Yeah, I think that's probably appropriate. Big Art, if May is starting, then D'Amico needs to give him the Caleb Williams treatment and create as much pressure as possible. Yeah, I think that's fine. 8807 says Brissett historically owns the Texans. I saw some people tweeting about this before the show.
27-0, 2016.
Yeah, 27-0 in 2016 when he was 11 for 19 and threw for 103 yards. Congratulations, Jacoby Brissett stole your lunch. No, he didn't. You didn't score offensively. He threw the ball 19 times and converted 11 of them and threw for 103 yards. That's not owning you.
Those Patriots?
That was whenever he was the
week
Patriots
3.
in 16.
Yeah, week 3 on Thursday night.
And then in 2017, he started at Houston with the Colts. That game he played well. 20 for 30, 308 yards, 2 touchdowns. Might be the best game he's ever had. A game in which the Colts won 20-14. Didn't play the Texans that year. 2019. Okay, yeah, maybe he does own them. He beat the Texans 30-23 with the Colts again. 26 for 39 with 4 touchdowns.
Set him down.
In 2019. Then he lost to the Texans later that year. 16 for 25, 129 yards. Didn't play against the Texans there. He had a start with Miami against the Texans, 26 for 43, 244 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions, and that is it. I don't think that's owning. I think he had one amazing game against you.
No, I think you're right, but just hearing some of those numbers, I'd rather take my chances with Drake May than a guy that has had some success against the Houston Texans franchise. He's an experienced NFL quarterback. He can read. He knows. I don't think there's anything he hasn't seen defensively. But he's also got to have weapons around him and guys that he can utilize. And I don't think New England's got a whole hell of a lot of talent aside from maybe a running back.
I like their talent more than y'all do. I think Polk's got some. I think Polk's got a chance to be pretty dang good. And I don't dislike Demario Douglas. I think he's got some juice.
Yeah, he's a nice slot receiver. I don't view him as a down the field threat.
Slot receivers are important in the NFL.
They are, and especially for a young rookie quarterback. I do think of these two guys, and probably why I'd rather face Drake May. If one of these guys is going to hang in, take the hit, and deliver the deep ball when he's facing pressure, it's Jacoby Brissett.
That is true.
Now, maybe Drake May proves to be that guy, but right now I'd have to say that guy is Brissett.
Eric, why do teams announce so early? Do they have to announce starters? I would give the defense as little as time as possible. I think they have a rat. Whoever broke the news said that one of the quarterbacks told him. So it sounds like Jacoby Brissett told him is what it sounds like to me. Because, yes, Gerard Mayo would have liked to not let anybody know.
Make the defense of the other team do even more work, plan for both, having to do a whole lot of extra tape work and a whole lot of prep on both guys. And now they don't have to do that. But, yeah, I mean, look, the same way that there's a rat in the Jets organization, evidently, for how quickly the news got out and what happened to Saleh and being escorted out of the building. Yeah, there's rats all over the league. And you got to believe that if the quarterback didn't want to give up the job and wasn't the guy that felt like it was time for him to step down, he has ways of voicing that without necessarily saying it to anybody else.
All right, let's get to the Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter conversation. Are they living up to your expectation? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
British Bulldog, poured out for the British Bulldog. He's been placed on the IR today. They brought back Kadar Holman. Remember whenever they traded a 7th-round draft pick for him and then cut him 8 days later? Oh, he's back.
I don't remember, but I'll take your word for
He was the Packer corner they traded for.
Oh, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They traded for Holman whenever he was a Packer, traded a 7th rounder. He lasted a week. He did start in that week, though, and then he was released. So they brought him back. They signed him from the Ravens practice squad. So I don't think this is great news for the return of Jeff Okudah. If you're bringing back a guy on somebody else's practice squad, to be an outside corner for you. Probably not great news for Jeff Okudah and his debut as a Houston Texan. At least my 2 cents.
Probably right. And also probably on the other side of the equation, probably means they're pretty happy with what Stover's been able to do as kind of a fullback / tight end.
I mean, Bulldog's hurt. And then they actually re-signed the Quentin Tarantino guy. They signed him from the Bears. Well, it's not official yet, but the reports are, Aaron Wilson, that they're signing Quentin Tarantino back. So I don't know. And actually, Schultz has been playing more fullback than Stover.
He did. I noticed that. Yeah, he was being used a lot more in the backfield.
All right, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, the dynamic pass rushing duo. Now, people had big expectations for Will Anderson, big expectations for Danielle Hunter. Will Anderson, so far through 5 games, has 5 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback hits, 2.5 sacks. Danielle Hunter, through 5 games, has 6 quarterback hits, 3 tackles for loss, and 1.5 sack. The question we are posing to you, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, are they living up to your expectations? 713-780-3776.
I think right now they're a disappointment. I think that no matter what you say about what this team's record is or what they did to Josh Allen a week ago, I think that a lot of people had high expectations, as we all did. But I think that the one thing that I didn't expect is they were going to be this non-existent in terms of the sack game. You mentioned it a few weeks ago where, we hear all about pressures, but at some point you got to start getting home, and they haven't been able to get home yet. And I think that, that's the key here. Yeah, in moments, they have their moments, and there's been times that they've made their presence felt, but you would expect a lot more consistency. And the fact you can't double both of them, you would expect to have far greater contributions, even at this time in the season, from both guys, or even if they're really focusing on one guy, one of the 2 guys. But the fact that they both have the stats that they have sitting here going into the next week of the season, I'm disappointed with both of them.
To me, they have not lived up to my expectations. My expectations were super lofty. I'm not going to go as far to say that I'm disappointed in them. The Texans have had to play a lot of mobile quarterbacks, and whenever you're playing mobile quarterbacks, it kind of changes what you're doing defensively. You can use the Buffalo Bills as an example. D'Amico Ryans was on Coffee with the Coaches on the Texans YouTube, and he was talking about, look, those guys were setting the edge. They were trying to prevent Josh Allen from getting around the corner on them, keeping him in the pocket, and then hoping that forcing Josh Allen to beat them from the pocket. And you look at the mobile quarterbacks that they play. I think Trevor Lawrence is not terrible mobility. I think it's okay. Sam Darnold's not the most mobile quarterback, but they torched you. Like, you couldn't touch him and he torched you. Caleb Williams, pretty mobile. And then, of course, Anthony Richardson's very mobile too. So you have to be, gap committed, gap oriented. You can't let them off the edge because that's when they're super dangerous. So I think that there's some other things in play as to why their numbers are down. But did I expect more? Absolutely. Absolutely, I expected more from Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. I expected them to have more than 4 sacks. And yes, I know sacks don't tell the whole story. It's about pressuring the quarterback and getting there and forcing, the quarterback to make errant throws and all that stuff. I agree. But these guys get paid because of sacking the quarterback. I expected more.
Yeah, I think as well as everybody did.
I'm not. I mean, I'm disappointed the sack total isn't higher. I mean, how can you not be, especially with the money in the draft assets spent on these 2 guys? But I mean, they're 10th and 13th in pass rush win rate, and to me, they've completely, in specifically with the Bills game and the Bears game, been the guys, or at least been a part of the side of the team that won that game. The defensive side with the consistent, just play after play pressure and the game wrecking nature at which they got after Caleb Williams and Josh Allen won those games. I mean, they made Caleb Williams completely ineffective. We saw how great he looked last week, and then Josh Allen had one of the worst passing days the quarterback's ever had in the last 20 years. So I think those are directly from the type of pressure that D'Amico Ryans and that defense is pressuring. Now, maybe you don't want to say that's because of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Maybe it's a group effort, but some of the analytics like pass rush win rates show us that, Anderson's or Danielle Hunter's 10th, Will Anderson's 13th. They're getting the job done to me. So I'm not that disappointed, but I do think the sack higher. I do wish the sack total was a little higher.
The 10th and 13 to me is low. Like, my expectations for them were to be higher in that regard. What was that pass rush win rate?
Yeah.
Yeah, I expected them to be higher than 10 and 13.
How high do you want them?
At least one of them in the top 5.
Okay.
I mean, you made a historic trade for Will Anderson. Historic trade for Will Anderson for a defensive player. Yeah, I have high expectations for that guy.
I mean,
now.
Nick Bosa's 8th. If Danielle Hunter was 8th instead of 10th, would that? I mean, that's.
I would. I feel much better about 8th and 13th.
Oh no, I'm talking about specifically eighth versus 10th for Danielle Hunter to Nick Bosa.
I like 8 better than 10.
Yeah, I know, but it's just not that. To me, it's not that big of a difference. That if Danielle Hunter was suddenly 8th instead of 10th, I don't know if we would barely even notice.
Oh, come on. Win rate percentage. We all notice that. We all know win percentage.
Sarcasm fully in effect.
Yeah,
yes.
Exit hits. Give me those. I want exit sacks is what I want. 713-780-ESPN. Ownage on Twitch. Them two in the Texans' second half offense have been the biggest disappointments to me. 6087. I think they're doing more than the numbers are saying. I would agree with that, but I do think they should be utilized differently. More pressures than containment. I do think that's specific on the opponent so far. Like, let's see a couple of these statues. Now, Drake May's got some underrated athleticism, by the way.
Yeah, he's
run a little bit.
More athletic than Jacoby Brissett, which maybe that's part of the reason that the New England's wants to play him. Let's see a couple of the statues. Let's see a couple of the pocket passers on the schedule, and then what it looks like after that.
I think that's fair because I think it's absolutely accurate to say, hey, without registering sacks, these guys have been able to wreak some havoc, and you have to pay attention to them regardless of what they're able to do. But late in games and in certain games, kind of more intense game situations, they've stepped up. Last game, you did find Will Anderson in the fourth quarter when you really needed him to be around. Hunter has had some plays where he has been in the backfield, but overall I've expected way more than this. And we're just getting the season started. It's a long season, but to have the lofty expectations of having at least one double-digit sack guy and two guys hovering around double-digit sacks, they got a long way to go in a short time to get there.
The texter 713-780-ESPN, quote unquote, your expectations. You're too funny, laughing face emoji. We asked what your expectations were. John Grenard, by the way, in Minnesota, 4 sacks, 9 quarterback hits. John Grenard has 4 sacks. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson have combined 4 sacks. 4 sacks. 713-780-3776. 5623, Will Anderson is overrated.
I'm not going to say that.
Would you rather have Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta or Will Anderson?
Ooh, boy.
Will Anderson.
Yeah, Will Anderson.
Really?
I'm going to take out
100%.
You rather have Will Anderson over Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta?
I would, yeah.
Wow.
Right now, I would.
If nothing else, for the value of the position. I mean, give me if obviously Jahmyr Gibbs probably is having the best start to their career of all 3 of them, but we're talking about running back, tight end versus edge rusher.
What's the Texans' weakness on the offense?
I mean, well once Joe Mixon gets back, I don't think it'll be that bad.
Mixon, then
but I mean, you spent some money on Mixon, right? So you talk about like allocation of finances. If you had Gibbs, you wouldn't be spending that money on Mixon, which opens up money somewhere else.
I'm not spending a top 15 pick on running back. I mean, congrats to the Lions on hitting Jahmyr Gibbs, but I'm not spending the 12th overall pick to get a running back. And Sam Laporta's been great, but I'm not really worried about tight end. I don't think Dalton Schultz, not that he's ever been as good as Sam Laporta was last year, but Dalton Schultz to me didn't fall off a hill. He's just not needed because he's like the 5th target in the offense.
But 2 first-rounders and an early second for a guy who has 2.5 sacks. Just saying.
In week 5 of the season, yeah.
Just saying.
Let's see where we are after week 17.
Nick on Twitter, sack numbers aren't there, but that entire defensive line is the best in the league in pressures. I think the numbers will get better for both of them as the season goes on. Texans are also 3rd in defense in the NFL. They're 3rd in defensive DVOA. So it's tough to be like, okay, well, these guys aren't getting sacks. Let's blame them. When their defense has been pretty stinking good. So I would say that to counter my point. The Tesla bus driver, those that know ball, yes. T-shirt fans who admire stats, no. Jay Dizzle, not yet. Hunter's been close several times to getting a sack. Chris, Will is, Daniil isn't. Grenard was better, is better. KC, honestly, no. Shoulda muted Bob Costas, says yes and no.
Oof.
And then CD says not yet.
Yeah, as a team, I looked it up after you mentioned their success as a team. They're 4th as a team in pass rush run rate. 50% of the time they're winning.
Let me ask this though: is that personnel or is that tactics?
I mean,
because if it's tactics, and I'm not saying that it is,
it's hard to separate
but if it is tactics,
because we have what we would consider elite talent. Danielle Hunter proved it in pass stops. Will Anderson obviously won Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you could separate the two.
I think
because the tactic wouldn't work as well with lesser talent.
Sure, but
and lesser talent.
You can scheme up lesser players to have maybe not equal production, but good production.
What would be the proof, though? Because of what we've seen with D'Amico Ryan's defenses, both in San Francisco and here, is not winning with lesser
evidence.
talent.
We don't have evidence of that.
Right.
Yeah. So it's more eye test. What do you think by watching it? I think D'Amico schemes up good stuff.
I do too, but I don't think this stuff works nearly as well. I mean, they're winning 50% of their pass rushes. They don't do that with
no argument about that.
talent.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that the scheme is the reason that they're winning their pass rush win rate. I'm saying if you can get close to that, perhaps it's not worth investing what they've invested in that defensive line, and you can use those resources elsewhere. Because if you can scheme up really good defensive line play without, a historic trade for defensive end, without big money for another defensive end, let's say you can get by with like average defensive end play because you're scheming up really good stuff, then that lifts up the rest of the team.
It's not unfair. I still wouldn't put me in a place where I'd want to spend that money that you didn't spend on defensive end on running back and tight end, though.
No. I didn't say running back and tight end. That would have been through the draft.
Earlier we were talking
that was
about,
through the draft.
Okay.
That was not finances. That wasn't through free agency.
Yeah, no, I would just say to that I would be concerned about the fact that even if you're not, because I agree that you could actually, if you believe in D'Amico and his schemes, you could save money and save the assets you gave up and find defensive ends. But will those defensive ends have the ability to at least create the kind of pressure and do the kind of things that D'Amico would do as he schemes them up? And I don't think that, Derek Barnett and some of the guys that they've brought in and Jerry Hughes and guys like that, you'd have to find another level above that. And that challenge alone is going to take some of the money or some of the assets away.
Barnett's been pretty good. Unfortunately, he's got hurt, so who knows how long he's going to be gone. And then you also signed Nico Autry. So it's like you spent the resources on Anderson, you spent a resource on Daniil Hunter, and then you also spent the resource on Danico. 713-780-ESPN. 9506 also mentions the first rounder this year in the Will Anderson trade. That is true. 713-780-3776. People thinking that people were too kind with C.J. Stroud. Is that true? What is the objection that one of us is taking? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Week 6 of the football season is here. At least it's going to be here in a couple of days. But you need to start looking at the slate. You need to start looking at the schedule. You need to start looking at what you want to bet. And I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer. A 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right, a 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you are ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I think I'm about to make people mad on Twitter. Would you rather have Will
Just
Anderson?
throw this crap out there to get clicks.
More engagement than clicks, but it's kind of in the same medium. Would you rather have Will Anderson or Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and Xavier Worthy? Gibbs, Laporta, Xavier Worthy, or Will Anderson?
Take the Detroit package.
Brian? No, not budging, are you?
Will Anderson.
I knew he wasn't going to budge. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. A good player is more important than good scheme. Yes, I agree with that, but it's not like you're going to bring in chopped liver. Like, you're still going to bring in good players. There's not going to be that level of talent. 8807, I don't want to see this back-end cover, receivers without this defensive line. Now, I thought that the secondary covered really well against Buffalo. D'Amico was talking about how they played more man than they played all year. They were bringing 6-7 guys at times to Josh Allen. I thought they covered really well. The one exception is obviously the touchdown, but just make a tackle. Like, just make a tackle and then make them march down the field further. So I kind of like the cover guys in the secondary. Stingley's really, really good. Lassiter, I think, is fine, especially for a rookie. I like Bullock. I like Bullock a lot. And Murray's a way better cover guy than Ward.
Yeah, I'm not going to nitpick the corners because I think Lassiter's getting better each and every week. And I think that you hear that from opponents, but you hear that, at practice, and you can see that on the field. And I think Bullock's got a lot of talent. I think the safeties have a little to be desired, or even more than a little to be desired in terms of like overall their ability to cover and kind of, guard the back end and some of the things we've seen. And of course, Jimmy Ward is again hurt, which was a concern of mine at the start of the season. But I think that the safeties, yeah, you can nitpick them more. I'm fine with the corners that we've seen and the way they played. And I think Bullock's going to get better as well.
I think Bullock's your best covered corner. And I think Murray's pretty head and shoulders above Ward in coverage. Ward's a better tackler, more physical presence, but talking specifically the coverage element of it. All right. Blankers, you have a perception based on what people are saying about C.J. Stroud?
We've heard it from all of our social media channels. We're too much homers for C.J. Stroud. We need to be more, fair and recognize the fact that C.J. Stroud isn't quite there yet. And that's why at the start of the year, I started going and looking around the league and going from week to week, who would you say is better? And who would you take in terms instead of C.J. Stroud? I watched the game last night. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is the best in the business. Patrick Mahomes has a ton of talent. He made chicken salad out of chicken bleep last night, utilizing the tight ends, moving the ball around, and with Andy Reid, they're great. Aside from Patrick Mahomes, I look at this and I challenge everyone to tell me if you want to criticize how positive I've been or how much what I see in CJ Stroud, go ahead and tell me who you would take in front of him. Who's playing better than him right now? I mean, Joe Burrow had a monster game. They lost again, and he's got a ton of talent there too. And he was one of the guys we had high on our list. We saw what happened to Josh Allen going from an MVP, the leading candidate for MVP early in the season, to what the Texans did, to what the Ravens did. And then you start, looking at his inability to be accurate with the football. And week in, week out, when you look at and watch the games as thoroughly as we do, I just see a guy that has a level of talent that I don't see on any other roster aside from Patrick Mahomes. We heard Herbert at the start of the year. I wouldn't take Justin Herbert over CJ Stroud. When I look at their level of play from last week, just last week alone, I still wouldn't take anybody over CJ Stroud except for Patrick Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes is more on resume, though he played well last night. But I look at it and I say, overall, from where we had our rankings at the start of the year, CJ Stroud has actually climbed the rankings for me. Other guys have fallen down. And I can't believe that people, would question giving CJ the flowers that he rightfully deserves.
6444 says that Sam Darnold's playing better. 6269 says that Jaden Daniels is playing better. I would take Stroud ahead of both of those guys, obviously. Now, is Darnold's stats better? Sure. Is Daniel's stats better? Sure. Although Stroud's top three in the NFL in passing, probably when you combine touchdowns, yeah.
Because Sam Darnold, they won, but I think he threw like for 174 or 175.
Yeah, but he was going off prior
has
to that.
more touchdowns.
Yeah, Darnold was going off prior to this last week.
That's fine, but overall, because I agree with you, Daniel's more power to him. He's looked really impressive to start his career, but I'm not taking Jaden Daniels over CJ Stroud. And I see the kind of throws that we're still, looking for all the different levels, though I don't doubt that he's going to be able to make them. He seems like he's got more talent than anybody in that draft class. But I look at CJ Stroud and the ability to take all the different things he could do, the arm strength, the ability to make the throws, accuracy, touch. And I'm not taking anybody over CJ Stroud, and I'm probably not taking Patrick Mahomes simply because of the fact that there's a longer career ahead for CJ Stroud.
I would have Stroud in my top 3. I would challenge you with Mahomes. You wouldn't take Mahomes over Stroud?
Look, I said Mahomes is the cream of the crop, but the biggest thing with me is because CJ's younger and he hasn't hit the contract yet, that I would think that opens up a little bit of a possibility. But yeah, it's Mahomes, and then with everybody else, I'm not taking anybody over CJ Stroud.
For me, the conversation is between 2 and 4 because, and I don't really care about the numbers a whole lot. This is more who do I want leading my franchise and gives me the best chance to win a Super Bowl. Mahomes is my clear-cut number 1. The conversation starts at 2, and I wouldn't go as low as 4 with Stroud. I think it's somewhere in that range. And then the other 3 guys that I'm putting in that list, obviously not Josh Allen. How could you watch Josh Allen this past week compared to CJ Stroud? And yes, it was one bad game. But how could you possibly pick Josh Allen ahead of CJ Stroud? The other 3 that I would throw in the mix from 2 to 4 is Lamar, Joe Burrow, and then Stroud. Like, not in any order, but those are the 3 that are in conversation between 2 to 4. I would go Mahomes. I would probably go Lamar too. I give Stroud the advantage over Burrow because he beat Burrow in Cincinnati last year when Burrow was fully healthy. So I would go Mahomes, Lamar, knowing that he hasn't done anything in the playoffs. Stroud and then Burrow now.
And to me, Lamar's a better runner than CJ, obviously.
No doubt.
But I think that CJ's a better passer of the football in all aspects of the passing game.
No doubt.
And so for me, that's where the conversation starts. And then when you look at what you mentioned and the fact that, look, from a regular season perspective, you can't go against a guy that's won multiple MVPs, done what he's been able to do. From a playoff perspective, I'll take CJ Stroud over Lamar Jackson because with probably less talent, he's done, he's been able to do what I think is more in the way that he's played. So, yeah, Lamar has maybe more skins on the wall because of the regular season. I'm still taking CJ Stroud over Lamar Jackson because I need a quarterback that can throw accurately, and play big in the biggest moments where sometimes Lamar Jackson doesn't do that.
I want to hear more of who these people are, though, that think you're too kind, because I think that if you ask any knower of ball, they would all have Stroud top 5.
Top 5 is even still
top 4, but who's saying that you're too kind?
I've gotten friends that have listened to the show that have said
your friends are casuals.
Okay, you can criticize my friends all you want.
You're criticizing them.
But you don't know who they are.
But so what?
You don't know which friends they are.
I'm criticizing their take, which you also are criticizing their take. You say that they don't know what they're talking about. I'm also saying I don't know what they're talking about.
They believe that they're still anointing Joe Burrow. They're still saying that Joe Burrow has beaten Mahomes and that CJ hasn't beaten Mahomes and that Burrow has done enough and gotten to a Super Bowl to where he has a half a step or more above CJ and Josh Allen, because of the fact that he still runs the football and he makes plays for when his team needs him most. He can put the team on his shoulders. But then he hasn't beaten Mahomes and he can't throw accurately. But there's a lot of people that I've had interactions with that seem to believe, don't give CJ too much too soon. Like he can be top 10. He can be top 5.
10.
Yeah, and he can
and why are you upset that I'm criticizing these bad takes?
Top 10 is a bad take.
Why, yeah. Why can I criticize those bad takes?
To us say our top 10s and had them in there. That you can say you can have them in the top 10, you can have them in the top 5. You can't have them in the top 3. Why not? And from week to week, it still sticks with me to look at it and go, who played better? Who would you take? It's a double barrel question. Who played better from that week? And who would you take instead of him? Aside from Patrick Mahomes, I'm not even gonna take Lamar Jackson over CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I would question who you're listening to. No offense to your friends. And I certainly wouldn't take any advice from the Twitchers. The Twitchers, no way I'm listening to those casuals, those non-knowers of ball. I think anywhere less than top 5 is too low for Stroud. That's what I would say. Anybody who has Stroud below the top 5, they're a slow-moving ship, and they don't want to change their opinion quickly, which I would say is flawed logic. Like, okay, well, you're missing out. Anywhere lower than top 5, I think, is too low for Stroud.
Yeah, and there's absolutely no doubt about it. I think we had it. All 3 of us had him in the top 5 to start the year. In my opinion, he's moved up. I mean, there are people that like to get hypercritical of Slowick or the offense or his turnovers. Everybody has turnovers. The fact is when you watch all the different ways that he controls a football game and his ability to be clutch in big time moments and lead them on game winning drives, I'm putting him above everybody but Patrick Mahomes.
Shred 'em, Stroud.
What was that one?
Shred 'em, Stroud.
Shred 'em, Stroud.
That's my favorite thing. 0979 Joe, not now. He isn't winning 1-4 trash. That defense, though, is the reason why. Burrow's playing at a pretty high level. IMO. Film don't lie. Film do not lie. Let's see what we're talking about next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
7151. Stroud has faced more third and longs than anyone in the league. Slowick's first and second down plays have hurt the offense living to its potential. I think there's some validity to that. I have no problem with that take.
No, I'm fine with that as well. I mean, look, I think that we like to think because they're 4-1 that, you know, that they've had smooth sailing, and we know that there have been challenges, and we know the fact that with the penalties and all the different issues that they were dealing with the offensive line, that there were plenty of opportunities. I think it was it 2 games ago that it was like 8 of the 9 third down situations that CJ was in was at least 10 yards, to where, you know, it again is a feather in his cap that he's been the guy that everything is kind of rested on his shoulders, you know, in those situations, in the end of half situations, in the end of game situations. And he makes all the throws, and he makes the plays when you need them.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I think that he's really, really good, which gets into the film Do Not Lie. Because if you watch, just turn on the film, which the Twitchers don't do that. They don't know ball like we know ball. I think Stroud is special. Like, you see the precision that he has under pressure in his face, how cool, calm, and collected he stays. The ball placement, bless you. The ball placement is fantastic. He's scrambling a little bit more this year, too, which he talked about earlier this year, where Joe Mixon kind of challenged him to do that, which I would offer some advice of caution when it comes to that. Like, if you're gonna run, which I'm in favor of, that's fine. Let's not take some hits, CJ.
But we need the
Let's
CJ
slide a
rules
little bit more.
to
Yes,
make sure
absolutely.
you get out of bounds, get out, make business decisions.
Yeah.
Whether your business or our business, get out of harm's way.
Yeah, he's I don't mind him running more, but the whole him taking hits, I'm not a huge fan of. But Stroud, I thought, was fabulous in this game. And you go back to the 2 turnovers, which, I mean, yeah, those do need to be cleaned up. The interception, watching it back, it looked to me like it was in zone coverage, but Stroud thought Bernard was in man coverage and thought he was tracking Schultz. And in the moment he committed to throw the ball, he turns around and it's right at him.
Yep.
So that one, I mean, yes, protect the football. You can't throw an interception there. Stroud deserves blame there, not making excuses. I think it was a little bit unlucky, not making excuses. Go ahead.
I was going to say one that always sticks out in my mind is the Indianapolis game, because of the fact that, you're trying to run the clock out. You're trying to, get a first down, and you come out of what I think it was the 2-minute warning on a third down, and you throw an absolute dart on the sideline to Nico in the only place that you could actually complete that ball. And Nico makes a hell of a catch, but I don't know many quarterbacks in this league that's even going to try that.
Nope.
And then put the ball exactly where it had to be.
He had one to Xavier Hutchinson, which he did that spin cycle thing, and the TV copy didn't really do it justice because it was on the near sideline. You couldn't see the play. If you go back and watch it behind the offensive line, it was a pretty catchable ball. That play might have been made if it was
Nico.
Nico.
Went both directions?
Yeah, he went towards the left, and then there was a defender there, and he spun away
back,
from him.
yep.
It was like to the near sideline on the TV copy as you were watching. That was an amazing play. He had another one where he was immediately pressured and kind of like off his back foot, just slings it to Stephon Diggs over the middle of the field. And then he had the one to Schultz on third down late in the game.
Is that the one everybody's raving about where he moved, he slid, the defender was coming at him. He had to change his arm angle and still put it in the only place that it could be.
And he had to put it. There you go. And whenever it's Dalton Schultz, it better be in the perfect spot, because Dalton Schultz is in my doghouse. Get to that in a second. And by the way, everybody's talking about Nico Collins on that one play, the deep pass play for the touchdown. That throw was unbelievable. That was 60 yards in the air, dropped into the bucket in stride. Unbelievable.
Wasn't one of the knocks on him coming out too was his arm strength on the deep balls?
Yeah. He doesn't have like a howitzer.
Right. He doesn't have a howitzer, but you know what? He can make all the throws, and that was a hell of a throw.
Yeah. He was, I thought he was really stinking good. And yes, you have to be critical of his 2 turnovers. That's fair to be critical of the 2 turnovers. The fumble, he was a bit careless with the football. D'Amico Ryans on the Coffee with the Coaches said that somebody ran the wrong route there. I couldn't figure out who ran the wrong route. There was a receiver who kind of popped for a screen. I wonder if it wasn't a screen, but I couldn't really figure that one out. But he does kind of have the ball out there like a loaf of bread. He had 2 hands originally, and then whenever Fisher got pushed into his lap, he put his left hand on Fisher to kind of get his footing. And when that happened, the defender,
the ball got knocked out.
Yeah, the defender knocked the ball out. But probably more Fisher than Stroud, but Stroud does have to take care of the football whenever you have a muddy pocket. They forced Allen and his receivers to win one-on-one, and overall they couldn't win one-on-one. Like the Texans coverage probably had their best game of the year, I felt.
That's why I said, I think when you watch the tape and you watch it, over and over again, and you go from week to week, you see a guy in Lassiter that's getting better every week. Sure, he's going to make some mistakes. There's still people that are going to question his overall speed in covering receivers. But I think that the fact that he understands the game, he understands angles, and you see some of the way he's able to take some of the receivers, either not completely out of the game, but make it extremely challenging for better better than average receivers to get the football. I think he's only going to get better, and he's way better than Henderson and Okudah and guys you brought in thinking they were going to be the guy opposite of Stingley this year.
Yeah, I think Lester been good. He's willing to deliver a little bit of thunder. Yep. That hit he had on Cook, that was pretty awesome. Yeah. I thought Anderson was better on film. I know I've been critical of Anderson on today's show. I thought he was better on film. He drew some chips. He drew some double teams. He had the extra attention of the Bills. He did hurry Josh Allen at times. Perhaps the biggest play was that third down whenever Buffalo had it deep in their own, like inside their 5-yard line after the Tommy Townsend punt on their last series, the turnover on the punt. They went 3 and out on the goal line on their final offensive series. That third down play where he had Matt Collins running wide open in the middle of the field, Will Anderson disrupted that play because he was in Josh Allen's face and led to an errant throw. Dalton Schultz, I think, has been playing poor football. I think Dalton Schultz is kind of went into business for Dalton Schultz. He had the one play inside the 15 where it's right there. Like he had to leave his feet a little bit, lunge for it, hit him in the hands. It hit Dalton Schultz in the hands, and he dropped it. He had another one on a third and like 7 or 8, which he wasn't going to catch it for the first down. It would have been a couple of yards short. He alligator armed
Again.
it. He alligator armed it.
Because what was it a couple games ago? We were talking about the ball over the middle that CJ gets, people looking at him going, "Oh, that was a missed throw. You didn't hit him." Well, if Dalton Schultz doesn't alligator arm the ball over the middle, he's probably got a reception there. The one that really chapped me too in that game is you're a veteran. You're an experienced veteran, and you get a 15-yard penalty for throwing the ball at the guy after the play. We're talking about plays and penalties and things that the team doesn't need, and the coaches are facing heat because we're wondering, like, what are they doing or not doing? And then you got a guy that does something stupid like that and really screws you, especially after they called it dead ball.
I saw some people defending that.
Why?
I don't know. Like it was
How
kind of
can you?
like it wasn't like he didn't throw the ball at him. Like I mean, in terms of like like he didn't spike it on his forehead, but he tossed the ball at him. Like you have to be smarter than that.
Yeah, he waited. The guy looked like, I don't know if the guy was still on the ground, and he waited, and the play was the referee standing right there, and he just decides to throw it right at him.
Yeah, that was dumb. Some people thought it was a soft penalty, which maybe it's soft, but at the same time, don't throw the football at him, Dalton Schultz. Blake Fisher's first start, I thought he was pretty stinking bad. Titus Howard's pretty superior to Blake Fisher right now in their NFL lives. Fisher was pretty stinking bad in this game.
Yeah, and we heard that he was raw, that he needed work, that if he played an extra year at Notre Dame, he'd have been a first-round pick next year. They were hoping to kind of groom him and bring him along. There's a whole lot of work to be done because it just looks like he's getting manhandled a lot. He's getting shoved back into the quarterback, even when he stays between the defender and the quarterback. And I don't feel real comfortable with him playing right tackle for any length of time.
I never thought I'd be clamoring for the return of Titus Howard, but here we are clamoring for the return of Titus Howard. Woods was criticized for his 2 punts that he fielded inside the 5, but I thought he was actually really good in the return game. He needs to stop fielding it inside the 5. But you got points at the end of each half, field goals at the end of the first half, field goal obviously at the end of the second half. Both were sparked by a big return from Robert Woods, both times. So just keep. I wouldn't be shocked if Steven Sims is cut.
I agree.
At some point this year.
The one at the end of the first half was the one where he turned the corner and got to the sideline and got like 25.
I think that was his biggest return.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was at least 20. That was a really, really key return right there.
Yeah, just cut Steven Sims. Just move on from Steven Sims. I don't want to see a lot of Xavier Hutchinson because it means that Nico Collins is hurt. But I really like Xavier Hutchinson.
I think he's better than Mechie.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I think we were talking about at the start of the year that, maybe there's a guy that you try and hide on the practice squad or you might have to get rid of. I think that he's proven that no matter where you drafted John Mechie, that Hutchinson's a better receiver. And I think he's going to continue to get better as he gets the reps in game. But I think he's got a future here.
I think they're 2 separate positions, kind of, quite frankly, because Xavier Hutchinson's more of a boundary receiver. Mechie's more of an inside receiver. Yes, they're kind of interchangeable and can all do the same thing. Although I think that's a reason that Hutchinson played so many snaps is because he's the X receiver, the backup to Nico Collins. I liked what I saw from him. I don't want to see a lot of him because I want Nico back as healthy as possible, as quickly as possible, but a fan of him. Was a fan of Eric Murray in this game. Eric Murray was good in this game. He and Bullock to me, Bullock, my bad. He and Bullock to me are easily the top 2 safeties on this team.
Oh, great.
Ward's a distant third for me.
And Eric Murray is active and he's all over the field. And yes, there's going to be some plays that they're not great, but for the most part, he does step up and seem to also make a lot of quality plays for this football team. To where I agree with you. I think especially in coverage, I think that, there's a time or two that he might not have the right swivel. He might get caught a little off guard, but overall, I've been happy with his play.
Yeah. I'm curious because I know Ward was hurt in that game, but he came back in.
The bizarre thing was that it was his shoulder, I thought.
I thought he was concussed.
First, I thought he was concussed. Then he went to his shoulder. Then he went to the blue tent. And then didn't he leave the game with like a leg injury?
Maybe so.
And I'm going, when did that happen?
Maybe that's why he left the game. But I think it was for the better because I think Murray's better in coverage and they were playing a lot of man. Ocho, speaking of Burrow and Stroud, this Texans offense reminds me of the Bengals during Burrow's rookie season. They went to the Super Bowl behind a poor offensive line, similar to the Texans. They even had Mixon. I think it's a pretty good comparison. I think the Texans offensive line should be better than that Bengals offensive line, though. Should be.
Well, we talked about it. Whether you just look at it on paper and think that, or you just know and have seen enough of a guy that's supposed to be still a top 5 left tackle, and the guys that you've put out there, obviously Howard didn't play this week, But when we've talked about the fact that you haven't had injuries to speak of until the Howard injury, and you've used the draft capital you've used, I think this offensive line should be a lot better than it's been so far this year.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Did you watch the Monday night game yesterday? I'm sure you did. My takeaway from that, I think the Chiefs are beatable. I think they're beatable. I'll tell you why next. This is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
I'm over the Chiefs. I'm over them. Yes, I know they're undefeated. Yes, I know Kareem Hunt's running for over 100 yards. Juju Smith-Schuster's going for 130. Look like Travis Kelce washed up his washedness. Pat Mahomes over 330. Yes, I know Kansas City's 5-0. Yes, I know they win championships all the time. They're beatable. The Chiefs are beatable. I think that you can get to the Chiefs. Yes, they put up huge numbers yesterday against a decent Saints defense, but I think you can get to their offense. I think especially if you have a good defense. Yes, their defense is really good, but I think they're beatable, Blankers.
Yeah, I think right now they are. I think the scary thing is that there's still time for them to figure out wide receiver. I was thinking about it this weekend with just how bad Cleveland's imploding, that Amari Cooper might be in play more than a Devontae Adams, where they might still be able to find another wide receiver to kind of fortify what they don't have, to make up for the fact that they were just going tight end heavy as can be yesterday and still somehow making that work along with the combination of their backs. you just always, they're beatable right now. There's no doubt about watching that game, because that game was not entertaining. That game was tough to watch in a lot of ways, but that's Andy Reid just finding whatever means necessary to get a win. But the scary thing is that if they do add a receiver or two, the rest of their team, their defense is still really, really tough and really good. And Jones just wreaks havoc all over the football field. That when you've got Patrick Mahomes, you're probably going to be good. But when you've got Patrick Mahomes with an extra couple of weapons they're missing, they still can be really good.
Yeah, gun to my head, who wins the AFC? I would pick the Chiefs. But I think you can get to them. I really do. And like the wide receivers you mentioned to me, I don't think that they're great fits. Amari Cooper's not really a burner. I think they like speed and quickness in their wide receiver room. I think it's why they drafted Rashee Rice a couple of years ago. It's why they drafted Xavier Worthy this year. They have made trades for receivers, I think, in each of the last two deadlines. So I do think that they're going to be targeting a receiver. I have a feeling it's going to be somebody that we don't expect. I don't think it's going to be an Amari Cooper. I don't think it's going to be a DeAndre Hopkins. I do think that they're going to look for help there. They lost Hollywood Brown in the preseason. They don't expect him to play in the regular season. The news came out on Rashee Rice. He's going to be out for the rest of the year, which the Adam Schefter report was weird. Adam Schefter was tweeting it yesterday, and Schefter was like, yeah, this is the news they got was better than they expected. And then 5 minutes later, he's out for the season. It's like, okay, thanks for that, Shefty.
And how many opinions has he had? Because they've been second opinioning and having different guys look at him ever since he went down, and you keep hearing different things. But at the end of the day, I got to feel like that they feel pretty confident that he's not going to play, because you saw what we saw last night, and I don't think that there's anything that tells you that he's suddenly going to have this miraculous recovery. They need help sooner rather than later, because they got to get a guy that's got to learn the playbook and fit into the system too.
You don't think they can get by without bringing in a receiver?
I don't.
I think they could
for the long haul.
I mean, won 2 Super Bowls with that one.
Yeah.
I just think that Juju Smith-Schuster, to me, yeah, he played well last night. I don't think he's going to be able to do that week in, week out.
He's better than Kadarius Toney and
he is.
All the other garbage they've won titles with.
And that just tells
receiver.
Me that Mahomes can make, he can make do with anybody that he gets on his roster. But I think that they need help this year. I think because haven't they lost multiple guys now?
Yeah, Rice and Hollywood.
Yeah, I just feel like they need at least one guy.
I think it would make them better. I think they can get by without it, though. And I think that they would use a lot of what you mentioned. I think they would run a lot of 12 personnel. I think they would kind of reinvent who they are. I think they would go a lot of 2 receiver sets. Obviously, Kelsey, older, but Kelsey was good yesterday, and he kind of can flip the switch. And I don't dislike Gray. I think Gray can play a little bit too.
They were playing 4 tight ends at certain points, some parts of the game, running out there in trips formation with 3-4 tight ends. It was pretty crazy.
Do you all think that play, the lateral play?
Reed. He can make anything work.
They had one receiver with over 50 catches last year, Rashee Rice. Obviously, Kelsey was above 52. After that, Kadarius Toney was there. Kadarius Toney and Justin Watson tied for their second most receptions last year. They won a Super Bowl with that.
Yeah, and then throw in also, who else was on that team? Marquez Valdez-Scantling, I think, was also on that team last year.
He was. Sky Moore, who's still around, actually.
He's still around, but he was the bust of a second-round
Nicole
pick.
Hardman, who they brought back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't need it. It's the whole reason they let Tyreek go. They don't need it.
I think
it'd make it more explosive, but they don't need it to win.
Yeah, I think it would help them, obviously.
I think it helps them, but I also think
they could win without him.
They play too. Yeah, they could win without him, but I think they could really use, because they lost 2 guys, they could use at least one guy that they could that I think you can go and find on the market that's probably better than Toney, better than Nicole Hardman, that you have an extra guy that Mahomes can trust to go to. Like, I think Rice was that guy. They was really building that with Mahomes, and I think that hurts him more than Hollywood Brown, who he never saw in a game.
I think Rice is really good.
He is good.
I think he's really good. That's a big loss. It
is, but Kelsey kind of does the same role. Like, you notice before Rice gets hurt, Kelsey wasn't doing anything. And the second that Rice gets hurt, Kelsey's put back into the offense, because they're both kind of running those quick slot, routes where Mahomes.
Respectfully, I think they're different roles. Respectfully.
Rice is lining a lot up in the slot, same place as Kelsey.
Yeah, but I mean, Kelsey's a big slot that moves really slow. It's a physical receiver. They do it differently.
The same athlete,
they're just bunching up 2 or 3 tight ends
routes
on the one side, and then Kelsey's able to kind of just dip underneath or find sit down in an open area. Whereas I think Rice is dynamic, because he's so quick and he can go deep on you, but he's not afraid to go across the middle. That he did so much that built up that trust real quick that Mahomes was looking for him a lot.
Did you hear the conspiracy theory on Rashee Rice and why they wanted so many second opinions? They were like kind of kicking the can down the road. There's some thought that they were trying to get the suspension done this year.
Oh,
they're just saying that's been out there.
Huh.
That's why they maybe
Didn't
that's
they
why
say that they're not
going to
do the ruling till after the season's over from a legal perspective?
Yeah, I think at this point they're kind of done. I think that whole effort maybe at trying to get a suspension done this year. I don't think the NFL's falling for that.
No
it wouldn't
way.
matter anyway. You can't serve a suspension while you're hurt. So.
Well, the NFL said they won't
But
levy the suspension.
But that's why they didn't come out with the injury.
I see.
Because
they
there was a sprained MCL. Oh, he's going to be healthy for the final 6 games of the year. Yeah, but at this point
the
now
NFL
that
won't
the
levy
NFL's
the
out.
suspension until the legal decision is made, and now the legal decision has been pushed down the road till the end of the season.
Yeah, drop the appeal. Take it to court right now. He doesn't have a torn LCL. He didn't have LCL surgery today.
If you're Roger, okay, put him out there.
Suspend him for the rest of the season, Roger. Yeah. That's the theory. That's the theory that's out there.
Did you guys think that lateral was called an actual scripted play?
I do.
I did. Man, I got, again, my less thans and my friend.
My less thans.
My less thans from a football perspective, from a friend perspective.
That's what I call the Twitchers, my less thans.
They were like, there's no, and even Buck and Aikman were kind of torn on it. And Aikman, they challenged, Joe challenged Troy to ask the question in the postgame. He said, I'm not sticking around for that. I thought it was totally a scripted play because you could just see the way they kind of lined up their guys and how the running back was coming right down the sideline in that open gap. I thought that was a completely,
especially given the situation. It wasn't like it was a first.
They were trying to extend.
Yeah,
right,
it was like what, second and 20 something at that point.
I think it's kind of trending in the NFL nowadays too. Like
Kelsey's done it before.
You're seeing some like real hook and ladders though, like drawn up hook and ladders. Like you never saw that. You never saw that outside of trick plays late in the game or late in the half. And now you're seeing it like in the first quarter.
Yeah, it's like a staple of like a 3rd and long situation now, instead of just like a end of game, last ditch effort kind of thing.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. King of Twitch says that I hurt his feelings. It was respectful. My fault. All right, cash him or trash him. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I'm cashing Pro Dunk Hoops. I'm cashing that you need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops, whether it's you that loves to play, whether it's the missus, whether it's the kids, maybe it's the mister. Whoever loves the hoops in your house, you need to give them a goal from Pro Dunk. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Basketball is around the corner. There was an exhibition basketball game yesterday. We're about to see it on our TVs nonstop. You're going to start to get the basketball bug. Your kids are going to start to get the basketball bug. They might already. Maybe they play for the high school team, the middle school team, AAU, whatever the case. And if you care about them and they like basketball, well, you should give them a goal from Pro Dunk. Tempered glass backboard gives you that true, authentic feel, unlike anything you're going to find in the big box stores. Those things never last. Those things blow down in the wind and the rim's jacked up and the backboard's broken. Get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. A breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware. It's height adjustable, too, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. And with their new goal 4, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's easy to do, it's fun to do, and it's idiot-proof for people like me. Lightning adjust feature is what they call it. You can get it anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play. You work, kids are in school, only time to play is at night. Get LED light kits, and you can play throughout the night. Backstop nets, pull pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order all of this, including professional installation online. Don't touch a level. Don't touch a ladder. Let the pros from Pro Dunk come out, professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You're not going to worry about a box delivered to your driveway and then you have to assemble. No, the pros are going to assemble it. The pros from Pro Dunk. Let them do all the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. What are your hot takes? What are your overreactions? What do you want to cash or trash? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you cashing? What are you trashing?
I think this year's Heisman Trophy is not going to be won by a quarterback or a running back. It's going to be won by a wide receiver. And as much as Travis Hunter is the leader right now, I think that Ryan Williams is going to work his way into the conversation because every time I watch that guy, I'm like, this dude is unbelievable.
That would be nuts for a freshman wide receiver.
Yeah. I think he's got a future Heisman in his future, obviously. But I don't know. After the Vandy game, I don't know. I'll sorry, Jeremy. Sorry to jump you, but I'm going to trash it. I know, but
I don't think you're that sorry.
I'm going to trash it for the Vandy game. That's going to be hard for an Alabama player to win the Heisman after that Vandy game.
But is Travis him? Yeah, but he's going to get docked for not having a big game.
He did have
against Vandy. Against the Commodores.
But
I think he wins the Heisman before he leaves Alabama. I don't think it's this year.
I'm not counting Travis Hunter as a receiver, so I'm going to trash this. What? He's not.
He's both. He's a receiver and a defensive back.
Yeah, he's both.
Okay, so then he's a receiver.
He's a defensive back before he's a receiver, though. You don't think so?
Yeah, probably. I think he's both.
To Jeremy's point, his Heisman resume would be because he's doing both, not because he's a wide receiver.
Thank you, Rusty Harden, B-Mac. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it. Yeah, I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
Mostly because I don't think Travis is just a receiver. But I think Gene T has a really good chance at Boise State. I think there's still a quarterback award. So, yeah, I'm gonna trash this one.
Okay.
Cash or trash? The Commanders are the best team in the NFC East.
Ooh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cash it. I'm going to cash it because Philadelphia, I thought at the start of the year had more talent. I didn't give the Commanders a chance to be a playoff team this year, this soon. And it wasn't just because of the fact that they had Daniels at quarterback. But right now, with the way that everybody else has looked like less than, and they look like way more than I thought, I'll cash it.
There we go.
I'm going to trash it because the Eagles are this week should get back A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. I don't think it's the Cowboys, so I'm almost there with you. Certainly not the Giants. But I think the Eagles will end up winning this division still. Commanders in second. I do think they actually squeak into the playoffs as a wild card, but I'm going to go ahead and trash it.
Trash.
All right, what do you got?
I know this will never happen because they split the.
It's always a great way to start it.
It is, but you know, I'm just admitting up front that I'm realistic to the idea that the people involved can't make this decision because it involves benching last year's number 4 overall pick.
It does what to him?
Benching.
Oh, benching.
Benching.
Not what I heard.
Not what you heard? Okay, well, maybe it was close. But there's no way it'll happen. But if the Colts want to make the playoffs, the move they have to make is bench Anthony Richardson and start Joe Flacco. There's no doubt to me that, at least for this year, Anthony Richardson will not reach Joe Flacco's current level of passer. We've seen it not only in Joe Flacco's stat line, but you look at Michael Pittman, you look at Josh Downs, they're 20, 30 yards a week before when Anthony Richardson started. They can't get going. The offense is stagnant. You put in Joe Flacco, those guys are exploding. They're moving the ball down the field. Obviously, they did lose against Jacksonville, but by 3. I mean, that game was up and down. I don't think the Colts have a prayer to make the playoffs with Anthony Richardson. I think they can with Joe Flacco.
I cash this all day long. I've never believed in Anthony Richardson's ability to throw the football. He can't stay healthy either. But when Joe Flacco comes in, aside from his stint with the Jets, where he's been, he gets results. He can play. And what he's been able to do the last 2 weeks at his age and still get points on the board and win games for his football team, I'm totally cashing this.
You look amused.
Yeah, what's the
you look amused.
Not that it was the offense's problem. Joe Flacco and the Colts lost to 0-4 Jacksonville. They lost to 0-4 Jacksonville. So Flacco, who lost to Jacksonville, yes, not the offense's problem, but it shows you the fundamental flaw with the Colts is probably more on the defensive side than anything else. I don't think a Joe Flacco Indianapolis team who loses to 0-4 Jacksonville is better off or is going to make this playoff run.
I said gives them a better chance to make the playoffs.
No, I trash it. I trash it.
Trash.
So right now, you think Anthony Richardson's a better quarterback than Joe Flacco right now?
I think he's more of an offensive weapon, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I think that they need to rethink on how they're using him. Like I think they're throwing the ball too much with Anthony Richardson. I think they need to be a little bit more like Baltimore's offense.
Well, they only threw
the way
19,
they currently look.
I think it was 19 times
It's too
against
many.
the Texans.
It's 10 times too many. It really is.
Okay.
They need to run. They need to pass the ball no more than 10 times a game. They need to try to lead the NFL in rushing
with Richardson.
They need,
and a health, As long
But
as
the problem is Richardson. I don't think Richardson can get through that type of game.
Probably not. But their best chance to be their best offense is when Anthony Richardson's throwing it 10 times a game and they're running right down people's throats. Like Baltimore. They should replicate what Baltimore does offensively. That's their best chance to win. That's their best chance to have an offense that positions you for winning. Flacco, he'll put up some numbers. He's going to gunsling it all around. He's also going to give you away a couple of games. He's going to throw some picks. Last year, he threw an interception in every single game that he played.
This year,
we lost that in the
no
shuffle.
picks.
We lost that in the shuffle because,
but
he's
worth
great
running into his
story.
repertoire now. Now he's a scrambling quarterback that can get you yards with his legs.
No
5
picks
CDs,
against
no picks this year.
Jacksonville.
5 CDs, no picks.
Jacksonville. Cash or trash, 713-780-3776. Texter Bo, Dana Brown will shop around Framber Valdez to possibly trade him during the winter meetings.
Oh, cash that. I think whether he's shopping or he's taking calls, I think he absolutely should. Because if there's no intentions on signing him long term and he's going into the last year of his deal, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you try and get what Dana Brown really likes, and that is the ability to get some picks and some prospects that probably he knows some things about to rebuild the farm system, because he knows that he's got some pretty good young pitchers that he can still put at the top of his rotation.
Not to nitpick here. Respectfully, and then to nitpick. It said Dana Brown will do this because I do think he should. I think he should be trading Framber Valdez for the best package he could get in return. You can't trade for picks unless they're compensation picks. Now, I don't think that Dana Brown's going to.
You don't?
I think that they're going to run it back one more year with what they have, try to sign Bregman, probably not get it done. I don't think that the Astros have the forethought and the bravado and the courage to make these type of moves.
So you're saying Tucker? Same thing with Tucker.
Yeah, I want them to do that. I don't think Dana Brown and the Astros will.
And then you're basically just saying instead of getting any kind of package of prospects and players for each guy,
they're going to ride it out, let them walk like they've done with
everybody else.
They've done it with everybody else.
That would be a travesty in a lot of ways. If you know you're not going to sign one or both,
they've done it every time though.
I know it. It's sad if they do it with the last two guys that you probably right now are going to be able to get like a good package of players for.
The saving grace is that maybe Dana Brown's the saving grace and he'll talk Jim Crane into that. But I don't know. Jim Crane's the kind of guy that gets talked into that sort of thing. And Dana Brown's had the opportunity with one player. He had a chance to do it with Bregman. Didn't do it. So Crane has shown us time and time again he's not the owner that's going to trade a player in the final year of their deal. And Dana Brown showed us with one player that he's not going to do that.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that it will happen. I absolutely think it should, but no, I'm trashing it. I don't think Dana Brown's going to shop Framber or Kyle Tucker.
Brian?
I'm going to trash for a slightly different nitpick reason, because I don't think Dana Brown would attack it from let's broadcast the world that we're trying to use Framber, but wait for the call, the inevitable call to then try to pick up his market. Because I kind of compare it to fantasy football. When you put on blast for the world that someone's on the block, you kind of lower their value a little bit. I don't think he's going to tell everyone that Framber is way available. He's going to wait for the phone call and then start the conversation.
Okay. But he'll have it.
Hope so. I hope he does.
I hope he has it.
8632, Alex Bregman will have better career numbers than Lance Berkman. That's Keith. Cash or trash?
I'm going to trash that.
Trash. I think this is an easy trash. I don't think that Bregman's offensive numbers are going to get better. I think they're going to decline because he's in his 30s now. So I think he's going to go backwards based on like his slash stats. 272 average. Berkman was at 293. Bregman's not going to improve his batting average 19 points. If you want to go OPS, Bregman 848, Lance Berkman 943. I would lay down a wager that Lance Berkman's going to be 100 points better than whenever Alex Bregman's all said and done. You want to go career home runs? Berkman 366, Bregman 191.
Oh, wow.
He's going to catch Berkman?
No.
Now Bregman's going to have the defense. He's going to have the WAR, so it's going to be a little bit closer when you look at it from like a WAR perspective. But no, Alex Bregman will not have the career numbers of Lance Berkman.
Lance Berkman should probably get more love than he's gotten in terms of the Hall of Fame.
Lance Berkman's the second best switch hitter of our generation.
Yep.
And he got left off on the first ballot. He did. Absolutely got hosed. He got done wrong. 4965, cash or trash. The Browns, this is Josh from Seabrook. The Browns are going to keep Deshaun in as the starter because of the contract and intentionally tank for a top 5 quarterback.
Well, the second half of that's going to be the interesting part. Would they be ballsy enough to take a quarterback with the pick that they get? But I don't think that Jimmy Haslam's going to let anybody bench Deshaun Watson as much as he thoroughly deserves it, because of the fact that everybody knows that this was his move, what they gave up, what they paid him, that it already should have been done and it won't be done. The only thing I would question is if they use the pick on a quarterback.
There's reports that the Haslams are making them play Deshaun Watson.
I believe that.
I do too. I think that Jameis Winston gives them a better chance to win football games. I don't know if the contract situation is going to be like, it doesn't get better. It doesn't get better. So like taking a quarterback whenever you still have the quarterback on the books that's playing poor, I don't think that they're going to tank for a quarterback. So I'd trash it on that front.
Yeah, I think that's the only hang up. I think that they definitely should bench him. I think that they will end up with a high pick. I just don't think they'll use it on a quarterback.
Brian?
I was screening a phone call.
All right, then we won't talk to you. 4133, cash or trash. Aaron Judge lacks the clutch gene. He spelled it Gean, by the way. Just wanted to point that out.
So that wasn't voice texting.
It might have been.
Not when you spell it like that, because they would use a word.
No, that is a word. I wear jeans.
Oh, you said Gean.
I think I said J.
I heard G also.
My bad. Jean.
Oh,
My bad.
okay.
My bad. My bad. I'll own it. I'll eat the L. Like Jameis Winston with W's. Cash or trash, Aaron Judge lacks the clutch gene. Jean.
In the playoffs, I'll cash it. His numbers are horrible, and it's not just for 1 or 2 years. He's 11 for his last 77. Ever since he's been in the playoffs, he's been a less than. He should be a killer B.
Except the B part.
Well, we'll call him Bud.
I'll cash it too. I think that there's also the fact that I think that during the regular season, he terrorizes mediocre to bad pitching. And I think once he faces the upper echelon of pitchers, he's got swing and miss in his game. And the upper echelon pitchers can get him out. You can get Aaron Judge out if you're good.
And you can get him out with a fastball, which you're not supposed to do for a guy that hits bombs like tanks like that.
Well, when a guy is 6'8", like as you guys are kind of talking about, he's going to have spots in his swing and spots, in his strike zone that he can't get to, and the greater pitchers take advantage of it. So I'll catch it as well.
I'm not going to read that joke, but it made me laugh. Cash or trash, New England's going to ruin Drake May by starting him already.
I don't think that they're gonna ruin him. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I'm going to trash that. I don't think they're going to ruin him. He might be ruined because he's just not very good. I don't think the Patriots are going to ruin him because they're playing him against the Texans.
There's very few times where guys are actually ruined because they're played too early. Like David Carr's the classic example, but I think for the most part, if you have it, then you'll find a way to figure it out, and the talent eventually comes through. So I'll trash it.
8576, cash or trash. Hot salsa is better than room temp salsa.
Trash that.
Trash.
Oh, cash. And I would know this because
of course, your percentage.
And I'm
Mexican. You're only supposed to have salsa at hot or cold. You're not supposed to have it at room temperature. It should either be hot or it should be chilled. It should never be room temperature.
But definitely not room temperature.
Never should be room temperature.
Yeah.
You either serve it
Cold.
hot, warm, or you serve it chilled.
I don't mind it room temperature, but I prefer it chilled.
You're gonna get sick.
It's all right.
You can get salmonella or whatever it's called. Brandon T, cash or trash, the Rockets make the playoffs or play in this year.
Play in, yes. Playoffs.
I'm going to cash this. I think they're a playoff team. I think they get in.
Yeah, I think they could get into a play. I mean, they would have in most years last season. So
9-2, Tyler and Conroe, cash or trash. Tank's sophomore year will continue to be a disappointment.
Trash it.
Trash.
Just like we talked about a few weeks ago, I thought Schultz was going to start having his moments. I think even more so, Tank is going to be a bigger part of this offense. I don't believe that that's going to last all season long.
Yeah, I'm going to trash this as well. Go Cougs. Tank Dell, really good at separating, still very good at separating. Now that you have Nico hurt for a period of time, whatever the period of time is, I think Bobby Slowick's going to game plan him more, and I think he's going to scheme him more. And if you go look at the production that Tank Dell had against Buffalo, wide open, like a little drag route, beats his guy one-on-one. Out route, beats his guy one-on-one. What is he doing? He's separating. Tank Dell is going to be just fine. Let's finish it up with Philip. Philip, from the Woodlands, what is your cash and trash? Cash or trash it?
Astros acquire a young catcher in the offseason to make Yiner the primary first baseman and third-string catcher.
I will trash it simply because of the fact that they don't have to acquire anybody.
Trash.
They have Caratini for another year. He could be the catcher. Yiner could be the first baseman, and your problem is solved.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it too. Like, I'm with you.
Trash.
I think if I'm running the Astros, Victor Caratini's my starting catcher next year. Yiner's my first baseman. I'm not sold that the Astros are going to do it. I think they should, not sold that they will. Also, how difficult would it be to acquire a young catcher that is worth anything?
Worth starting?
Like, no
Yeah.
one's going to trade a young catcher that's good. So, no, and especially that's as good as Caratini. So, I'll trash that. Now, I do hope that Yanner Diaz is the first baseman next year. I don't know if the Astros will do it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Willabits coming up next. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be gold, Jerry. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
It's time for Buzzkill Brannon.
What? Not prepared for this. I'll go off the dome. We've been getting a lot of this Jose Altuve standing on the table, beating the drum for Alex Bregman. He's going to talk to ownership. Everybody and their mother is writing a story about how Jose Altuve is fighting for the right to Alex Bregman to allow him to party with the Astros going forward. I hate to do this, but it's going to do nothing. It's going to do absolutely nothing. If Jose Altuve knocks on Jim Crane's door in his very nice office and he says, okay, you need to re-sign Alex Bregman. And Jim Crane's like, we don't have the finances to do it. What happens? What's Jose Altuve going to do? Demand a trade? No. He has signed 2 team-friendly contracts with you. He's very happy in Houston. Everybody's making way too big of a deal of Jose Altuve banging the drum for Alex Bregman. Jose Altuve vouching for him publicly to the media means absolutely nothing.
No, I would agree with you. I think that, this goes back from a Houston perspective to when the Texans were looking for coaches and general managers, and Deshaun was still in good standing enough that he felt like he should have been more involved in the decision. I mean, or the fact that we started the show with the Aaron Rodgers drama. I mean, a lot of players feel like they should be involved in every decision or key decisions. The biggest thing is it's not their money. It's the owner's money. It's the franchise's money, and the franchise is going to do what they choose to do. And in a lot of cases, because you're not even talking about prime Altuve at this point, but it takes a very, very rare situation where the owner's actually going to incorporate what the players' feelings are and what they want in a decision of that magnitude for that amount of money.
Real quick, what did you say about Altuve?
He's not his prime anymore.
Okay, I just wanted that on the record again, real quick. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
I mostly agree with Joel's point, but you brought up Aaron Rodgers in the conversation of players not getting their way, and he kind of just got his way
it takes
today.
a very special type of player and an owner that would actually consider and involve a player in any kind of decisions. It's one thing to fire a coach. It's another thing entirely to spend that amount of money on a player.
Like, I don't think Altuve could talk, Jim Crane from a 3-year contract into a 6-year contract.
No.
But I will say, if it's the difference of, hey, he's going to walk unless you chip in an extra $2 or $3 million over the course of a 4-year deal, I do think Altuve could get him there. But it's a very limited window where the influence that Altuve has, and we could obviously debate how much he actually has, but there's a very, I think, small window where he would actually be able to move the needle a little bit.
If the Astros balk at the $2 to $3 million difference, but Altuve is the swinging measure there, the Astros have a problem.
Yeah.
Because if they're losing out on Alex Bregman for $2 to $3 million, but it's going to take Jose Altuve to speak up for them to spend the $2 to $3 million, well, the Astros are in worse shape than I thought, quite frankly, because that's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of silly. I think that the Astros have their number. The Astros have their number. They know Bregman's important. I genuinely believe Dana Brown, which it was dangerous of me because we do know that he likes to talk a lot, or at least is very loose-lipped. I do believe that the Astros would like to have Alex Bregman back. There's not really anybody in the system that's like a guarantee to take over, although there really wasn't when Correa left either. Jeremy Pena was somebody who'd never played in the bigs. I think they called him up straight from Double-A. Like, he wasn't a guarantee to be a big league regular at shortstop. But the Astros don't have that guy at third base in the system that's ready to take over, no doubt about it, next year. DeCinzo's probably the closest, but he has some serious questions if he can be a good enough defender to play third base every day. Bryce Matthews might be in that conversation. He's still pretty dang raw. Hasn't played a ton of third base in his career. I think it's under like 25, 30 games that he's played at third base. Shea Whitcomb's not a third baseman. We saw him commit 18 errors in one game. Might have been hungover, but he committed 18 errors in one game. He's not the answer at third base, and they think higher of DeCinzo than Shea Whitcomb. The free agents, we'll see what happens with Suarez because he has a club option. Suarez is the only decent free agent third baseman. So I do genuinely believe that the Astros would like to have Bregman back because the other options are not great. But the Astros have a price, and Jose Altuve being a voice of reason for Alex Bregman is not going to change the number.
No, and the biggest thing is going to be they have a price, and so does Bregman, but they also have a threshold of how many years, and so does Bregman. And Bregman's going to be hunting 6 when the Astros are probably going to be giving you no more than 4 and would like to keep it at 3 if they could. So, yeah, the price might be something that they could actually agree on for the AAV, but they're going to have a big struggle on their hands in terms of trying to get that done for the amount of years that Bregman wants versus what the team's willing to give.
Yeah, and I think that Bregman's overshooting his value, by the way. I don't think that Bregman's going to get what Alex Bregman – if you gave Alex Bregman a sheet of paper today and you're like, hey, write down what you're worth, what you're going to get in free agency. I don't think Bregman's going to get that. I don't think Bregman's going to get what he thinks he is worth. I think it's going to be somewhere between the Astros offer and where Bregman hopes to get, but I still think it's going to be greater. See, the years are what's in play there.
That's
because
exactly
I think
right.
I absolutely think he'll get Chapman AAV. Does Bregman get a 6-year contract in the open market? That's gonna be tough.
I
He's
think
30.
he can get more money per year than Chapman got. I don't think he's going to sniff the 6 that Chapman got.
I think that Bregman's a slightly better player than Chapman, and they are very similar age. So you would think that he would. But the Giants had Chapman all year long. They like Chapman. Chapman gave him a little bit of a discount on AAV. for the luxury of having a longer-term deal. In free agency, Bregman's going to have a qualifying offer too. Chapman didn't have a qualifying offer whenever he re-signed with San Francisco. And Major League Baseball GMs have wisened up where they're not going to give these huge contracts whenever you also lose a draft pick compensation. So that's going to hurt Bregman's value a little bit too. Like, yeah, I think Bregman's better than Chapman, but Chapman was re-signed by the Giants without them losing a compensation pick, whereas Bregman will force a team to lose a draft pick.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really interesting because I think that Bregman and Boris have the expectation that they're going to be able to get what they're looking for from at least one team, if not two teams getting into a bidding war to get them where they want them to go. And I just have a hard time believing no matter what people saw at the end of the year, we know what we saw at the start of the year. And I just believe that he's not going to age well either. I think that those years are going to be the huge stumbling block.
I'm worried about the aging with Bregman too. I would like to have Bregman back, but my best and final is 120 for 4. That's the best that I'm doing for Bregman. I'm not doing $1 more, maybe $1 or $2. 1930. I hear you, but stand up for your boy. Okay, that's fine. 7404. I know for a fact Crane will listen to Altuve. He told me firsthand he would do anything for him, but obviously not a silly, stupid number, but it holds more weight than you would think. We'll see. We'll see how much weight Altuve really does hold.
Crane's
I don't think.
Neighbor?
Yeah, I know. Maybe he is. Well, we'll write down the number though. Maybe we have our inside source.
Yeah, there you go.
Justin on Twitter: the Astros balked at a couple 100,000 with Correa. That's not true. It's been reported that the best offer the Astros gave Correa was $160 million. Correa got a $385 million contract with Minnesota. That's far greater than a couple $100,000 for what was reported. Maybe you know something behind the scenes that I'm not familiar with.
And he also had the monster offer from the Giants until he failed the physical. So he had multiple teams giving him way more than what the Astros were trying to give.
That was the following free agency after he opted out.
He did the 1 year, and he did.
Yeah, he signed with Minnesota. Nothing went wrong there. Then he opted out, entered free agency again, failed the physical with the Giants, failed the physical with the Mets, and then returned to Minnesota. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What the Texans offense and the Astros offense have in common. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, let me take a moment for my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at the NeoGraft procedure, also PRP treatments. He does a lot of things really, really well. He does spa treatments. He does Botox. He does plastic surgery. But the one that I have personal experience with is I had PRP treatments after I had the NeoGraft procedure. I've had them both. They both get you results. They get your hair back, and that is a game changer for most guys right now. I want to tell you about it because as you listen to us, if you're interested in anything that he does and he has to offer, but in particular the NeoGraft and PRP treatments, you can get a free consultation with Doc and his staff that normally costs $150 just by going to 975hair.com. People off the street don't go to 975hair.com and try to get that consultation. It's $150. You get it for free. All you got to do is use our app, 975hair.com, sign up for the appointment, go in with an open mind, ask questions, get answers, let them explain everything to you. You find out that much like in lawn talk circles, you'll realize that the PRP treatments are like fertilizing your lawn. There's hair there. It's not as thick and as strong as it used to be. The PRP treatments actually strengthen the hair, get it to be a lot thicker and a lot better of quality. And the fact is you get better results. From the same standpoint, the NeoGraft procedure, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So Doc takes some of that, like resodding your lawn, puts it where you have bald spots. Before you know it, you've got hair growing again. The hair is thick and it's lush, and you're going to see results that you love in about 6 to 9 months. Phenomenal, but you don't have to take a single dollar out of your wallet, sign on the dotted line, or make any commitments. Just get the information. What do you have to lose? Check it out and see if you might be interested in trying to go and get the procedure or at least the PRP treatments. And Doc will be honest with you and tell you what you need. But start the process today. All it takes is simply going online, going to 975hair.com and getting all the information. Tell them I sent you by.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
If you don't like to hear bad things, then put your hands over your ears, do the earmuffs thing. The Texans offense and the Astros offense, I think they have some things in common.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Engagement farming, John. Catch up with the times. The Texans have really good offensive pieces. C.J. Stroud, we think he's a top 3, top 4, top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Nico Collins, one of the best receivers in the NFL. Stinks that he has a bad hamstring. Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, very good players. Mixon's been hurt, but a good offensive weapon. You look at the Astros. They have some sexy offensive pieces. Jose Altuve, arguably one of the best offensive second basemen ever. Yordan Alvarez, one of the best offensive players when healthy that exists in Major League Baseball. Bregman, still a very good offensive player. Tucker, when he doesn't have his shattered shin, one of the better offensive players in all of baseball. The Texans this year, 6th in yards in the NFL. That's pretty good. 6th in yards, not bad. They're 1st in the NFL in passing. They're not in the bottom 8 in rushing. Look at the Astros, what they did offensively this year. 3rd in batting average. That's pretty stinking good. They were 7th in on-base percentage. Top 10 in on-base percentage. Pretty stinking good. 7th in OPS. Okay, well, where are you getting to here, Branham? Well, the Astros, despite all of that offensive good, were 10th in the league in runs. They were 10th in runs despite being 3rd in average, 7th in on-base, 7th in OPS, having those offensive pieces that we just mentioned. Texans, they have those offensive pieces we just mentioned. 6th in yards, 1st in passing. Do you know where they are at in points in the NFL? 19th. So you have all of the pieces that are having success, but it doesn't translate into points for the Texans, much like it didn't translate into runs for the Astros.
It's scary, and you hope that it's going to improve because we're still early enough in the season where we can have a bunch of improvement. You get Mixon back. Your running game is fortified. It's where you thought it was going to be when you brought him in at the start of the year. You hope that you get Nico back sooner rather than later, and then you can see the full complement when it really starts to click because it hasn't yet. But there's a lot of ifs and buts, candies and nuts in that whole equation. The fact that what we've seen so far has given a lot of people a reason to have concern. And the fact that what we thought at the start of the season this offense was going to be hasn't translated to what they've actually put on film over the first 5 weeks of the season. Now you're playing New England. Hopefully that's a goodwill pill where you suddenly, get well soon by playing the Patriots and you start stacking some numbers and you get some better results. But you got Green Bay after that. The schedule we know gets harder as you go later in the season. And they've got to do a better job of, instead of settling for field goals, getting touchdowns on the board.
Yeah, this is, I think, the concern that you would have for the Texans offense. And what is your level of displeasure with Slowick in the offense so far this year? 713-780-3776 is that things are good, but you're not delivering the big blow. Astros were getting runners on base, but had terrible, they had terrible at-bats to move the runner over or produce the big inning. Same thing with the Texans. Like, they're getting into range. They're kicking tons of field goals. I remember talking week 1. Well, they had 7 of 10 of their 10 drives or scoring opportunities, but they're not ending with touchdowns. And why is that the reason? Like, that's got to be something that improves. If we're talking about the Texans, like we were talking earlier, the Chiefs are beatable. The Texans are currently 2nd place in the AFC. I do think that the Texans belong in the conversation with the upper echelon teams in the NFL. But if they're going to make a deep playoff run, and I think it's fair to hold the Texans to that standard, they would tell you that they want to make a deep playoff run if you were to ask them truthfully. So to be held to that standard and for the Texans to reach that standard, they're going to have to get better offensively. And I do think that they have the pieces. I think that they have the skill. I think the offensive line is something that we are questioning right now. It might be something that's holding back the Texans' ability to score. And then some people would also point to Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, I think before I look at Slowick, and again, this is his first time on this job, and yes, he was really good a year ago, and I think that he's a really good play caller. I think that he has a lot of weapons at his disposal. I think that it will get better. I think the biggest thing to me is just getting healthy. I think if you get Howard back at right tackle, you hope that, that's one of the issues solved because Fisher's out of the equation, and at least Howard can hold his own, though you would expect a lot more for a guy making the money he's making. And then from that perspective, it's just overall, they got to be better pass blocking. Yes, we've seen that they are able to open up some holes, that they can run block, that is Kenyon Green's specialty. But overall, they got to be better at giving CJ time and getting people off of his rear end. I think from a defensive perspective, it's the same thing. When you look at it, you think about the fact that this team can still get better because you're going to get Autry and you're going to get Christian Harris and you're getting guys back regardless of who you play, that you should, as a team, you should get better. But specifically because of the offense, you get Mixon back, you get Howard back. And then I think as a unit, you just have to improve on the pass blocking. And I think this team can get a whole hell of a lot better because there are too many weapons to not say that they won't.
Yeah, I look at the offensive line more than I look at Slowick. I think Slowick probably is getting more blame than is really deserved at this point. Now, you can point to the first and second down and putting the Texans in bad positions on third and long. I think that's a fair gripe and fair criticism to have. I think that because he doesn't trust the offensive line, that's a pretty big reason as to why you're seeing him call plays the way that he's calling plays. But he does scheme up some good stuff. You go back to the Cam Akers first touchdown run. I mean, that was a great call, great execution. I think that you could have run through that hole. You, Hive, you, the listener, you could have ran through that hole that they schemed up. If I were to critique Slowick in one area, it would be I question a bit how he fares in adjustments. You see the second half offense doesn't ever look as good as the first half offense. So are you adjusting to the game and what the defense is throwing at you in the game? And I think that's the area where I would point to Slowick the most. But the one area that I would say, well, why are the Houston Texans 6th in yards in the NFL, the leading passing team in the NFL, but only 19th in points? What is the big reason for that? It would be the offensive line. I think they have trouble protecting Stroud, and I don't think that they're very good in the run block as a unit.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And I think that when we look at it, we said next to the quarterback, I think the offensive line it dictates and predicates so much of what this offense can and can't do. So the fact that the penalties factor into that, and a majority of the penalties that this team has been tagged with early in the season have been directly correlated to the offensive linemen. And it's again then attributed to CJ having third downs of 8 to 10 or 10 yards or more and putting you way behind the sticks and creating more challenges than you normally should be facing. It seems like they've cleaned a lot of that up now. It's taken a couple of weeks, but it seems like it's a lot better. But you don't know if that's going to last. You can only hope that as a unit, that entire offensive line has got to get a lot better because of the money you spent, because of the draft picks, but because of the fact that it's so imperative to what this team wants to do offensively. And I think you're right. I think Slowick, in a lot of ways, doesn't trust his offensive line. No, maybe nor should he, based on what's happened so far this season, to say that I can feel confident calling whatever plays in my playbook without being deeply concerned, especially on pass plays, that the offensive line is going to be able to do their job.
8807 says the whole league is off to a slow start. Most field goals I've ever seen in the first 5 weeks. But we're looking at the Texans relative to the entire league. Like whenever we say they're 19th in scoring, we're looking at the rest of the league whenever we see 19th in scoring. So yes, the whole league could be off to a slow start, but the Texans are off to a slower start than the rest of the league. How does being 6th in yards equal 19th in points? Like, how does that add up? That shouldn't add up. It's telling you that the Texans are settling for field goals in scoring range far more often than almost every other team in the NFL. Like, how big? That's probably the biggest discrepancy in the NFL, where you have an offense that's 6th in the league in total yards, but 19th in scoring. It's the Astros is quite frankly what it is. 713-780-ESPN. Slowick running the 49ers scheme without the pieces. Imagine Cliff Kingsbury with this offense. Slowick has been pretty run heavy despite not having a good running game. If you go back and you listen to Slowick last week in his press conference, I mean, he was pretty defensive of being run heavy. He's like, we got to do a lot of things in the run game, even if we're not having success, that opens things up in the passing game. He even went as far to say that it gives the receivers a break, which to me, I've never heard an offensive play caller say that we're going to run the ball to get the receivers a break. Why don't you just sub in? Why don't you sub out? You have a deep wide receiver room. That was the worst excuse I've heard.
Yeah, the answer you want to hear from an OC is you still need balance. You still need to be able to keep the defensive players and the defensive coordinator honest by being able to run and pass the football. But yeah, don't give me that the receivers need rest, because the fact of the matter is that if you're looking at this correctly, that you need a running game because it's going to fortify your ability for the pass game. So I'll hear all of that, but I'm not going to hear that the receivers need a rest.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Texans should never run the football. Like, you do have to have some sort of ratio, but do you have to be as run heavy as you've been with as bad as the running attack has been? Probably not.
But remember in the offseason when D'Amico said on both sides of the football they want to stop the run and the interior defensive line, and they want to be a run-first football team.
Sure.
And that was before you got Diggs, and that was before you started to put in motion some of the things you did offensively. But I still think sometimes they get hell-bent on running the football as opposed to creating balance.
I do too. I do think that they have like this philosophy. Oh, we gotta be able to run the football like Brandon Staley. We gotta run the football like we need to breathe. Okay, well, you got fired. Texans penalties have destroyed drives. Also add yards because you go backwards. I think it's good. I think it's a really good assessment of this Texans offense, and they have been heavily penalized. Much better against Buffalo, although all of the 6 penalties in the game came in the second half. I don't know how many of those were on the offensive side.
And everybody was talking about it at halftime. Hey, they stopped the penalty thing. They cleaned it all up. Then the second half, they went all just completely off the rails.
I don't remember how many of those were offensive.
There were a lot of
remember one in particular where there's Shaq Mason got called for a hold, which I thought was not a hold.
I thought it was. As soon as the defender gets off your body and you're not engaged between like your shoulders and their shoulders, and the defender moves off your shoulder outside of you, and you still have a grab, that's gonna be called every time.
The grab is what I think is visible when they showed the replay. Anytime that you see a bunched up jersey,
I thought it was real slight.
It was slight.
But when you see a bunched up jersey, and especially because the defenders are all going to sell it too, but I think that's when the officials just go, boop.
Right. We also had a defensive holding on a defensive lineman that was questionable, and of course you had the intentional grounding. So that's half of the 6.
Wasn't that internal? That was an internal defensive lineman.
The defensive tackle got called for holding on a run play.
They had an illegal man downfield again. Shaq Mason got downfield on the screen.
So that's
at
4
least
to 6.
Yeah, but it's only 3 on the offensive side.
Right.
I don't know. I don't remember the
one
other
of them
two.
was Schultz on the.
One was illegal touching on the punt.
Yes,
and one of them was Schultz kicking or throwing the ball to defender.
Yeah, personal.
There you
right.
go.
So that was 6. That was 4.
Yeah,
4 offensive penalties, and they were all in the second half. So yeah, I think that's a good point. The fact that you've committed so many offensive penalties, forces you to be like behind the chains. Now, if you're in scoring range, you're having to settle for a field goal, and you are racking up more yards because you're regaining the yards that you lost because of the penalties. Our run game is horrible, says 8683. It is, and we look at Mixon and hopeful that fixes it all. They're going to have to be better blocking it.
No doubt.
Have to be better blocking it.
I still think that Cam has the ability to do more if there's more for him to do. And I just think that, and I don't think I was disappointed in Dare being a weapon in this offense that can occasionally run the football, but the holes have to be there. And the line has to be more consistent in holding their blocks and creating the kind of opportunities for the running backs as much as you can point the fingers at just the running backs. It's not that simple.
Yeah, I thought Akers ran it pretty well. I thought he ran it better than Dare. Yeah, Dare was 2. He ran it 15 times for 30 yards. Like, they like Dare because he's like a pro and stuff, and they like him in pass protection and catching the football out of the backfield, although he had an egregious drop.
Yeah.
Cam Akers is a better runner.
No doubt about it.
I get the concern about the running game, but I'd like to see Joe Mixon back before I start to go full hand-wringing the sky is falling over the run game, because Dare's not a between-the-tackles runner. And Cam Akers, while he hasn't run the ball a ton, has been over 4 yards a carry most of his games. So I don't think the running game is as disastrous as it has been. They're just missing their best runner, Joe Mixon.
Yeah, I think if you put Joe Mixon with Cam Akers in the backfield, I think you could see a pretty significant difference in the running game. But I think Dare is a pass catcher and a pass blocker. That's it. That's all I need him to do, and that's all I want him to do.
I think they just trust him in pass pro. That's why Cam Akers gets so little play.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they just trust him more. I think they like him more. They have faith that, maybe I'm not going to say that because I don't know if that's the case. I don't want to throw that out there. A pessimistic Chad, so many wasted first and second downs due to play calling when hopefully not if Slowick makes an adjustment, it will unlock the offense and make them scary good. If a jabroni like me can call the plays beforehand, the defense surely can. Don't sell yourself short, pessimistic Chad. Be a little more optimistic. Maybe you have a good football mind. Maybe you know ball like the Killer Bees.
I think we brought this up the other day, and I think it's definitely the biggest, aside from the offensive line, the biggest glaring thing with the offense is the ability to make adjustments at the break. Just figure out what the tendencies are and what the game plan is from a defensive perspective, and then adjust accordingly at halftime to come out with a different look and a slightly different plan.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your level of concern for the offense? Also, Do we need to give Laramie Tunsil his flowers? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag is always the place I tell you need to be if you want to put money down on sports, and I tell you that for a variety of reasons. One, they've been in business for over a decade, so they're going to be here, and so is your money. It's not going anywhere. You don't have to worry about it. Secondly, they're always going to be doing what they can do to help the customer. They'll take crypto as payment if that's the way you want to pay to get your account set up. But the big thing is that you listen to us and you want to use them, so therefore use our promo code BET975. That opens doors of opportunity for you to get more. That means that right now what they're doing is double your first deposit up to $1,000 promotion yet again, where you sign up at mybookie.ag right now, and when they ask for a promo code, you put in BET975, and they're going to double what you put in up to $1,000. More money in your account almost instantly, and that means that there's more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And it's not just betting on sports, it's casino games too. Live dealers are always standing by, so if you want to play poker and blackjack, you don't have to fly to Vegas, you don't have to drive to Louisiana, you just have to get on your phone, your laptop, your tablet, whatever it may be, and your desktop, and just go to mybookie.ag. They've also got a loyalty rewards program right now called MyBookie Plus. The more that you use MyBookie when you start placing wagers, the more it's charted, the higher tiers you get to, and the higher the tiers, the better the promotions, and the more they take care of their customers. Just another way they're willing to help. Their website's fantastic too, but you need to get the process started. Go to mybookie.ag right now. Use our promo code BET975. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Should we be giving Laramie Tunsil his flowers? We got into a little tiff the other day about Tunsil and responsibility and accountability. You wanted both. You wanted him to kind of be responsible after the penalized game, the heavy penalized game, and to improve on it. I didn't really care about the post-game speech or whatever. I think talk is cheap. Rich coming from a guy who is in talk radio, but I'm more actions over words. I'm more. I believe that talk is cheap. Just go out and do it. I don't really care what you say. You can say all the good things and then not do it. So I'm more about the action. I'm more about being about it, not talking about it. And Laramie Tunsil, since that heavy penalized game, has been fantastic at avoiding penalties. Didn't have any penalties this past game. He's lining up correctly. He's not committing false starts. He's not holding the opposition. And Laramie talked about it after the game and said that, it was a goal of his to have 0 penalties this past week, and he had 0 penalties. I think that Laramie Tunsil has shown accountability by his actions because he is not being penalized to the point that he was a couple of weeks ago. I think we have to give Laramie Tunsil his flowers for fixing an element a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, that's fair for me though. It's just the fact that the tonsillitis was contagious because of the fact that it was him, and then it led to others, and then it led to him blaming the continuity on the entire offensive line, and then it was a steamrolling bigger issue. Now he's fixed his. It looks like they're working on fixing theirs, and that's great. But when you're compensated and looked at the way he expects to be compensated and looked at, it's the whole song and dance for me that gets a little bit old and annoying to me, is the fact that you aren't supposed to just be correcting this now. You should have been that way all along. There's been the past history too, which probably jades me a little bit in terms of how I look at him. But whether or not he's a team captain and a leader or not, yeah, he should be doing his job. So if he's just doing his job now and he started the season by not doing his job, I'll wait a little bit longer before I give him his flowers. But yeah, credit where credit is due that it's gotten better.
I mean, everybody's going to get penalized in football. Like, not to the extent that Laramie Tunsil got penalized in that game 2 weeks ago. And yeah, he's one of the most penalized left tackles in all of football. A Big C saying in the Twitch, congratulations for finally doing your job, Tunsil. Let's not just ignore that after the snap, he's a top 5 left tackle in football. Does he need to get better whenever it comes to how many penalties he is drawing? Yes, he's done that. He's done that in the last 2 weeks. I think it was 1 last week. It was 0 this past week. So he has this huge blow-up game where he gets penalized a ton. We're all like, oh, he needs to be accountable. He needs to take accountability and get better at this. Well, he's been penalized once in the last 2 weeks. I think he did have some accountability. He did improve on a front that we were all telling him to improve. So how could you not give him his flowers for that?
No, I give him credit for improving. Sure. I mean, I'm going to give him his flowers when, it's consistent. And the fact that, he looks like he is returning to form, to being one of the overall top 5 left tackles in the game. But from the standpoint of the other thing, as you say, is make sure it translates and it continues to translate to keeping guys off of CJ's butt, run blocking well, making sure you're not missing assignments, then there's no doubt you are looked at, compensated, and counted on to be that kind of left tackle, which I firmly believe he still can be, but he's got to do it more consistently.
I think it's fair. And Big C brings up the point. How about chaining those games together? Fair. How many games do you need? Like, how many games do you need to see where you're like, flip the switch on disdain for Laramie for committing a bunch of penalties and still, a fair share when you combine it all together? Like, how many of those games do you need to see in a row where he's penalized one or fewer times?
I'd say, like, you look at it and you say, okay, for the first couple of weeks he struggled. He had 6 in the one game, but he's had multiple games where he's had at least one, but he's had a couple. And yes, he has been penalized over his career a lot. But if you say that, okay, over the first 4 weeks he really struggled, then I'm going to say that if he puts 3 or 4 weeks together now where he doesn't, then I'm willing to say, okay, it's fixed, it's over with, he's back to being the old Laramie Tunsil, and I'm good.
Yeah, if he had 5 in a row and then got penalized 5 times that 6th game, we would be right back to it.
But I'm saying, if you're looking at what's it going to be take for me to believe that, okay, we're over this now overall, then I would say that if he strings 3 or 4 games together with the same kind of effort that he did last week, and he's also keeping guys off of CJ's butt, then I'm going to believe, okay, now I think that he's back to being who we expect him to be and need him to be.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. By the way, we got to grade the tonsillitis joke. 713-780-3776.
I know how you guys feel already. I don't
grade the tonsil. Well, you didn't ask. I asked. Sassy. 1.7 for you, Brian?
Sassy. Yeah, 1.7.
I don't like a 1. I'm going to have to go with 0.9. 0.9 for tonsillitis. Grade the joke. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. I think you're onto something, though, with like the rest of the team. Like, he is the captain, right? Like, they voted him as the captain. So if you're not having that attitude of, I'm not going to get penalized, I refuse to be penalized, I'm going to line up properly, I'm not going to jump early, holdings are going to kind of happen from time to time. I'm okay with like one or, I'm okay with one holding a game because it's going to happen. Like you could probably call holding on every single play. So it's going to happen. But the false starts are the ones that annoy you because it's kind of like a mental thing. The illegal formations certainly bother you because that's just lining up properly. And yes, I know the NFL might not be the most consistent with how they call it, but that's on you to figure out how that referee crew is calling it. But being that captain of the unit, if he has the attitude of I refuse to be penalized, I do think it'll follow suit.
I think you look at it too, Jeremy. You look at some of the other captains on this team. Diggs is taking accountability, and Diggs is also the guy that says, hey, in the post-game speech, we got work to do. We need to get back to work tomorrow and start getting better. And that's the kind of thing where the accountability is also sometimes, because you have that C on your chest, different than just anybody else on the team to say, yeah, I'd rather see it done in his actions than his words. But if you're a captain, then you're supposed to be a leader. If you're a leader, then you're CJ and you're Diggs and guys that stand up and say, I own my mistakes, but I know as a team we need to get better. We know that we've made mistakes or we've looked bad in certain areas. We're working on cleaning that up, and that's what we got to focus on. That's where I put more of that in terms of the verbals from Tunsil. I don't want to see pointing fingers from captains saying, yeah, it's the unit, and it's other guys that have to do this too. I want to say, you know what? I know I got to be better. I know I made mistakes, and I know as a unit we can be better too.
8807, don't care what he does. If Tunsil has a big penalty in the playoffs, Texans fans will turn on him again. No doubt. No doubt.
Part of that's his own doing, too, with some of his track record since he's been here overall, which has soured people on him. But, yeah, that will happen.
Penalty specifically?
Not just overall. Like, a thumb injury cost, sitting out, like, 8 or 9 games and having to be supposedly compensated to practice. Things like that you don't expect from a guy that is well compensated and looked at as a very important piece as one of the better offensive linemen in football.
How much do you care that he missed a majority of the season in 2021 whenever we were wanting them to embrace the suck, though?
But at the same time, let the team make that decision. Don't make the decision that your thumb is suddenly going to keep you.
We don't know that they didn't.
We've heard things. Lance came out recently and kind of backed up some of those things.
He didn't say specifically 2021.
No, I mean, he's saying in the past, he's had to be coached to practice. He's had to be, that when an injury happens, and you're right, when they're out of it, that he's going to have a thumb injury that might cost him the majority of a season.
Yeah.
But I expect more from a guy that I am putting a lot of eggs in his basket to say you are a foundational piece of this team.
Yeah, I just don't know how much we wanted him to play in 2021 whenever the Texans are trying to lose as many games as possible. Like, I don't really blame him for that. I think there's a lot of other things that you can assign blame for. Laramie Tunsil got mad at me on social media last year because I said he was one of 5 offensive linemen that didn't run to the support of C.J. Stroud. So I've certainly had my issues with Laramie Tunsil. But the other aspect of that, like in terms of injuries, Laramie Tunsil last year played 14 games on a knee that needed to be surgically repaired in the offseason. That's a fact. And then most recently, he came out of the game with an ankle sprain and then finished the game and hasn't missed a game.
Oh, but good on you. But if I'm paying you to play. And if I'm paying you to play, then you're right. Then that's why whether we're in the chance we're trying to tank without saying it, or we're trying to win football games, I expect you to be on the field. I expect you to be there and do what you're supposed to be doing for me to pay you what I'm paying.
I mean, 14 games, 5 games, 7. Well, he's on the field.
Okay, but previously there have been times
with the Texans, his first year he played 14 games, second year 14 games, the third year with the thumb that you're referencing was the 5-game year, 17 and 22, 14 last year, and he's played every game this year.
Okay.
That's not really a guy who's missing a lot of games.
I just think the reason why he missed games has always kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but you're right. And hearing that, I'm glad that he's been that consistent.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're a little under a month away from the NFL trade deadline. What positions could the Texans use some help? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at Vanderford Air. Look, Vanderford Air is the place you need to go to if you got anything going on with your air conditioning, your heating, your plumbing. You want a repipe job done. You want to put a total humidifying system in with your air conditioning unit. They can do all those things. And the reason why I tell you to go to Vanderford Air is because they back up everything they do in writing, and they back it up with 100% satisfaction guarantee or your money back. That's what you want when you're dealing with service providing businesses, when you need them to do anything around you, your family, and they want to take your money. You don't want them to take your money and run. You want them to take your money with the belief and the written guarantees that if things go wrong, they're going to fix them and make them right. And that's why I love Vanderford Air. You can see all the services they offer at vanderfordair.com. But better yet, lock in their number in your phone, because if you need someone, you need them quick, you need them reliable, and you need them to back up everything that they do. 281-557-COOL is going to get you in touch with them. And the guarantees are all across the board. When you call them within 24 hours of you calling them, they guarantee they'll be at your door to see what's going on. Not waiting days on end for the backlog of people that they have to get through or any other excuses they might make. You call them, and within 24 hours, they'll be there to see you. And that's when the process gets even better. Because when something's going wrong with your AC, they're going to give you 2 estimates in writing. 1, for what the part would cost to fix, and 2, what a new system would cost to replace. You can have both of them in writing. You can go with either one, and they are going to have it right there for you, and it's all going to be guaranteed in writing. And then when the job is being processed and done, the work that they do is guaranteed. The parts and the units that they install, guaranteed. The temperature that the unit achieves for you is all guaranteed. You get the idea. 100% guaranteed your satisfaction or your money back. That's phenomenal. Lock in that number, 281-557-COOL, or visit them online at vanderfordair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Blank Branham, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We're going to be at Drift Bar out on Friday. So swing on by, say hello to us. Brian, you going to be out there for that one?
Yep, I'll be out there for both shows out there. Killer G's there as well.
Oh, we didn't need all that.
People might want to come out and see
Look
the
at
whole
me.
6 hours.
I'm working 2 shows. I'm tough. Weird flex.
I'm a dog. That's right.
Brian always figures out a way to get out, engineer places that he wants to be.
Drift Bar's great. I'm glad we're going back there.
Me too. That's why Brian's going to be out there.
There's a few more places I'd like to go to that we haven't been, that I don't always get to go out to. But yes, I definitely look forward to Friday.
5341. Not sure if you guys have talked about it, but how do y'all feel about Dalton Schultz's performance? I was getting to write him off until he caught a few balls. Dalton Schultz is in my doghouse. His blocking's been okay. People give him a bad rap for his blocking. I think his blocking's been better than his bad rap, but still not excellent. And I think he's kind of went into business for himself on a couple of pass catching opportunities this year.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I've already been from previous games a little bit caught up in the alligator arms and the lack of effort, and watching him, you really don't trust him like you're supposed to trust a very well compensated tight end to be able to catch footballs. And when we're starting to figure out and look at balls that are thrown his way of, was that really catchable? Was that something that he should have caught? That shouldn't be happening for a guy that's supposed to be a receive first tight end, because we know he doesn't block all that well.
No, I'm not. He's in my doghouse. So that's how I feel about him. All right, 713-780-3776. We're a little over a month away from the NFL trade deadline. What positions do you think the Texans should be calling up some teams and asking for?
I think that I would be looking at safety. I would be looking at, depending on what you want to do, I'd be looking at safety or an extra corner, because we all know that injuries are still going to happen in this league. And no matter what you've gotten from your two starting corners, you know that the guys backing them up, you don't have a whole hell of a lot of belief in, trust in. And so I think that from a safety perspective, that's been my number one concern. I don't like the coverage in the back end of the secondary. I'm expecting a little bit more. So I would say secondary, and specifically probably in those two areas, a backup corner and possibly a safety. And then I would look at backup offensive line or an offensive lineman, because as much as we just had Howard injured so far, regardless of what else happens, if we need the offensive line to be better at a certain point, if Kenyon's not getting better in pass blocking or you need some help, you got to look around.
Kadar Hallman doesn't do it for you?
No.
For me, safety's at the top of my list. I think you could use a lot of help there. I think Murray's okay in coverage. Bullock is coming along, and I think Bullock's going to be much better in 6 weeks than he is right now. I think right now he is prone to the double move and some pump fakes. He got away with one on Sunday against the Bills. It was a subtle little pump fake too from Josh Allen, and Matt Collins got by him. Would have been a walk-in touchdown if it was accurate at all. So safety's a position I think they could use help. I was thinking linebacker if Christian Harris doesn't come back, but I've been really impressed with Henry To'o. The problem I have there, though, is if one of those guys goes down, what were you talking about, Hewitt? Like, what are you doing at linebacker if one of those guys goes down? So depending on the severity of the injury to Christian Harris, I could be looking at some depth linebackers. But the one that I have second is actually tight end. I don't love the tight end situation right now with the Texans. Yes, Schultz is in my doghouse, but this is actually behind Schultz. I don't love the fact that Kate Stover's playing a ton as a rookie. He's solid. He's fine. I like him way more as my tight end 3. I think they had a really good tight end room when Brevert Jordan was healthy. His loss, you can feel. Like, you can see it. I think it's pretty noticeable. So if you can find a tight end that's an upgrade over Kate Stover, like a rental tight end, I'm not talking long-term, then that's something that would intrigue me too.
Yeah, I could see that. I thought about that too as a backup 10 tight end possibility. A guy that gives you both, a guy that can be, strong enough to hold blocks and do the things that you need to do in the run game, but also can be a guy athletically that can not only catch the football, but can do something with it when he gets it. I don't know who's out there. I don't know what the teams are looking to do. It's going to be real important to kind of keep an eye on teams that are underachieving and or willing to pull the plug. Watch whatever happens with teams like the Browns and the Jets and teams like that to see if they want to unload salary, that there's some quality players involved.
The offensive line, like the continuity thing, doesn't bother you there? Like adding an offensive lineman at the deadline, you're okay with that?
I am. I think that we saw it without training camp. We saw them a year ago bring in some veteran guys in the past, Green and Fant and guys like that. They brought in, and they were able to fit right in and do what was necessary to do. Because that Pittsburgh game a year ago, there's no way I thought, with as bad as they were in the first couple of games, how many sacks they gave up, and then they had to get creative and bring guys in, that I thought they were going to be able to hold their own. And then they didn't give up a sack. So I do think you can still get continuity.
Spotrac has an early list of NFL trade deadline candidates. Before we look at it, Brian, do you have a couple of positions that you're eager to upgrade?
Safety is definitely number one. And I like the idea of grading offensive tackle. I just don't know, with it being a premium position, if you're going to be able to pull off a trade that or a move that would be meaningful at offensive tackle. Then after safety, I like the tight end idea if he's like a blocking specialist. I think we talked about that some in the offseason. Or actually, I think it was a reaction to Dalton Schultz's poor play at the beginning. Like, you would have been better off taking a third of his contract, finding a tight end who was a blocking specialist, if making him like a sixth offensive lineman and maybe not having to leave the backs in as much of protection. So I'd be willing to go out and get a blocking tight end and then maybe a backup running back as well. I think that'd probably be the easiest of all the positions we talked about to go out and get.
Backup running back would be kind of intriguing.
That wouldn't be
depending
bad.
on the name.
I mean, I don't want like I know they trust Dari, but I don't want to see Dari running the ball.
What do you think about Khalil Herbert?
What's that?
Khalil Herbert.
Yeah,
You like him?
that'd be
I mean,
interesting.
he's fallen out of flavor. He's RB3 in Chicago right
Yeah,
now.
Roshaw Johnson seems to be their favorite, and obviously they paid Swift. So
Man, Johnson's not an option because he'll fight with Elshayer.
Roshan? Did they fight?
No,
that was the
that
one
was
he
one on the
punched.
sideline when he punched.
Oh, that's right.
That was when he
Punched him in the
punched.
face.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
So
that.
yeah, Khalil Herbert, because we don't want Roshan fighting.
Although I like
fighting
Roshan
Azeez
more
Al-Shir.
than
He's been
Herbert.
doing pretty good there too. No, I wasn't saying tackle. I was saying more like guards. I would look at, a guy that could fill in for Kenyon Green or take over for Kenyon Green if you feel that's necessary. If you want to try Juice again on the left side, which I'm not really enthralled to do, but then you maybe look at a possibility of adding a center.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it'd be more depth there than a starter.
Sure.
But I'm not opposed to it. Spo tracks 5 early names that could be traded. Devontae Adams, we're all nay on
No
that,
brainer.
right?
Yeah, no.
Big money, but it is non-guaranteed in 25 and 26. But I don't think a team's trading for him and then okay, we're going to get rid of you after
He's
the
got to
season.
learn a scheme on the fly, and you've already loaded a wide receiver anyway. No
Out
thanks.
on
You
that.
don't want to pay him 35 next year either.
It's non-guaranteed, but still. I don't think you're making a trade for Devontae Adams and then getting rid of him in the offseason. Absolutely.
And I
out
don't
on
think he's
that.
taking less either.
No, I'm out on that. Amari Cooper?
No, not for the
I don't
Texans.
really want a receiver.
No need. I don't need a
I don't
receiver.
need a receiver. Bryce Young.
No, thank you.
Davis Mills for Bryce Young. You wouldn't do that?
No.
Really?
Davis Mills for Bryce Young, if that's the trade. Sure.
I mean, Stroud and Bryce are boys.
I guess, but we've seen Davis Mills as I get it was preseason, but Davis Mills, I have faith at least knows the offense and is semi-capable of making the right reads. Now,
are you saying you'd rather have Mills than Bryce Young?
Kind of for this year.
I'm not.
At least for this year, I would.
I'm out on that. Give me Bryce. It's not realistic. We're just playing around. And then Hassan Reddick, linebacker for the Jets.
He could help us, but he's just such a pain in the ass in 2 different situations, and he still wants to be paid really well. I'm out.
That's the thing with me. He's going to want an extension, and I don't want to extend him. And then the last one, rental, free agent at the end of the year, Buda Baker.
In on that.
Dream target for me.
In on that. For sure.
Dream target, Buda Baker.
Now, the only question I would have is where you play him, because
Safety.
I mean, I know safety, but when I've watched the Cardinals play, he's always
He's a
to me
stud.
he's a stud. He seems like more of a box safety, kind of a little bit what Jalen Petrie's doing. So I would have a little bit of a scheme question, like where do you play him? But I
He's
would
probably your strong safety.
I would love to take him and let D'Amico figure it out.
Is there a thought that if the safeties, depending on how they look to get help, that you would move Petrie back?
I don't think so. I think he's there for
I
the
don't think
long
he's
haul.
good.
Yeah,
I
I
don't think he's
think
good in deep
D'Amico
deep
likes what
coverage.
he does physically and the things he's done so far in the slot.
Yeah, I think he's there for the long haul. 9900 says Devin White. He got released today by Philly. Look, if D'Amico signs off on a linebacker, I'm all. If I believe in what D'Amico wants to do in his linebacker unit, if he says that Devin White's a fit, then Devin White's a fit. I lean no, but if D'Amico tells me otherwise, okay, let's go.
I didn't realize he got released today, but I don't know what he's got left in the tank from where he used to be to what he is currently. But especially if Christian Harris is still going to be out for a while, you could do a lot worse than adding a Devin White to your linebacker room.
If D'Amico's in for it, I'm in for it. 8815, another tight end. Really? No. I mean, the Texans wide receiver room is is Dalton Schultz, who's not living up to the hype, the expectations. Cade Stover, 3rd-round rookie, who's fine. I like him more as a tight end 3 than a tight end 2. And then they re-signed
Quentin
reportedly.
Tarantino.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't. He didn't do anything before. He doesn't do anything for me now.
3785 linebackers core with no Harris is thin. I'm with you on that. A space-eating defensive tackle. I like what the Texans are getting with their interior defensive line. Settle's been good. Foley's been good. Mario Edwards has been good.
Edwards has been like, when I heard all the hype coming out of camp, I thought, yeah, but at what point in his career is he going to be able to do it in the regular season?
Same.
I've been very pleased with all their interior defensive linemen.
And I think what we talked about in the pre-draft process, like, would they want Tavondre Sweat? I think it's proved true. I don't think D'Amico wants the fat 360-pound defensive lineman that's taken up 2 gaps.
Did you see that he's actually put on weight since he got to the NFL? He's massive.
He's played well for Tennessee, but I don't think that's the body type.
They upgraded size in their defensive tackles from last year.
Yeah,
They're
compared to
bigger.
last year, but they're not putting 350 pounders out there.
Yeah, I think they
They're
want
not
to be able
putting
to
the
rush.
Haloti Nadas out there.
I had concerns with the guys that they let get away or traded away, and now I'm very pleased with the defensive tackles.
Miko brought in his guys, what he wants in
Yeah.
his scheme. All right, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN, your car wreck of the day. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hall of Fame coming up at 7 o'clock here on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The great Brad Gilmore and Jobber T coming your way at 7 o'clock. This Hurricane Milton's going to do some damage in Tampa.
In the exact same spot as the last hurricane.
Is that right?
Yeah,
well,
pretty
the other one
much.
came up like an uppercut. This one's
Right.
going to be like a left hook.
Side to side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're
both
saying
of
the
them hit
winds were up to
Tampa.
175 miles an hour as it was getting closer to land.
It's expected to slow down before it hits Florida, but yeah, it was a Category 5 off of the Yucatan.
It's supposed to be a Cat 3 when the eye
Yeah.
hits the western shore of
Luckily
Florida.
for Florida, it's going to slow down a little bit. it looks like.
125 mile per hour winds when the eye goes through.
I saw the one lady, and I don't forget which agency she represented, but she basically didn't candy coat it. And she goes, "If you don't get out now, you're going to die."
Yeah, I saw one news reporter brought to the point of tears talking about the storm and how bad
Really?
the storm surge was going to be.
Lieutenant Dan's not leaving his boat.
No, he
For
won't.
real.
I know. He
Being-
won't.
For real. I'll be doing some storm watching late Wednesday into the early Thursday morning hours. I like to watch me a little storm coverage.
As long as it ain't coming here.
Well, it's going to Florida.
I know.
So
I'm aware. Thank you.
All right. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What you got?
Well, Bob Costas leads us off because of the fact that I know it's getting a lot of run on social media, but Bob Costas is like Al Michaels. They've lost their fastball. It's tough to listen to Bob Costas anyway, but the lack of emotion in this call last night kind of really aggravated me.
Hit the short. Witt gets the force. Can they turn two? Yes, they can, and it's just the point we were making. It's not Giancarlo's fault. A near base hit, couldn't beat it out at the other end, turns into a double play.
It's one thing that I know that
can.
Yeah, exactly. It's one thing to be deflated and be like a Stanton apologist and how the play ended, and you can almost feel the disappointment in his voice. If you're listening to that game on radio and don't see the play that Witt Jr. made at shortstop, then you don't realize that was one hell of a diving play, and he had no emotion at all. At short, fielded by Witt. I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
He was doing TV, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was TV.
I understand that TV is supposed to paint the picture, but at least have the excitement and the emotion of the stop by Witt.
Yeah, terrible call. I would have liked to hear the context of what they were talking about prior to that. Because, I mean,
he was highlighting all night long the struggles of Judge and that the fact that Stanton has had his moments but hasn't been great. And that was like an overriding theme for the night.
Yeah.
But that was a pretty critical point in the game, and you would have had emotion either way, but he seemed just completely deflated.
Definitely a bad call. I wonder what they were talking about just before, though. Like, I would have liked that in its full context, but definitely a bad call. He should have retired whenever Jordan left the Bulls. Whenever Jordan hit the shot over Russell, should have been Bob Costas's goodbye to broadcasting.
I mean, he and Jim Cott, I think, are still doing games on MLB Net.
Couldn't tell you.
And Jim Cott's got to be like 80.
I'm sure those are really fun to listen to.
Oh.
Yeah, he should have left when Jordan did his thing and left the Bulls. I'm going to nominate Dave Roberts, Dodger manager. He's accusing Manny Machado for throwing a ball at him the other day. It looked to me like Machado was just throwing a ball away. Like, it just, like, where do you throw a ball whenever you throw a ball away? Usually to the opening of the dugout. Why? Because that's where the ball boy resides. It looked to me like he was just throwing the ball towards the ball boy. And when the ball came, like, near the dugout, Roberts wasn't even looking. Like, Roberts wasn't even looking, and Roberts is pretending like Manny Machado was throwing at him. Dave Roberts, you're nominated for the car wreck of the day.
And it hit the netting, too. There's a netting there, and it hit the netting. But, yeah, he did put a little maybe he threw it a little with a little zip on it. But at the same time, why not send a message? The drama was already there. Both teams hate each other, and it shows. So I have no problem with what he did.
With Roberts?
No, with what Manny did.
Yeah.
Teoscar Hernandez was the guy that kind of pointed it out and got heated.
If Teoscar didn't see that, Dave Roberts would have never known. He would have never known.
He had to go find the internal video to actually see what happened.
So soft. What are you nominating, Brian?
That was actually mine, and we're short on time, so I'll second the nomination. When you read Dave Roberts' paragraph about it, literally from one sentence to the next, he's talking about, there was intent behind it. It was intended me. And the very next sentence says, I don't know what his intent was.
Yeah.
You're soft, Dave Roberts.
Josh from Seabrook nominates the Jets. And then Cardi Stephon Diggs needs a nomination, too. All right, what's winning? Dave Roberts?
Dave Roberts.
You guys both nominated. So
all right, congratulations, Dave Roberts. Hopefully it's the only thing you win. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.